In an era where games and reality converge, Ye Qing faced the cruelest outcome during the awakening ceremony, an F-rank waste class, the Spirit Summoner. While his childhood friend, Mu Shui, crowned herself as an S-rank queen, he left the stage in silence amidst the laughter of the crowd. However, when the Abyss dungeon invaded the campus and Mu Shui was severely injured by a Lord-level monster, a gate to the underworld suddenly opened behind Ye Qing. The souls of fallen monsters transformed into an army, and the spirits of ancient heroes awakened at his fingertips. Under the dazed gaze of everyone, this waste gently caressed Mu Shui's pale cheek, while billions of souls knelt in reverence behind him, honoring this boy as the eternal Night Lord. Chapter 1. Awakening. In Rome City, the playground of 3rd High School was crowded with students who were lined up, focusing their attention on the awakening platform at the center. Each young face was filled with anticipation, intertwined with an undeniable sense of nervousness and excitement. Today marked the annual Awakening Day, a crucial moment that would determine their destinies. Since the dungeon invasion of reality, every Blue Star person who turned 18 had the chance to awaken their own class and become a true professional. If one could awaken as a warrior, mage, or assassin, they would enter the secret realms, continuously growing stronger by hunting monsters and stepping onto the vast stage of the world. However, if they awakened as a support or lifestyle class, they could only remain in the safe cities, serving the combat professionals for life, much like NPCs in a game, living their lives in obscurity. Ye Qing stood among the crowd. Unconsciously clenching his fists, he knew that if he couldn't awaken as a combat class, all his efforts over the past 18 years would be in vain. He had to succeed in awakening Ye Qing. He encouraged himself silently. At that moment, a figure walked through the crowd towards him. It was a girl in a pure white dress, tall and graceful, with long legs. She approached Ye Qing, bringing with her a faint, refreshing aura reminiscent of a pine forest after snow. Ye Qing, don't be nervous. With your theoretical scores and physical tests, you will definitely awaken a powerful combat class. Bai Ningbing, Ye Qing's childhood friend, a genius girl who consistently ranked 2nd in their grade, and undoubtedly the school belle of 3rd High. At that moment, her eyes were seriously looking at Ye Qing, and the rare encouragement in them dispelled the last trace of anxiety in his heart. Ye Qing took a deep breath, met her gaze, and nodded heavily. Throughout their 3 years of high school, his scores in nearly all subjects had consistently surpassed Bai Ningbing, firmly sitting at the top of their grade. According to the school's long-term data statistics, students like him, with outstanding theoretical, physical, and mental abilities, had a nearly 99% chance of awakening a B rank or even higher combat class. Okay, I understand. Ye Qing relaxed his tightly clenched fists, feeling much more stable. You too, Ningbing. We both need to succeed. Bai Ningbing softly replied with an her gaze turning towards the awakening platform, a hint of barely noticeable desire flashing in her eyes. At that moment, the teacher on stage loudly announced the next name. Class 3-7. Bai Ningbing. In an instant, the entire playground erupted. It's Bai Ningbing. The school belle is awakening. She's the genius second only to Ye Qing in theoretical classes. I bet she's at least a B-rank class. Look, she's going up. Bai Ningbing walked gracefully onto the awakening platform and gently placed her hand on the awakening stone. In an instant, a dazzling white light shot up into the sky, and the temperature of the entire playground dropped suddenly. The awakening stone revealed brilliant ice crystal patterns, and tiny ice shards formed in the air. S-rank class, Frost Queen. S-rank. It's the S-rank class, Frost Queen. The host teacher's voice trembled with excitement. The crowd immediately fell into an uproar, gasping in amazement. Oh my God, it really is S-rank. Frost Queen, this is a legendary rare class. Our school finally has an S rank. Bai Ningbing stood on the stage, surrounded by a chilling aura, resembling a true snow queen. Name, Bai Ningbing class, Frost Queen, S, level, 1 talent. Heart of Ice Spirit, S attributes. Constitution 20, Spirit 30 skill. Ice Spike, S. Bai Ningbing stood on the awakening platform, the cold touch of the awakening stone still lingering on her fingertips. She stared blankly at the ice crystal patterns appearing in her palm. Frost Queen. Those 3 words echoed repeatedly in her mind, making her ears buzz. She had imagined awakening in A-rank combat class countless times and even dreamed of those S-ranks that appeared once in a century. But when the words Frost Queen truly manifested, the overwhelming sense of unreality nearly engulfed her. Slowly, she raised her head and looked at the crowd below. Those shocked, envious, and awed gazes were intensely directed at her. Yet she felt as if she were unaware, instinctively searching for that familiar figure in the crowd. Ye Qing. She saw him standing at the front of the crowd, looking up at her. His face was filled with unrestrained joy, clapping vigorously for her. But Bai Ningbing clearly saw that beneath that sincere smile, a fleeting, faint yet sharp envy flashed across Ye Qing's eyes. That emotion was gone in an instant, so quick that it almost seemed like an illusion. But Bai Ningbing knew him too well. They had grown up together, trained together, and dreamed of the future together during countless nights. She understood better than anyone the deep longing Ye Qing had for power. He had always been the strongest one, first in theory, first in physical ability, and he always outperformed her in every assessment that he should awaken the most powerful class, standing on a higher pedestal than hers. Yet now, the first to touch the S-rank ceiling was her. She had gained the power she had longed for, but it felt as though she had stolen the glory that should have belonged to him. But was being forever second really what she wanted? Below the stage, Ye Qing was indeed clapping vigorously, feeling genuinely happy for Ningbing. But at the same time, a cold emotion named envy uncontrollably filled his mind. He had imagined countless times what it would be like to stand there. Now, the first to realize that dream was Ningbing. How wonderful, he thought, as that flicker of envy was overwhelmed by a more surging sense of comfort and pride. This was what Ningbing deserved. Then, an even stronger thought uncontrollably emerged. Since Ningbing could awaken as an S rank, then with his theoretical scores and physical tests all surpassing hers, didn't he also have hope? That thought was like a spark, instantly burning away the gloom caused by envy in his eyes, leaving only hotter and more intense anticipation. At that moment, the host teacher's excited voice rang out again, announcing the next name. Next, Class 3-7, Ye Qing. Ye Qing took a deep breath, took one last glance at Bai Ningbing on stage, and resolutely turned around, step by step, walking towards the awakening platform under the gaze of all the teachers and students. Chapter 2. The Most Useless Class. Ye Qing took a deep breath and pressed his hand firmly on the cold, awakening stone. In an instant, a faint light that was almost imperceptible lit up, forming a stark contrast to the brilliant white light that Bai Ningbing had just unleashed. The light flickered for a moment before quickly dimming, as if it had never appeared. Words surfaced on the surface of the awakening stone. F-rank class, Spirit Summoner. F-rank, Spirit Summoner. The host teacher's voice abruptly stopped, the earlier excitement replaced by disbelief and a hint of barely perceptible regret. He even doubted if he had read it wrong. Looking again in disbelief, the crowd fell into a dead silence. All previous expectations and discussions seemed to freeze in an instant. But the next second, an even greater uproar erupted, almost overturning the entire playground. What? F-rank? I must be hearing things. Spirit Conjurer? What is that? I've never heard of it. It seems to be a variant of Summoner, but it's said to be a support class that specifically enhances other summons, without even having its own summoned beast. The most useless F-rank support class. What a joke. He's Ye Qing, the top student. Ha ha ha. What good is it if your theoretical scores are high? What does a perfect score in physical tests matter? In the end, he's just an F-rank waste of support. That's it. He'll only be able to assist combat professions for the rest of his life. We were just so hopeful. What a waste of feelings. The harsh sounds of mockery, incredulous gasps, and gloating discussions pierced Ye Qing's heart like sharp thorns. He stood there dumbfounded, staring at the clear yet cruel text on the awakening stone. Name. Ye Qing. Profession, Spirit Conjurer F. A level. 1 talent. Fantasy anchoring attributes. Physique 5, Spirit 5 skill. Minor Inspire F. F-rank. Spirit Conjurer. Not a powerful combat profession, not even a summoner with its own summoned beast, but rather a completely subordinate profession that specializes in assisting other summons. A chill instantly spread from his feet throughout his body. All the efforts, all the sweat, all the dreams of the past 18 years shattered at this moment, leaving only the pale and humiliating F-rank evaluation before him. He instinctively looked up, his gaze crossing over the mocking or pitying faces, and suddenly landed on by Ningbing, who was still surrounded by an icy aura below the stage. Her face was filled with shock and confusion, her clear eyes tightly focused on him, swirling with complex emotions: worry, astonishment, perhaps even a hint of pity that he dared not delve into. This gaze stung him more than all the laughter combined. Just moments ago, they stood at the same height, envisioning similar futures. Now, a vast chasm named S rank and F rank had mercilessly separated them. She would be the Frost Queen soaring through the skies, while he, for the rest of his life, might only be a dim footnote beneath her brilliance, someone in need of protection. Glory? At this moment, it felt more like a cruel joke. Ye Qing slowly withdrew his hand, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip, that he straightened his back, and, amidst the noisy discussions and unabashed laughter, silently walked down the awakening platform, step by step. Each step felt like treading on his shattered dreams. As Ye Qing descended from the awakening platform, the surrounding clamor and mockery seemed to be separated by a thick layer of glass, becoming blurred and unreal. He just wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible, to find a deserted corner to lick his wounds alone. However, a figure blocked his path. With that familiar cool aura, Bai Ningbing stood in front of him, her S-rank, icy energy not yet fully reined in, naturally causing the surrounding noisy crowd to quiet down a bit, countless gazes focusing on this starkly contrasting pair of childhood friends. Ye Qing. Her voice remained cold, but she intentionally softened it, carrying a hint of obvious consolation. Don't take it too hard. Even if it's an F-rank profession, it must have its uses. Her words contained care, an effort to express kindness. But more than that was an almost overflowing pity, the kind that strong people feel for the weak, the fortunate for the unfortunate. She was no longer the second best, forever trailing behind him. The figure that had loomed over her for 18 years had now been mercilessly struck down by fate, while she stepped onto the clouds he once yearned for, with Ye Qing beneath her. This complex emotion intertwined on her perfect face made her comfort sound pale and powerless, even carrying a hint of condescension. I will find a way to help you. Bai Ningbing slightly pursed her lips, trying to make her expression appear more sincere. Once I get stronger, I can take you into dungeons at least. At least ensure your safety. Take you into dungeons. Ensure your safety. These sincere words felt like charity in Ye Qing's eyes. What he needed was never anyone's carrying and protection. Ye Qing suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharply locking onto Bai Ningbing. No need. Ye Qing's voice was hoarse, but it carried a chilling rejection. He bypassed Bai Ningbing, not looking at her again. My path, I will walk it myself. He stepped through the crowd, leaving behind this land of despair. Bai Ningbing stood frozen in place, watching his resolute departure. She instinctively reached out her hand, but only grasped a piece of cold air. 18 years of effort felt like a joke. Reality was a heavy slap that knocked him down to the ground, never to rise again. Perhaps this was fate. He had to accept everything. Ye Qing didn't know how he returned to that small yet familiar rented room. He pushed open the creaky wooden door, and the room was dimly lit. He shut the door behind him, leaning against the cold door panel, his body slowly sliding down until he sat on the cold floor that he thought he would cry. But his eyes were dry and painful, unable to shed a single tear. Maybe this was his fate, destined to be mediocre, destined to become a shadow beneath the brilliance of the strong, destined to always look up at the figure that once stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Accept it, a voice hoarsely advised in his heart. Accept this F-rank fate, accept this script of becoming a side character, stay quietly in the city. Perhaps, as she said, relying on her pity, he could still gain a bit of pathetic safety. This thought wrapped around him like a malevolent spirit, suffocating. But just as his consciousness was about to be completely submerged in this icy despair, another extremely faint spark stubbornly and unwillingly flickered deep within his heart. Why? Why should 18 years of sweat and perseverance be judged by a cold letter that declares its end? Why should his fate be determined by a stone, by a profession? Why should he, Ye Qing, accept fate? That spark flared up stronger and stronger, suddenly dispelling the gloom that shrouded his mind. He abruptly raised his head, and in the darkness, his eyes shone astonishingly bright, burning with a near-obsessive flame. So what if it's F rank? So what if it's spirit conjurer? Even if it's a support profession, even if it's the lowest F rank, he would never bow to fate. His path must not end at this damn starting point. Chapter 3. Green Pheasant. Having figured all this out, Ye Qing calmed his emotions and opened his profession panel. This profession he once loathed was now his only hope. Name: Ye Qing. Profession: Spirit Conjurer. F. A level, 1 talent. Fantasy anchoring attributes: Physique 5, Spirit 5 skill. Minor Inspire. F. Weight. Ye Qing finally noticed something wrong with the panel. Why doesn't my talent have a rank? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he was dizzy from sadness. Ye Qing's heart raced. This completely contradicted the basic knowledge in the Encyclopedia of Professionals, where all talent should have clear rank indicators, from F to SSS. This was an ironclad rule. But at this moment, on his attribute panel, behind the talent fantasy anchoring, there was nothing but emptiness, variables. Hope. The rational thinking of a top student immediately took over. He forced himself to calm down and focused his thoughts on that strange talent, fantasy anchoring. Randomly select a world to anchor, summon a life, and establish a bond. World anchoring? Ye Qing pondered this unfamiliar term, frowning. World? Does it refer to planets beyond Blue Star? Or other planes? The spark of hope that had just ignited in his heart flickered. But even if I can communicate with other worlds, with my F-level profession, what kind of decent existence can I summon? Minor encouragement. I'm afraid even cheering up beings from another world would seem pathetic. Forget it. He suddenly gritted his teeth, a decisive look flashing in his eyes. At this point, what is there to hesitate about? Things can't get worse than they are now. Can they? No longer hesitating, he concentrated all his thoughts and activated that unranked talent. Use talent. Anchor the world. Command received. Beginning random anchoring of unknown world. Searching for world. The characters on the profession panel flickered violently, and everything in front of him suddenly became blurry and distorted. In the next second, an incredibly vast and blue scene suddenly crashed into his sea of consciousness. It was an endless, surging ocean, with towering waves and ever-changing weather. Vaguely, it seemed he could see enormous sea beasts swimming in the deep water, uniquely shaped ships breaking through the waves, and even in the distance, there were thunderstorms raging above an island. Extreme weather was simultaneously playing out over this sea, filled with wildness, freedom, and adventure, anchoring successful. Current anchored world: One Piece. Pirates. King? Ye Qing murmured the name of this world, the light in his eyes quickly dimming, his heart sinking to the bottom. Pirates. It sounded like ordinary people robbing others at sea with ships and swords. Even though the scenes seemed quite magical, the term pirates was hard to associate with world-destroying extraordinary power. Sure enough, I knew it. A bitter self-mockery curled at the corners of his mouth, and the overwhelming sense of disappointment nearly drowned him. How could I possibly have such luck to defy fate? An unranked talent anchoring a world that sounds like a low magic, low martial sea world. My future partner, going to be an ordinary pirate wielding a curved sword and wearing a patch over one eye? He didn't even have the strength to sigh again, merely staring blankly at the words One Piece World on the panel. Ding! Detected successful world anchoring. You have gained 1 summoning qualification. Would you like to use it immediately? The cold system notification jolted Ye Qing from his daze. Summoning qualification? He looked at the prompt, feeling no waves in his heart, even finding it a bit ridiculous. What use was a summoning qualification for an ordinary pirate world? But the arrow is on the string, and it must be released. Yes. He confirmed the summoning with a hint of numbness. The next moment, the temperature in his small room dropped sharply. It felt as if he had instantaneously stepped from early autumn into the depths of winter, and cold white mist spread out without warning, even forming tiny ice crystals in the air. Ye Qing shivered violently, looking up in shock. In the center of the icy mist, an extremely tall, robust figure slowly coalesced, nearly touching his ceiling. The figure was so tall that just standing there brought an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ye Qing had to strain his neck to barely see the person's full appearance. Disheveled black curly hair, a black eye patch covering his eyes, and stubble on his chin. However, when Ye Qing's gaze shifted down from the person's astonishing height to their attire, the tiny flicker of hope that had just risen due to the phenomenon was instantly extinguished. There was no shiny armor as imagined, nor any mysterious robe. The person simply wore a dark casual jacket and pants, dressed like a middle-aged man just off work. Sure enough, just an ordinary, tall pirate. Ye Qing's heart completely sank, the huge gap in expectations leaving him unable to even express disappointment, just staring blankly at this unexpected guest who nearly filled half his room. The tall man, Kazan, moved slightly, as if just waking from some state. He raised his hand and lazily removed the black eye patch covering his eyes, revealing a pair of deep, somewhat confused eyes. Looking around, his gaze swept over this small, unfamiliar room that felt completely out of place, and his brows furrowed slightly. Finally, his gaze returned to the seemingly insignificant Ye Qing, carrying a casual yet inherently oppressive aura. Allah, he spoke, his voice deep with a unique lazy tone. This is truly a completely unfamiliar scenery. He bent slightly to fit the height of the room, but his massive frame still exerted immense pressure on Ye Qing. Kid, he looked at Ye Qing and directly asked, "Who are you? Where is this place?" Ye Qing was startled by that deep voice, instinctively swallowing hard. Facing this giant, he dared not conceal anything, quickly explaining the summoning process and the profession system of this world as concisely as possible. That's roughly it. I use my talent ability to summon you from the world of One Piece to here. This is Blue Star. After finishing, Ye Qing looked at him nervously. The tall man, Kazan, listened quietly, the lazy expression on his face gradually replaced by a deep contemplation. Summoning? Another world? Blue Star? He softly repeated these unfamiliar terms, momentarily taken aback by the immense information. Chapter 4. Ye Xiling. He was originally riding his bicycle, embarking on a long journey across the familiar sea. Or in his own words, it was a leisurely retirement life. Just a moment of distraction, and the world around him had completely changed. The vast ocean had vanished, and before him was only a narrow little room that made him feel somewhat constrained, along with a seemingly frail young boy. Retirement. Has he actually retired to another world? Kazan felt a slight absurdity in his heart, but more than that, it was a sense of novelty and perhaps something that could be called interesting. He had long felt somewhat weary of the endless entanglement of justice and chaos in his original world. This sudden change, although bizarre, seemed to have cast a stone upon the stagnant surface of his lake, creating new ripples. He rubbed his stubbled chin, and the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by an elusive interest. Ah, what an incredible situation this is. He straightened up, nearly hitting the ceiling, and had to tilt his head slightly. So, does this mean that I am now your, partner? Ye Qing nodded quickly, looking at him nervously. Kazan's gaze lingered on Ye Qing for a moment, seemingly seeing through his tension and frailty, but he didn't say much. He just lazily introduced himself. My name is Kazan. I used to be, well, I guess you could say a Navy officer. Navy? Ye Qing was taken aback for a moment. Wasn't he a pirate? A glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. The Navy sounded much more legitimate than pirates. Igrekechen. He hurriedly introduced himself, his voice trembling with excitement. I am a trainee professional. When it came to his profession, he couldn't help but feel a bit lacking in confidence. Just as the atmosphere between the two eased a little, a sudden, urgent ringing of the communicator broke the silence. Ye Qing glanced at the number, and his expression changed slightly. It was his sister, Ye Xiling. He had lost his parents at a young age, and this sister had raised him single-handedly. Now, Ye Xiling was studying at the top academy in the imperial capital, a widely recognized genius professional and the greatest pride and pressure in his heart. He took a deep breath and somewhat flusteredly answered the call. Xiao Qing. A bright and somewhat urgent voice of a mature sister came through the communicator, speaking rapidly. How is it going? The awakening ceremony is over, right? Quickly tell your sister what profession you awakened. Ye Qing's heart tightened, and he opened his mouth but couldn't make sound. How should he start? Should he say he awakened an F-level useless profession that everyone looked down upon? Should he say that all the hard work and expectations his sister had put into him over the years had resulted in such an outcome? Xiao Qing, speak up. Ye Xiling's voice carried a hint of undeniable authority. Is the result not ideal? It's okay. Tell your sister, even if it's F level. It's not a big deal. I'll support you from now on. Don't be too sad. Hearing his sister's words, I'll support you. Ye Qing's eyes instantly turned red. He knew she was speaking from her heart. She had always been like this, appearing strong and domineering on the outside, but giving all her tenderness and care to him alone. This heavy love made him feel even more ashamed at this moment. He took a deep breath, as if using all his strength, and spoke so softly it was almost inaudible. Sister, I awakened as a spirit servant. F level. After saying this, he felt as if his spine had been pulled out, his shoulders slumped, and his head drooped helplessly. He couldn't bear to imagine what expression his sister would have on the other end of the communicator. He had already prepared himself to hear a disappointed sigh. There was a brief silence on the other end of the communicator. Ye Xiling held the communicator, her slender fingers tightening slightly. She certainly understood what a spirit servant meant, an acknowledged F-level useless profession with almost no growth potential. She could also imagine what kind of blow and pain her gentle yet strong-willed brother was enduring at this moment. The enormous gap between expectations was enough to crush all of a young person's pride. Her heart ached, but soon, her strength and decisiveness as an older sister quickly suppressed that twinge of heartache. She absolutely could not let her brother wallow in despair. Xiao Qing. Her voice rang out again, deliberately slowing down, sounding exceptionally steady and firm. Listen, it's not a big deal. A profession is just a starting point. It doesn't represent the end. She paused slightly, seemingly organizing more effective words, then continued in a tone that was resolute. Isn't it just an auxiliary summoning type? Sister remembers that. Once you meet the level requirement, I will definitely get you the best summoner job change card. What if the F-level foundation is poor? We can directly change to a high-level summoning profession. You can still reach the peak. So, don't think too much about it, and absolutely don't be dejected. Do you hear me? Ah. Sister, I understand. Ye Qing's voice was thick with nasality, but the despair and helplessness were indeed dispelled somewhat by his sister's firm words. He nodded vigorously, even though the other party couldn't see it. It seemed someone on the other end was urgently calling Ye Xiling's name. All right, I have things to do here. I'll hang up first. Remember my words, Xiao Qing. Don't overthink. Ye Xiling quickly reminded him again before ending the call. Ye Qing slowly put down the communicator, standing there in a daze, filled with complex emotions. Just then, a broad hand gently patted his shoulder. The weight and a barely noticeable coolness from that palm jolted Ye Qing back to his senses. He looked up and met Kuzan's deep, somewhat lazy eyes. Ah, what a situation. Kuzan looked at his slightly reddened eyes, his tone still slow, but it seemed he could see into people's hearts. It seems you have quite a good sister. Kuzan looked at the dejected boy before him, as if seeing shadows of some past. He had his hands in his pockets, slightly hunched over to fit under the low ceiling. F-level profession. Spirit servant, huh? He slowly repeated these words, his tone revealing no particular emotion, neither disdain nor false comfort. It didn't sound very impressive. He even nodded, agreeing with Ye Qing's earlier judgment. But this blunt remark startled Ye Qing for a moment. But Kazan shifted the topic, his voice still lazy, but carrying a sense of calm and insight that comes from having experienced much. Can a person's future really be completely decided by the strength of their profession? He tilted his head slightly, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the walls to a distant place. In my world, I have seen too many so-called strong individuals possessing world-destroying abilities who ultimately went astray or died without value. I have also seen some who were pitifully weak at first, but through a bit of luck and an unwillingness to give up, they managed to stumble their way into making a name for themselves and achieving remarkable things. His gaze returned to Ye Qing, calm, yet carrying an indescribable weight. What determines how far a person can go has never been just where they started or what cards they hold. He patted Ye Qing's shoulder, a somewhat casual gesture, yet strangely imbued with a comforting strength. More importantly, it's about what kind of person you want to become and what kind of price you are willing to pay for it. Ah, moreover, he seemed to suddenly remember something and added, you already have a partner now, right? Even if he is just a recently retired, unmotivated old guy. Chapter 5. Novice Dungeon at the other end of the city. In the headquarters of the top guild in Rome City, Celestial Light, the spacious and luxurious hall, engraved with magical patterns, buzzed with excitement. The guild's vice president, Wang Ji, a middle-aged man with a beaming smile and sharp eyes, was personally welcoming the most dazzling new star of this awakening ceremony, Bai Ningbing. Student Bai, this is our guild's sincerity, Wang Ji smiled, pointing to a piece of equipment floating between them. It was a staff, entirely translucent and shimmering, as if carved from eternal ice, with a faint mist of ice swirling around it. At its core was a gem resembling an icy heart, exuding a chilling aura and powerful energy fluctuations. Just looking at it seemed to lower the temperature around. Frost Staff 5, Diamond Grade. Attributes: Spirit 200, Ice Skill Damage 50, Ice Skill Casting Speed 30, Special Effect: Extreme Cold Gaze after activation. The next ice skill has a high probability of freezing the target and dealing ice explosion damage based on the target's maximum health. No level restriction. Diamond Grade. It even comes with an extremely powerful control and burst special effect. Bai Ningbing's breath caught in her throat as she stared at the staff, her heart racing. Coming from an ordinary, even impoverished background, she had never seen such a precious item, potentially worth hundreds of millions. This was an astronomical figure that she had never dared to imagine. The immense joy and excitement instantly clouded her mind. With this staff, combined with the guild's promise of a yearly resource allocation of 10 million credit points, her start would far exceed everyone else's. Her S-grade profession would be perfectly realized. In a daze, the gentle smile of Ye Qing flashed through her mind. The boy who had encouraged her. The gap between them would, from today onwards, widen to an unbridgeable extent. She would soar like a rocket, gaining the best mentor, top-tier dungeon resources, and the most powerful skill books, leveling up rapidly. And Ye Qing, as an F-grade support class, would probably struggle for life at the bottom of society for the rest of his days, fighting for meager resources and faint hopes. A faint sense of reluctance and guilt briefly surged in her heart, only to be completely submerged by a stronger desire for power. She took a deep breath, her gaze becoming firm and cold, as if resonating with the frost staff. Let the past be the past, she silently vowed in her heart, as if severing some kind of bond. I am no longer the weak Bai Ningbing of before. There is no need to linger on relationships that cannot provide any support. She reached out her hand, firmly grasping the frost staff that symbolized power and the future. Kazan's massive body sat awkwardly on a small stool, watching with interest as Ye Qing studied his career panel. Occasionally, he lazily interjected a comment, mostly along the lines of "Allah. What hassle?" However, his lazy and amusing remarks lifted Ye Qing's spirits considerably. At that moment, Ye Qing's phone buzzed, and the class group chat was flooded with messages. He picked up his phone to find an important announcement from the class teacher. Urgent notice. Dear students, in accordance with higher-level instructions, at 8 a.m. tomorrow, the Novice Trial Dungeon will be opened at the Eastern City, Dungeon Square. This dungeon is crucial for your initial resource allocation and future development, and attendance is required. Absences are not allowed. As soon as the message was sent, the previously quiet class group chat erupted. The Novice Dungeon. It's finally here. So nervous. I wonder what kind of monsters will be inside. I heard that if you perform well, you might get extra skill points or even rare equipment. I must do my best tomorrow. The discussion grew more heated, and soon the topic naturally shifted to the most dazzling genius of the day. Did you see Bai Ningbing's awakening today? It was so shocking. S-grade, the Ice Queen. Tomorrow's Novice Dungeon will just be a formality for her, right? She'll definitely dominate the whole scene. I'd love to team up with her to gain some experience. Don't dream. I heard she was just taken away by the Celestial Light Guild right after her awakening. The vice president personally received her and directly gifted her a diamond-grade staff. She won't be in our world anymore. Whenever Bai Ningbing was mentioned, the person whose name had once been tightly bound to hers inevitably became the subject of comparison and ridicule. By the way, is Ye Qing going tomorrow? An F-grade summoning servant. What for? To cheer on slimes? Haha, don't joke. I'm afraid he'll get taken out by the lowest level monsters. If I were him, I'd definitely be too embarrassed to go and just hide in a crack in the ground. What a shame, the former top of the grade. The glaring messages scrolled across the screen, but Ye Qing's gaze remained calm as water. If this had been a few hours ago, these words might have affected his mood. But now, What filled his mind was Kuzan's seemingly lazy yet profound gaze, his sister's encouragement, and the relentless flame of determination deep within him. So what if he was F grade? So what if he was ridiculed? This path he was determined to walk. He took a deep breath, directly shutting down the group chat, isolating himself from the noisy voices. His actions caught Kuzan's attention. Alala. Trouble on your mind? Kuzan tilted his head and asked. Nothing. Ye Qing shook his head, a faint yet resolute smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Just some irrelevant noise. Tomorrow, I have a trial that I must attend. He lifted his head, his eyes burning with bright flames, desire for the future, and determination to prove himself. Kuzan looked at the rekindled light in Ye Qing's eyes, raising an eyebrow slightly, as a hint of a faint smile passed over his lazy face. Oh, a trial, huh? He leaned against the wall, his tones still slow, but with an inexplicable meaning. It sounded somewhat interesting. He could see that the young man before him had shed some kind of shackles, and as well was undergoing a crucial transformation. Chapter 6. Kazan's deterrence. The next morning, the eastern square of the city was bustling with noise. The annual novice trial was a major event in Rome City, and almost all newly awakened students came to participate, hoping to secure a better starting point for themselves. When Ye Qing's figure appeared at the edge of the square, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. However, among those gazes, curiosity and anticipation were few, while disdain, pity, and schadenfreude were more prevalent. Look, it's Ye Qing. He really dares to come? An F-rank summoning attendant. What is he doing here? Sightseeing? TSK. He has such thick skin. If it were me, I would have stayed home, too ashamed to face anyone. Probably still not giving up, hoping to try his luck? Unfortunately, luck is worthless in the face of absolute strength. Whispers and low laughter buzzed around Ye Qing like flies. Ye Qing remained unperturbed. As if he hadn't heard the noise, his gaze calmly fixed on the entrance of the dungeon. However, his indifferent attitude only angered some who wanted to see the spectacle. A tall, imposing youth blocked Ye Qing's path. He was Lin Kai, who had awakened the A-rank profession, Blood Berserker. He was already arrogant in school, and now he felt even more superior. Hey, Ye Qing. Lin Kai crossed his arms, looking down at him with malice in his tone. This isn't a place for trash like you. The monsters inside won't spare you just because your theoretical scores are good. Be smart and get lost, or you might die in there and make it someone else's trouble to collect your body. His words elicited laughter from a few followers around him. Ye Qing frowned slightly, about to speak. Just then, an extremely tall and imposing figure seemed to appear out of thin air, silently standing in front of Ye Qing, completely separating him from Lin Kai. The previously noisy corner fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of this giant. Kazan, Aokiji, maintained his lazy posture, hands in his pockets, slightly hunched over. But just standing there, he seemed like an insurmountable ice wall, emanating a chilling aura and an invisible pressure. He slowly lowered his head, and those eyes hidden beneath his curly hair lazily swept over Lin Kai and the others. Anyone who met his gaze instinctively took half a step back, feeling an inexplicable chill down their spines. Alala. Kazan spoke slowly, his unique lazy tone carrying an undeniable weight. Mocking others' dreams is a very bad behavior, you know. His voice was not loud, yet it somehow overshadowed all the noise. Lin Kai was momentarily stunned by this sudden momentum, especially when facing Kuzan's seemingly sleepy but actually deep and cold eyes. He felt as if he were being stared at by some terrifying prehistoric beast, causing his heart to constrict. However, in front of so many people, he didn't want to lose face, especially since he prided himself on being an A-rank genius. He forced down his panic and, with a hollow bravado, said, "Why you? Who are you? Which class are you from? I warn you not to meddle." Kazan didn't answer his question, merely straightened up slightly, casting a massive shadow that almost completely enveloped Lin Kai. In an instant, Lin Kai felt the air around him become thick and icy, making it hard to breathe. The threatening words stuck in his throat, unable to come out, as cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Ye Qing looked at the tall figure blocking him, feeling a surge of warmth. He gently tugged at Kazan's clothing. In fact, he could only reach his pants, and whispered, "Let's go. There's no need to pay them any mind." Upon hearing this, Kazan withdrew his gaze, the suffocating pressure retreating like a tide. He lazily yawned, as if nothing had happened moments ago. "Alala. You're right." He slowly turned around and followed Ye Qing. And under the watchful eyes filled with shock, confusion, and fear, the two walked straight toward the dungeon entrance, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, quickly disappearing within. Only the crowd remained in stunned silence, and Lin Kai, whose face shifted between green and white, stood frozen in place, unable to regain his senses. Not long after Ye Qing and Kuzan's figures vanished behind the light of the dungeon, another stir erupted at the entrance of the square. The crowd automatically parted, creating a passage. White Ningbing walked over slowly, still wearing that pure white dress, but now holding the frost staff that emanated a chilling aura. To her sides, two guards in standard armor of the celestial light, well-equipped and composed, followed closely. Their presence was like a silent declaration, showcasing White Ningbing's completely different identity and status now. "It's White Ningbing. She is here. Oh my god," the staff in her hand. "Is that diamond-grade equipment? What terrifying energy fluctuations. And she has celestial light guards with her. This is quite the spectacle. The treatment for an S-rank genius is indeed different." Voices of awe and envy rose and fell, forming a stark contrast to the earlier attitude towards Ye Qing. White Ningbing's expression remained cold, seemingly oblivious to the discussions around her. Her gaze appeared calm as it swept across the crowd, yet she was subtly searching for that familiar figure. She remembered the notifications in the class group and the mockery regarding whether Ye Qing would come. Deep down, she perhaps held a faint, reluctant expectation that the boy who had once always been one step ahead of her would not be so easily defeated by fate. However, after scanning the crowd, she did not find Ye Qing. He really didn't come, did he? The trace of expectation in White Ningbing's eyes quickly dimmed, giving way to a hint of disappointment and disdain. "Ye Qing, did you ultimately choose to retreat, surrendering to reality?" She silently mused, the emotions that had been stirred by her earlier expectation quickly settling. "It seems I overestimated you in the past. The so-called top of the class, the so-called resilience, turns out to be so fragile in the face of true talent and strength. From the moment we awakened, we have indeed become people from two different worlds." Yesterday's hesitation and slight pity now seemed superfluous. She slightly raised her chin, no longer paying attention to the irrelevant gazes and discussions. Accompanied by her two guards, White Ningbing walked directly toward the dungeon entrance with a cold, proud demeanor. Her goal was clear and dazzling: to conquer this novice dungeon and prove to everyone that her status as an S-rank genius was well-deserved. As for that former genius who was destined to become a mere backdrop, she no longer deemed him worthy of any attention. Chapter 7. Powerful before their eyes. The light and shadows shifted, and the familiar noise of the square was instantly cut off. Ye Qing and Kuzan found themselves in a dimly lit forest, the air filled with the faint scent of decaying leaves and soil. Surrounding them were sturdy trees with twisted branches that obscured most of the sky. This was the novice trial dungeon, Goblin Forest. Alala. Kazan, with his hands in his pockets, tilted his head slightly to survey this peculiar space, his lazy tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible wonder. What a magical place. The transition of space is so abrupt yet natural, and the rules seem somewhat different. Over where we come from, there's no concept of such a dungeon. Even someone as strong as him felt a bit curious about this direct method of pulling people into another space. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. A goblin with dark green skin, short and ugly, wielding a crude wooden stick, jumped out with glaring crimson eyes, shrieking as it blocked the path of the two. Race, Goblin, Level, 1, Vitality, 10. The data-like information automatically appeared in Ye Qing's mind. This was a basic function of the dungeon. However, even this lowest level 1 monster, with its 10 points of vitality, was twice that of Ye Qing's current stats. Ye Qing's heart leapt to his throat, and he instinctively clenched his fists, his body tense. He knew Kazan came from another world and might be strong. But just how strong? How would he respond to a monster? He had no idea. This was real combat, not a simulation from a theoretical class. "Kazan, be careful," Ye Qing whispered nervously, even instinctively wanting to cast his only F-level skill, minor encouragement, despite knowing it might be useless. The goblin didn't care about that. It shrieked and clumsily charged forward, aiming directly at Ye Qing, who looked the weakest. Just as Ye Qing felt a chill run down his spine and prepared to dodge, Kazan's calm voice rang out. 2 ice spears. He spoke in a flat, almost sleepy tone, without any hand seals or exaggerated movements, just casually raising his hand. Crack! In an instant, a chilling aura burst forth. Several incredibly sharp spears, seemingly formed from extreme cold ice crystals, suddenly took shape in the air beside him, carrying a bone-chilling cold and a sharp whistling sound, striking first. Thud! 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 Without any time to react, the ice spears accurately pierced through the goblin's chest, head, and limbs. The goblin's forward momentum abruptly halted. Its ugly face still bore a fierce expression, but its crimson eyes instantly lost their sparkle. Its body quickly became covered with a thick layer of frost, and even the dark green blood that splattered from its wounds was instantly frozen. The next second, the entire goblin body, pierced by the ice spears, shattered with a crash, turning into a pile of sparkling ice shards, which then slowly disappeared, leaving behind a small, faint energy orb and a piece of the lowest level currency, copper coin. You have killed a level 1 goblin, gaining 5 experience points. A notification sound echoed in Ye Qing's mind. A complete, overwhelming one-hit kill. From a moment, Kazan raised his hand to the goblin, turning into ice shards and vanishing. The entire process took less than a second. Ye Qing didn't even fully process what had happened before the battle was already over. He stood there, mouth agape, staring blankly at the rapidly dissipating ice fragments on the ground, then suddenly turned to see Kazan with an expression of, "Allah Allah, what a hassle." It was as if Kazan had just swatted a fly without a care in the world, leaving Ye Qing's mind blank. This is the power of a partner from another world. So terrifying. Name, Ye Qing. Class, Spirit Summoner, F. Level, 1, 5100. Ye Qing looked at the experience points jumping on his attribute panel, and an overwhelming joy erupted in his eyes. Experience really increased. He exclaimed excitedly, his voice trembling. Mr. Kazan, the monsters you killed, I can really share in the experience. What does this mean? It means that his path, which had been deemed as a waste, is not a dead end. With a powerful partner like Kazan, he could completely become stronger in another way. Kazan tilted his head to glance at the excited Ye Qing, lazily yawning. Alala. Isn't this just a matter of course? Since we are partners. His relaxed demeanor made it seem as if he hadn't just one-shot a monster at all. Ye Qing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement, but the fire of hope burning in his eyes could no longer be extinguished. He looked towards the deep forest, his gaze no longer filled with fear, but rather with an unprecedented desire. Mr. Kazan, Ye Qing's voice grew firm. Let's move forward. Let us actively search for those goblins. All right. Kazan replied nonchalantly, still with his hands in his pockets, leisurely following the spirited Ye Qing as they ventured deeper into the forest. In the following time, the Goblin Forest, which should have been a place where novice adventurers tread carefully and explored in teams, became the stage for a one-sided, absurdly efficient cleanup operation. Eek! A goblin peeked out from behind a tree. Crack! An ice spear instantly pinned it to the trunk, turning it into ice shards. Experience 5 Yao. 2 goblins charged out together. Kazan waved his hand, and a mist of ice swept over, freezing both goblins mid-charge into ice sculptures, which then shattered. Experience 5. There was even a time when they encountered a small camp of 5 goblins. Kazan merely raised an eyebrow. Ice Age. A terrifying cold wave suddenly expanded from him, instantly freezing the entire small camp, about a 20-meter radius, along with the 5 goblins, turning it into a shimmering ice domain. Then, everything that had been frozen shattered and vanished, as if it had never existed. Experience 5. 5 notification sounds echoed in Ye Qing's mind in succession. Ye Qing went from shock at the beginning to numbness later, and finally to ecstasy. His experience bar was skyrocketing at an unprecedented speed. Level up. Current level 2. Level up. Current level 3. Kazan was like a tireless bulldozer with unlimited power, clearing any goblin that appeared in an instant. Meanwhile, Ye Qing followed closely behind this human cheat, safely and rapidly absorbing massive amounts of experience points. But soon, Kazan noticed something was off. Chapter 8, Discovery. Meanwhile, a chilling aura surrounded by Ningbing, and the frost staff in her hand emitted a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. In front of her stood a goblin elite, much larger and stronger than a regular goblin, with skin that gleamed with a dull metallic luster, wielding a rusty iron knife. Race, Goblin Elite. Level, 5. Physique, 50 skill, heavy strike. This level 5 elite monster was enough to make an ordinary 5-member rookie team go on high alert. And casualties were even possible. Its crimson eyes flickered with a violent light as it roared and lunged at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's delicate face was frosty, showing no fear. She elegantly raised the frost staff, and the immense magical power of her S-level class, Frost Queen, resonated instantly with the terrifying mental attributes bestowed by the staff itself. The ice crystal heart gem at the top of the staff shone brilliantly. Ice Spike. Her cold voice fell. A terrifying ice spike, much larger and sharper than a normal ice spike spell, instantly condensed, entwined with a tangible cold current, and with a shriek that tore through the air. It struck precisely at the Goblin Elite's chest. BFF. Crack. The ice spike easily tore through the Goblin Elite's tough skin and muscles, and a terrifying chill erupted, instantly freezing its internal organs. Soon after, its entire robust body was completely covered by a thick layer of hard ice. The Goblin Elite's forward motion abruptly halted, transforming into a grotesque ice sculpture. The next moment, the ice sculpture shattered violently, along with the monster inside, turning into a pile of ice crystal fragments that slowly disappeared. Only a much denser energy orb than a regular goblin and a few coins remained. Killed LV5 Goblin Elite, gained 25 experience points. Overlevel kill, experience bonus 400, gained an additional 100 experience points. A notification sound rang in by Ningbing's mind. Her level instantly increased. However, at the same time, a strong sense of weakness surged over her. Bai Ningbing breathed slightly heavier, feeling that nearly half of her magical power had been drained by this one strike. No wonder its terrifying power under the blessing of a diamond-grade staff. She looked at the significant drop in her magic bar, feeling unexpectedly pleased. Killing an elite monster 4 levels higher in one hit. Such a record would surely shock the entire Rome city. This is the power of S-level. This is the power of top-tier equipment. Bai Ningbing tightly gripped the frost staff, feeling the cold yet powerful force within, her heart filled with boundless confidence. With such efficiency, breaking the historical record of this rookie dungeon would be no trouble at all. She seemed to have already envisioned her name hanging at the top of the leaderboard, receiving the admiration and worship of countless people. With this thought, her motivation surged even more, and after taking out a bottle of basic mana potion and drinking it to slightly recover some magic, she continued deeper into the forest. Kazan continued to stroll leisurely through the woods, casually clearing out the continuously emerging goblins. The power of ice was at his fingertips. With every wave of his hand or whisper, several or even small groups of goblins instantly turned into ice sculpture fragments. The efficiency was astonishing. However, gradually, beneath Kazan's lazy expression, his brow slightly furrowed. He sensed something was off. His power seemed to be restricted and drawn by some invisible rules. It wasn't exhaustion, but rather as if he were bound by layer upon layer of shackles. And the portion of power he could use seemed to be less than 1% of his peak condition. Moreover, this feeling of constraint was deepening, extremely slowly but persistently. As time passed, strangely, he did not feel much consumption from the battles, yet he experienced an indescribable sense of fatigue, not stemming from himself, but more like a burden transmitted from some kind of link. Ah, what a strange feeling, he murmured softly, glancing at Ye Qing, who had been closely following him. This glance made him slightly taken aback. He saw that Ye Qing's face was pale, his forehead covered in fine cold sweat, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid, and his steps even appeared a bit unsteady, as if he had just gone through a high-intensity battle, completely exhausted. But clearly, throughout it all, Ye Qing hadn't even moved a finger, just following him to absorb experience. "Hey, kid." Kazan stopped, turned around, and looked down at Ye Qing, who was nearly gasping for air. "What's wrong with you? You look like you're about to collapse." Ye Qing struggled to lift his head, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and spoke with a somewhat weak voice. I don't know, Mr. Kazan. There was no battle, but I just feel my body is getting heavier, and my spirit is becoming more fatigued, as if all my strength has been drained away. This inexplicable feeling of weakness came very strangely, making it difficult for him to keep up with Kazan's pace. Kazan stroked his chin, observing Ye Qing's condition, while also feeling the power within himself that was being continuously restricted and drawn, along with that fatigue, originating from a link. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. "Ah, I see." Kazan suddenly realized, his lazy tone carrying a hint of clarity. "It seems that my partner summoned here has a form of existence and power exertion in this world, which is not without cost." He stretched out a large hand and gently pressed it on Ye Qing's shoulder. A faint chill seeped into Ye Qing's body, and he immediately sensed that the other's nearly depleted physical and mental energy was being consumed at an abnormal speed. "My power is greatly suppressed by the rules of this world, and the consumption needed to maintain my existence and exert power." Kazan's gaze fell on Ye Qing's pale face, as if you were the one to bear it. "In other words, my current state may be bound to you. The stronger you are, the more power I can exert, and the consumption will be lighter for you. However, you are currently too weak. Maintaining my power, even in its suppressed state, is an extremely heavy burden for you." Ye Qing's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. So that's how it is. No wonder he felt so exhausted. Summoning and maintaining an existence like Kazan requires a cost that far exceeds what an F-level professional like him can easily bear. It's like a baby trying to wield a giant hammer weighing 10,000 pounds. Just holding it is enough to crush oneself. Understanding the reason, Ye Qing not only didn't feel discouraged, but instead his eyes shone with a more determined light. The heavier the burden, the stronger Mr. Kazan must be. And what he needs to do is to become stronger as soon as possible, strong enough to truly bear this burden. Chapter 9, Record-Breaking the Two, continued forward. Suddenly, Kazan sensed a relatively powerful aura deep within the forest. With Ye Qing, who was almost unable to move, he leisurely made his way over. In a somewhat open glade, they spotted their target for this trip, a goblin that was exceptionally large with deep brown skin, dressed in crude bone armor and wielding a massive stone axe. It also wore a crooked bone crown on its head, looking rather out of place. Goblin Chief, LV. 10, bronze level boss. "Ah, it seems this is the chief." Kazan glanced at it, his tone still undisturbed. The Goblin Chief, upon seeing the intruders, let out a deafening roar and charged forward with its stone axe, accompanied by a fierce wind, exuding a terrifying momentum. Despite feeling weak, Ye Qing's heart tightened at the sight. Kazan, however, merely lazily raised a finger. Ice time capsule. A cold, translucent capsule-like shockwave, seemingly composed of extreme cold energy, shot out instantly, silently hitting the Goblin Chief. The chief's furious charge was immediately frozen in place, along with its grim expression, the swinging stone axe, and the shockwave from its roar, all transformed into a vividly realistic giant ice sculpture. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, casting dazzling reflections on the ice sculpture. In the next moment, Kazan gently snapped his fingers. Crack! The huge ice sculpture shattered in response, like shattered glass, scattering all over the ground. And then along with the frozen Goblin Chief inside, it turned into the finest ice dust, slowly dissipating into the air, as if it had never existed. Killed LV. 10 Goblin Chief, bronze level boss, gained 50 experience points. Level up kill, experience bonus of 700, gained an additional 350 experience points. Level. For items obtained, tough bronze leather armor, bronze level, 15 silver coins, a massive surge of experience flooded into his body. And Ye Qing's body lit up repeatedly with the glow of leveling up, but he swayed, his legs going weak, almost collapsing to the ground. It's at my limit. Maintaining Mr. Kazan's one-hit kill on the boss had nearly drained his last ounce of strength. He had to extend his hand, tightly gripping Kazan's pant leg to barely stand, his face pale as paper gasping heavily. Mr. Kazan, I really can't anymore, not a drop left. At that moment, the entire forest began to blur and feel illusory. Detected that the dungeon core, Goblin Chief, has been cleared. Novice Trial Dungeon, Goblin Forest, cleared. Beginning settlement. The light and shadows in front of him swirled again, and the two were instantly teleported back to the entrance of the dungeon square. Almost as soon as their feet touched the stone slabs of the square, a solemn system prompt echoed in the minds of all the practitioners present at the square. All region announcement. Congratulations to the practitioner, Anonymous, for successfully breaking the historical clearance record of the Novice Dungeon, Goblin Forest. The new record is 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Special announcement. Anonymous practitioner, you have established a new historical record. Would you like to leave your name on the record monument? 5 minutes. What a joke. How is this possible? The previous record was set 3 years ago by that S-level swordsman at 30 minutes, right? This has been reduced by 6 times. Bug. It must be a bug. Who is it? Who did it? The entire square fell silent for a moment before erupting into a cacophony of astonished gasps and incredulous discussions. Just as by Ningbing, who had just been teleported out and was preparing to accept the cheers of the crowd, had her smile frozen on her face. Almost dropping her frost staff, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. 5 minutes. How is this possible? She had given it her all and estimated that she could at most shorten the record to around 25 minutes, which was already her limit. 5 minutes? This is simply not something a human can achieve. Ye Qing was also stunned by the sudden announcement. He hadn't expected the system to make an all-region announcement. Looking around at the numerous probing, shocked, and doubtful gazes directed at him, he immediately realized he must not expose himself. Almost instinctively, he responded yes to the system's inquiry in his mind, but at the moment of leaving his name, he quickly typed in 2 characters, Aozora. Record has been updated. Latest record holder, Aozora. Record, 5 minutes and 12 seconds. The massive light-forged record monument stood tall in the center of the square, and the name at the very top changed instantly, with Aozora shining brilliantly, firmly occupying the top position, leaving all subsequent names far behind. After doing all this, Ye Qing felt almost exhausted. He leaned against Kazan and whispered, Mr. Kazan, let's hurry and leave. Ye Qing leaned his entire weight on Kazan, his legs feeling as weak as noodles, his face pale, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Anyone who looked at him could see he was in a state of complete exhaustion and disarray. His pitiful state immediately attracted the attention and ridicule of many around him. Look over there. It's Ye Qing. Ha ha. How'd he end up like this? Even sightseeing could tire him out like this? It's hilarious. An F-level waste is still an F-level waste. He probably got chased by small monsters inside and was scared to death, right? Still daring to challenge the dungeon? Truly overestimating himself. The piercing mockery came without restraint. And some who were friendly with Lin Kai or were already jealous of Ye Qing's previous achievements did not hide their gloating expressions. Just after experiencing a huge psychological drop and having nowhere to vent her shock and confusion, Bai Ningbing was also attracted by the commotion over here. When she saw Ye Qing, who was almost hanging on that tall, unfamiliar man, looking weak, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. He actually came, but soon. This surprise was quickly replaced by a mixed emotion of pity and disdain. It seems he not only has an F-level profession, but even his spirit was terrified to the point of looking like this. To become so weak after just one trip in, he probably couldn't even handle the weakest goblin and spent the entire time fleeing in embarrassment, right? Ye Qing, you ultimately became like this. Just as I had predicted, exactly the same. She shook her head slightly, and the last bit of frustration she felt for having her record stolen seemed to dissipate significantly upon seeing Ye Qing's pitiful performance. She no longer paid attention to that side and redirected her gaze to the mysterious Aozora on the record monument, pondering who this person might be. Just then, facing the increasingly excessive ridicule around him, Kazan slowly raised his head. Chapter 10. The college entrance examination. His lazy gaze seemed to casually sweep over the few most boisterous students. There was no piercing glare, nor did he exude any astonishing aura. But at the moment his gaze touched them, Those students who were laughing loudly suddenly seemed to have their throats gripped by an invisible cold ice, and their laughter abruptly ceased. A chilling sensation, bone-deep and sudden, rose from their hearts and quickly spread through their limbs, as if they were naked in a frigid world of ice and snow, their blood nearly freezing. Fear, a profound and incomprehensible terror, rooted in the instinct of survival, gripped their hearts, leaving them rigid and trembling, unable to utter another word. Only able to look at the tall man with wide, horrified eyes. Kazan did nothing but glanced at them lightly. Then, he lowered his head and lazily said to the almost unsteady Ye Qing, "Allah. It's too noisy here, let's go back." He gently adjusted Ye Qing's posture with one hand, ignoring the sudden silence around them and the terrified gazes, and slowly, step by step, led Ye Qing away from the noisy plaza. It was not until their figures disappeared around the corner of the street that those students, frozen in fear, seemed to regain their ability to breathe, gasping for air, their faces still showing traces of lingering dread, exchanging glances yet daring not to utter another word. Bai Ningbing also noticed the unusual silence at that moment and the terrified expressions of those students. She frowned slightly, glanced in the direction Ye Qing and the tall man had left, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, but she was soon drawn back to the recording stone. Who exactly is that person named Qingji? Back in the cramped rental apartment, Ye Qing nearly collapsed onto the chair, the fatigue of his body crashing over him like a tide. He barely pulled out his phone, and the class group chat had already exploded due to a message just released by the homeroom teacher. Homeroom teacher, students, the novice trial is just the beginning. 1 month from now, you will face the college entrance examination that will determine your future path. Time is of the essence, so I hope everyone will seize every moment to level up, hone your skills, and enhance your strength. Your exam scores will directly determine which university you can enter and even the height of your future development. It is imperative to take it seriously. This message was like a shot of adrenaline, igniting the passion of all the students who had just experienced the taste of power. The college entrance examination. It's finally coming. I must get into the combat academy. I heard that the admission line for top universities is very high. Not only looking at levels, but also having strict requirements on attributes. I'm all in. I'll level up for a month without eating or drinking. The group chat was filled with anticipation for the future and tense discussions, with everyone planning how to get into a better university. Ye Qing looked at the scrolling messages on the screen, especially those discussions about the admission standards of top universities, and instinctively tightened his grip on his phone. Imperial Capital University. His goal had never been so clear and firm. Not only because it was the top university in Long Country, with the best resources and the most opportunities, but also because his sister, Ye Xiling, was there. He wanted to catch up to his sister's footsteps, to prove to everyone that even starting at F rank, he, Ye Qing, would never be mediocre. However, just as this fervor began to rise, it was brutally extinguished by the cold reality. He took a deep breath and summoned his rather dismal profession panel. Name, Ye Qing. Profession, Spirit Summoner F. Level, for 250-400. Attributes, Physique 20. Spirit 20. Looking at these pathetic numbers, Ye Qing's heart sank bit by bit. As an academic top student, he understood all too well the gap in attribute growth between different rank professions. F-rank professions only gain 5 points in both physique and spirit for each level up. In contrast, S-rank professions gain at least 15 points or even more, with additional boosts from talents and skills. What does this mean? It means that his current level 4, with a total of 40 points in both attributes, is even lower than the base attributes of a level 1 S-rank professional. Typically, a level 1 S-rank professional has base attributes around 30 points, which increase rapidly with level. This means that even if he desperately levels up to level 10, his total attributes would only be 100 points. This value might not even be as high as Bai Ningbing's attributes when she was at level 2. The gap between them had already widened into a desperate chasm since the moment of awakening. And university admissions, especially for top institutions like Imperial Capital University, have extremely strict hard thresholds for attributes. Ordinary combat universities require candidates to have a total of at least 200 points in both attributes. But for Imperial Capital University, The lowest admission line in previous years was a total of 500 points in both attributes. And this is just the threshold. The real competition is far higher than this. 500 points in attributes. Ye Qing looked at his panel, showing a meager 20-40 points. A bitter smile forming on his lips. According to the growth of F-rank professions, how many levels did he need to reach? Level 20? Level 30? Or even higher? And the college entrance examination is only a month away. 1 month to go from level 4 to level 20? And also pile up attributes to 500 points? This is nothing but a fantasy, an absolutely impossible task. The immense pressure and sense of helpless reality nearly suffocated him. That seemingly hopeful path was suddenly blocked by an insurmountable peak. Is being F-rank really destined to be unable to turn things around? Just as Ye Qing's mood hit rock bottom, a slow voice came from Kazan beside him. Alala. Attributes? Levels? It seems Kazan has just grasped some of the rules of this world, he said, stroking his chin, looking at the dejected Ye Qing. Sounds like a troublesome thing. However, he shifted his tone, and there seemed to be another meaning in his lazy tone. Is the manifestation of power really just the numbers on the panel? Ye Qing suddenly raised his head, looking at Kazan. Kazan watched Ye Qing's expression, which was clearly impacted by the attribute panel, yawned slowly, as if discussing something completely ordinary. Alala. Speaking of which, kid, he said, with his hands in his pockets, slightly hunching his back, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the walls to some distant place. In your understanding, is power. Only something that can be obtained passively through leveling up and waiting for those little attribute increases? Ye Qing was momentarily stunned by his words, instinctively replying, isn't it? The source of a professional's power comes from awakening, and growth relies on the attribute increases and skill enhancements brought by leveling up. This is clearly stated in Chapter 1 of Basic Theory of Professionals. Is it? Kazan tilted his head non-committally. In our world, are those without such awakening in panels merely weaklings who could be slaughtered at will? His tone remained lazy, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, hitting hard against Ye Qing's established beliefs. Chapter 11. Iron Fist Carp. In our world, everyone starts off weak. Kazan seemed to recall something, a hint of indescribable emotion in his eyes. But there are always some monstrous individuals who, without relying on any external forces, can develop their physical potential to the limit through day after day. Year after year of hellish training, shattering mountains with iron fists and standing firm against thunder with their bodies. In his mind, a robust figure wearing a dog-headed hat and laughing heartily, capable of crushing a small mountain with a single punch, emerged. Monkey D. Carp. That old guy never believed in any panel data. Training? Cultivation? Ye Qing repeated these two words, both familiar and unfamiliar to him, in confusion. They were familiar because he had always had physical training classes, and unfamiliar because after awakening, almost all professionals believe that the slight enhancements from physical training were insignificant compared to the attribute leaps brought by leveling up, nearly negligible. Everyone focused their energy on how to level up faster by defeating monsters. It seems you haven't tried it? Kazan could tell the answer from Ye Qing's expression. He lazily stretched. Since your current body is weak enough to be blown over by a gust of wind, maintaining my existence is a struggle. Trying it wouldn't hurt, would it? Try not to just look at that so-called panel. Kazan suggested in his unique, slow tone, try to train your body like those monsters in our world, to excavate the power that may already exist within your body. Perhaps, he added meaningfully, you will find that true strength is never just a few cold numbers. Ye Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Why had his thinking been confined in this dead end of low F-level career growth? Why must he passively wait for the meager attributes that come with leveling up? In Mr. Kazan's world, there was no panel system, yet terrifyingly powerful individuals capable of crushing mountains with their bare hands still emerged. What does this indicate? It indicates that the human body itself contains enormous, undeveloped potential, and training and cultivation are the keys to unlocking this potential. People in this world are overly dependent on the attributes given by the system, neglecting the polishing of their own foundations. And he, Ye Qing, was in dire need of attributes now. if exercise could effectively enhance basic attributes. Even if the improvement was slow, it was still a path to break the F-level shackles. Moreover, having someone like Kazan, who has witnessed the true peak of body techniques, by his side was his unique advantage. Understand, Mr. Kazan. Ye Qing suddenly stood up from his chair. Although his body was still weak, an unprecedented fiery light burned in his eyes, sweeping away the earlier dejection. Thank you for your guidance. I know what to do now. He not only needed to level up like crazy, but also to start the most rigorous physical training. A dual approach. Without hesitation, Ye Qing looked at Kazan with burning eyes. Mr. Kazan, please use the harshest methods you know from your world. No, please train me with the most rigorous methods you know. No matter how bitter or tiring it is, I can endure it. Kazan looked at the determination in Ye Qing's eyes, and a faint, almost imperceptible expression of appreciation flashed across his lazy face. Ah la la. Since you say so, he stroked the stubble on his chin. Then let us start with the basics. First, run 100 laps around this neighborhood without stopping. 100 laps? Ye Qing looked out the window. 1 lap around this old neighborhood was at least a kilometer. 100 kilometers? For his current physique of only 20, that was an astronomical figure. Can't do it. Kazan's tone remained flat. I can do it. Ye Qing gritted his teeth. Without any hesitation, turned and dashed out the door. He knew he had no right to negotiate, to break through the limits. He had to pay a price far beyond that of ordinary people. The process of running was more painful than he could imagine. After only 3 laps, his lungs felt like they were being violently squeezed, his legs were as heavy as lead, and his throat was filled with the taste of blood. By the 5th lap, his consciousness began to blur, relying solely on an unwillingness to give up, to force himself to continue. Just as he felt he was about to completely collapse and fall to the ground, a faint yet extremely clear, icy breath seemed to quietly flow from the direction where Kazan was, through some invisible link, seeping into his almost collapsing body. Wherever this icy breath passed, the torn muscle fibers seemed to be gently smoothed out, the cells on the brink of collapse were reactivated, and even his drained mental strength received a slight replenishment. More importantly, as this breath flowed through him, he distinctly felt something deep within his body being quietly stirred, awakening a trace of potential. Ding! Through high-intensity physical training, you have activated your body's potential. Constitution 0.05. A cold system notification suddenly rang in his mind. What? Ye Qing jolted, nearly falling to the ground in shock. He could hardly believe the subtle yet real change in his body and the notification in his mind. Exercise can really directly increase attributes? Although it was only 0.05, minuscule. But what does this mean? It means Mr. Kazan was right. People in this world have overlooked the excavation of their own potential. Training is effective. Moreover, that icy breath just now, was it Mr. Kazan's power? Transmitted through the link of their partnership, not only alleviating his extreme pain, but also seemingly assisting in awakening his potential? Don't stop. Kazan's lazy voice came from not far behind. He had followed him without Ye Qing noticing, hands in his pockets, walking slowly, yet keeping pace with Ye Qing's desperate run. Feel your body. Feel the flow of power. Squeeze every bit of your potential. Pain and limits are just the beginning of becoming stronger. Ye Qing suddenly came back to his senses, suppressing his joy and shock, gritting his teeth and taking another step with his leaden legs. The pain remained, but the light in his eyes grew brighter. 1 lap, 2 laps, 5 laps, 10 laps. Every time he reached his physiological limit, that faint icy breath would timely surge in, helping him stabilize his state, accompanied by notifications like Constitution 0.05 or Mental 0.03. The increase in values was minimal, but little by little, Kazan watched the stumbling youth ahead, who repeatedly broke through his own limits, and a flicker of light, barely perceptible to others, flashed in his lazy eyes. Ah la la. Perhaps, in this world, encountering an interesting partner is not bad at all. Chapter 12 Attribute Link. As the sun set in the west, it painted the sky a fiery orange. Ye Qing finally completed the basic training that could be described as the beginning of hell, running 100 laps around the block. when he dragged his nearly unconscious legs. Staggering and almost crawling back to the door of his rented room, he looked as if he had just been pulled out of water, drenched in sweat. His face pale as paper, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. He collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving violently, not wanting to move even a finger. However, the unprecedented sense of fulfillment and strength emanating from deep within his body made him tremble with excitement. He couldn't wait to summon his attribute panel. Name, Ye Qing, occupation, spirit summoner, F. Level, for 250-400, attributes, constitution 40, spirit 30-40. 40 points of constitution, 30 points of spirit. Ye Qing's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the numbers on the panel, his breath quickening, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. One day, just one day of inhuman training, his constitution attribute had skyrocketed from a pitiful 20 points to 40 points. It doubled. His spirit attribute also rose from 20 points to 30 points. This was equivalent to an attribute increase that could only be obtained by leveling up 4 times. F level gains 5 constitution and 5 spirit per level. Moreover, this improvement was tangible and directly affected his body. He could clearly feel that his muscles were firmer. His bones were tougher, his organs were full of vitality, and even his thoughts seemed clearer and sharper. This was simply a miracle that broke the common sense of this world. Joy erupted like a volcano in his chest. He suddenly raised his head to look at Kuzan, who was leaning against the wall, still looking lazy. An overwhelming sense of gratitude and indescribable excitement instantly overwhelmed his rationality. Ye Qing didn't know where he found the strength, but he struggled to get up from the ground, staggering over and wrapping his arms around Kazan's cold and solid thigh. "Mr. Kazan, thank you. I really appreciate it." His voice was hoarse from excitement and fatigue, even choked with emotion. 40 points of constitution, 30 points of spirit. I did it. I really got stronger through training. This was not just an increase in attributes, but hope. It was irrefutable evidence that he could continue on this F-level path. Kazan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden attack, looking down at the boy who was hugging his thigh, excited to the point of losing composure. "Ah la la." He scratched his fluffy, curly hair helplessly. It was just 40 points of constitution, far from being able to casually punch down a mountain. No need to be so excited. However, there was not much disdain in his tone. Ye Qing, however, did not care about this and continued to tightly hug Kazan's thigh, as if holding onto the thickest golden thigh in the world, which seemed to be true. "No, this may seem trivial to you, but it is extremely important to me. This is hope." Ye Qing looked up, his expression serious. "I will keep working hard. I will definitely become stronger. Strong enough to truly bear the consumption required to maintain your existence." Kazan looked at the pure and fervent light in the boy's eyes, fell silent for a moment, and finally just sighed lazily. "Suit yourself, but can you find another way to say thank you next time?" He shifted his leg, which was being hugged a bit too tightly, and also your smell of sweat. "Ah la la, it's quite strong." Upon hearing this, Ye Qing finally awkwardly released his grip, grinning foolishly, looking at the unprecedentedly high attributes on his panel, feeling that all the pain and fatigue were worth it. The Imperial Capital University seemed no longer an unattainable dream. The next day, Ye Qing did not train. He left Kazan alone at home and went to the professional shop to exchange the spoils from yesterday for credit points. Kazan also rarely enjoyed a moment of leisure. Ah la la, the little guy finally went out. He quickly took out a refreshing and delicious soda from the fridge. The taste of this drink was unforgettable after just one sip, simply a delicacy of the world. Ye Qing, with 15 silver coins and 50 copper coins in hand, walked into a seemingly reputable professional material recycling and exchange shop on the corner. The boss behind the counter was a thin old man wearing a monocle. He took the coins Ye Qing handed over and skillfully counted them. 15 silver, 50 copper. The old man fiddled with the abacus, and according to today's market price, it could be exchanged for 50,000 credit points. "Young man, do you want to exchange?" 50,000 credit points. Ye Qing's heart trembled. For someone like him, who usually struggled to make ends meet, this was undoubtedly a fortune. The boss could see that Ye Qing was just a naive kid, so he naturally wanted to squeeze a little more out of him. 40,000, almost all of the money he had just received. Ye Qing's heart skipped a beat. This was nearly all his savings. But he hesitated for only 3 seconds before his gaze became resolutely firm. Money can be earned again, but the opportunity to increase strength must not be missed, especially in this month leading up to the college entrance examination. I'll buy it, he said decisively, without hesitation, transferring the 40,000 credit points he had just received. The boss looked at him in surprise, seemingly not expecting this ordinary-looking young boy to be so decisive. He took out the black blade and handed it to Ye Qing. It felt slightly heavy in his hand. The cold touch from the hilt sent a sharp aura resonating subtly with his spirit. Ye Qing lovingly stroked the pitch-black blade, feeling the power contained within it. With this knife, he would no longer be defenseless against monsters. Although he had spent almost all his money, he felt it was worth it. Chapter 13. Bai Ningbing Level 10 Dungeon Instance. Bai Ningbing stood proudly in the center of a devastated battlefield. Her frost staff radiating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The ice crystal heart gem at the tip of the staff shimmered, illuminating her stunningly beautiful face with an ethereal coldness. Beneath her feet lay an enormous, bone-white skeletal figure, a skeleton chief towering over 3 meters, wielding a massive bone blade. At this moment, the skeleton chief, which had once emanated a terrifying undead aura, had been transformed into a completely frozen ice sculpture. Crack, crack, crack. Delicate fissures radiated from the chest, where it had been struck by ice spikes, quickly spreading across the entire body of the skeleton chief. In the next moment, the entire ice sculpture collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering into countless sparkling ice shards that scattered across the ground, and then, along with the frozen undead core within, slowly dissipated into the air. Kill LV. 10 Skeleton Chief, Bronze Level Boss. Gain 300 experience points. Level up kill, experience bonus 100, additional 300 experience points. A massive surge of experience flooded into Bai Ningbing's body, and dazzling upgrade lights lit up around her. Level up. Current level, 10. An even more powerful sense of strength surged from within her, and the cold aura surrounding her became even more piercing. Bai Ningbing panted slightly. The high-intensity battle and the continuous release of powerful skills had drained her magic, but at this moment, her face was beaming with unparalleled satisfaction and confidence. She elegantly raised her hand, summoning her brand-new attribute panel. Name, Bai Ningbing. Class, Frost Queen. Level, Talent, Heart of Ice Spirit. Attributes, Constitution, 300. Spirit, 500. Skills, Ice Spike, S. Ice Ring, A. Ice Armor, A. Terrifying panel data. In a short amount of time, her Constitution and Spirit attributes had reached a horrifying height that left her peers in the dust. With 300 points in Constitution, she possessed survival abilities far exceeding those of ordinary warriors. With 500 points in Spirit, she was endowed with immense magic power and terrifying skill potency. This is the frightening growth of an S-class profession. This is the huge advantage brought by top-tier equipment and guild resources. This is true power. Bai Ningbing felt the icy magic surging within her, a confident smile curving her lips. Her gaze swept across the splendid data on the panel, filling her heart with a sense of superiority. Soon, an involuntary name flashed in her mind. Ye Qing. Right now, he is probably still struggling to kill the lowest-level goblin, right? His attributes probably don't even reach 1% of mine, maybe even less. An F-grade, useless profession, even if he lucked into leveling up a few times. That pitiful attribute is no different from an ant in front of me. Thinking of Ye Qing's inevitably dim future, and comparing it with her own rapidly ascending strength and the bright road ahead, an indescribable sense of superiority and pity arose in her heart. She had been rapidly progressing, her strength snowballing bigger and bigger, and the gap in the future would only become more terrifying. Meanwhile, Ye Qing had long been left far behind. Even his shadow was no longer visible to her. We are already people from 2 different worlds. Bai Ningbing murmured softly, her gaze becoming more determined. She shifted her eyes away from her splendid panel. The sense of superiority from surpassing her peers had not fully settled when suddenly a name pierced her mind. Qing Ji. That mysterious powerhouse who had utterly crushed her aspirations to secure the novice dungeon record with an absolute, overwhelming performance, achieving an astonishing time of 5 minutes. The confidence and superiority on her face instantly faded, replaced by a serious expression and a strong sense of competition. Ye Qing, that F-grade useless person, was no longer worthy of being compared to her, even losing the qualification to be her comparison target. In her eyes, at this moment, there was only that name shining with dazzling golden light, suspended atop the record monument. Qing Ji. Bai Ningbing whispered the name. This is my true opponent. To clear the dungeon at such an outrageous speed, his strength is absolutely unfathomable. Certainly far beyond what she could compare to now. Is he a super genius secretly cultivated by a major guild? Or is he a successor of some hidden powerhouse? Or perhaps has he awakened some unprecedented, even beyond S-class, terrifying hidden profession? Countless speculations flashed through her mind, but ultimately transformed into a more intense fighting spirit and sense of urgency. She had originally thought that with her S-class profession and diamond-level staff, she was already far ahead, enough to look down on her peers. But now it seemed that there are always people better than oneself. The appearance of Qing Ji was like a wake-up call, shattering the slight sense of self-satisfaction she had just begun to cultivate. I cannot relax. Bai Ningbing took a deep breath, the cold air filling her lungs, sharpening her mind. My advantage has just begun to take shape. I must not stagnate because of a small achievement. The resources of the celestial light, the potential of the S-class profession, and this staff. I must digest them faster and become stronger. The college entrance examination. Imperial Capital University. Her eyes were sharp as ice. There, I will surely meet you, Qing Ji. When that time comes, she would never again find herself in a position of merely looking up at the opponent's record. She wanted to truly compete with this mysterious genius. Throwing Ye Qing's insignificant shadow completely out of her mind, Bai Ningbing now had only one goal left, to chase and surpass the opponent named Qing Ji. She tightened her grip on the frost staff, no longer lingering, her surroundings enveloped in a denser icy aura, and resolutely ventured deeper into the dungeon, into more dangerous areas. Chapter 14. The voice of Aokiji. Ye Qing held the newly acquired black blade, feeling the heavy weight and cold touch of the hilt. His heart filled with anticipation for the future. As he walked back, he habitually took out his phone to browse local news, hoping to find the latest information about dungeons or the college entrance examination. A bold and eye-catching headline suddenly jumped into his view. Shocking. The strongest guild in Rongqing, Celestial Light, welcomes the strongest newcomer in history, with astonishing talent. Is it a moral decline or a human nature? Ye Qing twitched his lips. The clickbait was too obvious, but he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart, unconsciously thinking of Bai Ningbing. After she awakened her S-class profession, wasn't she taken away by people from Celestial Light? His fingers almost uncontrollably clicked on the article. The report had no pictures, but the text was extremely detailed and shocking. It is reported that the S-class prodigy Frost Queen Bai Ningbing, born during this awakening ceremony, has officially joined our guild Celestial Light. Her talent is extraordinarily rare. Latest news. Today, during the dungeon trial, classmate Bai broke through level 10 with unstoppable force. Her mental attribute has reached a shocking 500 points, a new record for our guild's newcomers. Such talent and progress can be called the first in Rongqing's history. She will undoubtedly be a pillar of our human race in the future. Celestial Light will cultivate her with all its might, adding another peak powerhouse. Bai Ningbing, level 10, 500 points of mental attribute. Each word hit Ye Qing's heart like a heavy hammer. Although he had prepared himself mentally, knowing that the growth rate of an S-class genius would be terrifying, seeing the specific data still gave him a tremendous shock and a deep sense of urgency. Level 10, 500 points of mental attribute. This was almost, nearly 17 times his current mental attribute. Ye Qing's current mental attribute is 30. As for himself, after struggling and training for a day, his physique only reached 40 points. The gap was despairingly large. A cold pressure instantly seized Ye Qing's heart, leaving him breathless. At this rate, By the time of the college entrance examination, what terrifying height would by Ningbing's attributes reach? It was simply unimaginable. However, this pressure only lasted for a moment before being replaced by an even more intense flame igniting in Ye Qing's eyes. Urgency? Yes, but he felt more confident. His confidence did not come from the pitiful growth of an F-class profession, but from the path of training and becoming stronger brought by Mr. Kazan, which broke the common sense of this world. One day's training could increase his physique by 20 points. Ye Qing clenched his fists tightly. In 1 month, that would be 600 points. In 2 months, that would be 1,200 points. What a terrifying number. Even if an S-class profession grows by as much as 30 points per level, reaching level 10 would only give a base physique of 300 points. Even considering equipment, skills, and talent bonuses, it would be impossible to reach such an astronomical number of 1,200 points before the college entrance examination. She relied on S-class talent and guild resources. While Ye Qing's gaze became incredibly sharp and determined, relied on Mr. Kazan's guidance and my own sweat. This path is feasible. Attributes do not lie. The tangible increase of 20 points in physique is the source of his confidence. He put away his phone, no longer looking at that shocking report, and quickened his pace. He needed to go back immediately and continue training. Train even harder. Time was tight. Every minute and second could not be wasted. Bai Ningbing's progress was fast, but Ye Qing would never be slow. When the college entrance examination came, who the real dark horse would be was still uncertain. With a heart full of fighting spirit, Ye Qing hurried back to his rented room, pushing the door open with one forceful shove. The sight before him instantly stunned him, his eyes wide with disbelief. There was Kazan, his tall and sturdy figure, lounging in an extremely relaxed, even somewhat comical, posture on the only small sofa in the room, which looked like it was about to fall apart. One long leg was casually draped over the armrest of the sofa, while the other leg was stretched out straight. What left Ye Qing even more dumbfounded was that Kazan was holding a bottle of chilled cola with a straw in his mouth, making satisfied slurping sounds. His face, which always carried a hint of laziness and drowsiness, was now radiating a simple and pure joy, like a big kid discovering a new toy. Is this really the Kazan who could effortlessly kill bosses and intimidate everyone with just a glance? Kazan also heard the sound of the door opening, and his action of sipping the cola suddenly froze. He slowly turned his head, meeting Ye Qing's eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The air instantly thickened, enveloped in a hint of awkward silence. The straw in Kazan's mouth fell with a plop. Ah la la. Kazan cleared his throat, awkwardly sitting up straight, discreetly placing the cola bottle aside, trying to restore his usual lazy yet authoritative demeanor. Ye Qing, you're back. Ye Qing also came back to his senses, quickly suppressing his surprise, and nodded, "Yes, Mr. Kazan, I'm back." His gaze instinctively darted to the bottle of cola. Kazan noticed his gaze, scratched his messy, curly hair, and decided to let it go, taking another big sip of cola and letting out a long sigh. Ah, this drink called cola really tastes incredible. We don't have such things back where I'm from. The atmosphere relaxed. Ye Qing walked over and sat by the bed, looking at Kazan's rare human touch, and couldn't help but ask Mr. Kazan, "What was your world like before?" Kazan leaned back on the sofa, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the ceiling, looking toward some distant place. Before, he began slowly, his tone returning to its usual laziness but with a hint of complexity. "I was in Navy, and my rank was quite high, I guess." "Navy?" Ye Qing asked curiously. "The kind that upholds justice?" "Justice." Kazan repeated the word, a slightly sarcastic and weary curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "Ah la la. That word can be quite heavy at times." He paused, seeming reluctant to delve deeper into the topic, and instead said, "Later, after going through some things and seeing some truths, I felt tired, so I quit my job, rode a bicycle, and started traveling around, you could say. I retired." His tone was very calm, but Ye Qing could feel the vastness hidden beneath that calmness, along with a profound sense of exhaustion and disappointment. Retired? Ye Qing found it hard to imagine that such a powerful Mr. Kazan would choose to retire. "Yeah, retired." Kazan took another sip of cola, as if trying to wash away something with that cold sweetness. "I just wanted to find a quiet place, see the sea, take a nap, and spend the rest of my life leisurely. But unexpectedly, I woke up and was summoned to this world. At this point, he looked at Ye Qing and lazily smiled. Allah. Speaking of which, this retirement life has been more unexpected than I imagined. Listening to Kazan recount such an extraordinary experience in the most mundane tone, Ye Qing's heart was filled with shock. He had originally thought of Mr. Kazan as just a powerful partner summoned by him. But now he realized that the other party was a powerful being with a complete life, complex experiences, and independent thoughts. His strength lay not only in power, but also in the transparency and choices forged through the vicissitudes of life. I'm sorry, Mr. Kazan, for disturbing your retirement life, Ye Qing said apologetically. No need to apologize. Kazan waved his hand, his tone returning to its usual laziness. Although retirement was not quite what he had imagined, this world was also quite interesting. Moreover, he looked at Ye Qing, his gaze seeming a bit more serious as he watched the little guy who was unwilling to accept his fate struggling desperately to become stronger. It wasn't boring at all. Hearing this, Ye Qing felt a warmth in his heart, and his conviction grew even stronger. He had to become stronger, not only for himself, but also to live up to Mr. Kazan's sense of interest. Chapter 15. Sense of oppression. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Ye Qing's life revolved around two things: madly training under Kazan's nearly hellish guidance, and recovering just enough from exhaustion through the faint, icy breath that Kazan transmitted, before diving back into another round of frenzied training. The training content was no longer simple running. Kazan seemed to have brought over some fundamental projects from his memories of the Navy boot camp, perhaps mixed with elements of Carp's inhuman special training. There were extreme long-distance runs with weights, deep squats against the pressure of cold ice, and attack drills while maintaining balance on a frozen surface. There was even training to withstand small ice spikes with the body. Each type of training left Ye Qing in agony, feeling countless times that he would completely fall apart in the next moment, his consciousness collapsing. But every time he was on the verge of his limit, that familiar, icy breath from Kazan would surge into his body at just the right moment. Like the most precise stimulant and repair agent, it not only maintained his condition, but also subtly stimulated his potential and repaired his injuries. More importantly, with every breakthrough of his limits, that pleasant system notification would always arrive on time. Ding. You have completed high-intensity weighted training, activating your potential. Physique 0.08. Ding. You have completed cold pressure resistance training, activating your potential. Physique 0.1. Spirit 0.05. Ding. You have completed extreme impact resistance training, activating your potential. Physique 0.12. The values were still small, but the accumulation speed far exceeded the simple running of the first day. On the evening of the third day, after completing the last set of cold pressure deep squats, Ye Qing felt as if he had been pulled out of water, his entire body shaking uncontrollably, sweat dripping from his chin and pooling on the ground. He could barely stand, relying solely on his willpower to avoid collapsing. But his eyes were astonishingly bright, filled with exhaustion, yet unable to hide his excitement and anticipation. He trembled as he summoned his attribute panel. Name: Ye Qing. Occupation: Spirit Summoner F. Level: 400. Attributes: Physique 102, Spirit 70, Physique 102. He had broken through a full 100 points. In just 3 days, his physique attribute had skyrocketed from the initial 20 points, surpassing the unimaginable 100-point mark. Although the growth of his spirit attribute was relatively slow, it had also reached 70 points, far exceeding the level expected of an F-grade occupational peer. Mr. Kazan, I did it. My physique has surpassed 100. Ye Qing's voice was hoarse from exhaustion and excitement as he suddenly turned to look at Kazan, who was still lazily leaning against the wall, holding a bottle of ice cola, his eyes filled with endless gratitude and excitement. 102 points of physique. What does this mean? This is equivalent to the physique level of an ordinary combat professional above level 10. Ordinary combat professions grow about 5 to 10 points in physique per level, and he was only level 4, still an F-grade auxiliary profession. This was simply a revolutionary miracle. Kazan took a sip of cola, lazily glanced at him, and spoke with an unruffled tone. Allah, Just 100 points. Is it worth being this happy? You're still far from being a true powerhouse. But the slight upward curve of his lips revealed a hint of satisfaction. Ye Qing, however, paid no mind to Kazan's discouragement, still unable to contain his excitement. He knew he was on the right path. At this rate, before the college entrance examination, his physique attribute would absolutely reach an extremely terrifying height, even surpass those so-called S-grade geniuses. At that time, who would dare say he was useless? An F-grade profession could also have crushing attributes. Thank you, Mr. Kazan. Without your training methods, and Ye Qing glanced at the cola in Kazan's hand, paused. In your support, I definitely couldn't have done it. He clearly felt that without Kazan's unique, icy breath that helped stabilize his condition and stimulate his potential, he would have long since burned out and could not possibly endure such high-intensity training. Kazan waved his hand, lazily saying, "Alala, no need to thank me. It's your own hard work." However, he shifted his tone, his gaze seeming a bit more serious. Next, the effects of pure physical training will gradually weaken. You need more effective stimulation. Ye Qing's expression tightened at this. More effective stimulation? What is it? Kazan's gaze drifted to the window, as if looking out to the vast wilderness beyond the city. Combat, he said, real life and death combat. Only under extreme pressure and danger can a person's potential be maximally stimulated. Tomorrow, we will go to the wilderness area outside the city. In the office of the vice president of the Skylight Guild, Bai Ningbing stood tall in front of the large desk, her expression cold and resolute. Vice President Wang Ji sat in a comfortable armchair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his brow furrowed. Ningbing, your talent and progress speed are indeed astonishing, but the SS-level breakthrough task, it's too risky. Wang Ji's tone carried undeniable authority and a hint of concern. That's not something prepared for newcomers. Historically, the failure rate of geniuses attempting SS-level breakthrough tasks is as high as 90%. Even if successful, it often comes with permanent damage or even the depletion of potential. He looked at the girl before him, who was filled with hope, and softened his tone. With your S-grade talent, completing the S-grade breakthrough task is already perfect enough to let you lead among your peers and firmly hold the title of the best in Rome City. The guild will provide you with the best resources and protection. You don't need to take this risk. Bai Ningbing listened quietly, but her gaze showed no sign of wavering. She slightly raised her chin, her voice as clear as ice. President Wang, the S-grade task is not enough. Not enough. Wang Ji was taken aback. Simply completing the S-grade task, I might dominate in Rome City, but Bai Ningbing's mind once again flashed with the name that loomed over everyone. What about that Aokiji, the monster who could clear the novice dungeon in 5 minutes? If he also existed and chose the SS level or even higher breakthrough task, just being satisfied with S-grade, I might never truly surpass him. Her tone carried a hint of urgency and unwillingness that she herself was unaware of. Wang Ji's brow furrowed even deeper at the mention of Aokiji. He rubbed his temples, his tone carrying a bit of irritation and confusion. Aokiji. I've already used the guild's power to investigate thoroughly, but it's as if he appeared out of thin air. There's no trace to be found. The archives of Rome City and surrounding cities contain no geniuses that fit the criteria, unless he comes from a far larger city or is a descendant of some hidden force. He sighed, looking at Bai Ningbing. As it stands, our Skylight Guild has put all our resources on you. There's no turning back. I understand your competitive spirit, but precisely because of this, you must not have any accidents. The office fell into a brief silence. Bai Ningbing stood there stubbornly, showing no signs of retreat. Wang Ji looked into her eyes, which held an undeniable determination, knowing he could not change the mind of this S-grade genius. Forcing her down could instead affect her mindset. After a long contemplation, he seemed to come to a certain decision, or perhaps a reluctant compromise. He took out an ancient-looking badge, shimmering with a faint silver light, and gently pushed it in front of Bai Ningbing. This is the Fearless Badge, which can temporarily increase the wearer's dual attributes by 100 points each. Wang Ji's voice was low, and his expression was serious. This is something I personally lend to you, and it is not an official action of the guild. Remember, if things go awry, abandon the mission immediately. Your life is the priority. Your safety is more important than any record. He did not explicitly agree to Bai Ningbing challenging the SS-level task, but the meaning of this badge was already clear. Bai Ningbing looked at the badge on the table, which contained remarkable power, and a flicker of emotion finally passed through her cold eyes. She understood Wang Ji's concerns and the weight of this unofficial support. "Thank you, President Wang." She solemnly picked up the badge, feeling the power within it merge with herself, and the numbers on her attribute panel instantly surged. She did not say anything more, merely nodded slightly to Wang Ji and turned to leave the office, her back resolute and cold. Wang Ji watched her figure disappear at the door, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his forehead. "Qingji, who exactly are you? Please don't ruin this seedling I've worked so hard to find," he muttered to himself. Chapter 16. Gale Prairie inside the rental house. Ye Qing was contemplating how to engage in practical combat in the wilderness area tomorrow, maximizing his attributes. Suddenly, he remembered a post he had seen on the Adventurer Forum earlier, and his eyes lit up. "Mr. Kazan, I just thought of a place. It might be more suitable for us than the ordinary wilderness area." "Oh." Kazan raised an eyebrow, setting down his cola bottle with a hint of interest. "Where?" "Gale Prairie," Ye Qing exclaimed, his tone filled with excitement. "It's not a closed dungeon, but a semi-open, small-dimensional world entrance. They say the space inside is extremely vast, with a unique ecological environment, and the number and types of monsters far exceed those in the normal wilderness area. Moreover," he paused, raising his voice slightly, "the experience points gained from killing monsters inside are double that of the normal areas." "Double experience?" Kazan stroked his chin. "Ala lo antai." "Sounds good. What's the danger level?" "Very dangerous." Ye Qing's expression turned serious. Because of the rich experience, it attracts many high-level adventurers to level up there. At the same time, the monsters inside are extremely powerful and dense, and small-scale beast tides often occur. It's almost a no-go zone for low-level adventurers. But there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, they sparkled with eagerness. "However, with Mr. Kazan here, we might be able to try operating in the outer areas. We could quickly level up with double experience while also gaining practical combat training in a truly dangerous environment." This was undoubtedly a high-risk, high-reward choice. In the ordinary wilderness area, monsters were scattered, experience was normal, and while relatively safe, the efficiency was low. In contrast, Gale Prairie had dense monsters, double experience, and numerous dangers, but it was undoubtedly an excellent place for rapid leveling and honing one's skills. Kazan looked at Ye Qing's nervous yet expectant eyes, naturally understanding that the kid wanted to take a risk. He slowly stood up, his tall figure casting a large shadow in the small room. He walked up to Ye Qing and casually patted him on the shoulder with his broad hand. The weight of that hand made Ye Qing feel inexplicably reassured. "Ala lo antai." "Double experience, huh? That does sound like a good deal." Kazan's tone remained lazy, but a faint glimmer of something akin to nostalgia, or perhaps a familiarity with trouble flickered in his deep-set eyes. "Danger?" He tilted his head slightly, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. "With me around, it's nothing to worry about." His words were plain, lacking grandiose declarations or deliberate emphasis. Yet, the calmness and confidence that stemmed from absolute strength acted as the most solid backing, instantly dispelling the last trace of unease in Ye Qing's heart. "Right? With Mr. Kazan by my side, even a bronze-level boss like the Goblin Chief can be easily taken down. How dangerous could the outer areas of Gale Prairie be?" "Yes." Ye Qing nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with trust and fighting spirit. "Then we'll set off early tomorrow morning. To Gale Prairie." "It's settled then." Kazan yawned, slumped back onto the sofa, picked up his cola, and said, "All Allah. I hope the wind there isn't too noisy." The next morning, Ye Qing and Kazan left Rong City, heading towards the wilderness area on the outskirts of the city. The entrance to Gale Prairie was not a hidden place. From a distance, one could see a distorted light curtain, rippling in the air like water waves. Beyond the curtain, a strange world of rolling grass waves stretched endlessly. The area near the entrance was far more bustling than Ye Qing had imagined. It had clearly formed a small temporary camp, gathering various adventurers. Most were in groups of 3 to 5, well-equipped, and exuding a fierce aura, clearly drawn by the double experience and rich resources of Gale Prairie. The air was filled with various shouts and the noise of bargaining. Strong warriors needed. Level 18 Shield Guardian. Over 100 in Constitution. Looking for a solid healer and damage dealer to farm the Prairie Wolf area. Efficiency team needs a control mage. Must be ice or earth type with high skill proficiency. No slackers allowed. Family convoy taking newcomers for tasks. Need 2 obedient assistants. Potions provided. Rewards distributed based on contribution. Buying Gale Prairie specialties wind fluff grass and Gale wolf fangs. Bring your prices. Black market dealers stay away. Temporary escort team recruiting. Escort gathering team deep into the area for 3 hours. Generous rewards, level 15 and above. Those with AoE skills preferred. This was the first time Ye Qing had seen so many adventurers gathered together. The wild and adventurous atmosphere made him feel both curious and a bit nervous. He carefully observed his surroundings, trying not to attract attention. Kazan, on the other hand, still appeared as if he had just woken up, hands in his pockets, lazily following behind him, completely ignoring the commotion around them. However, Ye Qing's youthful appearance, along with his almost unmasked, pitifully low-level insignia and glaring F-grade profession, stood out among this group of adventurers, the lowest of whom were at least level 7 or 8. Soon, 3 ill-intentioned figures blocked their path. These were 3 male adventurers who looked rather shady, all between levels 17 and 18, with professions as warriors and assassins. Their equipment was mixed, and their faces bore unmistakable malice and greed. The leader was a level 8 warrior with a scarred face, arms crossed as he looked down at Ye Qing. His gaze lingered on the seemingly good-quality black blade at Ye Qing's waist for a moment before glancing at the tall but seemingly lazy Kazan behind him. Well, the scarred face sneered, his voice rough and unpleasant. I'm not mistaken, am I? A level 4 F-grade little waste dares to stroll into Gale Prairie? Is he asking for a death wish? Beside him, a thin, monkey-like assassin chimed in mockingly. Big brother, look at his delicate skin and that bodyguard with him. He must be the young master of some rich family in the city, out here to experience life. He has definitely got plenty of pocket money and good stuff on him. The third warrior licked his lips, his gaze greedy. Kid, be smart and hand over anything valuable in that knife. Then let your bodyguard bow to us 3 brothers and admit his mistake. If we're in a good mood, we might just let you go. Otherwise, he stepped forward with a sneer, the threat evident. In this wilderness, no one would care if a clueless rookie met their end. They clearly regarded Kazan as just an ordinary bodyguard hired by Ye Qing. Although his imposing figure was intimidating, they sensed no powerful energy fluctuations from him. Kazan's strength was greatly suppressed by the world rules, and his aura was restrained, thus emboldening their actions. Most other adventurers nearby merely watched the conflict with cold indifference, some even displaying expressions of glee. In the wilderness outside the city, such bullying and robbery were not uncommon. No one would offend 3 desperate men for an unrelated F-grade rookie. Ye Qing's heart tightened, and he instinctively gripped the hilt of the black blade. He hadn't expected to encounter such trouble right after arriving. Kazan looked at the 3 blocking their way, lazily yawning as if he had no interest in fighting. Allah. It's really noisy. Chapter 17. Speed of light level 10. Before he finished speaking, there was no sign of Kazan forming seals or making exaggerated movements. He simply raised his eyelids casually. An invisible, suffocating chill of terror suddenly swept out from him like a center of gravity. Crack, crack, crack. Countless fine ice crystals instantly condensed in the air, and a layer of frost rapidly covered the ground at a visible speed, spreading quickly towards the 3 bullies. The sneering smile on the scarred warrior's face froze instantly, replaced by extreme dread and fear. He wanted to retreat, but found his feet had unknowingly been frozen in place, the biting cold rapidly creeping up his legs. What kind of power is this? The thin monkey assassin screamed in terror, but he found that even his voice seemed frozen. His vocal cords could only emit hissing sounds. He tried to enter stealth mode, but the surrounding cold air was like invisible shackles, completely imprisoning him in place. The third warrior couldn't even speak, only able to watch helplessly as the deadly layer of ice rapidly covered his body, his eyes filled with despair and regret. All of this happened too quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. The 3 of them, unable even to struggle, turned into 3 ice sculptures of various postures, their expressions frozen in terror, vividly capturing that last moment of incredulous fear on their faces. Inside the ice sculptures, their life forces instantly weakened to the extreme, neither alive nor dead. The entire temporary camp, once bustling and noisy, fell into a dead silence. All the professionals who had previously watched with a sense of amusement or schadenfreude now felt as if their throats had been gripped, their faces filled with horror. They gazed in disbelief at the 3 ice sculptures and the tall man who hadn't moved an inch the whole time. An immense pressure, far beyond their comprehension, enveloped the area like an invisible tide, making it hard for them to breathe, even their souls trembling. Just now that aura. A higher-level mage's voice trembled, his face pale as paper, at least. It was the pressure that only top-tier professionals above level 50 could possess. It could even be stronger. Above level 50? Are you kidding me? How could such a powerful being come here and follow behind a level 4 F-rank kid? The person next to him was shaking, almost unable to believe his own judgment. But the instinctive fear in his body was undeniable. At this moment, no one dared to look at Ye Qing and Kazan with the eyes of seeing a fat sheep or a joke. Every gaze was filled with awe, fear, and deep regret that it wasn't T themselves who had provoked just now. Kazan seemed to have merely done a trivial thing, even too lazy to glance at the 3 ice sculptures. He slowly turned around and said lazily to the still-dazed Ye Qing, "La. The troublesome flies are finally quiet. Let's go, kid Ye Qing." The stark contrast between his bland tone and the terrifying power that had just erupted, capable of freezing souls, sent shivers down the spines of everyone around. Ye Qing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, and nodded heavily. Yes. Under the gazes filled with fear, Ye Qing and Kazan walked one after the other, as if nothing had happened, directly passing through the distorted light curtain, their figures disappearing at the entrance of the Gale Prairie. Until their figures completely vanished, the suffocating pressure at the camp entrance slowly dissipated. However, the profound fear and shock remained imprinted in the hearts of all the professionals who witnessed that scene. The 3 bullies turned into ice sculptures still stood rigidly in place, no one daring to approach, as if they had become a terrifying warning sign. Passing through that layer of distorted light, Ye Qing felt the scenery before him change abruptly. A gust of wind carrying the scent of grass and a faint fishy smell rushed toward him, nearly blinding him. A loud system notification echoed in his ears. "Face the gale, young man. Welcome to the Gale Prairie." What came into view was an endless expanse of dense grass, half a person high. The waves of grass surged in the fierce wind, resembling a green ocean. In the distance, the howls of wolves and the cries of unknown creatures could be faintly heard, and the air was filled with a wild atmosphere. La. The wind is indeed strong. Kazan raised his hand to press down his disheveled curly hair, his tone still lazy, as if he cared nothing for this vast and dangerous dimensional world. Ye Qing took a deep breath, feeling the rich energy and hidden dangers in the air, his heart racing with excitement and tension. "Mr. Kazan, let us get started." The upcoming monster hunting journey was surprisingly easy beyond Ye Qing's imagination. Kazan didn't even need to move his feet, just casually raised his hand. The Ice Age. A terrifying cold current spread silently from him, centered on him, across the vast prairie ahead. Wherever it passed, the wildly dancing grass waves were instantly frozen, turning into a crystal-clear ice sculpture forest. The gale wolves hidden in the grass, giant grass rabbits, and even a few curious hyenas further away couldn't even emit a cry of despair before being completely encased in ice, maintaining their last posture in life. The next moment, Kazan lightly snapped his fingers. Snap! A continuous, crisp sound like shattering glass echoed. All the ice sculptures within a radius of hundreds of meters, whether plants or monsters, shattered simultaneously, turning into a sky full of sparkling ice dust, slowly dissipating in the wind. Killed LV. 5 Gale Wolf. Gained 25 experience points. Double experience area. Gained an additional 25 experience points. Killed LV. 6 Giant Grass Rabbit. Gained 30 experience points. Double experience area. gained an additional 30 experience points. Killed LV. 7 Prairie Hyena, gained 35 experience points. Double experience area, gained an additional 35 experience points. A massive amount of experience notifications flooded Ye Qing's mind like a waterfall. His body continuously lit up with dazzling upgrade lights. Level up. Current level 5. Level up. Current level 6. The experience bar skyrocketed at a visible speed. This is the horror of a double experience area, combined with Kuzan's efficiency of clearing monsters like a natural disaster. In less than an hour, Ye Qing's body shone with an even more brilliant light. Level up. Current level 10. Ding. Your level has reached level 10, and you can no longer gain experience. Please complete the job breakthrough task before you can continue to level up. Level 10. Ye Qing felt the surging power within him and the significantly increased base attributes. His heart filled with excitement. However, just as he was looking forward to Kuzan continuing to help him sweep through the prairie, accumulating the experience he could not obtain, Kuzan stopped. He turned around, lazily looking at Ye Qing. Halala. Have you reached level 10? Mr. Kuzan, let us continue. Although we can't level up, we can still accumulate experience. Ye Qing said excitedly. Kuzan shook his head. That's it, kid Ye Qing. Under Ye Qing's puzzled gaze, Kuzan slowly explained. The road ahead, you need to walk on your own. Unless you encounter real, life-threatening danger, I won't easily intervene again. His tone was serious. Excessive protection would only stifle your growth potential. True power needs to be comprehended and mastered in the battles between life and death. He pointed to the prairie ahead. Where the wind howled, here will be your best training ground. Use the knife in your hand, fight, feel the breath of death, and awaken the true potential within your body. Ye Qing was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily. He understood Kuzan's intention, always hiding under the wings of strong. He would never become a true powerhouse. I understand, Mr. Kuzan. Ye Qing took a deep breath of the crisp air on the prairie. I will rely on myself to survive here and become stronger. After saying that, he no longer hesitated and stepped forward, actively walking towards the depths of the prairie. Chapter 18 Huang Niaoyi, Ye Qing gripped the black blade tightly and ventured deeper into the grassland alone. The wind howled, the grass surged, and danger lurked everywhere. He quickly encountered the first lone gale wolf. The wolf was massive, with sharp fangs and a fierce green glow in its eyes, growling as it lunged at him. Ye Qing's heart tightened and adrenaline surged. He forced himself to calm down, recalling Kuzan's guidance and his familiarity with the black blade. He sidestepped, dodged, and swung the blade. The black blade sliced through the air with a faint whooshing sound, accurately striking the gale wolf in the waist. Splash! Blood spattered. The gale wolf let out a painful howl, its movements clearly slowed. Ye Qing also felt his arm go numb from the recoil, but excitement ignited in his eyes. He could injure these monsters. He could fight. The following battle was no longer easy. The injured gale wolf became more frenzied, its claws and fangs attacking incessantly. Ye Qing quickly accumulated several cuts on his body, but he gritted his teeth, using agile footwork and the sharpness of the black blade to maneuver. Eventually, he seized an opportunity and stabbed the blade into the gale wolf's throat. Kill LV. 9 Gale Wolf. Gain 45 experience points. No more experience can be gained. Ye Qing leaned on his blade, breathing heavily, sweat sliding down his forehead. He was exhausted, but an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and strength filled his heart. He relied on combat experience and the faint residual aura left by Kuzan to aid his recovery. Continuing to search for his next opponent, honing his combat skills, and while on the edge of life and death. Not far away, on a higher grass hill, a woman in a tight combat suit that accentuated her beautiful figure stood quietly, her gaze curiously directed toward Ye Qing's battle. Her name was Huang Niaoyi, and her profession was an extremely special and rare, heartfelt person, a grade. This profession did not possess outstanding combat power, but she had an almost bug-like talent ability called True Love Contract. She could select a target and establish a lover bond with them. Once the contract was formed, she could share and gradually inherit most of their attributes, even some of their talent abilities. Her goal was to find a man with boundless potential, bind him, and achieve instant success. An F-grade spirit servant? Huang Miaoyi watched Ye Qing's somewhat clumsy yet exceptionally resilient battle, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. He could actually kill a LV9 Gale Wolf alone? His base attributes seemed to far exceed what an F-grade should have. Quite interesting. She could vaguely sense that the radiance, the potential fluctuation under her talent perception, emanating from Ye Qing, was much brighter than that of an ordinary F-grade, roughly equivalent to the brightness of a C-grade or even B-grade professional. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. She lightly shook her head, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. The potential of C-grade and B-grade, in my eyes, is still just a firefly's light. My goal is the true bright moon. At least an S-grade, or even higher legendary existence. She was about to shift her gaze and no longer pay attention to this somewhat special, yet far from qualified boy. However, at that moment, her peripheral vision inadvertently swept across the seemingly empty patch of grass not far behind Ye Qing. Her heartfelt person talent was instantly activated to its peak. Buzz. Huang Miaoyi's brain felt as though it had been struck by an incredibly intense, immensely vast, pure white light. She froze in place, her pupils contracting sharply. Her breath suddenly halted, her face drained of color, filled with extreme shock and disbelief. In her perceptual world, there stood a being that could not be described in words. A giant of light. It was a massive existence formed from endless, pure light. Its radiance was so intense and vast, like a human-shaped sun, illuminating the entire grassland, even the entire sky, in pure white. Compared to it, the so-called S-grade genius potential she had seen before was like a flickering candle in the wind, utterly weak. Even the legendary potential she had been desperately pursuing in her fantasies seemed as insignificant as dust in the face of this vast sea of light. And the Ye Qing she had just found somewhat interesting, his light next to the sun was hardly even comparable to a firefly, almost negligible. What kind of existence is this? Huang Miaoyi's voice trembled uncontrollably, her heart racing, almost bursting. She could not comprehend how there could be such a terrifying existence in a world with such potential. This was completely beyond her understanding. But immediately, unparalleled ecstasy and extreme excitement overwhelmed her. She had found it. This was her long-desired perfect partner, one who could allow her to rise to the top of the world. What made her heart race even more was that within that vast radiance, a tall, burly silhouette filled with mature, masculine charm was vaguely outlined. This completely hit her aesthetic peak. It's him. It must be him. Huang Miaoyi trembled with excitement. Her gaze locked onto that area, which appeared empty to the naked eye. But in her perception, that sun was so real and dazzling. No matter what, I must have him. He is mine. In an instant, she cast Ye Qing aside, focusing all her attention, all her ambition and desire, entirely on that terrifying existence, Kazan, who she could not see but shone brilliantly in her perception. A bold and crazy plan took shape in her mind. Ye Qing had no idea that he had just become a backup option deemed lacking in potential in someone else's eyes. At this moment, all his thoughts were immersed in the thrill of life and death battles and the pleasure of growing stronger. After killing the first Gale Wolf, Ye Qing did not stop. He licked his chapped lips, suppressing his excitement and a hint of fear, actively seeking his next opponent. Soon, he encountered a lone, giant grass rabbit. Although this monster was not as aggressive as the Gale Wolf, it was extremely fast and adept at kicking and biting. Ye Qing took a deep breath and once again gripped the black blade and charged forward. This time, he was calmer, trying to apply the sense of timing Kazan had trained him in. Dodge, block, counterattack. His movements were still awkward, even somewhat clumsy, but each swing of the blade was more decisive, each dodge more precise. Splash! The sharp edge of the black blade drew blood once again. Kill, LV. 6 giant grass rabbit, gained 30 experience points. No more experience can be gained. As the battle ended, Ye Qing panted heavily, feeling that weak but real warm current surge within him again. Ding! Through intense combat, you have activated your physical potential, endurance 0. 0.7. Strength 0. 0.5. Agility 0. 0.6. Attributes have increased again. Although the increments were small each time, they added up to a considerable amount. Moreover, this enhancement gained through practical combat seemed to be directly imprinted in his body's instincts, far more solid than mere experience upgrades. Continue. Ye Qing's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Disregarding his fatigue and the new scratches on his body, he plunged back into battle. He no longer deliberately sought out lone monsters, instead attempting to face 2 or even 3 gale wolves at once. The pressure surged. Claws tore through the air. Fangs glimmered with cold light. And Ye Qing struggled to evade the pack of wolves, each swing of the black blade, fraught with danger, new wounds continuously appearing on his body. The intense pain and the massive consumption of stamina nearly overwhelmed him. But each time he approached his limit, that faint, cool breath from Kazan would quietly circulate within him, helping him steady his mind, repair some injuries, and stimulate deeper potential. And the constant sound of notifications in his mind gave him endless motivation. Ding! You have activated your physical potential through extreme combat. Constitution 0. 1. Strength 0. 08. Agility 0. 09. Spirit 0. 05. Ding! You have comprehended the fundamentals of basic footwork through life and death crises. Agility 0. 12. Ding! You successfully blocked a fatal attack, and your defensive skills have improved. Constitution 0. 08. Chapter 19. Lin Kai's thoughts on his attribute panel. The original numbers were quietly and steadily rising at an astonishing speed. Physique, 132 5134. 8, 136. 2. Strength, 121 6, 120. 5, 121. 3. Strength and agility are derived attributes from physique and spirit, not directly displayed, but will also increase with training. Agility, 102 102. 102. 5, 102. 7. Mental, 100 100. 5, 101. 2. The feeling of becoming stronger was so clear and intoxicating. Sweat, blood, pain, fatigue. All of this became the nutrients for his growth. Ye Qing was completely immersed in the battle of constantly challenging himself and breaking through limits. He forgot the time, forgot everything outside, his eyes only on the enemy, and his heart only on the belief of becoming stronger. What he didn't know was that not far away, on a grass hill, a pair of eyes was intensely watching the empty area behind him, plotting how to approach the sun in her eyes, while Ye Qing was fighting desperately on the outskirts of the grassland, honing himself. In another area of the Gale Prairie, Bai Ningbing appeared on a higher grassy slope. She had changed into a set of ice blue aria outfit, silver grade, tailored for her by the Skylight Guild. The entire outfit presented a deep ice blue color, with smooth and elegant lines that perfectly showcased her tall and graceful figure, adding a touch of cold nobility to her aura. Her target was clear, deep in the grassland. The level 30 Gale Wolf King, silver grade boss, that was lurking in the eye of the Wind Canyon. This was precisely the target for her chosen SS-level breakthrough mission. Ningbing, your strength is truly terrifying. A slightly flattering voice came from behind her. Lin Kai quickly caught up, also wearing decent combat gear, bronze grade mixed. His face full of smiles, his eyes filled with undisguised amazement and a hint of hidden greed. These level 20 monsters are practically no match for you. With an S-level talent and a diamond-grade staff, it's indeed well-deserved. You will definitely complete this SS-level breakthrough mission easily. He kept flattering her, but his gaze involuntarily and brazenly swept over by Ningbing's slender waist and long legs tightly wrapped in her combat suit, his throat slightly rolling. Pretending to be aloof. Just wait until you're weak in my arms, and see how you act high and mighty then. Linke secretly fantasizet. His fingers instinctively touching a small paper bag in his pocket. Inside was the dazzling powder, gold-grade consumable. He had spent a lot of money to acquire from the black market, colorless and tasteless, capable of quickly paralyzing a person's nerves and magic flow. Even a level 30 practitioner would lose the ability to resist for a short time if hit. He had long coveted by Ningbing, and now that he finally had the opportunity to team up with her to delve into the grassland, he would not let it slip away. Bai Ningbing seemed oblivious to Lin Kai's flattery and uncomfortable gaze. Her mind was entirely focused on the mission and the target. She raised her staff, and even without finishing the incantation, she cast Ice Spike. A terrifying ice spike, even larger than before and entwined with a chilling flow, instantly formed, shrieking as it tore through the air, accurately crashing toward a level 20 grassland shadow leopard that was attempting to ambush. The shadow leopard didn't even have time to howl, instantly pierced, frozen, and then shattered into countless ice crystals. Instant kill. Kill a level 20 grassland shadow leopard. Gain 100 experience points. Bai Ningbing's expression remained cold, not even slightly out of breath. This level of monster posed no threat at all in front of her powerful attributes and skills. She didn't even glance at the experience notification. Her gaze directed straight toward the deeper grassland, the direction where the wind elements were more violent, the location of the Wind Eye Canyon, the den of the Wolf King. Let's go. Complete the mission as quickly as possible. Her cold voice was devoid of any fluctuations, as if she had just casually swatted a fly. She took the lead, her surrounding cold air automatically parting the tall grass, clearing a path. Lin Kai looked at Bai Ningbing's cold and proud figure, his eyes filled with more malice and desire. Keep pretending. Just wait until you're weak in my arms, and see how you act noble then. He licked his lips and quickened his pace to catch up, still wearing a flattering smile. Ningbing, slow down. Let me clear the way for you. How can you do this kind of rough work? Bai Ningbing ignored him, her mind only on one thought: to complete the SS-level breakthrough with the fastest speed and the strongest posture, surpassing that mysterious genius, Qing. Kazan was lazily half-lying in a patch of flattened, dense grass, his hands resting behind his head, a blade of grass in his mouth, his eyes slightly squinted, looking as if he was about to fall asleep. His large body was almost completely covered by the tall grass, peeking through the gaps only occasionally to catch a distant glimpse of Ye Qing battling monsters, ensuring that the kid wouldn't actually get killed. Alala. Retirement life should be like this. He mumbled to himself, enjoying this rare peace. Bask in the sun, enjoy the wind, watch the young people strive. No need to worry about justice, pirates, the world government, and all that messy stuff. The peace and order of this world even surprised him, a former admiral, and felt pleasant. Although there were occasional small troubles, compared to the chaotic situations of his original world, this place could almost be called paradise. Just as his thoughts drifted and he was about to really fall asleep, a rustling sound, a slight, distinct sound of footsteps, different from the wind blowing through the grass, rang out nearby. Kazan lazily opened his eyelids and glanced. He saw a petite and exquisite woman, wearing a tight combat suit with a quite alluring figure, standing not far away, her bright big eyes staring at him without blinking, her face showing undisguised surprise and a certain extreme excitement. It was Huang Miaoi. She had finally found an opportunity to get close to this area. In her perception, this man in front of her was the sun radiating brilliant light. Although he looked lazy and uninspiring at the moment, the vast potential was undeniable. But he was just too tall. Huang Miaoi was nearly 7 meters tall, not short among women, but standing in front of Kazan, who was still like a small mountain, even lying down. She felt like a little girl who hadn't grown up yet, probably not even able to reach his belly. Yet this did not diminish her enthusiasm. Instead, it made her even more excited, strong, safe, oppressive, perfect. Chapter 20. The speechless Aokiji Kazan looked at the woman who suddenly appeared before him, her gaze burning a bit too intensely, and frowned slightly. Alala. Is there something you need, miss? He slowly sat up, the significant height difference forcing Huang Miaoi to tilt her head back to meet his eyes. Huang Miaoi took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, and put on what she considered her sweetest and most alluring smile, intentionally softening her voice a bit. This. Powerful sir, hello. My name is Huang Miaoi, and I am a practitioner undergoing training. She leaned slightly, adopting a low posture, and continued. I couldn't help but be captivated by your, resting demeanor from afar. I took the liberty of coming to disturb you because I wanted to get to know you. Her words were laced with obvious flattery and subtle probing, her gaze boldly wandering over Kazan's relaxed yet powerful face and body. Upon hearing this, Kazan's brow furrowed even deeper. Demeanor? Resting demeanor? He stroked the stubble on his chin, his tone carrying a hint of confusion and annoyance at being disturbed. "Ah la la. I was just sleeping. If there's nothing else, please don't disturb my retirement." He directly issued an eviction order, showing little interest in such a sudden and clearly purposeful approach, and he was too lazy to deal with it. The most annoying part of retirement life was unnecessary socializing. Huang Miaoi's smile faltered for a moment. She hadn't expected him to be so direct and ungracious. But she quickly adjusted, her smile becoming even brighter as she took a small step forward, tilting her face up and trying hard to make her gaze appear more sincere and admiring. "Retirement? How could someone as powerful as you choose to retire? That would be a loss for the entire world." Her words were filled with exaggerated regret. "You should be at the pinnacle of the world, enjoying the admiration of all." As she spoke, she subtly activated her talent ability, Heartfelt Wave. A faint, almost imperceptible mental fluctuation quietly spread towards Kazan, attempting to subtly increase his fondness and closeness towards her. However, this wave was like a cow sinking into the sea. Upon reaching Kazan's vast, abyss-like mental world, it couldn't even stir a ripple. Kazan remained completely unaware, merely glancing at her with his lazy, yet seemingly penetrating eyes. "Ah la la. Admiration of the masses?" He yawned, his tone becoming even more impatient. "Let others deal with such troublesome matters. I just want to sleep quietly. If there's nothing else, you can leave." His rejection was cold and direct, leaving no room for negotiation. Just as Huang Miaoi was feeling somewhat embarrassed by Kazan's icy dismissal and was rapidly calculating her next move, a slightly tired yet excited sound of footsteps approached from afar. "Kazan, I just took down another." Ye Qing's voice came, having just concluded another round of battle, sweat and blood covering him, but his spirit was high as he ran over to share his progress with Kazan. However, when he got closer and saw a stunning woman in tight combat attire standing before Kazan, he abruptly halted, his voice cutting off. Ye Qing's eyes widened as he scanned back and forth between Kazan and the unfamiliar woman, his face filled with surprise and confusion. "Kazan, who is this?" he hesitantly asked, his eyes filled with puzzlement. He had never seen anyone else around Kazan, let alone such a proactive and enthusiastic woman. Seeing Ye Qing return was like a ray of hope for Kazan. He lazily spread his hands, his tone tinged with helplessness and disdain. "Ah la la. You're just in time. This miss here, I have no idea who she is, suddenly ran over to disturb my sleep." He didn't hide his impatience, almost directly saying to get her away. Huang Miaoi's expression stiffened slightly at Kazan's blunt words, but when she saw Ye Qing, especially noting the evident familiarity between him and Kazan, a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. An opportunity had arisen, since directly approaching this giant sun was too difficult. Unyielding, why not start with this seemingly young and innocent boy who appeared close to the sun? As long as she could establish a connection with this boy, or even control him, wouldn't she have a chance to get closer to that powerful existence? As her thoughts raced, Huang Miaoi's expression instantly transformed from awkwardness to sweetness and warmth. It was as if she hadn't heard Kazan's disdainful words at all. She turned to Ye Qing, revealing a highly approachable and alluring smile, her voice becoming gentle and melodious. "Oh, little brother, are you this powerful sir's companion? You're quite talented at such a young age." She looked him up and down, her gaze lingering on the bloodstains and battle marks on him, perfectly conveying surprise and admiration. "You look like you've just experienced a tough battle, right? Training alone on this fierce grassland takes a lot of courage." As she spoke, she once again secretly activated Heartfelt Wave, this time targeting Ye Qing. Unlike Kazan's unfathomable mental world, Ye Qing's mental strength, though improved through training, was still relatively weak. This subtle, suggestive mental fluctuation seeped in quietly, causing Ye Qing to instinctively feel a hint of inexplicable fondness and closeness towards the sweet-smiling, curvaceous older sister before him. And his guard lowered considerably. "Huh? Oh, thank you for the compliment." Ye Qing was a bit embarrassed by her sudden enthusiasm and praise, scratching his head. "I'm just trying to train hard." "Are you, sister, here to train in the grassland too?" Noticing Ye Qing's friendly attitude and that she was a beauty, his tone naturally became more polite. Huang Miaoi was delighted to see that Ye Qing was indeed much easier to deal with than that giant. Her smile became even more radiant, and she even deliberately leaned forward slightly, allowing her impressive figure to subtly catch Ye Qing's eye. Yes, I'm also here seeking a breakthrough opportunity. Seeing you working so hard all alone, would you like to team up with me? I can protect you, and also, she threw him a flirtatious glance. I have many interesting things to teach you. Her insinuation was already quite obvious, filled with adult temptations. Although Ye Qing was simple-minded, he wasn't completely clueless. He felt his cheeks heat up at her direct gaze and words, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Alala. Just then, Kazan's lazy yet slightly cold voice interrupted Huang Miaoi's performance. He reached out a large hand and pressed it on Ye Qing's shoulder, pulling him back a step to distance him from Huang Miaoi's overly enthusiastic gaze. Kazan's deep-set eyes lazily glanced at Huang Miaoi. Although his expression was neutral, it instantly made Huang Miaoi feel an invisible pressure, as if all her small schemes had been seen through. No need for that, this overly enthusiastic lady. Kazan's tone was flat yet firm, leaving no room for doubt. We prefer to act on our own. You needn't concern yourself with protection and teaching. He deliberately emphasized the words protection and teaching, the sarcasm evident. With that, he ignored Huang Miaoi's now grim expression and turned to leave with Ye Qing. Let's go. Ye Qing, don't get entangled with strange things. Chapter 21. Starry professionals watching Kazan and Ye Qing turn away without a hint of mercy. Huang Miaoi's sweet smile instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by anger. How detestable, ungrateful fools. She ground her teeth and muttered, her voice filled with indignation. As Huang Miaoi, with the talent of heart's desire and her outstanding looks and figure, coupled with a prestigious family background, she had been pursued and flattered by countless men since childhood. Today, she lowered herself to initiate a conversation, even using her talent to charm, only to be met with repeated rejection from two men. That giant man was as cold as ice towards her, his words dripping with disdain. That inexperienced kid, while seemingly affected by her charm, was effortlessly pulled away by that giant. This unprecedented sense of defeat and humiliation nearly made her explode with rage. Oof. If you refuse to drink the toast, you'll have to drink the punishment wine. A glint of determination flashed in Huang Miaoi's eyes, since soft approaches didn't work, and she wouldn't hold back on the hard ones. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed her anger and pulled out a delicately crafted communicator that shimmered with magical light from her pocket. She quickly dialed an encrypted number. The communicator was soon connected, and a calm yet authoritative middle-aged male voice came through, laced with a hint of barely perceptible fondness. Miaoi? What's wrong? Is your training in the Gale Prairie going smoothly? Have you encountered any trouble? Dad. Huang Miaoi's voice instantly took on a tone of grievance and coquetry. Completely different from her earlier severity. I've been bullied. What? The voice on the other end turned cold and stern in an instant. Who dares to bully my precious daughter? Tell Dad, who is it? I'll send someone to deal with it immediately. Huang Miaoi's father, Huang Xian, was a powerful figure in Rong City, a level 100 starry class powerhouse. His influence was immense. With a stomp of his foot, the entire Rong City would tremble. He doted on his only daughter to the extreme, almost fulfilling her every wish. He was a very special man. Huang Miaoi's voice grew excited and urgent. Dad, I found him, the one I've been looking for, the destined prince with limitless potential, capable of taking me to great heights. Oh, Huang Xian's voice carried a hint of surprise and interest to be evaluated like this by you. He must be extraordinary. What happened? Huang Miaoi immediately recounted her experience, embellishing it as she described Kazan's unfathomable strength and the potential light she perceived as vast as the sun. Of course, she omitted the embarrassing details of her failed attempts to flirt and only mentioned the other party's arrogant attitude and that pesky kid. Dad, you must help me. Huang Miaoi's tone was filled with unprecedented determination. I don't care what method you use. I must have this man. His potential is terrifying. As long as I can form a contract with him, our Huang family could step out of Rong City and stand at the pinnacle of Xia country. There was a moment of silence on the other end as Huang Xian processed the astonishing information his daughter had provided. A man whom his high and mighty daughter would praise like this, even sensing solar-level potential? This was indeed unheard of. All right, Huang Xian's voice rang out again, filled with decisiveness and unquestionable dominance. Since my precious daughter has set her sights on him, it will be his blessing. I'll take charge of this matter. Tell me his characteristics and approximate location. I'll personally bring people over and set up a net at the exit of the Gale Prairie. Don't worry. As long as he comes out, Dad will definitely help you invite him back. At that time, you can choose to be soft or hard. He'll definitely sign a contract with you. Huang Xian's tone was filled with confidence and indulgence, as if Kuzan was already in his grasp. For his daughter's happiness and the family's future, he saw nothing wrong with such forceful actions. Thank you, Dad. I knew you were the best. Huang Miaoi's face lit up with joy. All her previous gloom swept away. She described Kuzan's appearance and the general situation regarding Ye Qing in detail and reported her location. After ending the communication, Huang Miaoi looked in the direction where Kuzan and Ye Qing had disappeared, a cold smile of determination curling her lips. Run? Let's see where you can run to. Soon. You'll be mine. She seemed to envision the scene of that tall and strong man kneeling at her feet. Her mood immensely pleasant as she turned to leave, starting to fantasize about a bright future. Kuzan led Ye Qing away from Huang Miaoi's line of sight at a leisurely pace, stopping behind a relatively hidden grassy hill only after confirming that the troublesome woman hadn't followed them. Alala. What a troublesome creature. Kuzan released Ye Qing, yawning lazily as if he didn't care about the earlier incident. Ye Qing, remember, in the future, when you encounter such inexplicable people, especially women, it's best to keep your distance. He rarely offered such advice, his tone carrying a hint of experience. Ye Qing was still somewhat dazed from the earlier encounter. His face slightly flushed, and he nodded subconsciously. Oh, I understand, Mr. Kuzan. But he quickly brushed off the little incident and excitedly shared his recent battle achievements with Kuzan. Mr. Kuzan, I just took down another level 9 Gale Wolf. I feel like my reaction speed and strength control have improved a lot. My physique seems to have grown a bit too. Kuzan glanced at him, sensing the significantly denser aura within Ye Qing, and nodded slightly. Halala. Not bad. However, he shifted his tone to a more serious one. This level of progress is still far from enough. He extended 2 fingers. Today I'll give you 2 goals. Ye Qing straightened his back, his expression focused. Please tell me. First, Kuzan said slowly, before sunset, your basic physique attributes must break 200 points. 200 points. Ye Qing gasped. After days of intense training and battles, his basic physique had barely reached around 130 points, excluding equipment bonuses. To raise it by 70 points in one day, this was practically an impossible task. Alala. Finding it difficult? Kuzan seemed to see through his thoughts. Do you think true strength can be achieved merely by leveling up step by step? The potential of the human body far exceeds your imagination, especially under the pressure of life and death. He offered no further explanation and stated the second goal directly. Second, I will start teaching you some foundational skills used by our Navy. Chapter 22. Navy 6 styles. Kuzan straightened up a bit, still appearing somewhat lazy. But there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Watch closely, kid. Before the words were out of his mouth, Kuzan's figure vanished without a trace. In the next instant, he reappeared beside a tumbleweed several meters away, the entire process silent and so fast that it left only a faint afterimage. This was Soru, a high-speed movement technique created by rapidly stepping on the ground dozens of times to generate explosive reactive force. Before Ye Qing could react, Kuzan's figure blurred again, seemingly transforming into a black shadow, skimming the ground, darting through the grass at an astonishing speed, the gusts of wind flattening the grass along his path. This was Jeppo, an extension of Soru that allows for suspended movement by rapidly stepping on air, though the effect is somewhat diminished here due to the thin atmosphere. Next, Kuzan pointed a finger at a boulder half his height, seemingly casually. Shurgon. His finger shot out with a speed that was nearly impossible to see. With a soft thud, the hard rock appeared to be struck by a high-speed bullet, instantly forming a deep hole with intricate cracks spreading out from it. This was Shurgon, an attack that concentrates all body strength into the fingertip delivering a powerful piercing strike. Kazan retracted his finger and casually raised his arm. Tekai. His arm muscles tensed instantly, as if covered by an invisible armor, presenting a metallic texture. He casually blocked a hard-shelled beetle that had flown in from nowhere. The beetle collided with his arm, producing a crisp clang. It was the beetle that was left dazed. This was Tekai, a technique that reinforces the body with iron-like hardness through rigorous training, making it impervious to bullets and blades. Of course, it restricts movement while in use. Finally, Kazan's figure became elusive again, like a weightless feather. Effortlessly dodging several attacking poisonous bees stirred up from the grassland, his movements fluid and efficient. This was Kami, a technique that uses the changes in airflow created by an opponent's movements to evade attacks. After demonstrating these techniques, Kazan's figure flashed back to Ye Qing's side, as if he had never moved. La. That's about it. These 6 basic techniques are collectively known as the Navy's 6 styles. They are physical techniques that surpass human physical limits. While they may not be particularly profound, they are practical for building a foundation, tapping into physical potential, and dealing with various situations. Ye Qing was already dumbfounded, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Lightning-fast movement, piercing strength through rock, defense as hard as steel, anticipating airflow with his movements. This is simply divine skill, especially when Mr. Kazan executed them. It seemed effortless, as natural as breathing, yet the power was terrifying. Too amazing. Ye Qing's voice trembled with excitement. Mr. Kazan, please teach me. I promise to study hard. La. Of course I'll teach you. Kazan yawned. However, the prerequisite for learning the 6 styles is having a sufficiently strong physical foundation. 200 points in physique is the minimum requirement. Furthermore, the learning process will be quite painful. His gaze swept over Ye Qing. So how about it? Do you still want to learn? Yes. Ye Qing replied without hesitation, with fiery determination in his eyes. No matter how hard or painful it is, I will learn. 200 points in physique. I must achieve it. The Navy's 6 styles. I must master them. With these, my combat capabilities will undergo a tremendous transformation. Very well. Kazan's lips seemed to curl into the faintest of smiles. Then let's begin. Today's training volume will be doubled. I'll use Ice Age to create some pressure for you, to help you stimulate your potential. Ye Qing. Kazan kept his word. The so-called doubled training volume and the pressure from the Ice Age quickly made Ye Qing understand what true hell was like. Kazan did not directly attack Ye Qing, but instead raised his hand toward the vast expanse of grassland, unleashing a wide-ranging yet precisely controlled Ice Age, extreme cold domain. In an instant, the temperature around Ye Qing plummeted dramatically within a radius of several hundred meters. The biting cold spread like a tangible substance, covering the ground with a hard, smooth layer of ice, while countless tiny ice crystals formed in the air, and the howling wind felt like icy blades cutting through. Ye Qing felt as if he had been thrown into an Arctic ice cave. The terrifying cold relentlessly eroded his body, slowing his blood flow, stiffening his muscles, and each breath brought a piercing chill that felt like it could freeze his very thoughts. Movement became exceptionally difficult. The smooth ice surface made it hard to generate power, and he constantly had to resist the low-temperature resistance that felt like quicksand. La. Don't stop. Kazan's lazy voice drifted in from outside the domain. He had somehow reclined on an ice chair he'd conjured up, wearing sunglasses and sipping on a glass of ice juice. Training in this environment will yield much better results. Remember to feel your body's limits and squeeze out every bit of your potential. Ye Qing's teeth chattered from the cold, but he showed no hesitation, gritting his teeth as he began to run, jump, and swing his sword through the extreme, cold domain. Every movement was 10 times more difficult than usual. The energy expenditure far exceeded the norm. Sweat formed only to instantly freeze into ice. Yet at the same time, the cold aura originating from Kazan flowed within him with unprecedented vitality, continuously healing his frostbite, awakening deeper potential, and resisting the harsh external cold. Ding! You are undergoing high-intensity training in an extreme cold environment. stimulating your physical potential. Physique 0. 15. Strength 0. 12. Agility 0. 13. Ding. You are resisting the erosion of extreme cold. Frost resistance has slightly improved. Ding. Your basic footwork has gained insight in harsh conditions. Agility 0. 18. The notification sounds came in a flurry. The efficiency of attribute growth had indeed significantly increased. But the price paid was also enormous, a near self-torturous pain and suffering. Ye Qing was completely immersed in this painful yet growth-filled frenzied training, forgetting the passage of time and everything else. He didn't know how long had passed, just as he felt his body was about to reach its limit, nearly numb. Oh. Chapter 23, waiting. A howl filled with violent energy echoed from the depths of the frozen grass. Immediately after, a huge figure, covered in ice shards yet still swift, suddenly pounced out. This was a giant wolf, nearly twice the size of an ordinary gale wolf, with exposed fangs and a fierce gaze. It seemed to be attracted by the commotion and the scent of living beings in the area. Grassland Wolf Chief, LV 13, a level 13 chief monster. Normally, if Ye Qing encountered such a high-level creature, he would certainly prepare himself and engage cautiously. But at this moment, under the pressure of the extreme cold and the torment of prolonged high-intensity training, Ye Qing's spirit was in a state of extreme exhaustion, yet unusually exhilarated. Seeing the giant wolf charging at him, he barely hesitated, fueled by a desperate resolve and instincts honed through training. He let out a low roar and charged forward instead of retreating. With a powerful push from his legs, he attempted to mimic Kazan's moves, instantly stomping on the ice surface multiple times. Bang! Crack! The ice surface shattered. His movements were far from as fluid and silent as Kazan's, even somewhat clumsy and awkward, and his speed was nowhere near as fast, but the burst of speed he generated exceeded his usual limits. Whoosh! He narrowly dodged the Wolf King's attack, creating a spray of ice shards. Pointing finger, using the momentum from his advance, Ye Qing concentrated all his strength and aimed a finger at the Wolf King's waist. Puff! A sharp pain and strong resistance shot through his fingertip. It didn't completely penetrate, but it successfully pierced the wolf's skin, leaving a bloody hole. Awoo! The Wolf King howled in pain, letting out an angry roar as its claws swept viciously toward him. Iron block. Instinctively, Ye Qing tensed his arm muscles to block. Clang! A dull thud. Ye Qing felt as if his arm had been struck by a hammer, a sharp pain coursing through him, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ice surface, his throat sweetening. His iron block was far from perfected, with limited defensive power, but at least he hadn't been completely disemboweled. Struggling to get back on his feet, Ye Qing spat out a mouthful of blood foam, but his eyes turned even fiercer and more focused. He no longer tried to awkwardly imitate the complete six styles. Instead, he integrated the control and explosive power he had gained from training into the knife techniques he was most familiar with. Black Blade was drawn again. Under the pressure of the extreme cold, his movements seemed to become more refined and precise. Dodge, block, slash. Each clash with the Wolf King sent his blood surging, the ice surface continually shattering, the wolf's howls intertwining with his low roars. This was an incredibly arduous battle, but Ye Qing grew braver with each fight. He felt that under pressure, his utilization of power was rapidly improving. Finally, he seized an opportunity, using the sliding momentum on the ice to accelerate, suddenly changing direction. And Black Blade, with all his strength and weight, struck fiercely at the Wolf King's previously injured waist. Puffed. Blood splattered. The Wolf King let out a heart-wrenching wail, crashing heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. Overlevel kill of LV 13 Grassland Wolf Chief, gains 65 experience points. No more experience can be gained. Ding! You have activated your potential in extreme combat. Constitution 0. 2. Strength 0. 18. Agility 0. 19. Spirit 0. 1. Ye Qing leaned on his blade, kneeling on one knee on the ice, gasping for breath, white steam forming in the cold air. He was covered in wounds and utterly exhausted, but a joyful smile spread across his face. He had won. He had single-handedly overleveled and killed a level 13 chief monster. Moreover, he glanced at his attribute panel. Constitution, 133, 138, 8, continuously increasing. Strength, 121, 125. Agility, 103, 106, 7. Spirit, 101, 104. 1. Though he was still far from the target of 200 points in Constitution, he was approaching it at an astonishing speed. In the depths of the Gale grassland, at the outskirts of the Wind-Eye Canyon, Bai Ningbing was slightly panting. In front of her lay a massive corpse of fierce bull, as large as a small mountain. This bull was covered in thick, dark green scales, one of its giant horns broken, and its body riddled with terrible wounds pierced and frozen by ice spikes. Blood and ice shards mixed together, a tragic sight. Grassland Fierce Bull Elite Elfau. 29, a level 29 elite monster. Its strength was already very close to that of a bronze-level boss. To kill this tough-skinned, powerful bull, Bai Ningbing had nearly exhausted all her magical power, even going so far as to overdraw part of her staff's power, ultimately sealing it in ice to kill it. A hint of fatigue showed on her beautiful face, beads of sweat trickling from her forehead, and her breathing was noticeably quicker than usual. Challenging such a high-level elite monster was not easy for her either. Ningbing, you're amazing. Lin Kai rushed up first, his face filled with exaggerated astonishment and admiration. You can even kill a level 29 elite fierce bull by yourself. Your strength is definitely the best in Rong City. No, looking at the entire younger generation of Xiaogu, probably no one can compare to you. As he spoke, he thoughtfully handed her a clean, soft towel that emitted a faint fragrance. Quick, wipe off your sweat. Take a break. There will definitely be more fierce battles ahead. Lin Kai's tone was filled with concern, but his gaze involuntarily darted toward Bai Ningbing's chest, which rose and fell slightly as she breathed, his throat swallowing hard. Bai Ningbing glanced at him, not thinking much of it. The long time fighting side by side, though Lin Kai had mostly been slacking off, combined with his consistent display of respect and flattery, made her lower her guard a bit. She indeed needed to wipe off her sweat and adjust her state to prepare for the more important battle against the Wolf King. Okay. She nodded lightly, found a relatively clean rock to sit on, took out a bottle of high-grade magic potion, and drank it, then began to close her eyes and meditate to recover her magical power as quickly as possible. She didn't notice that the moment she closed her eyes, Lin Kai's respectful expression vanished, replaced by a sickly greed and impatience. He fixated on Bai Ningbing's cool and stunning profile and the curves that slightly rose and fell with her breathing, his fingers trembling with excitement. The effects of the drowsy powder would take a little time to fully manifest. It would first slowly numb a person's nerves and magical power operation, making them feel like they were naturally fatigued after overexertion, difficult to detect. When the target completely lets down their guard or attempts to exert their full strength, the drug's effect will suddenly erupt, rendering them instantly incapable of resistance. Chapter 24. Gale Wolf King in the frozen extreme cold domain. Ye Qing was panting heavily, yet the flames in his eyes burned even more fiercely. The life-and-death struggle with the level 13 boss wolf had drained his last bit of strength, but it had also completely ignited a certain ferocity hidden deep within his body. Not enough, not enough. He let out a low growl, leaning on Blackblade to stand up with great difficulty, his gaze sweeping over the ice-encased grass around him. There, faintly, were the silhouettes of other monsters attracted by the cold, stirring behind the ice layer. Mr. Kazan, please continue. Ye Qing's voice was hoarse, but filled with undeniable determination. I can still hold on. Outside the domain, Kazan, lying on an ice chair, slightly lifted his eyelids, and the gaze behind his sunglasses seemed to flash with a hint of surprise. Ah la la. Kid, you're quite tough. He lazily muttered and snapped his fingers. Crack, crack, crack. The domain's range suddenly expanded, and the cold air became even more piercing. More monsters hidden in the grass were disturbed, letting out angry roars as they struggled to break through the ice layer and pounce towards Ye Qing. LV, 11 Gale Cheetah, LV, 12 Giant Poison Needle Bee, LV, 14 Rock Porcupine. Several higher-level, more ferocious monsters appeared simultaneously. Ye Qing's pupils constricted, but instead of showing fear, he took the initiative to charge forward. Shave. The ice surface beneath his feet exploded again. Although his figure still staggered, his use of power was slightly more proficient than before, narrowly avoiding the cheetah's pounce and the bee's barrage. Finger gun. Concentrating all his strength into one finger, he precisely targeted the porcupine's relatively weak eye. Puffed. This time, the resistance felt at his fingertip was significantly reduced. Accompanied by the porcupine's shrill wail, his finger almost completely sank in. Iron block. He roared as he tensed his muscles, bracing himself against the cheetah's claw strikes and the porcupine's quills scattering. Clang! Clang! Puffed. He instantly received several deep wounds that exposed bone, and as blood flowed out, it was immediately frozen, but he gritted his teeth and endured, slashing open the cheetah's waist with a backhanded blow. The battle instantly became intense. Ye Qing fought like a madman, twisting and turning under the siege of several monsters. Each dodge was perilous, and every attack was made with all his might. Ice shards and blood flew together. Roars and screams intertwined. He completely forgot the pain, forgot the fear, with only one thought in his mind: fight. Become stronger. Break through limits. On the attribute panel, the numbers representing physique, strength, agility, and spirit were jumping madly at an unprecedented speed. Un physique, 138, 8142, 1145, 5148. 9. Strength, 125, 128. 3, 131. 8, 135. 2. Agility, 106, 7, 109. 8, 113. 2, 116. 5. Mentality, 104. 1, 106. 8, 109. 5, 112. 3. A massive amount of system prompts almost flooded the screen. Finally, when Ye Qing, at the cost of having one arm nearly bitten off, pierced through the last rock porcupine's heart with Blackblade, he was drenched in blood, kneeling on one knee on the ground, almost losing all his strength. But suddenly, a dazzling light that was not an upgrade, but even more brilliant, erupted from his body. It was a symbol of his body's potential breaking through a certain critical point. Ding! Congratulations! Your base physique has broken through 150 points. Ding! Congratulations! Your base strength has broken through 140 points. Ding! Congratulations! Your base agility has broken through 120 points. Ding! Congratulations! Your base mentality has broken through 130 points. Current attributes: physique, 151, 2, strength, 141, 5, agility, 121, 8, mentality, 132, 6, done. Ye Qing suddenly raised his head, a look of ecstatic joy on his blood-stained face. Level 10. Base physique 151 points. Strength 141 points. Agility 121 points. Mentality 132 points. What does this mean? An ordinary level 10 F-class practitioner might not even have a total of 100 points in their 4 attributes combined. Even a B-class or even A-class genius at level 10, relying solely on the attributes gained from leveling up, could never exceed a total of 400 points in their 4 dimensions. And he, Ye Qing, at this moment, had a total of 547. 1 points in his 4 dimensions, astonishingly still slowly increasing with training. This had completely shattered the common knowledge of professional levels. Mr. Kazan, I did it. Ye Qing excitedly looked at Kazan outside the domain, his voice weak but filled with pride. Kazan had unknowingly sat up, his sunglasses slipping slightly down to reveal a pair of eyes that held a hint of surprise and some admiration. Ah la la. Not bad. He slowly stood up and waved his hand to withdraw the extreme cold domain. A warm wind blew in, and Ye Qing immediately felt a release throughout his body, nearly collapsing, but he forced himself to hold on. At the entrance of Wind Eye Canyon, Bai Ningbing slowly opened her eyes, the icy aura surrounding her once again becoming solid and powerful. The effect of the high-level magic potion was significant, combined with her own S-class talent's powerful recovery ability, allowing her to recover most of her magic power and spirit in a short time. She stood up and scanned the depths of the canyon, where a heart-pounding pressure and violent wind element fluctuations faintly emanated. Let's go. Her cold voice carried no wave. The Wolf King was right ahead, and it was time to end this quickly. Lin Kai immediately nodded and followed closely. Bai Ningbing, you recover so fast. With you here, that mere level 30 Wolf King should be a piece of cake. I'll be right behind you cheering you on. I won't hold you back at all. Yet in his lowered gaze, there sparkled an excited and impatient light. The time is almost up. The potion S effect should be kicking in soon. The two carefully delved deeper into the canyon, one in front and the other behind. The further they went, the more mournful the wind howled, and the pressure in the air became increasingly heavy. Soon, a massive nest made of wind-eroded rock appeared before them. At the center of the nest lay a gigantic wolf, so large it was suffocating. Its fur exhibited a strange hue of dark blue and silver, as if it contained the power of a storm. Its muscles were knotted, claws like curved blades, fangs protruding, glinting with a cold light. Surrounding, it was a visible azure airflow, swirling the debris on the ground. Gale Wolf King, LV, 30, Silver Grade Boss. Bai Ningbing's eyes narrowed. It's the one. She took a deep breath, raised her frost staff, and the immense magic power within her began to resonate with the staff. The gem at the top of the staff glowing brightly. Just as she was about to chant the most powerful ice spell to strike the Wolf King with a thunderous blow, an anomaly suddenly occurred. A sudden, extremely strange feeling of weakness swept over her entire body. It felt as if all her strength had been instantly drained. The magic power flowing through her veins became sluggish, and a strong dizziness hit her head, causing her vision to blur. Ugh! Bai Ningbing let out a muffled groan. Her body swayed uncontrollably, and the light of the staff in her hand dimmed instantly, almost slipping from her grasp. Chapter 25. Bai Ningbing's despair, her face instantly turned pale. Her eyes filled with incredulous horror. What is going on? This feeling of powerlessness. Am I poisoned? Or, she suddenly turned her head, her sharp gaze shooting like an ice pick towards Lin Kai behind her. At this moment, Lin Kai's previously fawning and respectful expression had completely vanished, replaced by a twisted, greedy and wild smile. He straightened his back, no longer hiding his intentions, and with a nearly pathological gaze, he brazenly scanned Bai Ningbing's delicate body that was slightly trembling from weakness. Ha ha ha. Lin Kai laughed maniacally. It's happening, Bai Ningbing. Did you ever think this would happen to you? Bai Ningbing's heart sank to the bottom, her eyes bursting with extreme anger and cold, killing intent. Lin Kai, is this your doing? Her voice trembled with weakness, yet still carried a chilling coldness. What have you done to me? What have I done? I just use a little good stuff on you, golden gray confusion powder. How does it taste? Do you feel weak all over, with your magic power not circulating properly? Bai Ningbing was so furious that she trembled all over, trying to forcefully summon her magic, only to find it was like sinking into a quagmire, impossible to gather. That strange drug power was crazily eroding her body. Why? How dare you? She simply couldn't understand how Lin Kai could dare to lay a hand on her. How could he betray the radiance of the sky? How could he withstand the wrath of the guild? Why? Lin Kai licked his lips, his eyes greedily fixated on Bai Ningbing's stunning face and the rising chest filled with anger, of course. It's to get you, my exalted goddess. Do you think my usual servility and flattery were for nothing? It was all to wait for this day, to wait for an opportunity to completely possess you. Once I cook the rice with my family background, and once the rice is cooked, your Bai family might even have to beg me to marry you for the sake of your reputation. By then, your S-class talent, everything you have, will all be mine. Ha 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 ha. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already see a beautiful future where he controlled everything. Shameless. Bai Ningbing was so furious, she almost spat blood. She forced herself to gather her last bit of strength, trying to raise her staff. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Oof. A dying struggle. Lin Kai sneered disdainfully. Right now, you can't even kill a chicken. Just submit to me. He approached step by step, his eyes filled with desire almost overflowing. At that moment, the Wind Wolf King, disturbed from its rest, seemed to sense the unusual state and hostility of these two insignificant humans, slowly stood up, letting out a low, threatening growl, its crimson wolf eyes locking onto them. With a fierce wolf in front and a traitor behind, Bai Ningbing instantly fell into a desperate situation. Just as the Wind Wolf King let out a threatening low growl. Poised to pounce, Buzz. A layer of light blue, invisible barrier made up of countless fine wind blades suddenly lit up at the edge of the Wolf King's lair, firmly restricting it within its core territory. This is the rule restriction of the dungeon boss. Until it is thoroughly angered or provoked in a specific way, it cannot easily leave its core territory. Seeing this scene, Lin Kai's sinister smile became even more rampant. Ha ha ha! Do you see that, Bai Ningbing? Even heaven is helping me. He laughed triumphantly, feeling completely fearless. This beast can't come out. Now this place is our world. He no longer paid attention to the agitated Wolf King in the distance. Step by step approaching the crumpled, pale-faced Bai Ningbing. Each step felt like stepping on Bai Ningbing's heart, filling her with immense despair and suffocation. Don't come any closer. Lin Kai, I warn you. Bai Ningbing forced herself to muster her last bit of strength, her voice cold and trembling. If you dare touch me, the radiance of the sky will never let you go. Break your body into pieces. Lin Kai scoffed, his gaze lewdly sweeping over her. Once we cook the rice and become husband and wife, would the guild leader dare to kill me? Maybe they would even thank me. Ha ha ha. The more he spoke, the more unbearable it became, even starting to describe in detail the filthy fantasies in his mind. Later, I will take good care of you. I will personally tear apart this ice blue battlesuit of yours. Aren't you usually so aloof? Don't you love to ignore everyone? I want to see if you're also this cold in bed. Filthy words slithered into Bai Ningbing's ears like venomous snakes, making her feel waves of nausea and disgust. She tried to summon the last bit of magic, even if it meant self-destruction, to take this bastard down with her. But that damn confusion powder prevented her from doing even that. Her magic was like stagnant water, her body too weak to move. Anger and warnings were gradually swallowed by boundless despair. She looked at Lin Kai's increasingly close, desire-filled, twisted face, and tears of humiliation finally overflowed from her eyes. Why is this happening? She was clearly an S-class genius admired by all, a future star cultivated by the radiance of the sky, destined for a smooth path and brilliant glory. How could she end up in such a situation, at the mercy of others? In this extreme despair, a vague figure suddenly intruded into her mind at an inopportune moment. It was Ye Qing, the one who once stood in front of her, who would rush to fight when she was bullied by seniors, never backing down even if he got beaten black and blue. The one who would silently help her organize notes and prepare review materials while she buried herself in study. The one who, when she awakened her S-class profession, was overshadowed by his F-class talent and faded away, whom she subconsciously distanced herself from and even looked down upon. Her childhood friend. If Ye Qing were here, this thought flashed through her mind like lightning. If it were the Ye Qing of the past, he would definitely rush up to protect her without hesitation, right? No matter how strong the opponent, he would never take a step back. But now, after she awakened as an S-class, her distance and subtle sense of superiority over him, would he still do that? Moreover, now Ye Qing is just an F-class spirit attendant. Even if he were here, what could he do? He would just be another one to die. Thinking of this, a more complex and indescribable sorrow and regret surged in Bai Ningbing's heart. Tears blurred her vision. The last hope was shattered. Despairingly, she closed her eyes, as if she had resigned herself to fate. Even the last bit of struggle had vanished. That's right. Lin Kai saw Bai Ningbing close her eyes, as if giving up resistance, and was so excited he could hardly contain himself, eagerly reaching out to grab Bai Ningbing's shoulder. Be obedient, and I will take good care of you. Chapter 26. Saving people at the entrance on the other side of Wind Eye Canyon. The figures of Ye Qing and Kuzan slowly appeared. After intense training and successive battles, Ye Qing was exhausted, but an unprecedented sense of power surged within him. Alala. The wind elements here are quite violent. Kuzan, with his hands in his pockets, lazily surveyed the depths of the canyon, his gaze seemingly penetrating the rock walls, catching sight of the enormous wolf shadow confined by a barrier of wind, as if a big fellow was trapped inside. Following Kuzan's gaze, Ye Qing also felt the heart-pounding pressure and the violent fluctuations of the wind elements. It's a boss. Ye Qing's eyes lit up, instantly recognizing the familiar aura unique to this type of dungeon boss. the level 30 Gale Wolf King. Silver grade. His mind immediately became active. What does killing a boss mean? It means massive experience, even though he can't gain much right now. Rich loot, and possibly rare equipment and materials dropping. More importantly, he had absolute confidence in Mr. Kazan's strength. He was someone who could casually take down a bronze-grade boss. Kazan. Ye Qing immediately turned to Kazan, a hint of expectation and excitement on his face. Let's take down this Wolf King. A silver-grade boss is definitely going to drop good stuff. Maybe we can sell it for a lot of money. He paused, a glimmer of longing appearing in his smile. Then we could buy a lot of cola. Achieving happy fat boy water freedom. Of course, buying cola was just an excuse. His real goal was the equipment that the boss might drop, which could greatly enhance his strength, especially weapons or armor. He was in dire need of high-quality equipment. Hearing this, Kazan seemed to glance at Ye Qing from behind his sunglasses, as if seeing through his little thoughts. Alala. Happy fat boy water freedom? He slowly repeated, his tone playful. You little rascal, are you thinking about changing equipment? Ye Qing was caught out, scratching his head in embarrassment, and chuckled, can't hide it from you. But I really want to drink cola. Ice cold. Kazan seemed to think for a moment, stroking his chin. Ice cold cola does sound nice. He looked towards the depths of the canyon, where the massive Wolf King was as conspicuous as a torch in the night within his perception. All right, Kazan lazily agreed, as it was just a matter of lifting his hand. The sooner they dealt with it, the sooner they could return to rest. For him, killing such a creature was no different than swatting a fly, utterly effortless. Great. Thank you, Mr. Kazan. Ye Qing was instantly overjoyed. With Mr. Kazan's help, the silver-grade boss would be a piece of cake. He had even started to fantasize about what top-tier equipment would drop. Kazan said no more, his hands still in his pockets, and leisurely walked towards the Wolf King's lair. Ye Qing hurried to catch up, his heart full of anticipation. The two walked side by side, as if strolling leisurely, towards the depths of the canyon that was about to stir up a storm. Just as Lin Kai's hand was about to touch by Ning Bing's shoulder, his filthy fingertips almost tearing her ice-blue battlesuit apart, a scream filled with extreme terror, humiliation, and despair suddenly erupted from by Ning Bing's throat, echoing throughout the Wind-Eye Canyon. This scream pierced through the howling winds, carrying a heart-wrenching sense of despair, reaching the ears of Ye Qing and Kazan, who had just stepped into the depths of the canyon. Kazan's lazy footsteps suddenly halted, and the gaze behind his sunglasses sharpened instantly, a nearly instinctive reaction to injustice. Alala. This sound. He slightly frowned, listening intently, seemingly sensing trouble. Mr. Kazan. Ye Qing also heard the scream, his expression changing, as if someone was in danger. Let's go take a look. Kazan's tone carried an unusual seriousness. Before he finished speaking, his figure blurred like a ghost, and in the next instant, he disappeared from the spot. Ye Qing felt a flash before his eyes, a cold chill swept past, and Mr. Kazan was already nowhere to be seen. He was startled, immediately channeling his still unskilled shaving technique with all his might, staggering but desperately rushing towards the direction from which the sound came, moving at a speed far beyond usual. On the other side of the canyon, Lin Kai was even more excited by Ning Bing's desperate scream, his smile twisting further. Scream, scream. Even if you shout your throat raw, no one will come to save you. It's just us here. His words abruptly stopped. An indescribable, soul-freezing horror chill descended without warning. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Kai's malicious grin instantly froze, replaced by extreme shock and incomprehension. He maintained the posture of reaching out, but from his fingertips, a layer of crystal-clear, indestructible ice rapidly covered him at a visible speed. Crack, crack, crack. The speed at which the ice spread was beyond imagination, almost consuming him entirely within a fraction of a second. He didn't even have time to react, and his terrified expression hadn't fully formed before his mind was plunged into eternal darkness and cold. A grotesque ice sculpture, maintaining a lewd, forward-leaning posture, stood lifelike in front of Ning Bing. Lin Kai within the ice sculpture still had a trace of confusion and disbelief in his eyes, as if he didn't understand what had just happened. Ning Bing's scream also abruptly ceased. She widened her beautiful eyes, incredulously staring at the suddenly appeared ice sculpture in front of her, her mind blank. What? What happened? Was she saved? By whom? She suddenly looked up. Following the source of that heart-pounding chill, there stood a tall, sturdy man, wearing sunglasses, dressed casually, yet exuding an invisible oppressive aura, who had quietly appeared nearby without her noticing. With his hands in his pockets, he remained relaxed, but the bone-chilling aura surrounding him made the air around seem as if it was about to freeze. It was him, the mysterious powerhouse who had casually frozen 3 bullies at the dungeon entrance. Binding being instantly recognized Kusan, before the joy of being rescued could wash over her. A more overwhelming sense of shame and embarrassment instantly engulfed her. The way she looked right now, her clothes were torn and ragged, large patches of her snow-white skin exposed to the cold air, her face stained with tears, her makeup a mess, and she was sprawled on the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Her most vulnerable, weakest, and most humiliating side had been witnessed by such a powerful and unfamiliar man. Bai Ningbing instinctively yanked at her torn clothing, trying to cover her exposed skin, her cheeks burning red, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She didn't even dare to look into the man's eyes. However, misfortune never comes alone. Chapter 27. Shame. At that moment, another hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Mr. Kazan, what happened? Ye Qing rushed to the scene, panting heavily. When he saw the scene before him, he froze in place, his eyes wide open. A familiar ice sculpture, Lin Kai, and, sitting on the ground, disheveled, with tear-filled eyes, frantically tried to cover her body, was Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing? Ye Qing exclaimed, his brain momentarily short-circuiting. How could you be here? What is going on? Hearing that familiar voice, Bai Ningbing's delicate body trembled violently, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. She stiffly turned her head little by little, and when she saw Ye Qing's face filled with shock and confusion, boom! An unparalleled sense of shame instantly crashed through all her psychological defenses like a tsunami. Why? Why was it him? Why? At her most embarrassing, most miserable, and most humiliating moment, was it this childhood friend she had once distanced herself from, and even somewhat looked down upon, who appeared before her? That F-grade Ye Qing, who should have been far behind her, the pride of a genius, the dignity of a girl, the sense of superiority from the past, shattered in that instant. The relief of surviving the ordeal vanished, replaced by an overwhelming shame and embarrassment that made her wish she could die immediately. Her face turned pale as paper, her lips trembled, but she couldn't utter a word. She could only tightly clutch her torn clothing, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face again as she buried her head deeply, not daring to meet Ye Qing's gaze. At that moment, she would rather be killed by her wolf king than be seen by Ye Qing in such a disgraceful state. Kazan watched the dramatic scene before him, his eyebrows slightly raised behind his sunglasses. He lazily glanced at the girl who was burying her head low, her shoulders trembling slightly, nearly fainting from embarrassment, and then looked at Ye Qing, who was shocked and at a loss. Alala. He leisurely broke the awkward and tense atmosphere. Hey, Ye Qing, do you know this, lady in a bit of a predicament? Ye Qing suddenly came back to his senses, a complex expression crossing his face as he nodded. I know her. Her name is Bai Ningbing. She is my classmate. Oh, classmate? Kazan's tone took on a playful note as he looked Bai Ningbing up and down in her current disheveled state. Looks like your classmate is sometimes in quite a troublesome situation. His words were bland, but they sounded like needles in Bai Ningbing's ears. Her fingers gripping her clothing turned white from the force, and her body trembled even more. Kazan seemed to find the scene quite interesting. He stroked his chin and said to Ye Qing in a leisurely tone that suggested he enjoyed the chaos. Since she is an acquaintance, why not go comfort her? Ye Qing. He pointed towards Bai Ningbing. She looks quite scared, her clothes are torn, and she is crying pretty sadly. You young people communicate better. Huh? I should comfort her? Ye Qing, upon hearing this, became even more flustered, his face showing clear difficulty. He looked at Bai Ningbing, who seemed to want to burrow into the ground, and recalled their somewhat distant and even subtly awkward relationship. He truly didn't know how to approach her. Moreover, she was currently undressed. Alala. Do you want me to go? Kazan yawned, wearing an expression that said he was too lazy to be bothered. I have no experience comforting crying young girls. Hurry up, don't dawdle. His tone, though lazy, carried an undeniable weight. With no other choice, Ye Qing could only brace himself and cautiously walk towards Bai Ningbing. His footsteps were light, but his mood was complex. Looking at the once radiant childhood friend, who now curled up on the ground in such a fragile and embarrassing manner, he felt no schadenfreude. Instead, he felt a strange discomfort. Bai Ningbing? Ye Qing stopped a few steps away from her, speaking softly to avoid startling her. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Upon hearing Ye Qing's voice approaching, Bai Ningbing's body stiffened, and she buried her head even lower, almost curling into a ball, not daring to look up at him. Shame, embarrassment, no place to hide. Seeing her unresponsive, Ye Qing felt even more awkward. He hesitated for a moment, recalling that he seemed to have an extraordinary jacket in his backpack. He quickly took out a gray, somewhat old training jacket and carefully handed it over, his voice becoming even gentler. Here, put this on first, don't catch a cold. As the simple jacket was offered, Bai Ningbing's body trembled again. She bit her lip hard, struggling internally for a moment, but ultimately, the overwhelming sense of shame and the desire for warmth took over. She quickly snatched the jacket, almost as if grabbing it in desperation, and awkwardly draped it over herself, wrapping herself tightly as if this could provide a sliver of safety. But she still kept her head down, refusing to look at Ye Qing or say a word. Ye Qing watched her like this, sighed, and didn't know what to say. He could only silently stand by her side. Kazan observed the strange and awkward atmosphere between the two young people, his eyes behind the sunglasses seeming to relish the spectacle even more. Alala. Being young is wonderful, he lazily remarked, as if enjoying an amusing drama. Chapter 28, Are You Kazan? Wrapping herself tightly in a slightly oversized old coat of Ye Qing, Bai Ningbing remained with her head lowered, curled up on the ground, wishing she could hide herself away. The voices of Ye Qing and that mysterious, powerful figure reached her ears. Mr. Kuzan. Ye Qing's voice carried a hint of hesitation and inquiry that, Wolf King boss is still over there, we. Alala. I almost forgot about that big guy, a lazy voice interjected, seemingly unconcerned. All right, let's take care of it quickly to avoid trouble. Bai Ningbing's heart skipped a beat. They were going to kill the Wolf King, that level 30 silver boss. Instinctively, she slightly lifted her head, nervously peeking through her messy hair at the man referred to as Mr. Kazan. She saw Kuzan with his hands still in his pockets, slowly turning around to face the direction of the Wolf King's lair. He seemed to have no preparation at all, casually lifting his chin and facing the agitated and threateningly growling Gale Wolf King in the distance, languidly uttered a few words. Ice Age. Crack! An indescribable, soul-freezing coldness erupted instantly. Centered around Kazan, a visible, terrifying cold wave swept toward the Wolf King's lair like a tsunami. Wherever it passed, the air solidified, the fierce winds froze, and the ground was instantly covered with a thick, impenetrable layer of ice. The enormous, fearsome Gale Wolf King did not even manage to let out a proper howl. Its massive body was completely frozen in an instant, transformed into a lifelike giant ice sculpture in a pouncing pose. Sunlight shone on the crystal-clear ice sculpture, refracting dazzling colors, forever capturing the fury and terror in the Wolf King's eyes. The next second, Kazan lightly snapped his fingers. Bang! The massive Wolf King ice sculpture shattered loudly, like a broken glass artwork, scattering everywhere, and then, along with the Wolf King inside, turned into the finest ice dust, slowly dissipating into the air, as if it had never existed. Kill LV. 30 Gale Wolf King, Silver Boss. Gain 1,500 experience points. No additional experience can be gained. The system's prompt echoed in Ye Qing's mind. The entire process was so fast, it was breathtaking. It was as if he had just swatted a fly. Bai Ningbing was completely frozen, her pupils constricting violently, her mind blank. Instant kill? A level 30 silver boss, was just casually killed like that. How could this be possible? What kind of terrifying power was needed? Level 50? Level 60? Or even higher? The powerful enemy she had to exert all her strength and even use her trump card to possibly defeat was so insignificant in front of this man, like an ant. The immense disparity in power sent a chilling wave of disbelief and shock through her. Just then, Ye Qing's excited voice rang out, filled with genuine admiration and awe. So amazing. Mr. Kazan, every time I see you in action, it's so shocking. Silver bosses are also instant kills. Kazan, Mr. Kazan, by Ning being suddenly caught onto this name. Kazan, that name. The anonymous figure who set a 5-minute record for clearing the newbie dungeon with absolute dominance. Known as Qingji, could it be? A guess that made her tremble shot through her mind like lightning. She suddenly lifted her head, not caring about any shame or embarrassment anymore, her beautiful eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the lazy tall figure, her voice trembling from extreme shock. You are that Qingji? The one who broke the newbie dungeon record, Qingji? Upon hearing this, Kazan slightly tilted his head, his gaze seeming to glance at her from behind his sunglasses, his tone still lazy. Alala. Record? I think there is such a thing. That kid Ye Qing casually registered using my name. Boom! Though she received a nonchalant confirmation, Bai Ningbing's heart surged like a storm. It really was him. That mysterious, powerful, despair-inducing super genius, Qingji. What shocked her even more was that Ye Qing, he registered under his name. This meant Ye Qing not only knew this terrifying existence, but their relationship seemed extraordinary. In an instant, all her doubts seemed to have answers. Why did Ye Qing, an F-rank summoning servant, dare to venture alone into the dangerous Gale Prairie? Why could he survive in this perilous place and even seemingly improve his strength? It turned out it wasn't that Ye Qing had any courage or hidden strength, but because beside him there was always this super powerful being, codenamed Qingji, protecting him. Realizing this, Bai Ningbing's gaze toward Ye Qing instantly became extremely complex. There was shock, disbelief, a sense of realization, and a hint of inexplicable jealousy. But more than anything, there was an indescribable feeling of loss, mixed with shame and embarrassment. The target she had exerted all her effort to catch up to and prove herself against was actually right beside Ye Qing, and she, the so-called S-rank genius, had just been saved in the most embarrassing and awkward manner, witnessed by Ye Qing the entire time. The immense psychological gap and intense sense of shame surged up again, making it hard for her to breathe. She bit her lip tightly, her cheeks, which had regained a bit of color, turned pale once more. Silently, she tightened the old coat that belonged to Ye Qing, burying her head again, her emotions reaching an extreme complexity. Bai Ningbing lowered her head, her mind constantly echoing that world-destroying, terrifying strike from earlier and that man's lazy yet unfathomable figure. Qingji. Kazan. That name was engraved in her heart like a brand, bringing with it unparalleled shock and a deep sense of powerlessness. Surpassing? Catching up? Her previous thoughts of challenging and proving herself now seemed so ridiculous, so overestimating her abilities. That kind of power was simply beyond what any human could reach. At least, not something she could imagine right now. All her pride, all her sense of superiority was utterly crushed in the face of that earlier strike. After a long silence, Bai Ningbing finally couldn't help but lift her head, looking complexly at Ye Qing standing beside her. Her voice carrying a hint of dryness and trembling she herself didn't even notice. Ye Qing. How do you know Mr. Qingji? For the first time, her tone lacked the subtle distance and superiority of the past, instead carrying a near-humble inquiry and disbelief. She truly couldn't understand how Ye Qing, an F-rank summoning servant, could have any connection with such a powerful being akin to a god or demon. Moreover, in such an intimate way that he could register under his name. Chapter 29. Superiority. Ye Qing was slightly taken aback upon hearing her question. He looked into Bai Ningbing's eyes, which had lost their usual coolness and aloofness, now filled with complex emotions, and he felt a surge of mixed feelings as well. After a moment of silence, he ultimately chose to give a relatively vague yet truthful answer. Mr. Kazan is my partner. His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable firmness. He had been helping him grow stronger. Partner? Helping him grow stronger? Bai Ningbing's heart suddenly tightened. This simple statement contained an immense amount of information. A terrifying powerhouse with unfathomable strength, who could effortlessly take down silver bosses, was actually Ye Qing's partner, an F-rank professional, and he had been helping him all along. How could this be possible? What was their relationship? She opened her mouth, wanting to ask for more details, such as how they met and why Kazan chose to help him. But when she saw Ye Qing's calm, yet slightly distant gaze, all her words got stuck in her throat. She suddenly realized that the relationship between her and Ye Qing had long ceased to be the carefree childhood friendship it once was. Ever since she awakened her S-rank profession, an invisible barrier had quietly risen between them. Her aloofness, her sense of superiority, and even her previous subtle disdain for Ye Qing's F-rank talent all felt like sharp thorns at this moment, making it impossible for her to ask Ye Qing any intimate questions as she once had. Ye Qing clearly held back, not intending to reveal the true nature of his relationship and secrets with Mr. Kazan to her. Indeed, with such a miraculous opportunity and such a powerful trump card, who would easily share it with an estranged acquaintance? A wave of indescribable bitterness and regret surged in by Ningbing's heart. She silently lowered her head, tightening the old jacket that belonged to Ye Qing around her. Her voice barely audible. Is that so? Then, that's good. What else could she say? Should she abandon all dignity and beg Ye Qing to share his fortune? Or question why such a strong person would choose to help him instead of herself? She couldn't do it. The overwhelming sense of loss and shame engulfed her once more. She finally understood clearly that she and Ye Qing had embarked on two completely different paths. One was her path as a genius, relying on her S-rank talent and guild resources, methodically advancing, seemingly bright, yet filled with calculations and crises. The other was Ye Qing's path, which appeared humble at first, but was protected by unimaginable mysterious powerhouses, filled with infinite possibilities, an unknown road. But soon, another emotion like stubborn weeds quietly emerged from the cracks of her heart and quickly spread. Superiority. Yes, superiority. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the unpleasant negative emotions, and straightened her back again. What am I thinking? She silently admonished herself. Even if Ye Qing got lucky and met a powerful genius, so what? That's ultimately external help. It's someone else's strength. And I, by Ningbing, possess solid S-rank talent. Frost Queen. I am the core, nurtured by the light of the Sky Guild. My future relies on my own steps, steadily and surely moving towards the peak. No matter how strong Kazan is, he cannot protect him forever. Ye Qing is ultimately just an F-rank spirit summoner with limited growth potential. Once he loses that protection, he will immediately revert to his original form. As for me, as long as I successfully complete the SS rank breakthrough task, my attributes will soar again and my strength will experience a qualitative leap. The future path will only get wider. What does a momentary opportunity count for? True strength relies on one's own talent and effort. With this thought, Bai Ningbing's mood calmed significantly, and she even regained a hint of her former coolness and confidence. She slightly raised her chin. Although her face was still somewhat pale and her clothes looked a bit disheveled, her eyes regained the proud brilliance belonging to an S-rank genius. She glanced at Ye Qing, and the slight wavering and jealousy she had just felt due to his powerful partner were quickly replaced by an even stronger sense of superiority. That's right. My path is the true, stable, and bright path of a strong person. Ye Qing is merely lucky. At that moment, Kazan's lazy voice broke the silence. La. The troublesome matter is taken care of. Ye Qing, it's time to go. He yawned, seemingly indifferent to everything that had just happened, wanted to end the farce here as soon as possible. The wind here is too noisy. Let's change places to continue training. Upon hearing this, Ye Qing immediately nodded. Okay, Mr. Kazan. He glanced at Bai Ningbing, who was still sitting on the ground, her expression seemingly regaining some calmness. Hesitated for a moment, and then said, Bai Ningbing, you, take care. We'll be leaving first. His tone was polite yet distant, showing no intention of lingering or caring too much. Bai Ningbing heard his words and merely responded with a faint not even looking up at him, as if the earlier vulnerability and loss of composure had never happened. She tightly wrapped herself in the jacket, thinking about leaving this humiliating place as soon as possible, finding a safe spot to recover, and then completing the SS rank breakthrough task alone. As long as she completed the task, she could prove herself again. Seeing her reaction, Ye Qing said no more, turning to quickly follow Kazan, who was leisurely heading out of the canyon. The two figures, one tall and one short, quickly disappeared behind the wind-eroded rock pillars of the canyon. Watching them leave, Bai Ningbing took a deep breath and struggled to stand up. She had to leave this place that made her feel ashamed as soon as possible. Her path was still ahead. She believed that with her talent and effort, one day, she would stand at a sufficient height, making everyone, including that mysterious Kazan, look at her with new eyes. Chapter 30. Attributes break 200 at the entrance of the Gale Grassland. The once bustling temporary camp had fallen into silence. A suffocating heavy pressure filled the air, making it hard for all the adventurers to breathe, not even daring to exhale. Everyone's gaze was filled with fear and awe as they stared at the group that had suddenly appeared at the camp entrance, exuding a terrifying aura. This group was not large, only a little over 10 people, but each was well-equipped and exuded a fierce presence, radiating powerful energy fluctuations all above level 50. The leader of the group made the souls of all the adventurers present tremble. He was an exceptionally tall and robust middle-aged man, nearly 2.5 meters tall, clad in heavy dark red armor that seemed to be made from dragon scales, adorned with mysterious runes that flickered with a crimson glow. His gaze was indifferent, like a high and mighty predator, surveying the people in the camp as if they were a group of ants. What was most chilling was the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, a palpable force that represented an absolute suppression far beyond everyone present. Dragon Blood Warrior, Huang Long, LV. 70, Diamond Tier. Level 70. Diamond Tier, a first-turn powerhouse. An existence of this level in a place like Rong City was already a top-tier powerhouse capable of holding down a territory. Usually elusive, how could he suddenly appear in a newbie leveling area like the Gale Grassland? My God, it's Huang Long, the blood dragon of the Huang family. A 70-level Diamond Tier big shot. Why is he here? The elite guards of the Huang family have also arrived. All of them are experts above level 50. What are they here for? What happened? Did some earth-shattering treasure emerge deep in the grassland? It doesn't look like it. From the looks of it, it seems like they're here to block people. The adventurers in the camp fell silent, whispering among themselves, their faces filled with shock and confusion. They simply could not comprehend what kind of major event could have prompted the Huang family to send such a terrifying force to this place. Huang Long ignored the discussions and gazes around him, expressionless as he scanned the camp. His voice was deep and authoritative, rumbling like thunder in everyone's ears. The Huang family is conducting business. All irrelevant personnel leave the Gale Grassland immediately. Those who have not departed within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn will be considered enemies of my Huang family. His cold words carried an undeniable command and blatant threat. The faces of the adventurers in the camp changed dramatically. The Huang family is clearing the area. Although they were dissatisfied, facing Huang Long's terrifying pressure and the killing intent radiating from the Huang family's elite guards, no one dared to utter a word of protest. Get out, get out. Hurry. You don't want to mess with them. Damn it, what bad luck. Although the crowd grumbled, their movements were quick, hastily packing their belongings and rushing toward the exit like a tide, fearing that if they were even a moment late, they would be seen as enemies by the Huang family. Soon, the once lively camp became empty, leaving only the group from the Huang family standing like a rock at the entrance, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Huang Long's cold gaze stared into the depths of the grassland, his eyes flickering slightly. The man the lady is interested in, and that troublesome kid, no matter who you are or what background you have. Since you've caught the lady's eye, you will obediently return with me to the Huang family. In another area deep within the Gale Grassland, far from the Wind-Eye Canyon, the extreme cold domain set up by Kazan had long been withdrawn, but the air still retained a biting chill. Ye Qing knelt on one knee on the grass, black blade deeply embedded in the ground to support his body, gasping for breath as white vapor formed frost in the cold air. His body was covered in wounds, and the intense pain crashed against his nerves like a tide. His stamina nearly drained to the limit, but his eyes shone with incredible brightness. They were filled with exhaustion, yet even more filled with uncontrollable excitement and ecstasy. Around him lay no less than 10 monster corpses. There were the large, broken-toothed LV-15 earth-shattering bull, the charred, lightning-struck LV-16 thunder horn antelope. There was the LV-17 shadow leopard, which had been precisely slashed at the throat, not closing its eyes in death, and even LV-18 poisoned swamp giant crocodile, whose massive body had been brutally disemboweled, with its foul-smelling entrails spilled all over the ground. These monsters were all, without exception, of a level far exceeding Ye Qing's own. This was an insane and extreme level-up hunt. Ye Qing, under Kazan's observation, occasionally using cold energy to stabilize his injuries and stimulate his potential, had fought his way through with a barely grasped 6 techniques and a fearless will to survive. Each battle had danced on the edge of life and death. Each victory came at a painful cost, but the rewards were immense. Ding! Congratulations! Your basic physique has broken through 230 points. Ding! Congratulations! Your basic spirit has broken through 200 points. Ding! Congratulations! Your basic strength has broken through 210 points. Ding! Congratulations! Your basic agility has broken through 200 points. The pleasant system notification sounds rang out one after another. Ye Qing trembled as he summoned his attribute panel. Name: Ye Qing. Occupation: Spirit Caller F. Level: 10. Cannot gain more experience. Attributes: Physique 230, Spirit 200 done. Physique has broken through 230. Spirit has broken through 200. Strength and agility have also both surpassed 200. The total of these 2 attributes reached a terrifying 430 points. This was a number that would leave any adventurer of the same level dumbfounded, even doubting their life. To know that an ordinary level 10 combat adventurer, with a total of dual attributes reaching 200 points, is already considered excellent, enough to attend university. Even an A-class genius at level 10, relying solely on the attributes gained from leveling, would find it hard to exceed a total of 400 points. Yet Ye Qing, through inhuman training and life and death battles, had pushed his attributes to a terrifying height nearly twice that of an A-class genius. This had completely shattered common sense. Kazan, I did it. Ye Qing suddenly raised his head, looking at Kazan, who was leisurely leaning against a rock and sipping ice-cold cola not far away, his voice filled with excitement. Physique 230. Spirit 200. Kazan leisurely took a sip of cola, glancing at him from behind his sunglasses, his tone still lazy. Halala. Just SOSO. Finally, there is some decent foundation. Although he spoke lightly, the slightly raised corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of satisfaction. This kid Ye Qing, although his talent was ridiculously poor, his fighting spirit and resilience were indeed rare. However, Kazan's tone shifted. This level of attributes is still far from truly mastering the 6 techniques. The threshold for iron block and paper drawing requires at least 300 points of physique, while piercing spear and shave require 250 points of strength and agility support, and Galefoot and Moonstep have even higher requirements for spirit and agility. Hearing this, Ye Qing was not discouraged at all. Instead, the fire in his eyes burned even more fiercely. I will keep working hard. Kazan. He clenched his fists tightly. 300 points of physique, 250 points of strength and agility. I will definitely reach it. Feeling the surging power within him, although exhausted to the point of death. That tangible feeling of becoming stronger intoxicated him. Kazan looked at his fighting spirit, lazily yawning. Allah. It's good to have motivation, but today is about enough. If you keep practicing, you'll really fall apart. He raised his hand and tossed a bottle of life potion, glowing with a faint green light. To Ye Qing. It was bought by Ye Qing himself. Clean up and get ready to go back. Ye Qing caught the potion and gulped it down. A warm current instantly spread throughout his body, and the wounds on him began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, with a tingling sensation coming from the broken bones. He let out a long breath and was about to get up. Just then, Kazan's previously lazy expression shifted slightly, and his gaze behind the sunglasses seemed to penetrate layers of grass, looking toward the entrance of the grassland. Alala. It seems like there's an annoying fly blocking the door, he said slowly, with no emotion in his tone. Chapter 31. The traveler Yi Fan at the entrance of the Gale Prairie. Huang Long stood like a rock in front of the exit's light curtain, accompanied by the elite guards of the Huang family, completely sealing off the way out. The terrifying pressure of a level 70 diamond tier powerhouse was released unabashedly, making the surrounding air feel as if it had solidified. The light curtain rippled, and two figures stepped out one after the other. It was Kazan and Ye Qing. Kazan still appeared lazy, with his hands in his pockets and his tall figure slightly hunched, seemingly indifferent to the situation before him. Ye Qing followed closely behind him. Although he had dried blood on him and appeared somewhat weak, his eyes were exceptionally bright and sharp, with an overwhelming force of vitality surging within him, far surpassing that of a level 10 professional. Upon seeing the two, Huang Long's eyes flashed with light, and he stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. "Gentlemen, please wait." The members of the Huang family behind him immediately tensed up, forming a faint encirclement. Kazan did not stop his pace, as if he hadn't heard, continuing to walk leisurely forward. Ye Qing furrowed his brows, vigilantly watching the group of obviously hostile high-level professionals. Seeing that he was being ignored, Huang Long's face darkened, and he was about to speak again when a surprised and urgent female voice came from his side. "Uncle Huang Long." "It's them." Huang Miao Yi quickly stepped out from his side, her face filled with excitement and determination. Her gaze was fervently locked on Kazan, as if she wanted to devour him. She first looked at Kazan, trying hard to make her voice sound sweet and enticing. "This Mr. Kazan, right? I am the legitimate daughter of the Huang family in Rong City, Huang Miao Yi. My father, Huang Xian, is one of the top powerhouses in Rong City, and our Huang family is quite a prominent family in this area." She slightly raised her chin, her words laced with unabashed superiority and an invitation. "I see that you possess great strength and exceptional demeanor, and I admire you greatly. How about joining our Huang family? We will definitely treat you with the highest respect. Resources, status, power. We have it all." She paused, a hint of blush appearing on her face, lowering her voice a few notches with a naked suggestion. "Moreover, if you are willing, Miao Yi could accompany you, becoming intimate partners. At that time, you and our Huang family will join forces, and you will surely have a place in Rong City and even the entire Xia country." After speaking, she looked at Kazan with great anticipation, as if already envisioning him being moved by her family background and beauty, gladly agreeing. Huang Long also let out a cold snore at the right moment, stepping forward, the terrifying pressure of his level 70 diamond tier aura crushing down towards Kazan and Ye Qing like a mountain. "Kid, it's a great fortune for you that my young lady has taken a liking to you. If you know what's good for you, come back with us to the Huang family, and you won't miss out on your benefits. If you refuse to drink the wine offered, you will have to drink the wine forced upon you." His words were filled with threats, combined with that tangible pressure, enough to make anyone below his level tremble. However, in the face of Huang Miao Yi's invitation and suggestion, as well as Huang Long's blatant pressure and threats, Kazan's reaction was, "Alala." He lazily yawned, his gaze behind the sunglasses, not even lingering on Huang Miao Yi for a second, as if what he had just heard were not invitations and the charms of a beauty, but merely the buzzing of a mosquito. He continued to walk, directly ignoring the Huang family members blocking his path, as if they did not exist, leisurely heading outside. Ye Qing followed closely, though shaken by the pressure causing his blood to surge. He forced himself to calm down upon seeing Mr. Kazan so composed, his eyes coldly sweeping over the Huang family members. Huang Miao Yi's smile instantly froze. Huang Long's expression also turned extremely ugly in an instant. Ignored, completely ignored. This blatant disdain felt even more humiliating than direct rejection. "Bastard, asking for trouble." Huang Long exploded with rage, his crimson fighting spirit erupting like burning flames. "Since you refuse to comply, don't blame me for using force. Move, capture them." The members of the Huang family immediately unleashed their powerful auras, various weapons drawn, skills ignited, and it seemed they were about to strike. Kazan finally stopped. He slightly turned his head, his gaze seemingly glancing at the furious Huang Long and the group of guards ready to attack. "Alala. It's really noisy." His tone remained lazy, even carrying a hint of impatience. "You bunch of small fries. Think you can stop me?" As his words fell, a chilling aura, far more terrifying and profound than Huang Long's diamond tier pressure, seemed to silently spread out, as if it came from an icy abyss. Not far away, a young figure, who had just arrived at the entrance of the prairie and was preparing to level up, happened to witness this scene. When his gaze fell on the tall figure wearing sunglasses and a coat, he was instantly struck, as if by lightning, freezing in place. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. What the hell? Ye Fan, a traveler who awakened the SS tier talent, master of all, renowned as the strongest newcomer in Rome City, with a level already reaching 20 as a super genius. Felt like his brain's CPU was about to burn out. Aokiji, Kazan, what kind of international joke is this? Isn't he an admiral from One Piece? How could he be here? Did I cross into a mixed world of anime? Or am I hallucinating? As a seasoned fan of One Piece in his previous life, he dared to swear with his SS tier talent that he had not mistaken. That figure, that aura, that lazy yet impressive vibe. Absolutely Aokiji. This is not right. Ye Fan felt his worldview was being challenged like never before. Whereas the urban supernatural refreshing narrative template. How did a character from One Piece barge in? He stared dumbfounded at the standoff between the two sides. Especially the Aokiji, who seemed to disregard everything around him, his mind completely in a muddle. Ye Fan's brain felt like it had been shoved into a high-speed blender, with various thoughts colliding wildly, almost about to explode. Aokiji, the living Aokiji, standing right in front of him. This had completely surpassed his understanding of this world. Calm down. Calm down. Ye Fan, you are a traveler. What kind of storms haven't you seen? He pinched his thigh hard, forcing himself to snap back from the extreme shock, and began to analyze the absurd situation before him rapidly. Why was Aokiji here? Shouldn't he be in the One Piece world? Could it be he is also a traveler? No, that's not right. His gaze suddenly shifted to the boy standing behind Aokiji. Chapter 32. Terra. The boy looked to be around the same age as Ye Fan, with a somewhat weak aura, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, and the vitality within him far exceeded that of an ordinary level 10 professional. Moreover, he could actually stand beside Kazan. Their relationship seemed quite special. Kazan's lazy and indifferent personality actually allowed for a burden to accompany him. A ridiculous yet incredibly reasonable guess struck Ye Fan's mind like a lightning bolt. Could it be that this kid is the protagonist? As a seasoned web novel enthusiast, Ye Fan instantly imagined a series of standard plot lines. That's right. It must be like that. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and his eyes grew brighter. Only a protagonist could explain all of this. A seemingly useless, low-level boy, but with boundless potential, exceptional vitality. A powerful grandpa, Kazan, from another world as a golden finger to protect him. The classic way start paired with an old grandpa cheat template, then encountering the local villainous force, the Huang family, for oppression and humiliation. This plot is so familiar. Ye Fan felt he had grasped the truth in an instant. No wonder Kazan was here. He wasn't a transmigrator at all. He was summoned or bound here by this protagonist through some unknown means. Damn, impressive, brother. Ye Fan's gaze towards Ye Qing changed instantly, from shock to deep admiration and a hint of barely perceptible envy and jealousy. To have an admiral as a bodyguard? This golden finger is way too high spec. What level of cheat is this? The more he thought about it, the more he felt his speculation was reliable. Only this could explain why characters from One Piece would intrude into his urban supernatural novel world. So, I'm actually not the only protagonist? Or rather, I'm just a genius side character in this world, while the true child of destiny is this kid in front of me. Ye Fan stroked his chin, his eyes flickering his mood complex. He felt both a sense of relief that he wasn't alone and annoyance at being overshadowed, but more than that, a strong curiosity and vigilance. A protagonist with a protector of Kazan's caliber. Their growth speed and future potential would undoubtedly be terrifying beyond imagination. His own SS-level talent seemed a bit lacking in front of the other SG. Interesting. So interesting. Ye Fan licked his lips, feeling not the slightest bit dejected, but rather a surge of intense excitement and fighting spirit. This was what made it challenging. Sharing an era with the child of destiny was thrilling. He fixed his gaze firmly on Ye Qing, committing his appearance to memory. This friend or opponent, I'm definitely going to be friends with him. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena had reached a boiling point. Huanglong was completely enraged by Kuzan's remark about him being a small fry, and his crimson dragon blood fighting spirit erupted like a volcano. Arrogant, take them down for me. He roared and was the first to strike. A terrifying fighting spirit coalesced into a massive fiery dragon claw, tearing through space as it viciously reached for Kuzan. The Huang family's guards behind him also launched their attacks simultaneously. Various powerful skills illuminated the area, with blades flashing and elemental storms pouring down like a torrential rain. Faced with this terrifying assault capable of instantly annihilating an army, Kazan merely sighed lazily. Allah Allah. Why must you seek your own trouble? He slowly raised a hand, with cold air swirling around his fingertips. Ice Age. As Kazan's lazy voice fell crackle crackle, an indescribable, extreme chill, seemingly from the cosmic ice age, suddenly erupted from him, silent and swift. There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling light. Only an absolute coldness, as if it could freeze time and space. The air instantly solidified. Light seemed to freeze and distort. The ground, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, was instantly covered with a layer of crystal-clear, indestructible thick ice, spreading wildly towards the Huang family members at a speed surpassing thought. What? Huanglong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead. He felt an unprecedented, soul-freezing sense of horror. The spreading ice layers seemed slow, but in reality, it was faster than he could imagine. The cold and deathly stillness contained within made this battle-hardened, level 70 diamond tier powerhouse feel his scalp tingle. Dragon flame break. He dared not slack off for a moment, roaring as he urged his immense dragon blood fighting spirit to its limit. Boom! An even larger, more solid, flame-engulfed dragon claw appeared out of thin air, crashing down towards the spreading ice layer with terrifying heat capable of boiling mountains and rivers. He was confident that this strike could melt steel and evaporate rivers. However, HSSS. When the burning dragon claw touched the seemingly weak ice layer, the anticipated violent explosion and melting of the ice did not occur. That terrifying dragon flame, which could melt gold and iron, seemed to encounter its nemesis, emitting an extremely faint hissing sound, like being doused with cold water. The flames dimmed and shrank instantly. And then, along with the entire dragon claw, it was silently consumed and frozen by the crystalline ice layer. The dragon claw remained in a striking posture, completely sealed in ice, transformed into a massive red ice sculpture, and then with a crack, shattered into countless ice crystals. Impossible! Huanglong was horrified, his eyes filled with disbelief. His full power strike, the flame-fighting spirit infused with dragon blood. It couldn't even hold back that ice layer for a second, not even slow it down slightly. What level of power is this? This coldness, this intensity, is comparable to the family head, even stronger. Just as his mind was in turmoil, the deadly ice layer had already spread to him. No! Huanglong let out a terrified roar, desperately urging his fighting spirit to retreat, only to find the air around him had already solidified like iron, and his body seemed to be trapped in an endless icy quagmire, unable to move at all. He could only watch helplessly as that crystalline ice layer, like a tidal wave of death, mercilessly washed over his ankles, knees, waist, chest, freezing his blood and sealing his thoughts. The terrified expression on his face was eternally frozen. In the next second, an ice sculpture of a level 70 diamond tier professional, maintaining a roaring posture, stood still in place. Behind him, the elite members of the Huang family guards didn't even have time to react. Their attacks, their skill lights, their grim expressions, all completely frozen in an instant. More than 10 ice sculptures of various forms, like insects trapped in amber, were sealed in the moment before they launched their attacks. The entire scene fell into a silent, frozen world. Only Huang Miao, he stood alone in place, unharmed. She was not deliberately spared. Rather, Kazan's unnaturally precise control made the ice layer stop spreading right in front of her, as if there were an invisible boundary. She stared blankly at the scene before her, her mind a blank slate. What did she just see? Her uncle Huang Long, ranked among the top in the family, incredibly powerful, and an entire team of elite family members above level 50, was just completely annihilated, killed in an instant by the opponent's casual move, not even a chance to resist. This kind of power had completely exceeded her understanding. She felt her legs go weak and collapse to the ground, staring blankly at the man who still stood lazily in place, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, her heart filled with boundless fear and a hint of even more twisted fervor. Chapter 33. I sign not far away. Ye Fan, who witnessed the whole process, couldn't help but gasp in surprise, instinctively rubbing his arms as if he could also feel the chill. Hiss. Awesome. Really F-I-N-G, awesome. He murmured under his breath, his eyes filled with astonishment. As expected of a Marine Admiral, this ice age is still so powerful. As a seasoned fan of the sea, he was well aware of the terrifying nature of Aokiji's move. This power, it probably hasn't even used 1% of its potential, right? He recalled the scene in the anime where Aokiji froze the sea and solidified giant waves, and that range was measured in kilometers, easily freezing an entire city. This little area before him, for Aokiji, was probably as easy as blowing a breath. He has restrained himself, definitely restrained himself. Ye Fan clicked his tongue in amazement. If he unleashed his full power, the entire windy prairie would probably turn into a polar ice field. He looked at the lazy figure in the arena and then glanced at the one he identified as the protagonist, Ye Qing, his eyes burning with fervor. This thigh. No, this golden finger is too thick, right? Following such a big shot, it's hard not to take off. He became even more determined to befriend that protagonist. Kuzan yawned, not even glancing at the ice sculptures, and lazily said to the still somewhat dazed Ye Qing, "Allah. The trouble is over. Let's go." Kid Ye Qing, as if he had just casually swatted a few buzzing flies. Kazan and Ye Qing turned to leave, as if the conflict that could have shaken Rongqing had never happened. Huang Miao Yi, sitting on the ground, watched their indifferent backs, which didn't even spare her a glance, and the remaining pride and the last trace of unwillingness in her heart ignited like a wildfire. Why? She, the legitimate daughter of the Huang family, with an S-level talent, heart-S desire, and her beauty and family background were all top-notch. She put down all her dignity to actively seek and even recommend herself for the pillow, yet she was met with such complete humiliation and disregard. She bit her lip hard, her eyes flashing with a hint of madness and determination. Her father's words had long been thrown to the back of her mind. She now only wanted to do whatever it takes to salvage this situation that she couldn't accept. Wait. She used all her strength to shout at Kazan's back, "Mr. Kazan, I know you are powerful and may not care about worldly resources, but I have a secret that is absolutely valuable to you." Kazan's footsteps slightly paused, seemingly intrigued, and lazily turned his head. Seeing this, Huang Miao Yi felt a surge of joy, as if she had grasped the last straw for survival, and quickly shouted, "My talent, heart-S desire. Its true strength lies not only in shared attributes. As long as we sign a true love contract and become partners, I can reciprocate. There is a high probability of improving the other party's profession level. Even, it might break the professional barrier and achieve evolution. F level can be upgraded to E level. E level can be upgraded to D level. Even S level might break through to a higher legendary tier. This is the most against the heavens ability of heart-S desire." As she shouted this, her heart raced. This was the greatest secret her father had warned her never to leak. Once it got out, it would be enough to cause the entire world to covet it madly. But at this moment, she couldn't care less. She just wanted to use this shocking secret to impress that overwhelmingly powerful man. However, after listening, Kuzan's expression behind his sunglasses remained unfazed, and he even seemed a bit bored. "Alala. Professional level?" He lazily scratched his head, sounding like it might be quite troublesome. "I'm not interested in leveling up." He truly wasn't interested. He had no connection to the professional system of this world. His power came from the devil fruit and martial arts, which had nothing to do with professional levels. Huang Miaoyi's hope on her face instantly froze, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head. Her biggest trump card, he was completely uninterested. How could this be possible? How could anyone in the world be uninterested in improving their profession level? But just then, Ye Qing, standing behind Kazan, trembled at the moment he heard Huang Miaoyi's words. His pupils suddenly contracted. Upgrade. Profession level? F level can be upgraded to E level. Even higher. This sentence struck him like a thunderbolt, hitting the deepest desires and pains in his heart. F level spirit summoner. This was a thorn that would forever remain in his heart. It was the source of all his insecurities and pressures. It was the root of his inability to truly let go, even with a surge in attributes. He worked hard, frantically improving his attributes, just to prove that even the most trashy profession could carve out a path. But if the profession level could really be upgraded, even just from F level to E level, that would be a qualitative leap, a true rebirth. A huge desire and excitement instantly overwhelmed Ye Qing, making his breath quicken. An unprecedented fiery light burst forth in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed this impulse. He knew full well who Huang Miaoyi's words were directed at. She was eyeing the incredibly strong Mr. Kazan, not him, this mere F-level burden. He didn't have that qualification. Ye Qing silently lowered his head, clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding into his palms, filled with an indescribable bitterness and unwillingness. Although Kazan's back was turned to Ye Qing, his keen observation haki had already captured Ye Qing's intense emotional fluctuations and subtle physical reactions. He completely stopped. Alala. He slowly turned around, and for the first time his gaze behind the sunglasses truly landed on Huang Miaoyi with a hint of scrutiny. You just said. Kazan's tone remained lazy, but Huang Miaoyi's heart instantly jumped to her throat. Upgrade profession level? Specifically, how to do it? His question was not for himself, but for the youth behind him whose emotions were in violent fluctuation. Huang Miaoyi was first stunned, then felt ecstatic. He is finally interested. She quickly answered eagerly. It's simple, as long as you're willing to sign the true love contract with me and become my partner. The moment the contract is established, the reciprocation will automatically take effect. I guarantee it by the Huang family's honor. She deliberately ignored the harsh and nearly permanent binding side effects of the contract, only emphasizing the tempting results. Kazan stroked his chin, seemingly in thought. Then, under Huang Miaoyi's expectant gaze, he slowly raised his finger and pointed at the youth behind him. Ye Qing. Alala. Then you sign with him. Huang Miaoyi's ecstatic expression instantly froze, and she was completely dumbfounded. What? Sign with him? She looked incredulously at the direction Kazan was pointing, at the low-level, profession-useless Ye Qing, asking her, the legitimate daughter of the Huang family, an S-level genius, to sign a true love contract with an F-level waste. This was even more humiliating than directly rejecting her. Are you kidding? Huang Miaoyi's voice became sharp due to extreme shock and humiliation. He is an F-level professional. Why? Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Kazan's lazy, yet undeniable tone. Alala. Is that not okay? Kazan yawned, shrugging his shoulders with a look of regret, turning as if to leave. Wait. Huang Miaoyi was completely flustered, her mind in a mess. Agree? Let her bind her life to an F-level waste? That was harder than killing her. Not agreeing? Watching this slip away? She was unwilling. She would rather die than accept it. She stared fiercely at Kazan's resolute back, then glanced at Ye Qing beside her, whose head was lowered, hiding her expression. In the end, the thirst for power and the greed for Kazan's terrifying potential overwhelmed everything. She gritted her teeth, as if using all her strength, and squeezed out a sentence through her clenched teeth. All right, I sign. Chapter 34 D-Class Summoner Huang Miaoyi gritted her teeth, trembling as she extended her finger, the tip glowing with a peculiar heart-shaped rune. The rune flickered with a pink light, exuding an aura that was both sacred and compelling. With my heart, I bind your soul, becoming partners and sharing glory. She recited the contract incantation in a dry voice, as the heart-shaped rune slowly floated towards Ye Qing. Ye Qing watched the approaching rune, his heart racing and breath quickening. He knew what this contract meant, an almost permanent binding, possibly losing some freedom. But the temptation to raise his job level was too great. This was the opportunity he had longed for. He took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute, and did not dodge, allowing the heart-shaped rune to merge into his forehead. Buzz! In the moment the contract was established, both of their bodies trembled simultaneously. A warm and powerful energy erupted from Huang Niaoi's body, crazily surging into Ye Qing through the connection of the contract. Ye Qing felt a warm current instantly sweep through his body, as if every cell was cheering. An invisible barrier that had limited his professional potential was shattered under the impact of this power. Ding! Special contract energy infusion detected. Ding! Your profession, Summoner F, has received contract feedback and is beginning to evolve. Ding! Evolution successful. Your profession has been upgraded to Summoner D. Ding! Contract activated. Gain partner attribute feedback. Your overall attributes have greatly increased. A series of system prompts echoed in Ye Qing's mind. The aura around him surged at a visible speed. The weakness from the earlier battle vanished in an instant. A majestic vitality burst forth, creating a faint pressure. His mental strength also became solid and active. He subconsciously summoned his attribute panel. Name, Ye Qing. Profession, Summoner D. Level, 10. Unable to gain more experience. Attributes, Constitution 460. Spirit 400, Strength 422. 4. Agility 341. 2. Attributes doubled. Constitution skyrocketed from 230 to 460. Spirit surged from 200 to 400. Strength and agility also received significant boosts. The total of his four-dimensional attributes reached an astonishing 1623. 6 points, far exceeding the cognitive range of an ordinary level 10 professional. More importantly, his job level jumped from the lowest F grade to D grade. Although still not top tier, it was a qualitative leap. It meant that his future growth potential and skill effectiveness would see enormous improvements. Is this the feeling of power surging? Ye Qing felt the tumultuous power within him and couldn't help but clench his fist, his eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. The shackles and inferiority of being an F-grade professional were completely shattered at this moment. Beside him, Huang Niaoi also felt a considerable energy feedback the moment the contract was completed and her attributes had improved somewhat. But she couldn't care less about her own enhancement at this moment. She widened her beautiful eyes, incredulously watching Ye Qing, whose aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. Feeling the overwhelming vitality and mental pressure that far exceeded that of ordinary level 10 professionals, her mind going blank. How is this possible? She exclaimed in shock, her voice changing pitch, his aura. How could it be so strong? This already far exceeds my attributes at level 10. She was an S-grade professional. Her basic attributes at level 10 were already the pinnacle among her peers. Yet the aura emanating from Ye Qing was clearly much stronger than hers at that time. Could it be that his previous attributes were absurdly high? How could an F-grade professional have such basic attributes? Huang Miaoi's heart was stirred by tumultuous waves. At this moment, her gaze towards Ye Qing completely changed, from initial disdain, contempt, and humiliation, to shocked disbelief and even a hint of curiosity and seriousness. She suddenly realized that this seemingly ordinary boy was definitely not as simple as he appeared. How could an F-grade professional possess such terrifying basic attributes? How could he have the protection of a terrifying powerhouse like Kazan? Could it be that he is the true genius, possessing some hidden potential that is even more terrifying than S-grade? An absurd thought invaded her mind. Upon thinking this, the humiliation and unwillingness in her heart miraculously dissipated by more than half, replaced by a complex and indescribable emotion. If Ye Qing really is an infinitely potential super genius, then signing a contract with him seems not entirely unacceptable. After all, they are now in a partnership. Huang Miaoi's eyes flickered, her mindset undergoing a subtle shift. Since the contract has been signed and cannot be changed, then the stronger Ye Qing becomes, the greater the benefits he will provide her in the future. They are now grasshoppers tied to the same rope. If that's the case, why not actively seize this opportunity? Not far away, Ye Fan, who had witnessed the whole scene, couldn't help but click his tongue, his eyes filled with astonishment and an expression of as expected. Amasink. Attributes doubled. Job level jumped 3 tiers. Is this the treatment of the protagonist? Leveling up as easy as drinking water. Although he was amazed, there was not much surprise on his face. Instead, he wore an expression of having read the script. However, Ye Fan stroked his chin, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although 1423 points in total attributes is exaggerated, compared to my level 10, it's still a bit lacking. He recalled his own level 10, where, due to the terrifying growth potential of the SS grade talent, Master of All, he achieved the brilliant record of both attributes breaking the 1,000-point barrier. That was truly against the heavens. Brother protagonist, your cheat may be amazing, but my talent isn't bad either. A strong sense of fighting spirit and anticipation rose within him. The road ahead is still long. Let us take our time. He couldn't wait to see who would go further in this world. The protagonist with Aokiji as a cheat, or himself, the transmigrator with SS grade talent. In the arena, Ye Qing slowly adapted to the surging power within him, his gaze fixed intently on Kazan, filled with gratitude. Chapter 35. Anomaly. A glimmer of determination and shrewdness flashed in Huang Miaoi's eyes, and her expression instantly transformed from shock and daze into a sweet, even somewhat shy smile. She quickly stepped forward, and before Ye Qing had fully come back to his senses from the thrill of his power surge and the gratitude of his silent communication with Mr. Kazan, she naturally wrapped her arm around his. The action was extremely intimate, as if they were truly a couple in love. Husband, she elongated the last syllable, her voice sweet and sticky, carrying a hint of coquetry, completely contrasting with her previous aloof and proud demeanor. You are so amazing. She looked up at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration, pressing closely against Ye Qing, overwhelmed by the intense aura he had just emitted. You scare me. Suddenly enveloped in warm softness, with the overly sweet term of endearment and unabashed admiration in her gaze, Ye Qing's whole body stiffened. His mind went blank in an instant. You. Ye Qing's cheeks flushed bright red, instinctively wanting to pull away. What did you call me? Let go. Quickly let go. He was completely unprepared for this sudden intimate contact and address. Just moments ago, this woman had looked down on him and felt humiliated at the thought of signing a contract with him. How could she suddenly become so enthusiastic and proactive? And calling him husband? The contrast was too great, too bizarre. It made him break out in goosebumps, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Oh dear, why are you shy, husband? Huang Miaoi not only did not let go, but instead hugged him tighter, wrapping his arm closely against her chest, feeling the warmth brought by his powerful vitality, and secretly delighting in it. She deliberately spoke in a wrong tone. We have already signed the true love contract. We are officially partners now. Isn't it right for me to call you husband? Or do you dislike me? As she spoke, her eyes slightly reddened, presenting a pitiful, tearful look. Ye Qing was thrown off by her sudden performance, feeling his scalp tingle. No. We don't have. That's just a contract. He tried to explain, but his words seemed pale and powerless against her onslaught. Huang Miaoi looked at Ye Qing's flustered and embarrassed expression, her heart feeling even more assured. Sure enough, simple-minded, easy to manipulate. She secretly rejoiced, yet her face still wore an expression of dependence and admiration. Husband, you have to protect me well from now on. I am now yours. Ye Fan. Stunned. Jipeg, Kuzan, alala. Ye Ving. Who am I? Where am I? Help. In the western district of Rongqing, an abandoned industrial park, the rusted factory buildings resembled silent steel beasts, casting long shadows in the twilight. The air was filled with the smell of rust and dust. Suddenly, crack. A very faint sound of cracking broke the silence. On the mottled concrete wall of a huge factory, a pitch-black crack, like a spider's web, appeared out of nowhere. The edges of the crack flickered with ominous, light-absorbing dark brilliance, and strands of cold, chaotic energy, filled with a sense of deathly silence, slowly seeped out from the depths of the crack, making the surrounding air thick and oppressive. The breath of the abyss. Not good. A startled cry came from afar. Several figures dressed in standardized city defense uniforms flew in from different directions at high speed, led by a middle-aged man with a resolute face and sharp eyes. He was Li Lianying, the captain of the Rongqing City Defense Team, a level 100 stellar-level practitioner. Li Lianying fixed his gaze on the spreading, expanding pitch-black crack on the wall, and his expression instantly became extremely serious. Space crack. It's a precursor to a dungeon invasion. His voice was deep and trembling. So soon. Is it coming again? The team members behind him also felt the chilling breath of the abyss, their faces pale, as if facing a great enemy. Captain, the energy index is rapidly rising. The crack is stabilizing and expanding. One team member holding a detection device reported urgently, his voice trembling. Preliminary estimates. The energy level of this invasion is at least A level. It may even be higher. A level. The other team members gasped, their faces drained of blood. An A-level dungeon invasion. What does that mean? It means at least one terrifying Lord-level monster over level 100 will appear, and tens of thousands of high-level abyss monsters. This would be a catastrophic disaster for Rongqing. Li Lianying's heart sank to the bottom. Notify headquarters. Activate the highest-level emergency plan. Lock down the entire city. Evacuate all residents from the Western District. He almost shouted the orders, his voice hoarse from urgency. Quick. Yes. The team members immediately sprang into action, the alarm of the communicator piercing the city's tranquility. Li Lianying stood still, staring at the ever-expanding crack like a statue, cold sweat beading on his forehead. As a veteran who had guarded Rongqing for decades, he had experienced more than one dungeon invasion. He knew what kind of terrifying and desperate abyssal world lay behind this seemingly small crack. It was a dimension filled with slaughter and chaos. Every invasion meant endless bloodshed and sacrifice. The last time Rongqing faced only a B-level invasion, which caused significant losses, but they barely managed to hold on. However, according to the damned, nearly unbreakable pattern, the intensity of dungeon invasions alternates between weak strong. The last time was B-level weaker, so this time is highly likely to be a stronger A-level, or even, possibly the legendary S-level, if it really is S-level. Li Lianying dared not think further. A chill running up his spine. An S-level dungeon invasion. That is a natural disaster capable of destroying the capital of a country. Once it happens, the entire Rongqing, with its millions of residents, will likely, damn it, he growled, forcing himself to calm down. No matter what, they must hold the line. He immediately sent an urgent communication request through the communicator to the Lord's office and the top levels of various guilds. Li Lianying. A high-level space crack has appeared in the Western District Industrial Park. Estimated invasion level is A-level. Suspected S-level risk. Requesting immediate activation of protocols. Requesting all practitioners above golden rank to gather in the designated area immediately. Repeat. Requesting all practitioners above golden rank to gather immediately. His voice echoed through the emergency channel, reaching the ears of all high-ranking and powerful practitioners in Rongqing. In an instant, the entire Rongqing was in turmoil, the winds shifting violently. Countless powerful auras erupted from all corners of the city, and figures raced toward the Western District at breakneck speed. Chapter 36. Fantasy anchoring evolution. Kuzan brought Ye Qing and the sticky Huang Miaoi into the rental apartment. Pushing the door open, the small space, simple furniture, and even some peeling walls made Huang Miaoi, who is used to luxurious environments, subconsciously frown. Honey, you live in a place like this? She hooked her arm around Ye Qing's, her tone filled with undisguised disdain and superiority. Isn't this too shabby? How can it match your status? She immediately turned to Ye Qing, putting on a sweet smile and suggesting in a coaxing tone, Honey, our family has a villa area in the city center. The environment is great. The security is strict. Why don't you and Mr. Kazan move over there? I'll have the biggest and most luxurious one tidied up for you. How about it? She thought her suggestion was reasonable, even a form of care for Ye Qing. However, Ye Qing shook his head without hesitation. His tone calm yet firm. No need. This place is fine. I'm used to living here. He broke free from Huang Miaoi's grip and walked to the center of the room, his gaze sweeping over this small house that held countless memories and sweat. There was no hint of disdain in his eyes, but rather a subtle warmth and sense of security. The strength of one's abilities has nothing to do with where one lives. He said lightly, Mr. Kazan once said that the external environment isn't important. Inner strength is what matters. Huang Miaoi was momentarily speechless, looking at Ye Qing's calm, yet undeniable gaze, feeling a bit frustrated but not daring to say anything more. She could only pout and mutter to herself, unappreciative. Ye Qing ignored her little mood. He sat down by the bed, closed his eyes, and began to carefully sense the changes in his body. The D-class profession, Spirit Caller, brought not only a surge in attributes, but also seemed to bring about a deeper transformation. He attempted to communicate with his talent, fantasy anchoring. In the past, this talent felt vague and distant, allowing him to vaguely sense the grand and cold world of One Piece where Mr. Kazan was, using it as a coordinate for summoning. But at this moment, when he once again settled his mind and tried to touch that world, buzz, his consciousness seemed to penetrate an invisible membrane. The scenery before his eyes suddenly transformed. No longer a vague perception, but a clear vision. It was as if he stood from a god's perspective, overlooking a magnificent and fantastical world. An endless azure ocean, unique ships setting sail, islands of various shapes, and those figures exuding powerful auras, dressed in strange outfits. He could even clearly see the magnificent buildings of the Navy headquarters, the raging waves of the New World, and some lights that contained marvelous rules and powers floating in that world. This is the world of One Piece. I can see it directly now, and so clearly. Ye Qing's heart surged with waves of excitement. His fantasy anchoring talent had undergone such an unbelievable evolution after his profession level increased. Not only could he observe clearly, but it seemed he could also intervene to some extent. A bold thought uncontrollably emerged. He tried to concentrate all his spirit, locking onto a pure, cold white light floating in that world, and then seized it with his mind. It felt as if he had exhausted all his mental energy. A wave of intense weakness instantly washed over him. The brilliance of the fantasy anchoring talent suddenly dimmed, as if entering a long cool-down period. But in his palm, a faint yet incredibly pure white light, radiating extreme cold, appeared out of nowhere. The moment the light appeared, the temperature in the entire room suddenly dropped. Before Ye Qing could react, that white light seemed to be attracted to something and shot into Kazan, who was lazily drinking cola beside him. Kazan's movements suddenly halted. His eyes behind the sunglasses widened in disbelief. He clearly felt a wonderfully pure energy, seemingly containing the origin of the world's ice rules, instantly merging with his body and soul. This energy did not directly enhance his strength, but it was as if a key had instantly unlocked the deeper shackles within him. Crack! A certain invisible barrier was broken. His body seemed to become more transparent, and his understanding and perception of the ice fruit surged at an unprecedented speed. Many previously obscure and unreachable mysteries of ice rules now flooded into his mind like a tide. More importantly, he felt that the power limit of this body, severely suppressed by the world's rules, had been suddenly raised. Although it was still far from his peak condition, he was no longer in that frustrating state where he couldn't exert even 1% of his strength. Now, he felt he could briefly unleash about 1/5 of his peak power. Although the duration might be short and the consumption would be huge, it was already a world apart from before. La. Kazan put down the cola bottle, unusually sitting up straight, his gaze behind the sunglasses, looking at Ye Qing with uncertainty. Ye Qing, what did you just do? He could feel that the source of that wonderful energy was from Ye Qing. Ye Qing's face was somewhat pale, his spirit a bit sluggish, as he sensed that the fantasy anchoring talent seemed to have fallen into a dormant state and could not be used again for a short time. But seeing Mr. Kazan's rare, serious, and inquiring gaze, he felt a stir in his heart and vaguely understood something. I don't know. He shook his head and answered honestly. It seems my talent has evolved. Just now it seems I grabbed something from that world, and it ran into your body. Kazan fell silent for a moment, his eyes flickering behind the sunglasses. Grabbing things from that world, and directly granting them to me? He murmured to himself, his tone filled with disbelief. Alala. This really is an incredible ability. Huang Yaoi looked on in shock, although she didn't understand exactly what had happened. She could feel that Kuzan's aura seemed to have undergone a subtle, yet terrifying change. And all of this was caused by Ye Qing. The way she looked at Ye Qing became even more fervent and determined. Ye Qing really hides an astonishing secret. Kazan slowly stood up, moving his limbs, feeling the long-lost surge of power within him, and the corners of his mouth seemed to curl into a faint smile. Alala. Although I still can't move freely, at least, it's not so suffocating anymore. Chapter 37 Recall. Ye Qing looked at Mr. Kazan, who seemed to be in a good mood, and felt a sense of calm in his heart. Mr. Kazan, I want to continue training. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, eager to familiarize himself with and control it. I feel that my current strength is a bit unfamiliar. Kazan glanced at him and lazily nodded Allah. Go ahead. With permission granted. Ye Qing immediately walked to the relatively open space in the center of the room and assumed his stance. He didn't practice the high-difficulty techniques of the six styles anymore. Instead, he began to perform a set of the most basic military boxing. The movements were simple and even somewhat clumsy. However, this time, every punch and kick carried a terrifying power far beyond the past. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind from his punches howled. The air was torn apart. The ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. He deliberately suppressed his strength, carefully controlling the force and speed of his punches, striving to adapt to this familiar yet unfamiliar body. Huang Yaoi stood by, watching Ye Qing, who was drenched in sweat and training earnestly, her eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Honey, your attributes are already so high. Why are you still working so hard on these basic things? She couldn't help but speak up, her voice tinged with a hint of playful reproach and confusion. Isn't it faster to directly absorb experience books or level up by defeating monsters? The attributes gained from training are negligible, right? She truly couldn't understand. To her, it seemed that instead of spending time training hard, it would be better to run a few more dungeons or use resources to stack levels. Training? That was something only low-tier professionals had to resort to. Ye Qing didn't stop his movements, merely replied, Mr. Kazan said that one's own strength must be mastered by oneself. Attributes gained from leveling up are, while those developed through training are. Huang Yaoi pouted, clearly unconvinced. She looked at Ye Qing's serious profile, feeling a stir of competitiveness and curiosity. She walked over to Ye Qing's side, mimicking his stance and attempting to do a few stretching and punching movements. However, a few minutes later, she stopped, panting, drenched in sweat, her face filled with boredom and disappointment. I'm exhausted, and I feel nothing, she muttered softly, feeling her attributes had barely changed. Completely unable to comprehend why Ye Qing seemed to enjoy it so much. What was the point of this training? Wasn't it just wasting time torturing oneself? She murmured in her heart, completely giving up the idea of imitating him. People are ultimately different. She couldn't understand Ye Qing's pursuit of ultimate control over his own strength, nor could she appreciate the sense of achievement that comes from tangible progress through sweat. Well, it was just that Ye Qing had to cheat while she didn't. She watched the beads of sweat rolling down Ye Qing's forehead, her eyes twinkling as she suddenly broke into a sweet smile. She took out a high-grade handkerchief that emitted a faint fragrance, quickly walked to Ye Qing's side, and spoke in a voice so gentle it could drip water. Honey, you've sweated so much. Let me help you wipe it off. As she spoke, she naturally raised her hand and gently wiped the sweat from Ye Qing's forehead and cheeks with the handkerchief, her movements delicate, her gaze focused, resembling a caring little wife. Ye Qing's body suddenly stiffened. His movements halted instantly. The warm, soft sensation accompanied by a faint fragrance drew near, the gentle wiping action. This familiar yet unfamiliar intimacy made him momentarily dazed. In his memory, It seemed like only a long, long time ago, before he awakened that damned F-level talent, and before she became distant and aloof. Bai Ningbing had also wiped his sweat like this after his training. Back then, they were childhood friends, innocent and carefree. A trace of imperceptible days and complexity flashed in Ye Qing's eyes. He instinctively turned his head slightly, avoiding Huang Miaoi's hand, his voice a bit dry. No, it's fine. I can do it myself. He took the handkerchief, wiped his face haphazardly, then shoved it back to Huang Miaoi, turning to continue practicing, though his movements seemed to carry even more force than before. Huang Miaoi stood there holding the handkerchief he had returned, momentarily stunned. She looked at Ye Qing's slightly stiff and evasive back, a glimmer of surprise and intrigue flashing in her eyes. Oh, such a big reaction? Could it be yes into this? She felt a surge of joy in her heart, thinking she had found another way to manipulate Ye Qing. She wasn't angry. Instead, she continued to smile as she stood by, occasionally cheering him on with a sweet voice. Just as Huang Miaoi was secretly pleased, feeling she had found a new method to handle Ye Qing and was about to press further. Buzz. The communicator she carried suddenly vibrated urgently, emitting a glaring red light. This was the highest level of emergency communication. Huang Miaoi's expression changed slightly, and she quickly connected. On the other end of the communicator, her father, Huang Xian, immediately transmitted an anxious and even somewhat terrified voice. Miaoi, where are you? Come home immediately. Hurry. Something big has happened in Rongqing. A high-level spatial rift has appeared in the West District Industrial Park. The city defense team has preliminarily determined. It's an S-level dungeon invasion. S-level? Huang Miaoi exclaimed in shock, her smile vanishing instantly, her complexion draining of color. Right? S-level. Huang Xian's voice was filled with unprecedented seriousness, stating that the scale of this invasion far exceeded previous ones. The entire Rongqing was in imminent danger. The Huang family has already initiated the emergency evacuation plan. You must return immediately. We're going to the provincial city. An S-level dungeon invasion. How could this be? Huang Miaoi's hand trembled as she held the communicator, her mind going blank, muttering to herself, is Rongqing going to be finished? An S-level dungeon invasion. That's a legendary natural disaster. It could annihilate a large city. Hundreds of thousands of people might. Although her mumbling was soft, Ye Qing, with his keen senses at that moment, immediately caught the keywords. S-level dungeon invasion. Rongqing in imminent danger. He abruptly stopped his movements, turned to look at Huang Miaoi, whose face was pale and lost, his brows furrowed. What is going on? What S-level dungeon invasion? Huang Miaoi was startled awake by his voice, quickly regaining her senses. Her face was filled with unprecedented panic as she spoke rapidly and incoherently. It's a dungeon invasion. The highest level S-class. A spatial rift has appeared in the West District. Countless abyss monsters are about to pour out. Rongqing can't hold on. We must escape immediately. She grabbed Ye Qing's arm, urgently shouting, Honey, quickly, come with me. My father has already arranged the evacuation route. We're going to the provincial city. There are armies and stronger professionals protecting it. Staying here will mean death. Chapter 38. Dungeon invasion. At this moment, she was truly panicking, no longer caring about any modesty or calculations, only wanting to escape from this city that was about to be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Ye Qing's heart sank. An S-rank dungeon invasion. Although he was just a student, he had learned about the horror of such disasters from textbooks and historical records. It was a calamity that could turn a bustling metropolis into ruins overnight. His first reaction was to look at Kazan. Kazan had, at some point, put down the bottle of cola, and his gaze behind the sunglasses seemed to carry a hint of seriousness. He slightly tilted his head, as if sensing something, and his usually lazy tone now held a trace of earnestness. La. The energy fluctuations coming from the west do seem a bit off. Chaotic, brutal, filled with a breath of destruction, and the scale is quite large. He stood up and stretched his neck. Ye Qing. It seems that things here are indeed not looking good. He looked at Ye Qing and said slowly, It's time for us to change places. Even Mr. Kazan said so. Ye Qing's heart sank completely. The situation was probably worse than Huang Miaoi had said. All right. Ye Qing nodded without hesitation. Mr. Kazan, Let us go. He immediately began to pack up his things. Seeing that Ye Qing agreed to leave, Huang Miaoi was instantly delighted and quickly said, "Then hurry. Let us take our Huang family's car. We'll go straight to the airport. We have a private airship." As she spoke, she eagerly looked at Kazan, her eyes filled with reverence and pleading. "Mr. Kazan, you should come with us. Having this unfathomable powerhouse along would greatly increase their safety." Kazan lazily yawned, neither agreeing nor refusing, and just ambled toward the door. "Alala. Let us go. Let us go. The wind here is getting noisier." His casual attitude still somehow gave a sense of reassurance. Ye Qing quickly packed a few important items, glanced back at the little room he had lived in for a long time, and a hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by determination. He took a deep breath and followed Kazan's footsteps. Surviving was the most important thing right now. Huang Miaoi hurriedly followed, anxiously contacting her family through the communicator to arrange for a pickup. The three quickly left the dilapidated rental house. In the western district of Rome City, in the industrial park, the originally spiderweb-like dark crack had now expanded into a huge, irregular, terrifying wound that seemed to tear through the fabric of reality. A thick, abyss-like aura surged from within, bringing with it a nauseating smell of sulfur and a bone-chilling cold. Inside the crack there were no longer walls, but a dark void twisted and swirling with chaotic energy. Roar, hiss, accompanied by chilling roars and shrieks. Countless abyssal monsters of various shapes surged out of the crack like a tidal wave. Some resembled huge, crawling creatures covered in bone armor and pus. Others floated in the air, emitting shrill cries of mental pollution. And even more were twisted humanoids wielding rusted weapons like corrupted soldiers. The monsters ranged from low-level 20th tier aberrant minions to elite demon generals reaching levels of 70 and 80. There were all kinds. The sheer number was overwhelming. As soon as they appeared, they frantically attacked all living creatures in sight, destroying everything around them. "Hold the line! Hold the line!" The roar of the city defense captain Li Lianing echoed across the battlefield. He was covered in blood, and his starry tier fighting spirit burned like flames. Each swing of his massive sword could shatter dozens of low-tier monsters, forcing back an elite demon general that charged at him. "For Rome City, for our homeland, we cannot let these scum cross the defense line, even a step." He roared hoarsely. "Behind us are our parents and children. We have no retreat. Kill. For the homeland. Fight these beasts." The soldiers of the city defense team had bloodshot eyes, fearlessly holding the front line, their flesh and blood forming a shaky dam to desperately block the wave of monsters. Various professional fighters from the major guilds also joined the battle. Mages chanted spells, hurling fireballs, ice spears, and lightning like a torrential downpour onto the monsters. Warriors roared and charged to the front line, engaging the monsters in close combat. Assassins flickered in and out of sight, precisely taking down the vulnerable spell-casting monsters. Priests exerted all their effort, the healing lights continuously illuminating, but still failing to keep up with the speed of casualties. The battlefield instantly turned into a meat grinder. Every minute and second saw someone fall. Blood soaked the ground, and severed limbs flew in all directions. The piercing sound of air raid sirens echoed mournfully over Rome City, blending with the shouts of battle, explosions, and the roars of monsters, creating a symphony of despair. The civilians in the Western District had already fallen into a state of panic, crying and screaming as they frantically fled towards the Eastern District with their families. Transportation was completely paralyzed, and stampedes occurred frequently. The entire city was in chaos. In one corner of the battlefield, a radiant holy light stood out. Wang Ji, the vice president of the Sky Light Guild, was currently wielding a war hammer engulfed in holy flames, charging through the hordes of monsters like a war god. His level reached 85, a platinum tier paladin, with incredibly powerful abilities. Wherever the holy light passed, low-tier monsters melted like snow, and elite monsters screamed in agony from the burns. But there was no trace of relief on his face, only seriousness and a hint of bitterness. He shouldn't be here. Due to privately reallocating the guild's important resources to buy Ningbing and allowing her to challenge an SS-tier breakthrough mission. He had been heavily punished by the president in order to stay in Rome City to redeem himself. With his strength and status, if he wanted to leave, the president could not stop him. But he didn't because this was his hometown. This was the place he had grown up in. There were too many memories and things he couldn't bear to part with here. Beasts, get back! Wang Ji roared, smashing the war hammer into the ground, sending a shockwave that shattered the surrounding monsters. He wiped the blood from his face and glanced at the chaotic fleeing crowd behind him, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Brothers, hold on. He loudly encouraged the struggling professionals around him. Reinforcements will arrive soon. As long as we hold on for another minute, we can save hundreds or thousands of people. For Rome City, kill. His bravery and determination inspired many around him, temporarily stabilizing the previously wavering defense line. Li Lianying cleaved a giant monster's head with a sword and, panting, retreated to Wang Ji's side, his expression extremely grim. Vice President Wang, the situation is not good. The crack is still expanding. The monsters coming out are getting stronger. Just now, I even sense the aura of a near 100-level lord. The A-tier plan is simply not enough. We must activate the S-tier emergency plan. Request military support from the nearby base cities. Wang Ji smashed a flying monster with his hammer and said in a deep voice, I've already requested assistance from the guild headquarters and the military, but it will take time for them to arrive. We must hold on. He looked at the seemingly endless tide of monsters, then at the chaotic city behind him and the comrades falling one by one, his heart sinking continuously. This time, can Rome City really hold on? An S-rank dungeon invasion. This was practically a city-destroying disaster. No matter what, Li Lianying's eyes glinted with madness as he gripped his giant sword tightly. Unless I die, no one will cross my defense line. The two stood back to back, like rocks at the front line, becoming the spiritual support for countless professionals and warriors. But everyone knows that in the face of the S-class abyssal tide, individual strength is ultimately limited. The shadow of despair looms over everyone's heart. Chapter 39. Justice in the Heart. Huang Miaoyi, along with Ye Qing and Kuzan, rode in a luxurious spiritual vehicle sent by the Huang family, speeding towards the private airport on the outskirts of the city. Outside the window, the city was in chaos and panic. The piercing sound of air raid sirens echoed as the streets were crowded with people in a frenzy, fleeing with their families. Cries, screams, and the honking of vehicles blended together, forming a desperate lament. Occasionally, explosions and the roars of monsters came from the direction of the Western District, further spreading the atmosphere of fear. Their vehicle had to slow down, struggling to navigate through the chaotic crowd. As they passed a makeshift refugee shelter, Ye Qing's gaze was firmly captured by the scene outside. The so-called shelter was actually an open square, now packed with refugees who had escaped from the Western District, looking disheveled and traumatized. Many were injured, with blood soaking through their makeshift bandages. There were numerous people with severed limbs lying on the cold ground, moaning and wailing in pain. Children who had lost their parents cried helplessly, their eyes hollow and desperate. Medical staff and volunteers rushed through the crowd, overwhelmed, but resources and manpower were clearly inadequate. The air was filled with the smell of blood, gunpowder, and a sense of despair. Ye Qing's heart tightened. The tragic scene before him slowly overlapped with a deliberately sealed memory deep within him. His parents had died during an A-level dungeon invasion a few years ago. He was still young then, only able to watch helplessly as his parents picked up weapons and charged towards the battlefield against the tide of people, never to return. From that moment on, he became an orphan. The pain and helplessness of losing loved ones, the deep-seated hatred for the abyssal monsters surged in his heart. Burning like flames in his very being, his hands clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. Was he really going to just walk away like this? Like those who fled back then, turning his back on the land that raised him, on those suffering and threatened by death, and escaping to the so-called safe zone alone? Then, on some future night, be awakened again by the same nightmare, burdened with guilt and powerlessness for having fled? No, he didn't want to run anymore. An unprecedented impulse and determination erupted in his chest like a volcano. Stop the car. Ye Qing suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse but filled with undeniable conviction. The driver instinctively slammed on the brakes. The luxury car came to a halt beside the chaotic street. Ye Qing, what's wrong? Huang Miaoyi was jolted by the sudden stop, looking at him in confusion, urging anxiously, hurry, let us go. It's not safe here. The monsters could come at any moment. Ye Qing ignored her. He took a deep breath, abruptly pushed open the car door, and jumped out. He turned around, his gaze crossing the car roof, looking at the figure still lazily seated in the back seat, seemingly indifferent to the chaos outside. Mr. Kazan. Ye Qing's voice trembled with excitement, but his eyes were exceptionally bright and resolute. I want to stay. Huang Miaoyi's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, Ye Qing, are you crazy? Staying here is a death sentence? An S-level dungeon invasion. This is not a war you can participate in. Get back in the car. Kazan seemed a bit surprised as well, slightly raising his eyelids, his gaze from behind the sunglasses turned toward the straight-standing boy outside the car. La. He spoke slowly. Stay? Why? This place will soon be overwhelmed by monsters, you know. Ye Qing clenched his fists, his gaze sweeping over the panicked crowd around him, over the wounded moaning in the shelter, and finally looked back at Kazan, speaking word by word. My parents died in the last dungeon invasion. They fought to protect this city, to protect more people. I didn't have power back then. I could only run away. But now, I have power. Though I'm still weak, I don't want to run anymore. Mr. Kazan, you taught me to become stronger, not to turn and flee in the face of disaster. Right? His voice was not loud, but it was filled with undeniable determination and conviction. The sunlight shone on his young yet resolute face, his eyes bright as if burning with fierce flames. Kazan looked at Ye Qing in this way, his eyes behind the sunglasses flickering slightly, as if lost in thought. This appearance, this willingness to face danger for the sake of protecting something with a determined gaze, reminded him of a certain straw hat kid who loved to meddle, willing to go against the world for the sake of so-called justice and friends, and of himself, who stood firm to protect his companions on Judicial Island, even covered in blood, never taking a step back. La. Kazan sighed gently, his tone still lazy, but with a hint of something else. What a bother. He pushed open the car door, his tall figure emerging from the vehicle, standing beside Ye Qing. He put his hands in his pockets, looked up at the dark, chaotic sky over the Western District, and then down at the resolute young man before him. Since you've made your decision, he said slowly, then let us give a try. La. Anyway, we can't leave now. Huang Miaoyi watched this scene from inside the car, anxiously stamping her feet. Mr. Kazan, why are you also? Sigh. She looked at Ye Qing's determined back, then at the terrifying scene in the Western District, gritted her teeth, and ultimately chose to follow. Huang Miaoyi sat in the car, watching Ye Qing and Kazan standing resolutely in the chaotic street, stomping her feet in frustration. They were crazy, absolutely crazy. She muttered through gritted teeth, an F-level. No, a D-level waste. A weirdo from who knows where, thinking of staying to fight against an S-level dungeon invasion. Has your brain been eaten by monsters? She simply couldn't understand Ye Qing's thought process. Clearly, there was a way out, yet he insisted on staying to die, just for those unfamiliar refugees, for the so-called desire to not run away anymore. In her view, this was the most foolish and unreasonable behavior in the world. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and immediately took out her communicator, dialing her father's encrypted number once again. Chapter 40 Persuasion. The communication was almost instantly connected, and Huang Xian's anxious voice immediately came through. Miaoyi, where are you? Why aren't you at the airport yet? The airship is ready. Hurry, Dad. Huang Miaoyi's voice was filled with a sob and urgency. Ye Qing. Ye Qing has gone crazy. He's not leaving. He wants to stay. And that Kazan guy too. What? Huang Xian's voice instantly rose, filled with shock and fury. He's not leaving. Who does he think he is? Does he think he can meddle in an S-level dungeon invasion? That Kazan is also a madman. He took a hurried breath, his voice filled with unprecedented severity and fear. Miaoyi, listen to me. Don't worry about them. Come back immediately. Right now. Rome City is beyond saving. Completely beyond saving. Huang Miaoyi was taken aback. Dad? Beyond saving? What do you mean? Isn't the city defense team and the guild still resisting? As long as we hold on until reinforcements. We can't hold on. Huang Xian interrupted her roughly, his voice trembling with extreme fear. Do you think an S-level dungeon invasion is just a level 100 boss? Wrong. Completely wrong. He almost shouted, based on the latest detected energy fluctuations and the stability of the spatial rifts. The core of this invasion is very likely a level 150 Abyss Lord. A level 150 Abyss Lord. Huang Miaoi screamed, her face turning pale as paper, her body freezing. A level 150 Abyss Lord. What does that even mean? That is a terrifying existence that surpasses Starry and King levels. A catastrophic disaster that only exists in legends and top-secret files. In the entire Xia country, even the whole world, the number of strong beings that can fight against such an entity is extremely limited, and none of them are not stationed at the most critical strategic locations. How could Rome City possibly withstand it? Even a king would be useless. Huang Xian's voice was filled with despair. The defense system of Rome City is like paper in front of that existence. It's over. Completely over. Miaoi, my daughter, run. Run immediately. Don't look back. Don't care about anyone. Leave there as fast as you can. The farther, the better. If you wait any longer, it will be too late. On the other end of the communicator, Huang Xian's near-collapse urging and pleading voice came through. Huang Miaoi's hand, holding the communicator, trembled violently, her mind blank, filled only with boundless fear. A level 150 Abyss Lord. A city-destroying natural disaster. She suddenly looked up, glancing at Ye Qing and Kuzan's backs outside the car, the last trace of hesitation and struggle in her eyes completely disappearing, replaced by cold determination and a hint of pity. Dad, I understand. I'm leaving right now. She hung up the communicator and shouted at the driver, drive. Hurry to the airport. As fast as possible. The driver didn't dare to hesitate. Slamming the accelerator, the luxury car roared as it forcibly squeezed through the chaotic crowd. Speeding towards the outskirts of the city, Huang Miaoi slumped in the back seat, her chest rising and falling violently. Her last glance through the car window caught Ye Qing's gradually receding figure. Ye Qing, don't blame me. She muttered softly, her expression complicated. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too foolish. In this world, surviving is the most important thing. Ye Qing and Kuzan moved against the tide of panicked people, heading towards the front lines where the fighting was the fiercest in the Western District. The closer they got to the Western District, the stronger the smell of blood and the sulfur stench from the abyss became, the sounds of explosions, screams, and monstrous roars deafening. The buildings on both sides of the street were severely damaged, the walls covered in claw marks and charred marks from energy impacts, and the ground was littered with congealed blood and scattered weapon fragments. Roar, a creature resembling a giant hyena, rotting and oozing pus, exuding a foul stench. LV. 35 corrupted hound, broke through a low wall, its crimson eyes instantly locking onto the nearest Ye Qing, drooling as it lunged at him. Ye Qing's eyes sharpened, a surge of power coursing through him. He was about to act when, watch out, get away. A desperate shout came from the side. Swish. A sharp blade of light arrived first, accurately slicing through the corrupted hound's skull. Foul black blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. A middle-aged man dressed in a bloodstained city defense uniform, his face marked with exhaustion and traces of gunpowder, stood in front of Ye Qing, holding a serrated battle knife. Panting heavily, his chest badge displayed a level of LV 50. You too. What are you doing standing here? Are you looking to die? The city defense member turned around, roaring at Ye Qing and Kuzan, his tone filled with urgency and anger. This is the front line, not a place for you to come. Hurry. Run to the evacuation point in the Eastern District. His gaze swept over Ye Qing, noticing he had no guild insignia and was young, instinctively checking his level. LV 10. Level 10. The city defense member's eyes widened instantly, his voice becoming sharper with shock and anger. Are you a level 10 newbie here to die? If it weren't for me just now, you would have been torn apart by that monster. He pointed at the battlefield behind him, engulfed in flames and filled with continuous roars, almost shouting, Look over there. See clearly. The weakest minions over there are all level 20 and up. Any one of them could crush you like an ant. What can you help with? Stop causing trouble here. Get lost. He thought Ye Qing was just a low-level player who was either scared silly or lost. Ye Qing was sprayed with saliva, but did not retreat. He met the angry and anxious gaze of the other man, calmly yet firmly saying, "I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to help. Help." The city defense member seemed to hear the biggest joke. His anger turning to laughter. "What can you help with? With your level 10 body, are you going to stuff your little self into the monster's teeth? Do you think this is just a game? This is war. P.P.D." He looked Ye Qing up and down, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. "Look at you. You don't even have any decent equipment. Which guild apprentice are you? Or which academy student? Hurry back. This is not a place for rookies like you to play hero." Ye Qing frowned slightly, about to speak again. "Oh dear." Kazan suddenly yawned lazily from the side and interjected, "Hey, big guy, don't be so worked up." Only then did the city defense member notice this unusually tall man beside him, wearing sunglasses and dressed casually, even a bit sloppily. He instinctively checked Kazan's level. Kazan's level and profession information exceeded his scanning ability, showing as a question mark. Chapter 41. The fearless dreamer. The city defense team member was taken aback, his pupils narrowing slightly, unable to detect the level. This situation could only mean two things. Either the opponent had a high-level shielding item, or the opponent's strength far exceeded his level 50 detection limit. Regardless of which, it indicated that the man before him was definitely not simple. His anger instantly diminished by half, and his tone became cautious. "Who are you exactly?" Kazan did not answer his question, but slowly pointed at Ye Qing and lazily said, "This kid may be a bit low in level, but he is quite strong. Let him give a try. He might be of some help." The city defense team member looked at Kazan's inscrutable expression, then glanced at Ye Qing beside him, whose eyes were firm and unafraid, and for a moment felt uncertain. Could it be this level 10 kid had some special quality? A hidden profession? Or was he a descendant of a great family here for training with a guardian? Just as he hesitated for those few seconds, roar. 3 LV. 21 demonized swift beasts sensed the presence of living beings, like phantoms darting out from the shadows of the ruins, pouncing towards them from 3 different directions, leaving afterimages in their wake. Incredibly fast. Their fangs gleamed with cold light. "Be careful." The city defense team member's face changed dramatically, instinctively swinging his blade to intercept. But he had just exhausted too much energy and was a beat too slow, barely managing to block one. The other 2 had already opened their massive jaws, lunging at Ye Qing and Kuzan respectively. The city defense team member's heart raced, thinking he would witness a bloody scene in the next moment. However, facing the attacking demonized swift beasts, Ye Qing's gaze sharpened, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He pushed off the ground, causing it to tremble slightly. His body slid sideways like an arrow released from its bow, narrowly avoiding the lethal bite. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, and the terrifying strength of 460 points in physique and 420 points in power erupted explosively. His arm muscles instantly tensed like iron. Finger gun modified. He did not completely mimic Kazan's technique. Instead, he integrated his control over power into it, delivering a plain yet powerful punch that gathered all his strength, striking fiercely at the side of the demonized swift beast. A muffled sound, blood mixed with internal organs, exploded. The seemingly ferocious LV 21 demonized swift beast didn't even have time to scream before its massive body was sent flying like it had been hit by a high-speed train, crashing into a pile of rubble several meters away. It twitched a couple of times and then fell silent. One-hit kill. On the other side, the swift beast lunging at Kuzan froze into a lifelike ice sculpture without warning when it was still half a meter away from him, then shattered into countless ice shards with a crash. Kazan didn't even move a finger. He merely yawned. "Ah, it's so noisy." City defense team member. He maintained his stance, looking like he had been petrified, standing frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. What did he just see? A level 10 professional killed a level 21 demonized swift beast with one punch. How could this be possible? Even if it were an S-class profession, the stats couldn't be this outrageous, right? This strength, this explosion. It was comparable to a level 20 or above berserker, and the man beside him was even more bizarre and outrageous. He suddenly turned his head, looking at Ye Qing, who stood with his fist withdrawn, as if he were a monster, then glanced at the lazy Kazan beside him. His throat moved with difficulty, and all his previous anger, disdain, and doubts vanished in an instant, leaving only unparalleled shock and a hint of awe. You guys. Ye Qing shook the blood off his hand, looked at him calmly, and asked, "Now can we stay and help?" On the roof of a half-collapsed office building near the edge of the industrial park in the western district of Rome City, a young man dressed in tight sportswear, with a headband that read "Challenge the Limits" and a hint of a rogue demeanor, was holding a high-definition phone with a stabilization gimbal, excitedly talking to the camera. "Old friends, did you see? This is the current situation in the western district of Rome City. Exciting, right?" Zhao Jie shouted at the camera. "I'm risking my life to bring you this live broadcast. Is that enough? Send in the gifts." He was a somewhat famous outdoor challenge streamer with the ID. Brother Jie is not afraid, attracting attention by taking risks and challenging various extreme projects. Today, he had originally planned to live stream a freehand climb of this abandoned office building. But as soon as he reached the rooftop, he heard the piercing air raid siren and the announcement of a dungeon invasion. His first reaction was to run away. Life preservation was paramount. However, just as he was about to make a break for it, the chat in the live stream exploded. "What the hell? Dungeon invasion? Is this real? Brother Jia, don't run. Stay in live stream. This is a big scene." "Yeah, Brother Jia, aren't you a challenge streamer? Challenge the edge of an S-class dungeon invasion. Live stream the monster tied up close. This traffic will definitely explode. Brother Jia, you're about to go viral. Send in the gifts. As long as you dare to stream, I'll dare to donate." 1. Brother Jia, don't be a coward. Fortune favors the bold. Brother Jia, watching the crazy barrage of comments and the continuously appearing gift effects on the screen, Zhao Jia's escape slowed down. He swallowed hard, looking at the black smoke rising in the distance and the terrifying roars faintly heard, his heart racing. Fear? Of course, he was afraid. That was an S-class dungeon invasion. One misstep could lead to annihilation. But the comments were right. Fortune favors the bold. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, if he could successfully live stream the first-hand footage, the traffic, the heat, would absolutely catapult him from secondary or tertiary streamer to a top-tier internet sensation. Take a gamble. Turn a bike into a motorcycle. Damn it, let us do it. Zhao Jie gritted his teeth, a glint of madness and greed flashing in his eyes. "Old friends, you're right. What have I ever been afraid of? Let me show you what a true extreme challenge livestream looks like today." He not only didn't run away, but instead found a relatively concealed spot that could overlook part of the battlefield, carefully set up his phone, and aimed the camera at the main battlefield of the industrial park. "Brothers, do you see that? Over there, the place with the thickest black smoke. That's where the spatial rift appeared. Did you hear the monsters' cries? Terrifying. How many monsters could there be?" It must be said that Zhao Jie had some skill and courage to survive in the challenge zone. He was a level 40 Gale Ranger, with decent agility and stealth abilities, and was very sensitive to danger. He always cleverly utilized the terrain to avoid the most dangerous areas, skirting the edges of the battlefield, capturing those shocking moments. Wow, Brother Jie is amazing. He really stayed. This perspective, so thrilling. It feels like the monsters are going to rush over any second. Send in the gifts. Don't let Brother Jie's risk be in vain. What kind of monster is that flying in the sky over there? So big. Are those monsters on the ground? So densely packed. Look, there are professionals fighting over there. It's so intense. Brother Jie, be careful. Don't get discovered. The popularity of the live stream skyrocketed at a visible rate. The barrage and gifts nearly drowned the screen. Zhao Jie watched as the numbers and earnings soared, adrenaline pumping, both terrified and excited. "Old friends, did you see that big shot glowing with holy light over there? That's Wang Ji, the vice president of the Celestial Light Guild. A platinum tier big shot. Isn't that awesome?" He occasionally explains a few things to the audience, appearing very professional. Oh crap, almost got hit by a stray bullet. A fireball exploded not far away, startling him into instinctively retracting his neck and quickly changing positions with remarkable agility. Just as he crouched down, preparing to find a better vantage point, His lens inadvertently swept across a relatively secluded street not far off. In the frame, three figures appeared. One was a middle-aged man in a city defense uniform, looking utterly exhausted. The second was an unusually tall man wearing sunglasses, hands in his pockets, exuding a lazy demeanor that clashed with the surroundings. And the third appeared very young, even somewhat student-like. What are those three doing? Zhao Jie instinctively zoomed in. One from a city defense team, accompanied by two civilians? No, that's not right. The civilians should have evacuated long ago. Chapter 42. Dead meat on the rooftop. Zhao Jie carefully adjusted the smartphone gimbal, zooming in the lens to focus on the three figures below on the street that seemed somewhat out of place. Brothers, look, those three down there. Interesting, huh? He whispered mysteriously into the microphone. The camera clearly captured a middle-aged man in a city defense team uniform, looking exhausted, alongside a tall, lazy man wearing sunglasses, and a remarkably young boy. A city defense team guy, looks like he's not low-level, probably around level 50, likely pulled back from the front lines for rest or some task. Zhao Jie analyzed. The other two are really strange. His lens focused on the boy. This kid looks quite young, like a student. While speaking, Zhao Jie activated the smartphone's basic detection feature. Its effectiveness was far from that of a professional, but it provided a rough idea. LV-10. Holy crap. Level 10. Zhao Jie couldn't help but exclaim, his voice rising in pitch. Brothers, did I see that wrong? Level 10. What a level 10 rookie doing at the front lines of an S-rank dungeon invasion? Is he asking to be a target? The comments in his live stream exploded. Level 10? Are you kidding? Did this guy get lost? Hurry and run. Is he stunned or what? What is that city defense guy doing? Why isn't he evacuating him? Wait, who's that tall guy in sunglasses? He looks so pretentious. Can't detect his level. Another mysterious big shot? Zhao Jie turned his gaze to the tall man in sunglasses, attempting to detect him. Sure enough, it was another question mark. An unmeasurable bodyguard whose level couldn't be detected? A level 10 rookie boy? A city defense team member who should be fighting on the front lines, but was slacking off here? Zhao Jie's mind instantly concocted a grand narrative. Brothers, I think I've discovered something huge. Look at this setup. A mysterious bodyguard, an absurdly low-level young master, and a city defense team member who has probably been assigned to protect or guide him. What does this imply? He slammed his thigh, his voice rising sharply. This is clearly a young master from a big family, relying on his family's power and influence, running to the front lines at such a critical moment to shine and gain experience, making a valuable level 50 city defense team member leave the main battlefield to babysit him, having an unknown level strongman act as his personal bodyguard, wasting precious combat power just to satisfy his ridiculous vanity. Meanwhile, our true warriors are on the front lines risking their lives against monsters. Every second, someone is sacrificing themselves. Zhao Jie grew increasingly agitated, his tone filled with righteous indignation. Is this fair? Brothers, do you think this is fair? He successfully stirred the emotions of his live stream audience. The comments were instantly drowned in angry denunciations. Damn. So he's just a young master out for a shine. Damn it. Our brothers on the front lines are fighting hard while they're playing a real-life adventure game. Disgusting. So disgusting. Expose him. Yeah. Get a clear shot. Let the whole internet see which family's scion this is. The city defense team has fallen. Actually playing house with a young master. Feeling for the front-line warriors. Gift bomb. Support Jie in exposing this. Watching the chat explode and the gifts flood in, Zhao Jie felt a sense of triumph, believing he had grasped the secret to gaining traffic. While he passionately condemned the situation, he kept the camera firmly locked on Ye Qing, trying to get a clear shot of his face for enthusiastic viewers to do some digging. Don't worry, brothers. Although I'm just a small streamer, since I've stumbled upon this, I must expose it to the end. He vowed earnestly. Let us see what this young master really wants to do to shine. Ye Qing instantly killed a mutated swift beast and countered Kazan's bizarre freezing technique, completely subduing the city defense team member. He no longer dared to underestimate them. Of course. Please, this way. This defense line is under great pressure. We need support. Ye Qing nodded, saying little. The three quickly advanced down the street. The closer they got to the core area of the industrial park, the more severe the signs of battle became. Ruined buildings, charred ground, congealed blood, scattered weapon fragments. The air was thick with the smell of blood and gunpowder, making one nauseous. Occasionally, stray monsters would leap out from the ruins, but Kazan would freeze them effortlessly. The city defense team member following behind felt a chill, secretly astonished. This tall man in sunglasses was truly unfathomable. He hadn't shown any real effort. Every monster that got close was instantly turned into an ice sculpture. They advanced quickly. However, just as they were about to reach a makeshift defense fortification, a deafening roar, filled with brutality and destruction, suddenly erupted from behind a half-collapsed factory. Roar! The ground shook violently. A massive creature, the size of a small mountain, covered in dark red, lava-like armor, with three hideous heads and spewing sulfur flames, crashed through the remaining walls, appearing at the end of the street. Hellhound LV-60 Golden Elite, a level 60 Golden Elite monster. A terrifying aura pressed down on them like a physical force. Its 6 eyes, burning with hellfire, locked onto Ye Qing and the others. Oh no, it's the Hellhound. The city defense team member's face turned as pale as a sheet, his voice trembling with despair. A level 60 Golden Elite. We can't stop it. Retreat. He instinctively wanted to back away. Monsters of this level were not something their small team could handle. At least a complete elite squad composed of level 60 or higher professionals would be needed to counter it. Ye Qing also felt tremendous pressure. His heart raced, and breathing became difficult. A level 60 Golden Elite. This was far beyond what he could currently handle. The oppressive pressure from the enemy made his muscles tense up. On the rooftop, Zhao Jie, who had been focusing on the three with a telephoto lens, also saw the terrifying hellhound that had suddenly appeared. He was so scared he nearly dropped his phone. Holy crap! Level 60 Golden Elite. Hellhound! He screamed, it's over. They're dead meat. Run. The comments in the live stream exploded again. Level 60 Golden Elite. Run, yeah. Don't get caught up in it. Those three are done for. Absolutely dead meat. The young master's golden opportunity backfired. He risking his life. Serves him right. He was showing off. What a pity for that bodyguard. He seemed strong, but he is going to fall here protecting the young master. Quick, film it. Someone's about to die. Zhao Jie, shrinking back in fear, worried about being discovered by the monster, couldn't he help but keep the camera fixed on the scene below, hoping to capture a big news moment. In his imagination, the next second, the pretentious sunglasses-wearing man would either flee with the young master in a panic or get swallowed whole by the hellhound. However, Chapter 43, The King Kazan. Faced with the roaring and charging hellhound, the tall man wearing sunglasses seemed to slightly furrow his brow. As if disturbed from his tranquility, he appeared somewhat impatient. Then, amid the desperate gazes of the city defense team, under the tense yet trusting watch of Ye Qing, and captured by the incredulous cameras of Zhao Jie and countless live stream viewers, Kazan slowly raised his right hand and casually snapped his fingers. Snap! The sound was very soft, almost drowned out by the monster's roar and the distant explosions. But the moment the snap echoed, crack, 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 centered around the wildly charging hellhound, the air within several dozen meters instantly solidified. An extreme chill erupted from nowhere. It was as if time itself had frozen. That arrogant, terrifyingly powerful level 60 Golden Elite monster, maintaining its pouncing and biting posture, along with the hellfire burning around it, was completely frozen in the blink of an eye. It transformed into a massive, vividly lifelike, even with a hint of a fierce expression, amber-like ice sculpture. The sunlight shone on the crystal-clear ice sculpture, refracting eerie and magnificent light. The ice sculpture stood silently in the middle of the street, resembling a giant artwork. The entire world seemed to quiet down at that moment. On the rooftop, Zhao Jie held his phone, mouth agape, eyes wide as saucers, as if he had been hit by a paralysis spell, frozen in place. What did he just see? A snap of the fingers? Instantly killing a level 60 Golden Elite. What kind of power level is this? Starry tier, or even King tier? The barrage in the live stream exploded like a tsunami after a brief, deathly silence. Holy shit. Am I seeing things? A snap of the fingers. Killed a level 60 golden elite. What kind of divine technique is this? King. Definitely a king boss. Who just said he was a gilded young master? How does that feel now? This is clearly a king boss taking a disciple to train. Boss is awesome. Voice breaking. Wait. No. Why does such a strong boss not go to the front line? Cleaning up the small fries here? Yeah. The front line is about to collapse. The boss is here playing house with his disciple, wasting combat power. Is there some kind of conspiracy? Doubt. Must question. Zhao Jie also snapped back to reality from his extreme shock, looking at the live stream barrage of questioning comments. His mind instantly filled with this question. Right? This boss's strength is absolutely terrifying to an unimaginable degree. Killing a level 60 golden elite like its child's play. A powerhouse of this level is definitely a strategic asset. Why did he not immediately go to the front line to face the strongest monsters? Instead, he is here, accompanying a level 10 disciple to clear out these marginal soldiers? This doesn't make sense. Could it really be, as the comment said, that there is some unmentionable secret? Or does this boss simply not care about the survival of Rome City? Just here to level up? A more complex and questioning emotion spread in the hearts of Zhao Jie and countless viewers. Meanwhile, on the street below, Kazan seemed to have done something trivial, lazily yawning. The three continued to push forward along the street towards the core area of the industrial park. The deeper they went, the more densely packed and powerful the monsters became. Occasionally, elite magic generals over level 30 would charge out from the ruins, or flying magical creatures over level 40 would dive down from the sky. Confronted with these monsters that could wipe out ordinary adventurer teams, Kazan still maintained a lazy demeanor. Only when a monster's level exceeded 30, or when there were too many of them posing a real threat to Ye Qing, would he casually raise his finger. Snap! A snap of the fingers. Crack, crack. A group of monsters instantly turned into ice sculptures, frozen in various grim postures on the street, resembling a bizarre ice sculpture art exhibit. And whenever they encountered monsters between levels 20 and 30 who were strong but not capable of instantly killing Ye Qing, Kazan would stop, lazily lean to the side, and gesture to Ye Qing. Allah. Ye Qing, this one's up to you. Practice a bit. Upon hearing this, Ye Qing's eyes immediately sharpened, and he rushed forward without hesitation. He no longer used those clumsy, imitative Six Styles techniques, but instead integrated the extreme control of physical strength honed during these days of hellish training into the combat style he was most familiar with. Dark blade unsheathed. His movements were swift and precise. Power erupted and condensed. The timing of his dodges was just right, although his combat experience was still lacking, occasionally getting scratched by monsters' attacks. He always managed to endure with his terrifying physique and strength far exceeding his level, and quickly counterattack. Swish! The blade flashed. A level 28, rending claw demon wolf, was precisely split open at the head. Boom! A side kick, gathering all his strength, directly sent a level 25, heavy armored barbarian, flying with its chest armor caved in. Ye Qing was rapidly growing in battle, mastering the control of his surging power, and his combat style became increasingly fierce. Kazan occasionally lazily pointed out a thing or two. Allah. Your power is too scattered. Your steps are slow. The recoil after your attack is too large, making it easy to be countered. Ye Qing took note of every comment and immediately improved in the next battle. What looked dangerous and life-threatening to others, under Kazan's supervision, became Ye Qing's best practical training ground. However, these scenes fell into the live stream camera of Zhao Jie on the distant rooftop, and in the eyes of countless viewers watching the live stream. It was a completely different flavor. Brothers, did you see that? Here it comes again. Zhao Jie lowered his voice, his tone filled with indignation and confusion. That magic general is at least level 30, right? That boss could clearly take it out effortlessly, but he chooses not to act. Just lets that level 10-foot young master go fight. How dangerous is that? Look, almost got scratched by its claws. This is clearly using the lives of frontline warriors to buy time for his young master to gild and brush practical experience. And just now, clearing those level 20 soldiers was pretty quick. But whenever a slightly valuable experience monster appears, he leaves it for the young master. I can hear that calculation all the way up here on the rooftop. The barrage in the live stream was ignited by this double standard behavior. Disgusting. So disgusting. Frontline brothers are bleeding and sacrificing. They're leisurely leveling up in the back. Why? Why is a starry or even king-level boss not tanking the boss, but playing babysitter here? Rome City is about to fall, and they're still thinking about giving their young master experience. What kind of family is this? So selfish. Expose him. Must expose him. Does anyone know that young man? Find out his identity. The boss is indeed strong, but his character is truly poor. Wasting combat power. Shameful. The waves of doubt and condemnation surge higher and higher. Chapter 44 Despair. Zhao Jie looked at the explosive popularity and gifts in the live broadcast room, secretly pleased, but continued to play the role of a righteous messenger. Brothers, although I am insignificant, I cannot stand by and watch this. I have saved the live recording. Once it's safe, I will find a way to expose this matter. We must give an explanation to the brothers fighting bravely on the front lines. He successfully shaped himself into an image of a hero unafraid of power, revealing darkness, winning unanimous support and rewards from the viewers in the live broadcast room. Meanwhile, on the street below, Ye Qing had just painstakingly slain a LV-29 Venom Stalker, panting and wiping sweat. He had no idea that his training with Mr. Kazan had been misunderstood by countless people and nailed to the pillar of shame for being selfish and wasting combat power. Kazan glanced at Ye Qing's state and lazily said, "Alala, the stamina consumption is a bit high. Let's take a 5-minute break." After saying that, he actually found a relatively clean stone stool to sit down and leisurely took out a can of ice-cold cola to drink. This leisurely vacation-like demeanor sent the viewers in the live broadcast room into a fury. He's drinking now? Damn it. I'm running for my life on the front line, and he's drinking cola. So it's infuriating. Can a big shot do whatever they want? Zhao Jie looked at Kuzan's appearance, his mouth twitching, just about to add fuel to the fire when suddenly, boom! A sound far more terrifying than any previous noise erupted, like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting coming from the core of the industrial park. The entire ground shook violently. It felt like a magnitude 10 earthquake. In the distance, the enormous spatial rift suddenly erupted with overwhelming black and red light. A terrifying pressure that made souls tremble, indescribable in its horror, swept over the entire Rome City like a tsunami. The sky darkened instantly. Dark clouds gathered. Lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Roar! A roar that seemed to come from the depths of hell, filled with endless brutality and a desire for destruction. Shattered everyone's eardrums, leaving them dizzy. Zhao Jie was so scared that he sat down on the ground, almost dropping his phone. His face pale as he looked towards the core area, his voice trembling. Brothers, what a huge commotion. Warehouse. What has come out? The bullet screen in the live broadcast room went blank for a second, then was drowned by endless fear. What the hell? This pressure? I feel weak in the knees, even through the screen. A lord. It's definitely a lord-level boss that has come out. It's over. Rome City is finished. Run, Brother Jie. At the same time, all the professionals fighting on the front line, including Li Lianying, Wang Ji, and others, turned pale to the extreme, their eyes filled with despair. This pressure far exceeds level 100. Li Lianying's voice was hoarse, filled with a sense of powerlessness. S-class. It really is an S-class, Lord. In the core area, the enormous spatial rift expanded again. A giant claw, covered in pitch-black bone armor and burning with hellfire, slowly emerged from the rift, as if it could tear the sky apart. Just the appearance of one claw, emanating a terrifying aura, made the entire battlefield feel suffocated. A true city-destroying disaster had arrived. In the core area, above the industrial park, the claw, covered in pitch-black bone armor and burning with hellfire, had completely emerged from the spatial rift. Just this one claw was large enough to cover half the sky. The flames burning on it emitted a suffocating high temperature, warping the air. The terrifying pressure descended like a tangible force. making all professionals below feel difficulty in breathing and their legs weak. Roar. Another earth-shattering roar. The rift expanded again. A second, equally terrifying giant claw reached out. Following that, an enormous, grotesque head, unimaginably large, slowly emerged from the rift. That head was as massive as a mountain. It was covered in heavy bone armor, with molten red light flowing through the gaps in the armor. 3 pairs of scarlet eyes, filled with brutality and a desire for destruction, coldly looked down at the tiny humans below, who seemed like ants. Abyss Flame Bone Lord, LV, 150, King Tier, level 150. King Tier. When the information returned from the probing technique was shared in the battlefield command system to every frontline professional's mind, everyone's faces instantly turned as pale as paper. The last glimmer of hope in their eyes was completely extinguished. Despair. Thorough, utter despair. Level 150. King Tier. Li Lianying's hand gripping the sword trembled violently, his voice filled with helplessness and despair. It's over. Completely over. This is no longer something they can contend with. This is a natural disaster capable of easily destroying a country. The light of the holy flame warhammer in Wang Ji's hand also dimmed, and he bitterly closed his eyes. S-Class. No, this is already the peak of S-Class invasion intensity. Rome City cannot be defended. Fear and despair spread like a plague among the defense line. The professionals who were still fighting desperately began to collapse in morale. Many felt weak, unable to even hold their weapons steadily. Run away. We can't win. We will all die. Where's the city lord? Where's the military support? Why haven't they arrived yet? Useless. It doesn't matter who comes. Cries of despair and the sounds of breakdowns began to rise. The defense line started to waver, even showing signs of rout. No retreat. Li Lianying's eyes were bloodshot, desperately suppressing the fear in his heart. He shouted hoarsely, "Behind us is our homeland, our family. We have no way to retreat." But his voice seemed so pale and powerless under the terrifying pressure of the Lord. Wang Ji suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing in them. He knew that if they did not take action, the defense line would completely collapse. At that time, everyone would die. Light of the firmament, charge with me. He raised his warhammer high. The holy flame ignited again, emitting a deafening roar for Rome City. For glory. Kill. He transformed into a brilliant holy light and charged towards the terrifying lord that had just poked half of its body out. Seeing this, Li Lianying's eyes also reddened. Roaring, city defense team. Fight to the death. Follow me. He unleashed all his starry fighting spirit, following closely behind. The two rushed towards the invincible demon god like moths to a flame, with a determination to die. They had to do something, even if it was just a delay for a few seconds, even if it was just to give others a glimmer of hope, even if it was just a meaningless sacrifice. Holy flame judgment, sky-splitting slash. The two unleashed their strongest skills without reservation. The brilliant holy flame giant hammer and the space-rending sword light, infused with their lifelong strength and desperate will, slammed fiercely towards the enormous head of the Abyss Flame Bone Lord. Boom! The deafening explosion sounded. The holy flame and sword light successfully hit the target. A dazzling light erupted. However, as the light faded, there wasn't even a trace left on the grotesque head of the Abyss Flame Bone Lord. That terrifying attack seemed to have just scratched it lightly. Its 3 pairs of scarlet giant eyes coldly turned, as if it had just noticed these 2 ants who dared to provoke it. It casually lifted one giant claw, as if swatting a fly, and gently waved it towards the 2. Boom! An indescribable shockwave, containing the power of destruction, instantly struck Wang Ji and Li Lianying. The protective light around the 2 shattered in an instant. Blood gushed out wildly. They flew backward like kites with broken strings, heavily crashing into the distant ruins. Their fate unknown. Silence. Deathly silence. Chapter 45. Level 150 Abyss Lord. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt as though their hearts were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, stopping their beats. The top 2 powerhouses of Rome City. A Platinum Tier Paladin and a Star Tier Warrior. Their strongest attacks, unleashed with all their might. Couldn't even break through the opponent's defenses. And the other side just waved their hand casually, leaving them unaware of their fate. How? How can we fight like this? A complete, suffocating despair utterly consumed everyone's spirit. The defense line collapsed. Run. It was unclear who screamed first, but the remaining professionals completely lost their fighting spirit, crying and screaming as they turned to flee in panic. The monsters roared with excitement, surging over the crumbling defenses like a tide, hunting down the fleeing humans. Hell had descended. On the rooftop, Zhao Jie, who had witnessed the entire process through a telephoto lens, was so terrified that his soul seemed to fly away, wetting his pants. Dead, dead. Vice President Wang and Captain Li were killed in an instant. His voice trembled uncontrollably as he crawled away, thinking it was over. All over. Run, run. The livestream's comments were completely drowned in fear. Instant kill. Killed instantly. Monsters are attacking the city. Run. Rome City is finished. Help. Brother Jie, run. No one cared about the gilded young master or wasted combat power anymore. In the face of disaster, everything seemed trivial. Amid this total chaos and despair, on the street below, Ye Qing, who had just rested for 5 minutes, suddenly stood up and looked towards a core area where a figure resembling a demon loomed, feeling the suffocating pressure and turning pale. Terrifying. He could only describe this boss with that word. Kazan finished his last sip of cola, leisurely stood up and dusted off his pants. He raised his sunglasses and looked at the Abyss Flame Lord, slowly crawling out of the crack and exuding an apocalyptic aura, yawning lazily. Ah la la. Finally, a decent big guy has come out. After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly towards the hellish battlefield in the core area. Ye Qing took a deep breath and followed without hesitation. The city defense team member who had been following them, now pale and trembling, saw the two men voluntarily walking into the most dangerous place, gritted his teeth, and ultimately followed them despite his fears. The three of them moved against the tide of fleeing people, pushing forward like 3 stubborn rocks amid the cries of chaos and despair. Soon, they reached the ruins of the defense line that had just been destroyed by the Abyss Flame Lord strike. It had completely turned into a hell on earth. Scorched bodies and broken weapons littered the ruins, and blood stained the ground. Remaining city defense team members and guild professionals were retreating in terror while futilely trying to stop the tide of monsters, their lines on the verge of collapsing completely. Hold the line. Hold the line. A squad leader, covered in blood and with a deep wound visible on his arm, was shouting hoarsely, trying to organize an effective resistance. But his voice sounded so weak against the overwhelming fear and chaos. Just then, he caught sight of 3 figures moving upstream against the current. When he saw who they were, especially Ye Qing's young face that even bore a hint of student-like innocence, and that pitifully low level, LV-10, he was taken aback for a moment, then instantly filled with rage. Which part are you from? Why did you bring child here? The squad leader yelled at the city defense team member leading the way. This is a battlefield, not a playground. Get him out of here, right now. Do you want to die? His angry roar was filled with urgency and frustration, even carrying a hint of disappointment. In his view, bringing a low-level youth to the front lines at such a time was simply madness. Ye Qing wanted to explain, but the squad leader didn't give him a chance. His gaze swept to the tall, lazy man beside him, wearing sunglasses and looking as if he was out for a stroll, and his anger intensified. And you, what are you looking at? Just because you have some strength, you think you can bring a junior to show off? Don't you know how to write the word death? Hurry up and get lost. Don't cause trouble here. He clearly took Kazan for an arrogant fool who thought he could show off by bringing a family junior to see the world. Such people often die the fastest on the battlefield. On the rooftop, Zhao Jie, who had just crawled away to a farther place but couldn't help but point the camera towards the core area, captured this scene for the telephoto lens. Guys, look, those 3, they actually didn't run. They went towards the most core battlefield. Zhao Jie's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. What are they thinking? Are they seeking death? The audience in the live stream, having slightly recovered from their extreme fear, saw this scene. Holy crap. They really went. That squad leader is right. Why are they causing trouble at a time like this? Damn, is that big shot out of his mind? Does he really think he can solo the Lord? Bringing a level 10 anchor to challenge a level 150 king boss? Have they read too many novels? This isn't bravery. It's foolishness. It's arrogance. It's over. They're doomed. Although the big shot instant killed a level 60 elite before, but a level 150 king is a completely different dimension. Quick, persuade them. Don't go to their deaths. The comments were instantly flooded with worry, doubt, and ridicule. No one believed they could create a miracle. They all felt they were engaging in a meaningless, foolish act of suicide. Ye Qing heard the squad leader's furious rebuke and wasn't angry. Instead, he sensed a hint of concern and responsibility in the other's anxious and angry tone. He stepped forward, his tone calm yet firm. We are not here to cause trouble. We are here to help. Help. With just you at level 10, the squad leader was so angry he almost laughed, pointing at the terrifying lord who was slowly crawling out of the crack and exuding an apocalyptic pressure, and shouted, "Do you see that? Level 150 king tier. Just a breath could turn you to ashes. How can you help?" With your head, Ye Qing clenched his fists, just about to say something else. However, Kazan beside him seemed a bit impatient with the noise, lazily digging in his ears. Alala. It's so noisy. He slightly lifted his sunglasses and glanced at the enormous abyss flame lore that was nearly fully emerged from the crack, exuding a despairing aura, and spoke in a tone that remained unremarkable. It's just a bigger ice block. After saying that, he ignored the furious squad leader and the surrounding terrified, doubtful, and desperate gazes, slowly pulled his hands out of his pockets. A chilling aura, far deeper and colder than when he had frozen the three-headed hellhound, began to quietly gather around him, as if it could freeze time and space. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Chapter 46, Ice Time. It was just a larger ice block. Kuzan's languid words seemed so abrupt and even absurd on the desperate battlefield. The squad leader was so furious that he almost couldn't catch his breath, ready to curse this reckless madman. However, in the next second, all his words got stuck in his throat. An indescribable, terrifying aura, seemingly from the depths of an extreme cold abyss, erupted without warning from the tall man wearing sunglasses. Crackle, centered around Kuzan. The ground beneath him was instantly covered by a layer of crystal-clear, indestructible ice. It spread wildly in all directions at an astonishing speed. The moisture in the air instantly condensed. Countless tiny ice crystals appeared out of nowhere, swirling around him like diamond dust. Snowflakes truly began to fall from the sky. Not gentle snowflakes, but ice crystals with a bone-chilling sharpness, like blades. The aura around Kuzan escalated at an unbelievable speed, rising exponentially. If he previously felt like an unfathomable lake at this moment, he was an awakening, boundless frozen ocean. What is this? The squad leader's pupils dilated sharply, his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. His blood seemed to freeze at that moment. He couldn't understand, couldn't imagine. What level of pressure is this? Starry? King? Even higher? The professionals and monsters fleeing not far away seemed to have their throats gripped by an invisible giant hand, their movements instantly frozen as they looked over in terror. On the rooftop, Zhao Jie clearly captured this scene through the telephoto lens, his hand shaking so much that his phone almost dropped. What the hell? What is going on? That big shot. His aura? His voice is sharper, rising, still rising. This pressure. I can't breathe, even through the screen. The comments in the live stream exploded. What happened? Did the big shot transform? This pressure? More terrifying than that lord from before. Ice. All ice. Is he an ice mage? This range. This intensity. King. Definitely a king big shot. Who just said he was going to die? Slap in the face, right? Is there hope? Is Rome City saved? In the center of the battlefield, the abyssal flame lord, just fully crawling out of the spatial rift, its massive body like a mountain, was preparing to unleash its destructive desires, seemingly felt this sudden, extreme cold that threatened it. Its 3 pairs of crimson giant eyes suddenly turned, locking onto the human below who exuded a small yet extraordinarily dangerous aura. Roar. It let out a roar filled with vigilance and rage. Lava-like breath spewing from its mouth, turning into a destructive torrent aimed directly at Kazan. Wherever it passed, Space twisted and melted. Facing this terrifying breath capable of evaporating steel and destroying cities, Kazan simply raised his right hand slowly, gently gripping the torrent of lava rushing toward him. Ice Age. There was no earth-shattering sound, no dazzling light. Only an absolute, almost law-like coldness quietly descended. Crack! That violent, several thousand degrees hot lava breath, when it was still hundreds of meters away from Kazan, seemed to crash into an invisible wall of absolute zero, instantly solidifying, freezing. The crimson lava lost its brightness and heat at a visible speed, turning into a distorted, massive dark red ice pillar, frozen in mid-air. As if time was frozen, the entire battlefield instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the frozen breath, their minds blank. Even a Lord-level breath could be frozen. What? What kind of power is this? The abyssal flame Lord seemed stunned as well, its simple intelligence unable to comprehend everything happening before it. However, Kazan's attack had not stopped. The frozen breath seemed just the beginning. He slowly spread his hands, the terrifying ice energy around him reaching its peak. The gaze behind the sunglasses rarely showed a hint of seriousness. Ah, come on, let's get a little serious. He slowly exhaled a breath of cold air toward the colossal creature. Ice time. Buzz. An invisible yet immensely powerful wave of cold ice, centered around him, exploded outward like a supernova, wildly spreading toward the abyssal flame lord. Wherever it passed, everything froze. The ground, ruins, monsters, even the dust and energy particles dancing in the air. Everything was instantaneously stripped of all heat and kinetic energy, turning into absolute zero ice sculptures. The speed of the ice wave was incredibly fast, almost instantly covering hundreds of meters, enveloping the colossal abyssal flame lord. The hellfire that had burned for countless years, capable of melting steel, extinguished silently like a candle flame snuffed out by cold water upon contact with the ice wave. Its massive body, covered by hard armor capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion, was rapidly covered by a layer of crystal clear yet indestructible ice. The ice layer spread wildly. The speed far exceeded any of its reactions. It tried to struggle, tried to roar, but the extreme cold had already penetrated its core, freezing its thoughts and soul. Crackle. In just 2 or 3 seconds, this level 150 lord, exuding world-destroying pressure, was completely transformed into a massive, lifelike ice sculpture, maintaining its furious roaring posture. The sunlight shone on the crystallized sculpture, refracting a brilliant yet cold light. Its massive body stood like a mountain on the battlefield, yet no longer emitted even a trace of heat or pressure. Silence. A deathly silence. The wind stopped, the monster's roars ceased, and the humans' cries also halted. The entire battlefield seemed to have been paused. Everyone maintained their previous actions, stiffly turning their heads, their expressions blank as they stared at the giant Lord Ice sculpture, their minds completely crashing and losing the ability to think. Did it just get seconds? A level 150 Lord was seconds? A snap of the fingers, freezing breath, a breath of cold air, freezing the Lord. Is this a miracle? On the rooftop, Zhao Jie maintained a posture of holding his phone high, his eyes nearly popping out, his mouth opening unconsciously, drooling without even realizing it. The comments in the live stream completely vanished, not because no one was posting, but because all words seemed so pale and powerless at that moment. All emotions were drowned in extreme shock. It was unknown how long it had been, maybe a second, maybe a century. Kazan slowly lowered his hand, the terrifying coldness around him receding like a tide, and the ice crystals and snowflakes in the sky stopped falling. He lazily yawned, as if he had just done something trivial. Ah, done. He rubbed his shoulders, his tone carrying a hint of fatigue, a bit of overexertion. Chapter 47. The frozen city of Rome. Kazan exhaled a breath of cold air, freezing the Abyss Lord. And the lazy yawn he let out shattered the deathly silence on the battlefield like a stone thrown into a calm lake. However, after the silence came not cheers, but even more chaotic madness. Roar. Creak. With the loss of the Lord's absolute pressure and dominance, The remaining tens of thousands of abyss monsters on the battlefield not only did not scatter, but instead plunged into complete frenzy and chaos. Their crimson eyes flickered with a primal desire for slaughter and destruction, charging at the remaining humans with the ferocity of a flood breaking its banks. Hold on, hold on, help! Ah! The front line, which had just ignited a glimmer of hope, was instantly drowned again in desperate wails and the roars of monsters. The surviving city defense team members and professionals, already exhausted and suffering heavy casualties from the previous battle, found their defenses collapsing like paper against the wildly rampaging tide of monsters. As they fought desperately to resist, they unconsciously cast their last hopeful glances at the tall figure in sunglasses, who had just created a miracle. Only this mysterious and unfathomable powerhouse could save them again. Kazan looked at the increasingly chaotic and dire situation before him, his brow slightly furrowing beneath his sunglasses. He raised a hand to rub his forehead, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and irritation. Ah la la. What a hassle. These riffraff. Can't they be a bit quieter? He sighed, seemingly very displeased about being caught up in such endless trouble. Forget it. He lazily stretched his neck, pulled his hands out of his pockets again, and decided to resolve the matter thoroughly. Otherwise, being constantly disturbed was truly annoying. The moment his words fell, boom, a wave of terrifying cold, far more vast and magnificent than when he had frozen the Lord, erupted from Kuzan without reserve, as if the ice age that had slept for millions of years had suddenly awakened. This time, he held nothing back. The sky instantly darkened, not with clouds, but because all the moisture and energy in the air was frozen and solidified by that ultimate chill. Crack, crack, crack. Centered on his feet, crystal clear dark ice spread out with unprecedented speed, as if it had a life of its own. No longer the thin ice from before, but instantly coalescing into several meters. Even tens of meters thick ancient ice. The ground, ruins, vehicles, corpses. Everything upon contact with the ice layer was completely assimilated and frozen. The speed of the ice's spread was beyond imagination. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. It was as if it only took a single breath. The terrifying icy domain expanded at lightning speed, like the ice age from mythology descending upon the world. Wherever it passed, everything froze. Those monsters attacking wildly, whether flying in the sky, running on the ground, or emerging from underground, regardless of their level or form, were instantly frozen in place the moment they came into contact with that invisible, icy domain. Roars stopped abruptly. Their fierce expressions were frozen on their faces. Their pouncing postures were suspended in midair. They couldn't even struggle, and within 1/100th of a second, they were completely encased in ice from flesh to soul, transforming into lifelike ice sculptures. 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers. The frozen area continued to expand at an astonishing speed. It almost covered the entire western district of Rong City, even spreading to further places. From a high vantage point, it seemed as if an invisible giant hand of frost swept across the land, dyeing everything it touched a brilliant blue. If viewed from outer space, one could even clearly see a conspicuous irregular sky blue patch appearing on the map of the Summer Kingdom, where Rong City was located. That was the area completely covered and sealed by absolute zero ice. The entire battlefield fell completely silent. The wind stopped, sounds vanished, and all chaos and slaughter were pressed into an eternal pause at that moment. Sunlight shone on this boundless ice field, reflecting a dazzling and cold radiance, beautiful to the point of suffocation, yet eerily silent. The surviving city defense team members and professionals stood dazed, maintaining their fighting postures, staring at the frozen world around them, watching the monsters eternally frozen in their grotesque moments. Their minds went blank, losing all capacity for thought. Is this true power? On the rooftop, Zhao Jie's phone clattered to the ground, its screen shattered. But he showed no reaction, only gaping with his mouth open, his eyes vacant as he gazed out at the endless ice field, as if his soul had been frozen. The live broadcast signal had long since been interrupted when the icy domain expanded to a certain range. But the last images of that miraculous ice scene sent back were enough to drive the entire network. Completely wild, Kazan slowly retracted his hand. The world-destroying chill around him receding like a tide. He breathed a slight sigh of relief, and a faint trace of fatigue seemed to flash across his face behind his sunglasses. Ah la la. Finally, it's quiet. He yawned, his tone returning to that lazy demeanor, as if it wasn't he who had frozen 100 miles just moments ago. He glanced at the equally dumbfounded Ye Qing beside him and lazily patted his shoulder. Let's go, kid Ye Qing. Time to go back and drink some cola. The scene of Kuzan freezing 100 miles and calming the abyss tide, although the live broadcast signal was interrupted, had already been recorded and preserved by countless viewers, spreading like a virus throughout the entire network. Major social media, news platforms, short video sites. Almost every headline and trending topic was completely dominated by the same subject. Shocking. Rome City S-Class Dungeon Invasion. Mysterious powerhouse strikes, freezing 100 miles. Epic-level powerhouse appears in Rome City. Suspected ice mage. One man holds a city. The ice age descends into reality. Revealed. Who is a mysterious big shot that instantly killed a level 150 King Lord? On-site footage exposed. Miraculous ice scene. The whole network shook. The whole nation was in an uproar. In the footage, the tall figure in sunglasses, his lazy demeanor, the miracle of freezing the Lord with a wave of his hand, and the final terrifying power of freezing 100 miles. Every frame shocked everyone's cognitive limits. Epic level. Definitely an epic level, legendary powerhouse. Ice Mage. This is absolutely the legendary Ice Mage. So strong. Simply ridiculously strong. One person suppressing an S-Class invasion. Rome City actually hit such a big shot. Investigate. Quick, investigate. Who is this big shot? Wait. Who is that young man beside him? Seems to be quite favored by the big shot. Countless discussions. Speculations, admiration, and shock unfolded online. Kazan, Aokiji's lazy yet powerful image quickly penetrated people's hearts overnight, being revered and called the ice god by countless people. Chapter 48, The Epic of Rongqing Imperial Capital, Grand Hall of the Supreme Council. An emergency meeting is underway. There are very few participants, but each one is a true giant capable of influencing the entire course of the Xia Kingdom. On a massive holographic screen, several segments of footage from the front lines of Rongqing are being replayed repeatedly, especially every detail of Kuzan's actions, which are being slowed down, magnified, and analyzed. Everyone, the situation has become quite clear. An elderly man in military uniform, with brilliant stars on his epaulettes, spoke in a steady voice. This mysterious powerhouse appearing in Rongqing, codenamed Green Pheasant, has been preliminarily assessed to possess epic tier strength above LV 200, and it is highly likely that he is not new to this tier. A gasp of cold air filled the conference room. Epic tier. That is truly a strategic force capable of stabilizing the nation. The number of known epic tier powerhouses in the Xia Kingdom is very limited. Each one is a pillar of a nation. Regarding his origins, another middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and possessing an elegant demeanor adjusted his glasses and interjected, "We have utilized all databases and intelligence networks for comparison, but the result is a blank slate. This person seems to have appeared out of nowhere, with no past records. His power system differs from any known occupational systems, being even more pure and domineering. In terms of personality, a capable woman in professional attire analyzed from the limited footage and scattered reports from frontline personnel. This person appears extremely lazy, avoids trouble, acts according to his own whims, and lacks any obvious camp inclination or worldly desires. However, he seems to be quite attentive to the boy named Ye Qing. The holographic screen switched to detailed information about Ye Qing. Ye Qing, male, 17 years old. Local of Rongqing, parents died 5 years ago due to an A-level dungeon invasion. Talent, F-rank summoning attendant. Note, latest intelligence suggests a possible upgrade to D-rank summoner due to a special contract. Level, 10, unable to gain more experience. Suspected to be stuck on a breakthrough mission. Performance, basic attributes exceptionally high, far surpassing peers, suspected to have undergone extreme training or possess special talent. Close relationship with green pheasant. Referred to as partner. Ye Qing's information is very clear, his background clean. F-rank talent, but performance is exceptional. His relationship with green pheasant is the biggest mystery. The elegant middle-aged man concluded, "We cannot understand why an epic powerhouse would favor an F-rank boy so much, but the fact remains. So what is our strategy?" The military-clad elder looked at the others. The conclusion is clear. The capable woman said decisively, "For a powerhouse of this level, especially one with a lazy personality who dislikes constraints, traditional methods of recruitment, restriction, and control are meaningless and may even provoke resentment. The best strategy is to extend maximum goodwill, provide convenience, never interfere proactively, and maintain a good relationship. Treat him as the highest level friendly unit." And the breakthrough point, she pointed to Ye Qing's information, is this boy. Immediately activate the highest level talent introduction plan. The military-clad elder made a decisive statement, issuing a high-profile special invitation to Ye Qing, Imperial Capital University, Magic City University, National Military University. All S-rank resources are to be unconditionally open to him. We must ensure he feels our sincerity and goodwill. At the same time, confer Ye Qing with the National First Class Contribution Medal, rewarding him for his outstanding contributions during the Rongqing crisis. The elegant man added, with a glint of shrewdness in his eyes, "The name must be loud enough, and the treatment must be generous. We need to let green pheasant see how much we value his partner." Agreed. Agreed. The meeting quickly reached a consensus. Soon, directives from the highest levels of the imperial capital were issued, swiftly and quietly executed. A net of goodwill, under the guise of extending kindness, was quietly cast toward Ye Qing. At this moment, Ye Qing, who had just returned to his dilapidated rental apartment with Kazan, was completely unaware that he had become the core figure of a national strategic plan at Imperial Capital University in an exclusive villa for elite students. Yifan, dressed in comfortable loungewear, lazily leaned on the sofa, scrolling through the overwhelming news about the S-rank invasion of Rongqing and the mysterious ice god on his phone screen. His face showed little surprise, but rather an expression of understanding, as if confirming a suspicion. Green pheasant. Kazan. TSK. This commotion is indeed caused by you, he murmured to himself, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As the owner of the SS-rank talent, master of all, as soon as the news of the invasion of the Rongqing dungeon broke, he was immediately taken away by the admissions office of Imperial Capital University with the highest level of protective measures. After all, a genius of his level is the future of the nation and cannot be lost. Regarding the crisis in Rongqing, he was not too worried from the start, because he knew very well that the man was right there. Frozen for 100 miles? That's quite a show. Yifan looked at the exaggerated descriptions and blurry images from the news, shaking his head. However, compared to the original work where the seas between two islands were frozen, this could only be considered a small test of power, right? He recalled the outrageous ice age of green pheasant in One Piece, where the sea was frozen for days at a time, the scale of which was truly a natural disaster. In comparison, freezing part of a city seemed rather restrained, but makes sense after all. This is another world, and the power system might be a bit different, or perhaps he hasn't fully recovered. Yifan stroked his chin in speculation, but the evaluation of epic tier should be about right. He was not surprised by the official epic tier assessment. The strength of a Navy admiral is definitely top tier in this world. He turned off the news and stretched lazily. Forget it. I won't think about it. Anyway, there's a tall guy holding up the sky. His mindset was great. With green pheasant stationed in Rongqing, it was likely to remain stable there for a while. Who knows, it might even become a tourist attraction. Ice God's former residence? He chuckled at his own thought. However, that kid Ye Qing really has incredible luck. There was a hint of barely noticeable envy in Yifan's tone. F-rank talent, and he managed to cling to such a big golden thigh. This treatment is even better than mine as an SS rank. Currently, he is also a key focus of resource allocation at Imperial Capital University, but he still has to follow the rules and take things step by step. Unlike Ye Qing, who is an epic-level big shot providing personal teaching and acting as a bodyguard. This is just too blatant. Comparing people makes one feel inferior. Ye Qing muttere sordi. But soon perked up again, but it's okay. I have a system. Wait, I seem to not have a system. He froze for a moment, then remembered that although he had crossed over, he did not come with any system or golden finger, relying solely on this SS rank talent to make a living. Damn, I almost forgot that I'm a traveler without a system. He slapped his head, realizing that he would have to rely on his own efforts. Fortunately, his master of all talent is indeed domineering, with a high potential for growth. His future achievements may not be inferior to Ye Qing, who has an old man protecting him. Ye Qing, we should have some intersections in the future, right? A glimmer of expectation and fighting spirit flashed in Ye Fan's eyes. He really wanted to meet this protagonist template guy soon and see whether your old man is stronger or my SS rank talent is more powerful. He tossed his phone aside, no longer paying attention to the clamor outside, and got up to walk toward the training room. Chapter 49 Visit to the Imperial Capital University. Office of the Director of the Combat Academy. The morning sunlight poured into the room through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, and a faint scent of sandalwood filled the air. A woman dressed in a simple white hanfu, with an ethereal and cool demeanor, stood in front of the desk, her brow slightly furrowed. She was Chen Yanshi, a genius mentor of the Combat Academy at the Imperial Capital University, holding an S-level profession as a cultivator. She had just received an urgent communication from Director Zheng Yongfeng, whose tone was unusually serious, prompting her to drop everything and rush to the office as quickly as possible. Director Zheng, you called for me? Chen Yanshi's voice was clear and calm, tinged with a hint of confusion. Is there an urgent task? Zheng Yongfeng, a middle-aged man with a stern face and a calm demeanor, was currently facing away from her, looking out the window. He turned around, his gaze sharp and grave, skipping any pleasantries and getting straight to the point. Yanshi, the school has just received a direct order from the Supreme Council. There is an extremely important task assigned to you. The Supreme Council? Chen Yanshi's heart skipped a beat. What could possibly require the involvement of the Supreme Council and direct orders to the Imperial Capital University? Yes, Zheng Yongfeng's expression was exceptionally serious. You need to set off immediately for Rongqing. The task objective is singular. Recruit a student to join the Imperial Capital University. It must be successful. There can be no mistakes. Recruit a student? Chen Yanshi was even more puzzled. What kind of student warranted such a grand effort? The use of must and no mistakes seemed excessive. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, could it be an SSS-level professional has emerged? This was the only reasonable explanation she could think of. Only a legendary SSS-level talent could attract such attention from the Supreme Council and prompt the Imperial Capital University to spare no expense. Zheng Yongfeng looked at her deeply, slowly shook his head, and spoke with unprecedented seriousness. The specific details about him are classified as state secrets. With your current clearance, you are not yet qualified to know. Chen Yanshi's pupils constricted slightly. State secrets? Even she, an S-level genius and a key training target of the Imperial Capital University, did not have the clearance to know? What exactly is this person? Zheng Yongfeng disregarded her shock and continued. You only need to know that this person may hold immeasurable strategic significance for our country and even for the entire human camp. Your task is to represent the Imperial Capital University with the most sincere attitude and the best conditions, to recruit him at any cost. The school authorizes you to initiate the highest level of the SSS-level Special Talent Introduction Protocol. All resources will be unconditionally directed towards him, whatever requirements he proposes, as long as they do not violate principles, can be agreed to. SSS-level protocol. Chen Yanshi exclaimed in disbelief, her previously cool face finally revealing an expression of incredulity. The Imperial Capital University had been established for 100 years. The SSS-level protocol existed only in theory. It had never been activated in reality. Even a few SSS-level geniuses in history were only recruited using the S-level protocol. This person named Ye Qing. What qualifications does he have? How could he make the school activate the legendary SSS-level protocol? This was no longer just importance. It was an all-in investment. Director Zheng. This. Chen Yanshi felt her understanding shaken to its core. Do not ask too many questions. Zheng Yongfeng interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Remember, your attitude is crucial. You must leave the best first impression. This relates to the future layout of the Imperial Capital University and even the entire country. He took a deep breath and spoke the name that, at this moment, was considered more important than an SSS-level talent by those at the highest levels. His name is Ye Qing. You must immediately set off for Rongqing to conduct preliminary contact and preparation work. The formal recruitment team and details of the protocol will arrive later. Ye Qing. Chen Yanshi silently repeated this unfamiliar name in her mind, feeling the weight of it. She forcibly suppressed the turmoil within her, restored her cool expression, and nodded solemnly. Yes. Director, I understand. I will set off immediately. She turned and left the office, her steps slightly faster than usual, the hem of her white hanfu billowing slightly. Walking through the technologically modern corridors of the Imperial Capital University, Chen Yanshi's heart could not find peace. Ye Qing, a name she had never heard before, a mysterious existence with a clearance level so high it was absurd. A target that made both the Supreme Council and the Imperial Capital University go crazy, sparing no effort to activate the legendary protocol. Who exactly is he? Days later, in the western district of Rongqing, the sun was shining, and the breeze was gentle. The battlefield, once frozen for hundreds of miles and turned into a lifeless wasteland, had now returned to its former appearance. The streets were clean, the buildings intact, as if the devastating S-level dungeon invasion and the miraculous freezing that followed had all been a mere illusion. Only the faint chill in the air and some corners where the crystal-clear shards of mysterious ice had not completely melted silently told the story of the earth-shattering events that had recently occurred. Captain of the city defense team, Li Lianying, slowly opened his eyes, gradually awakening from a haze of darkness. He found himself lying in a clean and tidy hospital room, sunlight streaming through the window onto him, warm and comforting. I am not dead. He moved his fingers in confusion, feeling the weak yet real pain within his body, his eyes filled with disbelief. His last memory stopped at the moment when that terrifying lord casually waved his claw. The world-ending shockwave completely engulfing him. The absolute disparity in power and the despair of near death still haunted him. Surly, you're awake. An excited voice sounded beside him. Li Lianying turned his head and saw his assistant, Xiao Li, standing by the bed, agitated and with red-rimmed eyes. Xiao Li. Li Lianying was momentarily stunned. Then a hint of sorrow flashed in his eyes as he struggled to sit up. Xiao Li, you also sacrificed? I never expected that we would meet in heaven. Xiao Li's excitement instantly turned into a mix of laughter and tears as he hurried to support him. Sir Li, what are you saying? You're not dead. I'm not dead. We're both alive and well. This is not heaven. It's Rongqing Central Hospital. Not dead? Li Lianying was stunned, forcefully pinching his thigh, a clear pain signaling the truth. Really not dead? How is this possible? That lord. He suddenly grabbed Xiao Li's arm, urgently asking, what about Rongqing? What happened to Rongqing? The monsters? We held the line. Sir Li, Rongqing is safe. Xiao Li's voice was filled with excitement and choked emotion as he nodded emphatically. We held the line. The monsters are all gone. Held the line. How do we hold the line? Li Lianying sat up straight, his eyes bursting with disbelief. That level 150 lord, and the countless waves of monsters. How could we have held them off? Who? Which senior intervened? He couldn't imagine who, besides the legendary epic Tier Strong, could have reversed that seemingly doomed situation. Chapter 50, Are You the Pirate King? Xiao Li took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited heart, and said with immense reverence and excitement, It's the Ice God. Lord Li, Ice God. Li Lianying looked confused. Which Ice God? I've never heard of him. We don't know his name either. Everyone just refers to him as Ice God. Xiao Li's eyes were filled with fervor. He is a world-class powerhouse wearing sunglasses, dressed casually, and looking lazy. He froze that level 150 Abyss Flame Lord with just one breath. One breath. Froze a lord. Li Lianying gasped, his pupils constricting sharply. Not only that, Xiao Li became increasingly excited, gesturing animatedly. Then the Ice God seemed annoyed by those noisy low-level monsters and just yawned, and then His voice trembled with extreme shock. The entire western district of Rong City, a battlefield of hundreds of square kilometers, all the monsters, tens of thousands of them. Instantly, all frozen, Li Lianying's mouth dropped open, his whole being petrified on the hospital bed as if struck by lightning, freezing a level 150 mythic lord in one breath. A yawn freezing 100 miles, exterminating all monsters? What? What incredible power is this? Is this a miracle? An epic, definitely an epic tier practitioner. Li Lianying's voice trembled uncontrollably, his body shaking with excitement. God bless Rong City. God bless ya country. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. He laughed so hard that it triggered his injuries, causing him to cough violently, but his face was filled with the joy of survival and indescribable excitement. Ice God. Where's the Ice God now? I must personally thank him for saving my life. Thank him for rescuing millions of citizens in Rong City. Li Lianying asked eagerly. Xiao Li's expression suddenly turned somewhat lost and regretful, shaking his head. The Ice God. He has left. Left? Li Lianying was taken aback. Yes, Xiao Li nodded, his tone filled with infinite admiration and a hint of melancholy. After freezing the entire battlefield and solving all the monsters, the Ice God just left. No one knows where they went, just as no one knows where they came from. When they left, they took no honors or gratitude, and hardly anyone knew their appearance or name. Truly, after finishing the task, they left without a trace. Li Lianying fell silent for a long time, and finally slowly raised his head to look at the bright sky outside the window, his eyes filled with endless gratitude and profound respect. He struggled to get off the hospital bed, adjusted his patient gown, then faced the window and slowly, deeply bowed. Ice God, this grace and virtue, the citizens of Rong City will never forget for generations. Sprite with ice. Kazan lay lazily on a worn but comfortable sofa, crunching on potato chips while fixated on an old comedy movie on TV, calling out to Ye Qing without turning his head. At this moment, where was the imposing Ice God who froze 100 miles and stunned the field? He was entirely a lazy uncle indulging in junk food and soap operas. Ye Qing hurriedly took a chilled can of Sprite from the fridge, carefully poured it into a cup, added a few ice cubes according to Kazan's habit, and handed it over. Mr. Kazan, your Sprite. Seeing Mr. Kazan's leisurely and carefree demeanor, Ye Qing felt a sense of unreality. This was a terrifying being who could freeze a mythic lord with ease and quell the abyss tide with a yawn. Yet now he was like an ordinary person, laughing heartily at the lousy jokes in the movie. Powerful. Can also be so down to earth? Kazan took the cup, took a big sip, and sighed with satisfaction. Allah Allah. I'm alive again. Ye Qing stood by, hesitating for a long time, but ultimately couldn't suppress his curiosity and awe, quietly asking, Mr. Kazan, you're so powerful, so are you. The Pirate King? The Sprite that Kazan had just sipped sprayed out, choking him into a fit of coughs, causing his sunglasses to slip down a bit, revealing half an eye filled with a what are you joking about expression. He put down the cup and looked at Ye Qing with a mix of amusement and disbelief. The Pirate King? Me? Ye Qing. Where did you come up with such a ridiculous conclusion? Ye Qing scratched his head awkwardly. I see you're so impressive, able to freeze the sea. I thought, the king of the sea must be you. Kazan helplessly rubbed his forehead, readjusting his sunglasses, and lazily explained. Allah Allah. Completely mistaken. I'm a Navy officer, a defender of justice, and a sworn enemy of pirates. Navy? Defender of justice? Ye Qing nodded thoughtfully, a hint of realization flashing in his eyes. So that's why you acted in Rong City during a crisis. That's your justice. Kazan shrugged non-committally, picked up the potato chips, and continued munching. Allah Allah. Just a coincidence, too noisy affecting my movie. Ye Qing, however, interpreted this as the humility of a strong person, deepening his respect for Kazan. Unable to resist, he continued to ask, so, Mr. Kazan, what exactly is the Pirate King? Is he stronger than you? Kazan paused slightly while chewing the chips, and for a moment, his gaze seemed to drift far away, as if recalling a certain troublemaker wearing a straw hat. Laughing like a fool, the Pirate King, he began slowly, his tone carrying a hint of complexity, is not a specific position or title. It is the ultimate dream pursued by countless pirates on the sea. It is to conquer the Grand Line, reach the final island raft-L, find the One Piece, and be recognized by the entire world as the king of freedom. His tone was flat, but Ye Qing sensed a hint of indescribable weight and recognition. As for strength, Kazan yawned lazily, seemingly not wanting to delve deeper into the topic. La. That guy is a complete monster. In a one-on-one fight, I doubt anyone could win against him. Ye Qing, even someone as strong as Mr. Kazan openly admitted he might not win against the Pirate King. What kind of terrifying existence is that Pirate King? However, Kazan suddenly changed the subject, his tone returning to that lazy style, pointing at the TV screen. Discussing those guys is too far-fetched. You should focus on how to complete your breakthrough task first. The movie is almost over. Go get me a bag of barbecue-flavored potato chips. Huh? Oh, okay. Mr. Kazan. Ye Qing quickly snapped back to reality from his shock and hurried off to get the chips. Watching Ye Qing's retreating figure, Kazan slightly curled his lips, his gaze refocusing on the TV screen, muttering in a voice only he could hear, "The Pirate King. That is someone even Aokiji have to admit is a true hero." Chapter 51 Double Temptation. Ye Qing respectfully handed the barbecue-flavored chips to Kazan, watching him munch away with great enjoyment, while his mind was still reflecting on the earlier conversation about the Pirate King and strength. A thought like lightning suddenly struck his mind. Attributes. Basic attributes. He suddenly remembered a passage from the basic manual for professionals he saw in the city defense team's library. Every time a professional completes a breakthrough task and advances to a new rank, such as breaking through from level 10 to level 11, officially leaving the novice period, their basic attributes will receive a significant leap and enhancement. That means all attributes will double based on the original foundation. What if at level 10, I could elevate my basic attributes to an unprecedented limit and then break through? Ye Qing's heart raced wildly, and his eyes sparkled with brilliant light. The attribute doubling gained after the breakthrough. How terrifying would that be? This idea made him tremble with excitement. He knew he was not the first person to have this thought. Countless geniuses throughout history must have tried to crazily stack attributes at low levels to maximize their gains upon breaking through. But why have so few succeeded? Why do so few even mention it? The reason is simple. It's too difficult, almost impossible. Attribute enhancement mainly relies on the fixed points granted by the system upon leveling up, along with a very few rare treasures, special encounters, or high-level permanent enhancement skills and buffs. Simply relying on training, the effect is minimal, and it becomes increasingly difficult to improve as one progresses. The growth from training pales in comparison to the fixed points gained from leveling up, making it a drop in the bucket. Therefore, the vast majority of professionals would choose to level up quickly, crushing their opponents with level advantages and high-level skills, rather than wasting time at low levels pursuing that bit of unrealistic perfect foundation. But Ye Qing was different. He had Mr. Kazan. He had the fantasy anchoring talent that could link to the pirate world and even draw feedback from the source power to Mr. Kazan, a bug-level talent. Mr. Kazan's cold energy refining, though the process was as painful as hell, had tangible effects. With each refinement, his four-dimensional attributes were skyrocketing at a visibly rapid pace. This completely shattered the common sense of this world. While others found training to be inefficient, he was cheating. Mr. Kazan. Ye Qing suddenly lifted his head, looking at Kazan with burning eyes, his voice trembling with excitement. I have an idea. Kazan lazily glanced at him, tossing a chip into his mouth. La. What idea? Want to train more? Yes. Mr. Kazan. Ye Qing nodded vigorously, laying out his thoughts. I want to stay at level 10 for a while longer. I don't want to break through so quickly. I want to take advantage of the time I can still accept your training to push my basic attributes to the limit, to an unprecedented height. He clenched his fists, his tone filled with determination and anticipation. Then, I will break through. That way, the gains from the breakthrough will be maximized. My future potential will also be greater. Kazan paused his chewing of the chips. The gaze behind his sunglasses seemed to become a bit more serious as he looked Ye Qing up and down. La. Pursuing the ultimate foundation, he stroked his chin, seemingly finding it somewhat interesting, a good idea. Quite ambitious. He did not seem surprised, as if he was accustomed to such pursuits for extreme foundations. In your world, this is very difficult, almost impossible, Kazan said lazily, but for you. With me here, it's not completely hopeless. Ye Qing's heart soared at these words. Mr. Kazan supported his idea. However, Kazan's tone shifted, carrying a hint of teasing. Pursuing the ultimate means enduring pain and trials far beyond the ordinary. The training to come might be doubled in intensity. You sure you can handle it? Ye Qing nodded without hesitation, his gaze as firm as iron. I can handle it. Mr. Kazan, no matter how hard or exhausting it is, I can endure it. To become stronger, to no longer be weak, to be able to control my own destiny. He was fearless. Alala. Having drive is a good thing. Then it's settled. Before your attributes reach their current true limit, don't rush to break through. 3 days later. Ding. Congratulations. Your basic physique has broken through 500 points. Ding. Congratulations. Your basic spirit has broken through 500 points. The pleasant system notification rang in his mind. Ye Qing suddenly opened his eyes, let out a long howl, and a surge of vigorous vitality burst forth, scattering the frost around him. I did it. I made it. Physique 5 cents. Spirit 500. His eyes erupted with ecstatic light, feeling the power surging within him once more and a more refined control over his body. Unable to contain his excitement. In just 3 days, under Mr. Kazan's adjusted refinement, his attributes had once again taken a leap. The speed of this strengthening felt like a dream. Alala. Not bad. Don't slack off, keep going. Yes, Mr. Kazan. Ye Qing was full of fighting spirit, ready to dive back into training. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a slightly awkward and cautious knock sounded at the door. Ye Qing was taken aback, a bit puzzled. He and Mr. Kazan lived here very discreetly. Almost no one knew. Who would come knocking? Kazan seemed to raise an eyebrow, his gaze behind the sunglasses sweeping toward the door. Ye Qing wiped his sweat, threw on a tank top, and walked over to open the door. Outside stood 2 unexpected visitors. One was Li Lianing, dressed in a senior uniform of the city defense team, with a sturdy build and a calm demeanor, but still bearing a hint of pallor from a recent serious illness. The other was Wang Ji, clad in a pure white paladin robe, handsome in appearance, with a gentle demeanor, his eyes showing wisdom and a hint of curiosity. Both held beautifully packaged gift boxes in their hands, wearing friendly, even slightly respectful smiles. Captain Li, Vice President Wang? Ye Qing looked at the 2 outside in surprise. You. What brings you here? Seeing Ye Qing, Li Lianing immediately broke into a warm and grateful smile, speaking first with a loud yet slightly cautious tone. Little brother Ye Qing, sorry for the intrusion. We came specifically to thank you and Mr. Kazan for saving our lives, as well as for saving Rome City. Wang Ji also smiled gently, elegantly bowing slightly. Hello, classmate Ye Qing. We apologize for coming uninvited, but we really need to express our gratitude in person. The politeness of the 2 left Ye Qing somewhat flattered. These 2 were top figures in Rome City. Usually, he wouldn't even have the chance to meet them. You 2 are too polite. Please come in. Ye Qing quickly stepped aside to let them in. Li Lianing and Wang Ji entered the small but tidy living room, their eyes immediately falling on the tall, lazy man in sunglasses sprawled on the sofa, sipping soda, watching television, seemingly indifferent to the visitors. Both of them slightly stiffened at the same time, their eyes instantly filled with immense respect and nervousness. It's him, the Ice King who freezes with a single breath. A yawn can freeze 100 miles. The Ice God who saved Rome City. Chapter 52. Dawn set. Li Lianing took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the excitement and nervousness in his heart. He stepped forward and, respectfully bowing deeply to Kazan's back, said, Captain of the Rongqing City Defense Team, Li Lianing pays my respects to the Ice God. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you for rescuing millions of citizens in Rongqing from peril. This kindness and grace will never be forgotten. Wang Ji followed closely behind, elegantly and solemnly performing a knightly salute. Vice President of the Celestial Light Guild, Wang Ji, pays my respects to you, Senior. Thank you for your intervention, turning the tide. The people of Rongqing are immensely grateful. The tone of both was filled with heartfelt respect and gratitude. Kazan slowly turned his head, his gaze casually sweeping over the two, and lazily waved his hand, saying "Alala." No need to be so polite. It was just a casual act. His indifferent attitude seemed as if he had only done a trivial thing. However, this demeanor made Li Lianying and Wang Ji feel that he was profound and exuded the aura of a strong person. The two hastily placed the gift boxes they held on the table, their attitude becoming even more humble. Li Lianying respectfully said, "This is a small token of appreciation, a piece of inconsequential equipment. I hope it can be of help to you and young brother Ye Qing." Wang Ji also smiled, saying, "Here are some spiritual fruits unique to our guild, just a token of thanks. Please accept it." Ye Qing looked at the two beautifully packaged gift boxes on the table, feeling a bit of loss. This is too precious. Kazan, however, was not polite at all. He glanced at the gifts and nodded, saying, "Alala, just leave them there. Thanks." His casual attitude relieved Li Lianying and Wang Ji, making them feel that this lord was not difficult to get along with. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the intent in the other's eyes. They came here not only to express their gratitude, but, more importantly, to establish a good relationship with this mysterious epic powerhouse and the young man he valued. Li Lianying cleared his throat and turned his gaze to Ye Qing, his tone becoming gentler. "Young brother Ye Qing, I heard you haven't decided on your schooling intentions yet. Would you be interested in joining our city defense system? We will spare no resources to train you." Wang Ji immediately chimed in, "Classmate Ye Qing, our Celestial Light Guild also warmly welcomes your joining. An S-rank contract, core member treatment, all resources open to you." The two eagerly threw out their olive branches to Ye Qing. They both understood that whoever could win over Ye Qing might indirectly establish a connection with this ice god. Ye Qing was taken aback by this sudden enthusiastic invitation. Kazan took a sip of cola and lazily interjected, "Alala. Young man, Ye Qing still needs to train with me for a while. The school matters can wait." His tone was flat, but carried an undeniable weight. Li Lianying and Wang Ji immediately understood and stopped pressing the issue, quickly saying, "Yes, yes, yes. We will follow your arrangements. Young brother Ye Qing has limitless potential and should indeed build a solid foundation." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, expressing their gratitude and respect, the two tactfully took their leave. After seeing off Li Lianying and Wang Ji, Ye Qing closed the door and looked at the two exquisitely packaged gift boxes on the table, still feeling a bit excited and dazed. The two top figures from Rongqing had personally come to thank him and brought gifts. It all felt like a dream. "Alala. Let's see what good things they brought." Kazan lazily leaned back on the sofa, seemingly a bit interested in the gifts. Ye Qing took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and first opened the long rectangular gift box from Li Lianying. The moment the box opened, a gentle yet resilient energy wave radiated out. Inside the box lay a neatly stacked set of light armor, exuding a faint golden halo. The armor had smooth lines, made of a material that was neither metal nor leather, warm to the touch, with mysterious runes engraved on the surface, subtly shimmering with light. Beside it were a pair of combat boots made of the same material and a pair of wrist guards. "This is a set?" Ye Qing's eyes lit up as he carefully picked up a piece of the chest armor, feeling its weight and excellent texture. He instinctively used his identification skill, and the equipment information immediately appeared in his mind. Dawn Set 10, Diamond Tier Set. Attributes: Constitution 200, Spirit 200. Equipment requirements: Basic Constitution 500. Basic Spirit 500. Set effects: 1. Dawn Guardian. Passive when receiving fatal damage. Automatically generates a shield equal to 50 of maximum health, lasting for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. 2. Dawn Healing. Active, instantly restores 100 of maximum health and clears all negative states. Cooldown, 24 hours. A diamond tier set with 2 effects. Ye Qing gasped, his hands trembling slightly. This is diamond tier equipment, and it's an extremely rare, priceless set. The additional attributes reach a staggering 400 points, plus 3 such powerful effects, especially that Dawn Healing. Instantly full health resurrection. This is practically a second life. This gift is too heavy. Ye Qing then noticed that the equipment required a basic constitution and spirit of 500 points. He just happened to meet the requirements. Ye Qing equipped the set and then opened the slightly smaller jade box sent by Wang Ji. The moment the jade box opened, a refreshing and enticing fragrance instantly filled the entire room. It invigorated the spirit. Inside lay a fruit the size of a longan, crystal clear as if carved from jade, with a subtle rainbow light swirling on its surface, emanating an immense life energy and pure spiritual waves. This is the unique rainbow-glazed wisdom fruit of the Celestial Light Guild. Ye Qing recognized the fruit. He had seen pictures of it in textbooks. This is an extremely precious A-rank spiritual fruit. It is said to have a very low annual production. Only the most core members of the guild are qualified to enjoy it. Its effect is permanently increasing constitution and spirit. Ye Qing no longer hesitated, picked up the fruit, and swallowed it whole. The fruit melted in his mouth, instantly transforming into a warm yet immense energy torrent that surged into his limbs. Another cool energy rushed straight to his mind, nourishing his spirit. Ding! Consumed rainbow glazed wisdom fruit. Constitution 50 permanently. Spirit 50 permanently. The system's prompt sounded. Ye Qing felt a surge of power rising within him again, and his mind became clearer and sharper, leaving him astonished. 50 points. Both constitution and spirit increased by 50 points. This is equivalent to skipping at least 2 days of hellish training to raise those attributes. This effect is astonishing. Ye Qing couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder it's an A-rank spiritual fruit. Kuzan yawned, seemingly indifferent to this level of enhancement. La. It's okay. Eating a few more of these fruits would diminish their effectiveness. Hearing this, Ye Qing smiled wryly. Eating a few more? It's already a huge stroke of luck to get one of these rare treasures. He looked at his latest attribute panel. Name, Ye Qing, class, Spirit Summoner, D. Level, 10, no more experience can be gained. Attributes, Constitution 760, Spirit 750. Ye Qing's potential was beginning to show. Chapter 53, Arrival in the Sky, above Rongqing. A silver-white aircraft streaked across the horizon and landed on a helipad on the outskirts of the city. The cabin door opened, and a woman dressed in a simple white hanfu, with an ethereal and cool demeanor, gracefully descended the ladder. It was Chun Yinshi, standing on the land of Rongqing. She felt the faint scent of gunpowder and a hint of chilling cold still lingering in the air. A complex expression flashed in her clear eyes. Rongqing, she murmured softly, her mind echoing the unprecedented serious admonition from Director Zheng Yongfeng before her departure. Yinshi, remember, Ye Qing must be recruited into the Imperial Capital University at all costs. This is the highest order. At all costs. The highest order. Qin Yinshi took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart. She knew how important and arduous her mission was. She must find Ye Qing as soon as possible and leave him with the best first impression. Just as she was about to contact the local reception personnel, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye of another luxurious aircraft from the Imperial capital that had just landed not far away. The cabin door opened, and a tall woman in an ice blue combat suit, with stunning beauty yet a hint of cold aloofness, walked down. Bai Ningbing spotted Qin Yinshi. Their eyes briefly met in the air, and they nodded slightly as a greeting before heading in different directions. The enrollment mentor from the Imperial Capital University? Bai Ningbing speculated as she watched Qin Yinshi's departing figure. Her feelings about returning to Rongqing were quite complicated. In the Imperial capital, she had successfully completed an SS-level breakthrough mission, raising her level to 30, with her strength surging far beyond her peers. This made her pride and confidence as an S-level genius swell even more. One of her main purposes for returning was to challenge the enigmatic Qing Ji, who had broken the novice dungeon record. She wanted to prove that she, Bai Ningbing, was the true genius, not inferior to anyone. Although Rongqing had experienced the catastrophe of an S-level dungeon invasion, she was not worried, because she knew that with the Ice God's intervention, the crisis must have been resolved. She just didn't expect that the Ice God was the Qing Ji she had been longing to challenge. Qing Ji. Where could she be now? Surely not in that run-down rental apartment of Ye Qing's? An absurd thought flashed through her mind, and she then chuckled self-deprecatingly. How could such an extraordinary powerhouse possibly be cooped up in such a place? Thinking of Ye Qing, a faint, unnoticed pity arose in her heart. After such a great disaster in Rongqing, he, an F-level professional, without Qing's protection, would probably be in grave danger, right? She shook her head, casting aside this trivial thought. Now, she had more important things to do. At that moment, her communicator buzzed with a message from Vice President Wang Ji. Ning Bing. Return to the guild headquarters quickly. The enrollment mentors from all the top universities have arrived in Rongqing. This is your opportunity. Seize it well. Bai Ningbing's eyes sparkled. The opportunity had come. With her current level 30, having completed the SS-level breakthrough mission and her S-level talent, she was definitely the target of all top universities. She could use this chance to secure the best resources and treatment for herself. Qingji, just wait. She clenched her fists, her eyes glimmering with determination. Once I enter a better platform and obtain more resources, I will catch up to you, and then surpass you. She no longer hesitated and immediately set off for the headquarters of the Zhangqiang Ji Guang Guild at Rongqing 3rd High School. In the office of the homeroom teacher of Class 7, senior year, Lin Zhong. The atmosphere was unusually tense. The office, usually spacious, felt crowded at this moment. Principal Wang Qiming and Director of Education Sun-Di, the two highest leaders of the school, were actually standing here, their eyes fixed intently on the communicator on the desk. Homeroom teacher Lin Zhong wiped sweat from his forehead. Trembling fingers placed the communicator down, and he let out a long sigh, forcing a smile on his face. Principal Director Ye Qing. He agreed. He said he would come to school right away. He agreed. Great. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang Qiming's previously tense face finally broke into a relieved smile as he patted Lin Zhong's shoulder vigorously. Teacher Lin, you've done a great service this time. Director Sun-Di quickly echoed. Yes, yes. Old Lin, it's thanks to your good relationship with Ye Qing. Lin Zhong wiped his sweat, but his heart was filled with confusion and shock. A great service? Thanks to me? What on earth is going on? Ye Qing. That once genius student who fell from grace after awakening the F-level profession, spirit servant, and was almost forgotten by everyone. How could he suddenly draw the principal and director's personal attention, and so seriously demand that he be called back to school immediately? The principal's level of tension and importance seemed even more exaggerated than welcoming an inspection from superiors. Principal, Director, may I ask, is there something wrong with Ye Qing? Or, Lin Zhong couldn't help but ask cautiously. Principal Wang Qiming's smile faded a bit, and he looked at Lin Zhong meaningfully, lowering his voice. Teacher Lin, some things are best left unasked. You just need to know that Ye Qing is now the pride of our Rongqing number 1 high school. He is our top priority. You did very well this time. After saying this, he ignored Lin Zhong, who was still in shock, straightened his tie and suit, and said to Sun-Di, Old son, let us go. We need to head to the conference room. Those big shots must be waiting eagerly. Yes, Principal. Sun-Di nodded quickly, his expression equally tense and respectful. The two hurriedly left the office, leaving Lin Zhong standing there, his mind in a whirl. Ye Qing, pride? Top priority? He murmured, feeling as if his worldview had been shaken. An F-level professional? What? What on earth has happened? Principal Wang Qiming and Director Sun-Di hurried to the largest VIP reception conference room in the school. The closer they got, the more nervous and excited they became. At that moment, the conference room, which was rarely used, was filled not with ordinary people. It was the enrollment mentors from the nation's top universities. Imperial Capital University, Magic Capital University, National Defense University, Southeast University. Just one of them could shake the education sector with a stomp. Their own strength and status far exceeded that of a principal from a small city. And today, they had gathered at Rongqing number 1 high school, with only one target, Ye Qing. Wang Qiming still remembered how the ethereal and cool Chen Yanshi from Imperial Capital University had personally approached him to express her intentions, causing a storm in his heart. Not to mention the subsequent arrival of mentors from Magic Capital University, National Defense University, and other top institutions, each one more polite than the last, with increasingly favorable conditions. All to compete for Ye Qing. This made Wang Qiming realize that Ye Qing had completely changed. Something monumental must have happened to him. Or perhaps he was hiding unimaginable energy behind him. Old Wang, stay calm. Sun Dihai whispered beside him, equally nervous with sweaty palms. As long as we cooperate well and smoothly send Ye Qing to any top university, our school could truly become famous. We might even gain unimaginable educational resources. I know. Wang Qiming took a deep breath, trying to make his expression appear more natural, but this situation was truly intimidating. I've never seen so many big names come for a student in my life. The two of them reached the door of the conference room, adjusted their breathing and expressions, and put on the warmest, most humble smiles before gently pushing the door open. Inside, the previously low murmurs instantly fell silent. Several gazes landed on them simultaneously. Some of these gazes were cool and profound, some sharp like an eagle, and some gentle, yet carrying an invisible pressure. Each owner of these gazes exuded a powerful aura that was heart-stopping. Wang Qiming felt his legs weaken, but he still held on and spoke in the most respectful tone. Respected mentors, thank you for your patience. Classmate Ye Qing is already on her way. As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the conference room became subtly tense. All the mentors' eyes lit up. Chapter 54 Enrollment. Ye Qing walked alone on the way to Rongqing No. 3 Middle School. He did not ask Mr. Kazan to accompany him. On one hand, he didn't want to rely on Mr. Kazan for everything, as it would make him seem incompetent. On the other hand, after this period of tempering, his strength had greatly improved, with both his physical and mental attributes surpassing the 500 mark. He had enough confidence to handle ordinary situations. It was time to learn to be independent. When he reached the school gate, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Bai Ningbing. She was still wearing her signature ice blue combat suit, tall and graceful, with an exceptionally beautiful face. However, the cold and aloof expression between her brows seemed to have intensified compared to before, and the energy fluctuations emanating from her were much stronger than in the past. Clearly, she had successfully completed her SS-level breakthrough task and had made a qualitative leap in strength. Bai Ningbing also saw Ye Qing, and a trace of unhidden surprise flashed in her cold eyes. Ye Qing. She frowned slightly, seemingly surprised. You're okay? Her tone carried a barely perceptible inquiry. After the S-level instance invasion in Rongqing, even she felt it was extremely dangerous. How could Ye Qing, an F-level practitioner, appear here unharmed? Ye Qing glanced at her, his gaze calm and unperturbed, as if looking at a stranger. He nodded slightly as a greeting and then said nothing more, walking straight into the school. As for Bai Ningbing, the youthful infatuation and complex emotions he once felt for her had long since faded. Ever since she awakened her S-level profession, an invisible chasm had formed between them, and her aloofness and subtle sense of superiority had made Ye Qing fully see the reality. Different paths, no collaboration. Seeing Ye Qing's indifferent and somewhat distant reaction, Bai Ningbing's frown deepened, and a hint of displeasure arose in her heart. Useless pride. She looked at Ye Qing's back, secretly disdainful. If it weren't for your luck in knowing Qingji and receiving his protection, with your F-level talent, you would have already died in this invasion. There shouldn't be any further intersection between us. She naturally attributed Ye Qing's survival to Qingji's protection and interpreted his calmness at this moment as a ridiculous facade of pride in front of her. She would never have thought that Ye Qing's strength had already far exceeded her imagination. Ye Qing was naturally unaware of Bai Ningbing's thoughts, and even if he knew, he would only smile faintly. His gaze had long since shifted to a farther place. The two walked silently toward the school's large conference room, one in front and the other behind. At the school gate, they encountered another person, Yu Xian. Yu Xian was a classmate of Ye Qing, awakened as an A-level profession Thunder Warrior, and was the second most talented student in Rongqing No. 3 Middle School this year, aside from Bai Ningbing. He was tall and cheerful, and upon seeing Ye Qing and Bai Ningbing, he enthusiastically greeted them. Ye Qing, Bai Ningbing, you guys are here too? The principal called us all over. Is there some good news? I heard many top university mentors are coming. His face was filled with excitement and anticipation. As an A-level genius, he was naturally one of the targets coveted by various universities. Although he couldn't compare to Bai Ningbing's S-level, he was still definitely considered a hot commodity. Ye Qing smiled and nodded at him. Yu Xian had a good personality and had never looked down on him because he was an F-level. Bai Ningbing merely cast a faint glance at Yu Xian, slightly nodded in response, her attitude still cold. Obviously, after her strength had surged, her pride had grown, and even Yu Xian, an A-level, seemed to not catch her eye. Yu Xian didn't mind, laughing heartily as he leaned closer to Ye Qing and whispered, "Ye Qing, do you think this time they might be here to specially recruit Bai Ningbing? She's an S-level. Maybe even the Imperial Capital University is here." Ye Qing smiled non-committally. Maybe. He knew that with such a large gathering, it probably wasn't just for Bai Ningbing. The principal personally called, and his tone was so urgent. It was likely related to him as well. Is it because of Mr. Kazan? Ye Qing sipijulatit. The three of them each had their own thoughts as they walked into the school's largest VIP reception conference room. As soon as they opened the door, the three were immediately stunned by the scene before them. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. At the long conference table sat 5 or 6 men and women, each with different temperaments, but all exuding a powerful aura. They were dressed elegantly, their expressions calm, yet their eyes held a glimmer of scrutiny and expectation. Principal Wang Qiming and Director Sun Dihai were standing respectfully to the side, their faces filled with humble smiles, not daring to breathe loudly. When Ye Qing, Bai Ningbing, and Yu Xian walked in, whoosh, almost all eyes instantly focused on Ye Qing. They immediately used the detection technique. Ye Qing, LV 10, Spirit Caller, D level profession, level 10. This result made the brows of several mentors involuntarily furrow slightly. Especially Chun Yanxi. Her cold eyes flashed with an unmistakable look of shock and confusion. A D-level practitioner? Stuck at level 10? This is the target that Director Zheng Yongfeng insisted on recruiting at all costs? This is the person for whom even the Imperial Capital University is willing to activate the legendary SSS level agreement to compete for? This is too far from what she had envisioned. She had originally thought that someone who could attract the attention of the highest council and the Imperial Capital University should at least be a hidden SS level or even SSS level talent, or possess some extremely special ability with strategic value. But this boy before her, based on the data, was simply too ordinary. It could even be said to be mediocre. However, Chun Yanxi was, after all, an elite mentor from the Imperial Capital University, and her temperament was stable. She immediately recalled Director Zheng's unprecedented serious attitude and the wording of the highest directive. There must be something fishy in this. She quickly suppressed the contempt and doubt in her heart. The school would not act without reason. This Ye Qing is definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. He must be hiding some huge secret or value. Her gaze became calm and focused again, tinged with a hint of inquiry as she carefully observed Ye Qing. She noticed that although this boy had a low level and a poor profession rating, he displayed an unusual calmness and steadiness in the face of their scrutinizing gazes, his eyes clear and firm, showing no signs of timidity or nervousness. This temperament was quite remarkable. The other mentors clearly had the same thoughts. They had received strict orders and hints from the school before coming, knowing that Ye Qing was a special talent who could not be judged by common standards. Therefore, after a brief moment of surprise, they quickly adjusted their mindset, and the enthusiasm and anticipation in their eyes only increased. However, this subtle psychological activity and gaze focus felt completely different to Bai Ningbing and Yu Xian standing nearby. Bai Ningbing saw the mentor's eyes all focusing on Ye Qing, and even frowned slightly. A sense of annoyance and a hint of pleasure surged in her heart. Sure enough, these mentors must be disappointed when they saw Ye Qing's D-level profession and level 10. She secretly scoffed, a D-level waste. How could he catch the eye of a top university? Their target must be me, this S-level genius. Yu Xian had the same thought. He saw the mentors frowning and assumed they were disappointed in Ye Qing, feeling that his chance to shine had finally come. Chapter 55 Challenge. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, stepped forward and revealed a confident smile on his face. He slightly bowed to the mentors and said loudly, "Hello, mentors. I am Ye Qing from Rongqing No. 3 Middle School, an A-level professional Thunder Warrior, currently at level 18. I ranked 3rd in the Rongqing High School Student League. I aspire to enter a higher institution for further studies and contribute my strength to protect our country." He straightened his back, striving to showcase his potential and value, his words carrying the arrogance expected of an A-level genius. However, the enthusiastic response he anticipated did not materialize. The mentor's gazes merely swept over him casually before quickly returning to Ye Qing, their expressions even showing a hint of impatience, as if he, an A-level genius, was merely an inconsequential background figure. Ye Qing's smile instantly froze, his confident expression solidifying on his face, and he stood awkwardly in place, feeling as if he had been doused with cold water. Bai Ningbing's brows furrowed even tighter, a strong sense of unease and humiliation surging within her. What is wrong with these mentors? Why are they so focused on a D-level waste? Instead, they ignore her and Ye Qing. At that moment, Chen Yinshi was the first to speak. She stood up, her cold gaze landing on Ye Qing, her tone calm yet filled with undeniable sincerity. "Hello, classmate Ye Qing. I am Chen Yinshi, a mentor from the Battle Academy of Capital University. On behalf of Capital University, I formally extend an invitation to you. We are willing to offer you the highest level of special recruitment treatment." She paused slightly before stating the conditions that left everyone present dumbfounded. Tuition is fully waived, and we will provide a special scholarship and resource subsidy of 1 billion xia coins per year. You will enjoy core student treatment upon enrollment, complete with an independent villa, exclusive training grounds, and laboratories. The school's S-level resource library will be unconditionally open to you, allowing you to choose any techniques, skills, and equipment that suit you. Moreover, Chen Yinshi's tone intensified. As long as you nod, the school can immediately provide you with a customized Starlight level growth set with no level restrictions. Silence. A dead silence. Ye Qing gaped, his eyes nearly popping out. 1 billion per year. Unconditional access to the S-level resource library. Starlight level set. And a growth type with no level restrictions. This condition is simply unheard of. Even an S-level genius might not receive such treatment. Bai Ningbing was even more stunned, her face turning pale instantly. She looked at Chen Yinshi in disbelief, then at the calm Ye Qing, her mind going blank. Capital University actually offered such a sky-high condition to a D-level waste. How is that possible? Even Principal Wang Qiming and Sun Dihai were nearly scared to the point of weakness. They knew Ye Qing was important, but they didn't expect him to be this important. However, just as Chen Yinshi finished speaking, another mentor from Modi University immediately stood up. Not to be outdone, classmate Ye Qing, our Modi University is equally sincere. In addition to the conditions promised by Capital University, we are willing to offer an additional opportunity to enter the East Sea Dragon Palace secret realm for training. And our vice principal, an epic tier powerhouse, will personally guide you for a year. Another military uniformed mentor spoke seriously. Our National Defense University guarantees that you will be awarded a school-level military rank upon graduation. Enjoy the National Special Talent Allowance. In a moment, the conference room turned into a marketplace. Mentors from several top universities began to frantically increase their offers to compete for Ye Qing, with each condition more exaggerated and enticing than the last. Ye Qing and Bai Ningbing were completely dumbfounded, like two statues frozen in place, watching Ye Qing, who was surrounded like a star, still maintaining a calm demeanor. Their hearts churning with shock. What on earth is happening in this world? Faced with these dreamlike, generous conditions that would drive any peer crazy and the intense gazes of the top mentors, Ye Qing's heart remained extraordinarily calm, even a bit confused. He furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping over the faces of Chen Yinshi, the Modi University mentor, the National Defense University mentor, and others, all filled with sincerity and anticipation. Something is off, Ye Qing quickly thought to himself. I am just a D-level professional, only at level 10. Even though my attributes far exceed ordinary people, outsiders wouldn't know that. These top university mentors, each a sharp individual, could not possibly fail to see my apparent mediocrity. So why would they offer such outrageous conditions to compete for me? 1 billion per year? Starlight level growth set? Unconditional access to the S-level resource library? Even personal guidance from a king-tier powerhouse? This treatment, let alone a D-level. Even an S-level genius might not receive such benefits, right? Ye Qing's mind raced, a thought flashing through his mind like lightning. Mr. Kazan. Yes, it must be Mr. Kazan. These mentors probably aren't coming for him, Ye Qing. They're coming for the Mr. Kazan behind him. They must have learned about the astonishing power displayed by Mr. Kazan in Rongqing, the ice-sealing myth lord, freezing a battlefield for hundreds of miles, a suspected epic tier, or even stronger, unparalleled powerhouse. They want to build a connection with Mr. Kazan through him. This is an investment, a gesture of goodwill. That's right. It must be like this. The more Ye Qing thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. What they value is not me, but Mr. Kazan's attitude towards me. Realizing this, Ye Qing felt a sense of relief in his heart, while also strengthening his determination to rely on himself to become stronger. He cannot always live under Mr. Kazan's wings, nor can he become a tool for others to curry favor with Mr. Kazan. His silence and frowning contemplation were interpreted completely differently by others. He is still not satisfied, seeing Ye Qing's hesitant and even somewhat dissatisfied expression. The jealousy and anger within Yu Xian erupted like a volcano. How is this fair? A D-level waste. A level 10 trash. Why should he receive these top-level treatments that he wouldn't even dare to dream of? Why should these lofty mentors treat a waste with such deference? And he, an A-level genius, it was ignored like air. It's unfair. This is not fair. I refuse to accept this. Yu Xian suddenly stepped forward, his eyes red, pointing at Ye Qing, his voice hoarse and sharp from extreme anger and jealousy. Ye Qing, you, a D-level professional, a level 10 waste. What qualifications do you have? Why do you deserve such treatment? His roar instantly broke the noise in the conference room, all eyes turning to him. The mentors frowned slightly, their expressions showing displeasure and irritation at being interrupted. Principal Wang Qiming's face changed dramatically as he sternly reprimanded. Yu Xian, enough. Step back. But Yu Xian was already blinded by jealousy and could not hear anything. He stared at Ye Qing, gritting his teeth. Ye Qing, do you dare accept my challenge? I want to defeat you fairly in front of all the mentors. Let everyone see who is the true genius worthy of cultivation. Who is the real waste? His body was crackling with lightning, the aura of an A-level thunder warrior bursting forth. Although he was only at level 18, his momentum was quite impressive. He wanted to prove himself. He wanted to slap Ye Qing hard in the face. He wanted to let these blind mentors know that they had misjudged him. Beside him, Bai Ning being coldly watched everything, a barely perceptible sneer curling at the corner of her mouth. Fool! She secretly scolded Yu Xian for his impulsiveness and foolishness. But at the same time, she was pleased that someone was stepping up to test the waters for her. She was also very curious about what confidence Ye Qing had that could drive these mentors so crazy. Did he really have some hidden strength? She quietly took a step back, adopting an indifferent posture, ready to watch the drama unfold. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Ye Qing. How would he respond to Yu Xian's sudden attack and challenge? Would he accept? If he did accept, how could a D-level 10 compete against an A-level 18? It was almost a certain defeat. If he refused, wouldn't that just confirm his reputation as a useless person? How would these mentors view him then? Chapter 56. You're too weak. Faced with Xian's challenge filled with jealousy and anger, Ye Qing slowly raised his head and looked at him with calm eyes. That gaze held no anger, no excitement, and not even the slightest ripple. It was simply as if he was looking at a clueless child with indifference. Xian. Ye Qing spoke, his voice not loud, yet clearly reached everyone's ears. Forget it. He slightly shook his head, his tone flat but carrying an undeniable certainty. You're too weak. I don't want to fight you. You're not my opponent. Silence. A deathly silence. The moment Ye Qing's words left his mouth, the entire conference room fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Everyone was stunned. Arrogant. Too arrogant. A D-level level 10 practitioner actually dared to say to an A-level level 18 practitioner, "You're too weak. You're not my opponent." This was simply absurd. Puffed. Bai Ningbing was the first to be unable to hold back, letting out a short, cold laugh, and immediately covered her mouth. But the mockery and disbelief in her eyes couldn't be concealed. She looked at Ye Qing as if he were a mad fool. "Ye Qing, have you lost your mind? Do you know what you're saying?" A D-level waste dares to look down on an A-level genius. "Who gave you the courage?" Liang Jingru. Xian was completely ignited by these words. He was already mad with jealousy, and now hearing Ye Qing's contemptuous words made him even more furious, trembling all over, his face turning red like a pig's liver. "Ye Qing, what did you say?" Xian almost roared, his voice hoarse. "You say I'm weak? You say I'm not your opponent? You waste. What right do you have?" The thunderous light around him crackled, his aura violent, as if he was about to pounce and tear Ye Qing apart at any moment. Arrogant, unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Even a few admission mentors couldn't help but frown slightly, their evaluation of Ye Qing wavering for a moment. They valued Ye Qing, but that didn't mean they could tolerate a young man being so out of touch and spouting arrogance. How could a D-level level 10 possibly defeat an A-level level 18? That was simply common sense. Chun Yinsher's brows also slightly furrowed as she looked at Ye Qing's excessively calm face, feeling somewhat puzzled. Is this the unparalleled genius the school wants to recruit? Principal Wang Qiming and Director Sun-Di were even more terrified. Wang Qiming rushed forward, anxiously placing himself between Ye Qing and Xian, wearing a worried and fearful smile. Trying to mediate. "Ah, Xian, calm down. Let us all be classmates. Why hurt the harmony?" As he spoke, he desperately signaled to Ye Qing, lowering his voice urgently. "Ye Qing, say less. Hurry. Choose a school. Capital University, Magic City University, National Defense University. Any of them will do. This is a huge opportunity." His tone was filled with advice and urgency. Clearly, he didn't believe Ye Qing could defeat Xian and didn't want this conflict to ruin Ye Qing's hard-won opportunity. In his view, Ye Qing being sought after by these top universities was purely a stroke of luck. The wisest course of action now was to quickly back down, choose a good school, and seize the benefits, instead of showing off for pride here, offending people, and possibly being beaten into revealing his true self. "Ye Qing, listen to the principal." Sun-Di quickly echoed. "Xian is an A-level genius, strong in power. You should consider the more important matters first." Their meaning couldn't be clearer. "You, Ye Qing, are here because of good fortune, no one to stop. Don't truly think of yourself as something special." In an instant, everyone's gaze refocused on Ye Qing. Principal Wang Qiming's earnest advice and Director Sun-Di's anxious persuasion did not quell Xian's anger. Instead, it made him even more convinced that Ye Qing was afraid. "Ha ha!" Xian let out a mocking and disdainful laugh, pointing at Ye Qing with a sharp and piercing voice. "Ye Qing, you don't dare. You're scared, right? What do you mean I'm too weak? What do you mean you don't want to fight? It's all excuses. You're simply feeling guilty. You're afraid I'll expose your true useless self in front of everyone." He pressed forward, his words sharp as knives. "Ye Qing, if you're still a man, don't hide behind the principal. Step out and fight me. Let all of us see just how capable this genius is that the top schools are fighting over. Or are you saying you can only rely on connections and pretend here?" Every word Xian said struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts present. Bai Ningbing's cold smile deepened. She relished seeing Ye Qing being cornered. The brows of the admission mentors furrowed even deeper, while they valued Ye Qing's potential. Someone so cowardly and only capable of boasting was far from a good talent. They needed to reassess. Principal Wang Qiming was sweating profusely, wanting to persuade again. Just then, the previously silent Ye Qing finally spoke again. His voice remained calm, but carried a hint of undeniable decisiveness. Enough. He gently pushed aside the principal standing in front of him, took a step forward, and looked directly at the seemingly mad Xian. "Since you insist on humiliating yourself." Ye Qing's tone was flat and undisturbed, as if stating a fact. "Then I'll fulfill your wish. I accept your challenge." Boom! Ye Qing's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. He really accepted it. A D level 10 accepted a challenge from an A level 18? Good. Xian's eyes exploded with ecstatic and cruel light. Fearing Ye Qing would back out, he immediately shouted, "This is what you said. Everyone present can testify." Principal Wang Qiming and Sun Dihai's faces turned pale in an instant, wanting to stop him, but it was too late. "Ye Qing, you." Wang Qiming sighed heavily, looking frustrated. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with surprise, then turned into deeper mockery, truly unaware of the danger. It seems he has been pampered too much, forgetting who he is. The admission mentors exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and a hint of disappointment. Only Chun Yinshi, in her cold eyes, showed not disappointment, but a bright gleam of excitement. She stared intently at Ye Qing. From a moment Ye Qing said, "You're too weak," to now calmly accepting the challenge. His eyes had shown no signs of panic, fear, or bluster. It was a confidence and indifference that came from deep within, as if his statement, "You're too weak," was not a boastful joke, but an objective fact. Something's not right. Chun Yinshi's internal alarm rang loudly. This Ye Qing definitely has a problem. She recalled Director Zheng Yongfeng's unprecedented serious attitude and the highest directive. She remembered the school's determination to activate the SSS level agreement. If Ye Qing were merely a waste relying on connections and boasting, the school would never go to such lengths. There must be something hidden within him. Chun Yinshi's gaze became incredibly sharp and focused. This battle might just uncover a corner of the mystery. She was very curious and very excited. This young man, so valued by the country and seen as a strategic talent by Capital University, where did his confidence come from? Then, Chun Yinshi's cold voice broke the noise in the room. "Please arrange a suitable venue, Principal. We can take this opportunity to see the abilities of the two students." Her statement is equivalent to implicitly agreeing to and supporting this seemingly uneven challenge, although the other mentors had their doubts. Seeing that Chun Yinshi from the Imperial Capital University had spoken up, they all nodded in agreement. Principal Wang Qiming, realizing that things had come to this point and could not be reversed, could only wear A and hurriedly arrange for personnel to prepare the school as training grounds. Chapter 57. Instant Kill Rongqing 3rd Middle School, First Training Ground. The vast indoor training facility was temporarily cleared, and several top university admissions mentors, Principal Wang Qiming, Director of Education Sun Dihai, and the complex faced Bai Ningbing were seated in the audience. In the center of the arena, Ye Qing and Yu Xian stood facing each other. Yu Xian was surrounded by flickering lightning, crackling with energy, and the powerful aura of an A-class profession, Thunder Warrior, was released without reservation. A faint burnt smell lingered in the air. He wielded a long spear intertwined with electric arcs, his gaze sharp and filled with confidence and fighting spirit. "Ye Qing, it's still not too late to admit defeat," Yu Xian shouted loudly, trying to completely overwhelm his opponent with momentum. "Otherwise, my thunderous power won't hold back." He had already seen several admissions mentors nodding at his displayed strength, which made him even more convinced that challenging Ye Qing was the right decision. As long as he cleanly and decisively defeated this hollow figure, he could reclaim the attention and opportunities that rightfully belonged to him. Ye Qing stood quietly opposite him, showing no energy fluctuations, not even drawing a weapon. He simply looked calmly at Yu Xian, his expression still indifferent. "Are you ready?" Principal Wang Qiming asked from the sidelines, his voice somewhat dry, palms sweaty, fearing that Ye Qing might get hurt. "I'm ready to start at any time," Yu Xian replied confidently. Ye Qing merely nodded slightly. "Begin." Wang Qiming gritted his teeth and announced the start of the match. "Huh!" Almost the instant the principal's words fell, Yu Xian let out a roar, his entire being transforming into a blinding flash of lightning, charging toward Ye Qing at incredible speed. Thunder Strike. The thunder spear in his hand erupted with brilliant electric light, emitting a piercing shriek as it aimed straight for Ye Qing's chest. He used 70% of his strength for this strike, aiming for a decisive victory to showcase his power. The speed and ferocity of the attack made Bai Ningbing in the audience nod slightly. Yu Xian's strength was indeed commendable among A-class professionals. Several admissions mentors also expressed approving glances. This Yu Xian had solid fundamentals and skillful application. He was a promising talent. Everyone believed that facing such a rapid attack, Ye Qing, a mere D-class level 10, would likely not even be able to react and would be instantly defeated. However, just as the dazzling spear tip was about to touch Ye Qing's chest, Ye Qing moved. His motion was faster than anyone's visual capture limit. It was as if he merely tilted his body slightly, or perhaps just turned his wrist. A dark, inconspicuous blade, light, flashed like a ghost in the night, vanishing without a sound. There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling light. Just an extremely faint sound, like fabric being cut. Then, thump. In the previous moment, Yu Xian, filled with momentum and flashing with lightning, collapsed to the ground as if all his bones had been removed, his legs giving way as he fell heavily onto the hard floor. The thunder spear flew from his hand, clattering as it fell to the distance. The electric light on the spear extinguishing instantly. The lightning surrounding him dimmed abruptly, like a light bulb whose power had been cut off, disappearing completely. The entire training ground fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, staring in disbelief at the scene. What just happened? Just a moment ago. What on earth occurred? They only saw Yu Xian charge over fiercely, and then he fell. Did Ye Qing make a move? It seemed like he just moved slightly. Yu Xian lay on the ground, his body twitching slightly, his face filled with extreme pain, confusion, and disbelief. He felt as if his chest had been struck by a giant hammer, his internal organs displaced, struggling to breathe, nearly passing out. He didn't even see how Ye Qing made his move. He only felt an irresistible, terrifying force hit him in an instant, and then he knew nothing. Instant kill. A complete instant kill. Ye Qing slowly sheathed the inconspicuous black blade that had appeared in his hand at some point. His movements were smooth and natural, as if he had merely done something trivial. He glanced at Yu Xian, who lay on the ground moaning in pain, shook his head slightly, and murmured in a voice only he could hear, flashy. His attributes, both physical and mental, had both surpassed 500 points, with strength and agility nearing 400 points. The total of his four-dimensional attributes approached 1,800 points. Meanwhile, Yu Xian, an 18-level A-class professional, even with decent talent, had a total of around 700 points at most, a threefold attribute gap. This was a qualitative crushing. Yu Xian's seemingly formidable thunder skills, in the face of Ye Qing's absolute strength, speed, and reaction, were as slow as a snail and weak as a child's toy. One force conquers 10 skills. In the face of absolute strength, all techniques and skills are just illusions. Ye Qing didn't even need to use any flashy skills. With just the most basic actions of drawing the blade, sidestepping, and swinging, he could easily instant kill his opponent with his overwhelming attributes. Silence. The dead silence lasted a full 10 seconds. Then boom! The audience erupted in chaos. What just happened? Yu Xian fell. Instant kill. A D-class level 10 instant killed an A-class level 18. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Ye Qing, how did he do it? Principal Wang Qiming and Director Sun Dihai's mouths dropped open, their eyes nearly popping out, their minds blank. Bai Ningbing suddenly stood up from her seat, her beautiful face filled with extreme shock and disbelief. She stared intently at the calm boy who was sheathing his blade, as if she was meeting him for the first time. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. A D-class level 10. How could he instant kill an A-class level 18? This defies common sense. The admissions mentors were also completely unsettled. They exchanged glances, seeing profound shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. What a fast blade. What immense power. The mentor from Magic City University exclaimed in astonishment. The aura that erupted just now definitely exceeded the range of a level 10 professional. The mentor for National Defense University said with a serious expression, his base attributes are problematic, very problematic. The mentor from Southeast University stated decisively. Chun Yenshi's breathing quickened slightly, her cold eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. She guessed right. This Ye Qing indeed harbored an astonishing secret. D-class profession, level 10, all a disguise, or perhaps a form of something they could not comprehend. At the moment Ye Qing made his move, although brief, she clearly sensed a vast and condensed aura of blood and spirit waves. That was definitely not the foundation of a level 10 professional. It even far surpassed that of an ordinary level 20 or 30 professional. So that's how it is. Chen Yanqi's heart opened up, her fingers trembling with excitement. No wonder the school placed such importance on him. His value is not based on profession and level, but on his unfathomable, common sense-defying, base attributes. She looked at Ye Qing with an incredibly fervent and determined gaze. This student, the Imperial Capital University, is certain to recruit him. Ye Qing paid no attention to the shock and uproar from the audience. He calmly walked to Yu Xian, who was still lying on the ground with a vacant gaze, looked down at him, and said, "Now, do you understand?" Yu Xian raised his head and looked at Ye Qing's calm and serene face, his eyes filled with deep bewilderment. He understood. He understood that when Ye Qing previously said, "You are too weak, you're not my opponent," it was not arrogance, but rather a statement of fact. In front of Ye Qing, this A-grade genius, he was truly weak and vulnerable. Chapter 58. Choosing the Imperial Capital University, the shock and uproar in the training ground gradually subsided. But the waves of emotion in everyone's hearts could not be calmed for a long time. Instant kill. A D-level 10 instant kill of an A-level 18. This had completely overturned their understanding of the professional system. The gazes of several enrollment mentors towards Ye Qing had completely changed. The previous politeness and task-oriented recruitment had now transformed into genuine, heartfelt attention and desire. They knew that the secrets hidden within this young man might be more astonishing than they imagined. Chen Yanqi took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, and was the first to speak, her tone more sincere and serious than before. "Student Ye Qing, your strength is truly amazing. On behalf of the Imperial Capital University, I extend the most sincere invitation to you once again. All the conditions we promised will be fulfilled at the highest standards. The Imperial Capital University will provide you with the best growth platform." The other mentors quickly reacted, each one speaking up, raising the stakes and throwing out even more enticing conditions in an attempt to make one last effort. "Student Ye Qing, we at Magic City University are willing to add. We at the National Defense University can guarantee." For a moment, the scene became somewhat noisy again. Ye Qing raised his hand slightly to stop everyone's persuasion. His gaze calmly swept over the several mentors, finally landing on Chen Yanqi. And he said clearly and firmly, "Thank you for your kindness, mentors. I have made my decision." He paused and stated his choice. "I choose the Imperial Capital University." Upon hearing this, Chen Yanqi's cold face instantly blossomed with an uncontrollable, joyful smile. She was so excited that she almost lost her composure. Success. She had completed the highest directive given to her by the school. The other mentors showed expressions of deep disappointment and reluctance. "Student Ye Qing, won't you reconsider?" Our Magic City University's Dragon Palace of the East Sea Secret Realm. The mentors at Magic City University still wanted to fight for him. Ye Qing shook his head, his tone gentle but firm. "Thank you for your goodwill, but I choose the Imperial Capital University for a very important reason." He looked at Chen Yanqi and explained, "My sister, Ye Xiling, is currently studying at the Imperial Capital University. I want to be at the same school as her." This reason was simple and straightforward, yet irrefutable. The mentors were left speechless, their faces showing only bitter smiles and helplessness. Family factors. This was indeed one of the hardest reasons to shake. "I see." The mentors from Magic City University sighed and shook their heads, since that was the case. They would not insist. "Student Ye Qing, I wish you a bright future." Alas, what a pity. The mentor from the National Defense University also shook his head regretfully. Although they were disappointed, deep down, they did not feel as regretful as they had imagined. After all, while Ye Qing displayed astonishing potential, he was still only rated D and was stuck at level 10. In their deeply rooted traditional views, this remained a significant drawback. Their recruitment was more due to orders from above and a gamble on special circumstances. In comparison, they valued those with high professional ratings, fast level-ups, and clear potential as standard geniuses more. Now that Ye Qing had made his choice, they considered their mission completed and could turn their attention to targets that better match their standards. The mentors exchanged glances, tacitly directing their gaze towards the audience, where the S-level genius by Ningbing, who had a complex expression and had remained silent, sat. Student by Ningbing, the mentor from Magic City University, immediately put on a warm smile. We have witnessed your talent and strength. We wonder if you would be interested in Magic City University? We are willing to offer S-level core student benefits. We at the National Defense University also welcome your joining. The mentor from the National Defense University immediately added. Southeast University. For a moment, Bai Ningbing became the new focus. However, her mood was extremely complex at that moment. She looked at Ye Qing, who was calmly accepting the invitation from the Imperial Capital University in the center of the arena, filled with unwillingness, disbelief, and an indescribable curiosity. Why? How could a former F-level, now D-level, professional become so strong? Why could he attract so many top universities to compete for him? Why could he instant kill an A-level Yuxian? She absolutely did not believe this was just because Ye Qing knew Qing Ji. There must be a huge secret hidden within Ye Qing, a secret that could enable a waste to make a comeback. She needed to uncover this secret. Moreover, the pride deep within her as an S-level genius made it impossible for her to accept being outdone by someone who was once a waste. She wanted to see Ye Qing with her own eyes, to compete on the same stage, to prove that she was the true genius. Thinking of this, Bai Ningbing took a deep breath, ignoring the olive branches extended by the other mentors, and looked firmly at Chen Yanqi, saying loudly, Mentor Chen, I also choose the Imperial Capital University. As soon as these words were spoken, the several mentors who were enthusiastically recruiting immediately froze, their smiles frozen on their faces. Chen Yanqi was also slightly taken aback, but a hint of understanding and a smile flashed in her eyes as she nodded. You are most welcome. The other mentors, however, were completely dumbfounded. The mentor from Magic City University opened his mouth, but couldn't find his words for a long time. The mentor from the National Defense University rubbed his forehead, looking speechless. The mentor from Southeast University simply sighed and shook his head. Great, what a wasted trip. The two top talents from Rongqing No. 3 Middle School had all been taken by the Imperial Capital University. These top universities had come in full force, only to end up making garments for the Imperial Capital University. This trip had truly been frustrating. The several mentors exchanged bitter smiles and could only reluctantly accept the outcome, exchanging a few polite words before leaving in disappointment. President Wang Qiming and Sun Dihai were all smiles. After all, their school had 2 students specially recruited by the Imperial Capital University. This was a tremendous honor and achievement. In the conference room, only Chen Yanqi from the Imperial Capital University, along with the chosen Ye Qing and Bai Ningbing, remained. Chen Yanqi looked at these 2 students, who were so different in style, yet both exceptionally gifted, feeling pleased. Ye Qing, hidden and unassuming, with limitless potential. Bai Ningbing, an S-level genius, shining brightly. The Imperial Capital University had truly struck gold this time. She could almost envision how the Battle Academy of the Imperial Capital University would be set ablaze by the addition of these 2 freshmen. All right, both of you. Chen Yanqi smiled and said, Welcome to the Imperial Capital University. We will discuss the specific procedures and arrangements in detail later. Ye Qing nodded calmly. Bai Ningbing, however, cast a deep glance at Ye Qing, her eyes shimmering with competitive spirit. Chapter 59. Stalking After Leaving School. Ye Qing walked alone on the way back to his rental apartment. He declined the car service arranged by Chen Yanqi, wanting to walk by himself. However, not far from the school gate, his exceptionally sharp senses, honed through the hellish training with Kazan, caught a faint hint of a probing presence. Someone was stalking him. Ye Qing frowned slightly. Mr. Kazan hadn't come out with him today, so he had to be more cautious. He didn't want to alert the stalker, so he casually turned into a relatively secluded alley with many branches. The stalker fell for it. Bai Ningbing, dressed in a tight black stealth suit and wearing a mask, completely concealed her exquisite figure and stunning beauty. Confident in her stealth skills, especially since she had completed an SS-level breakthrough mission with a level of 30. She hesitated only slightly before following him into the alley, relying on her overwhelming strength. However, as soon as she entered the alley, she noticed that Ye Qing's figure had vanished. Where'd he go? Bai Ningbing was startled and immediately looked around vigilantly. Just then, whoosh! A sharp sound of air being sliced came from behind her. Ye Qing, like a ghost, sprang from the shadows, his black blade gleaming with a cold light, striking toward her neck without hesitation. Strike first. Bai Ningbing's heart jolted, but she reacted quickly. After all, she was a level 30 S-class professional, and her combat instincts far surpassed those of ordinary people. She swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the fierce slash, and countered with a palm strike that carried a chilling aura towards Ye Qing's chest. Frost palm. Ye Qing's expression tightened, and he quickly changed his stance to block. Clang! The blade and palm collided, producing a muffled sound. Ye Qing felt a tremendous force surging towards him, his arm tingling slightly as his body uncontrollably slid back several meters. What tremendous power! Ye Qing was secretly shocked. This woman's strength far surpassed that of Yu Xian just now. Bai Ningbing was also slightly taken aback. Although her palm strike was hasty, she had used 50% of her strength, expecting to easily push Ye Qing back, but he only staggered a few steps. His strength was much greater than she had imagined, but he was still only level 10. A flash of determination crossed her eyes, since she had already attacked. She would use her strength to completely overpower him, force him to reveal his true abilities. With that thought, Bai Ningbing no longer held back. Her figure darted like an icy butterfly, and she unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, creating a storm of ice crystals and cold air that enveloped Ye Qing. Ye Qing immediately felt the pressure multiply. Bai Ningbing's level was 30, and her attributes completely crushed him. Even though her close combat ability was relatively weak, her absolute advantage in power and speed still kept Ye Qing firmly suppressed. Ye Qing's swordsmanship was fierce, but under the barrage of her relentless attacks, he could only barely defend himself, retreating step by step. No, the level difference is too great. Ye Qing felt anxious. He couldn't fight head-on. As the situation grew more unfavorable, Ye Qing's gaze sharpened, and he no longer hesitated. Shave! He suddenly exerted force under his feet, causing the ground to tremble slightly as his body erupted with astonishing speed, creating distance between him and Bai Ningbing. At the same time, he focused his mind. Buzz! The seemingly ordinary gray coat he wore instantly glowed with a soft yet resilient white halo. The Dawn Guardian set, effect, Dawn Shield, was activated. A shield capable of absorbing 50 points of damage instantly formed. Suddenly faster? And a shield? Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with surprise. But it quickly turned into a cold smile. Just a low-level shield. Let us see how long it can hold. Her assault did not let up, and her palm winds became even more fierce, icy to the bone. Ye Qing relied on the explosive speed of Shave to barely keep up. But the energy of the shield was quickly depleting. Seeing the shield about to shatter, and knowing he would soon be in a passive position, a look of determination flashed in Ye Qing's eyes. No more hiding. He took a deep breath, his consciousness sinking into the fantasy anchor, talent, communicating with a world of one piece, locking onto that strand of pure and majestic, the power of the world's origin, drifting on the edge of the sea of rules. Come to me, Buzz. A faint yet incredibly pure strand of white light seemed to pierce through the barriers of time and space, instantly entering Ye Qing's body. Boom! Ye Qing felt an immense power surging through him, like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly sweeping through his limbs and bones. His attributes, at this moment, exploded wildly. Constitution, spirit, strength, agility, all doubled. A terrifying aura far surpassing before erupted from Ye Qing's body, like a sleeping ferocious beast awakening. What? Bai Ningbing's pupils suddenly constricted. She felt Ye Qing's aura become incredibly terrifying in an instant. It was as if he had transformed into a different person. Before she could react, finger gun modified. Ye Qing's figure appeared before her, as if teleporting, his fingers together, gathering terrifying power that had doubled. Like the sharpest spear tip, it thrust directly towards her shoulder blade. Fast. Too fast. The power is too strong. Bai Ningbing couldn't dodge in time. Puff. With a light sound, Bai Ningbing's protective cold air was torn apart like paper. A sharp pain shot through her shoulder blade. She was sent flying as if hit by a high-speed train. Ah! She cried out in pain, crashing heavily to the ground. Ye Qing, taking advantage of the situation, followed closely behind. In Bai Ningbing's terrified gaze, Ye Qing grabbed her wrist with one hand, pressed down on her back with the other, and with his knee firmly against her waist, he pinned her down in a humiliating position on the cold, rough ground. Bai Ningbing struggled desperately. But Ye Qing's strength at that moment was too great. The doubled attributes had briefly surpassed her. She couldn't break free. What made her even more humiliated was that in this position, her chest, that pair of ample fullness, was pressed tightly against the cold ground, causing a suffocating sensation and pain. Ugh! Bai Ningbing felt both pain and shame. Her cheeks instantly flushed bright red. Thankfully, her mask covered her face, or she would really want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Ye Qing looked down coldly at the mysterious woman beneath him, dressed in a sexy tight suit with a fiery figure, and asked in a deep voice, "Speak. Who are you? Why are you stalking me? What is your purpose?" Bai Ningbing bit her lip tightly, remaining silent. She absolutely could not reveal her identity. It was too embarrassing. Seeing her stubbornness, Ye Qing frowned and applied more pressure, pushing his knee down hard. Bai Ningbing couldn't help but cry out in pain, feeling as if her waist was about to break. The pressure and pain on her chest intensified. Not going to speak? Ye Qing's eyes turned cold. Then don't blame me for being rude. He raised his hand, pretending to pull off her mask. Bai Ningbing was horrified. She struggled desperately. Chapter 60. Your lover is cheating? No. Don't pull. As Ye Qing's hand was about to touch her mask, Bai Ningbing was horrified and could no longer care about pride or modesty, screaming out loud. The sound trembled slightly due to pain and humiliation, carrying a hint of cry, but Ye Qing found it strangely familiar. He abruptly stopped his movements, furrowing his brows tightly, staring intensely at the woman beneath him, who was firmly restrained and revealing her curves. This voice. Ye Qing's eyes flickered with confusion and uncertainty. You are Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing's body stiffened suddenly. Her struggling movements came to an instant halt, as if her most shameful secret had been exposed, leaving her frozen. Her reaction undoubtedly confirmed Ye Qing's suspicion. Ye Qing's expression darkened instantly, his tone filled with disbelief and cold anger. Bai Ningbing? Is it really you? Why are you following me? Why did you ambush me like this? He couldn't understand. Although he and Bai Ningbing had long become strangers, there was no deep hatred between them, right? Why would she go to such lengths to disguise herself and attack him? Bai Ningbing felt a sharp pain in her heart from Ye Qing's cold questioning, combined with the pressure on her body, the throbbing pain in her chest, and the immense shame of being recognized, almost causing her to break down. She held back her tears, turned her head away, not daring to look into Ye Qing's eyes, and spoke in a voice filled with a hint of pleading and a sobbing tone. Ye Qing, can you let me go first? My chest. It hurts. I can't breathe. Her voice was weak and filled with unutterable shame and pain. Ye Qing was taken aback by her words and instinctively looked down. Because he had been pressing her down with his knee against her lower back, Bai Ningbing's chest, which was outlined by her tight-fitting outfit, was indeed being painfully compressed against the cold, rough ground, severely deformed. It looked indeed very uncomfortable. Although Ye Qing was furious about her stalking and ambush, he wasn't a pervert. Seeing her in such pain made him unconsciously loosen his grip a bit. However, he didn't fully let go, still maintaining his hold, and coldly asked, "First answer my question. Why are you following me? Why did you attack me?" Bai Ningbing felt the pressure on her lessen a bit, and the suffocating feeling in her chest finally eased slightly. She took a few deep breaths, but her cheeks were flushed red from the previous position and the current embarrassment. She knew she had completely messed up today. Not only did she fail to uncover Ye Qing's secret, but she was also subdued by him in such a humiliating manner, and her identity was exposed. The overwhelming sense of defeat and shame drowned her. She bit her lip, realizing she could no longer hide, and could only respond in a voice filled with grievance and a hint of stubbornness. I was just curious. I wanted to test your strength. I didn't mean to really hurt you. Curious? Test my strength? Ye Qing laughed in anger. Stalking me in a night outfit and then suddenly attacking me is called testing my strength? Bai Ningbing, do you think I would believe that? Bai Ningbing was left speechless, knowing her actions were indefensible, and could only bite her lip tightly, tears welling up in her eyes, feeling both wronged and humiliated. Looking at her teary-eyed and vulnerable appearance, so different from her usual cold and proud demeanor, Ye Qing's anger inexplicably dissipated a little, replaced by a complex emotion. He sighed and ultimately fully released his grip. Standing up. Forget it. You can go. Ye Qing turned his back to her, his tone returning to calm, but carrying a hint of detachment. Don't do such boring things anymore. We are no longer on the same path. Feeling the restraints completely disappear, Bai Ningbing hurriedly struggled to get up, quickly tightening her outfit to cover her painfully pressed chest, her face burning. She looked at Ye Qing's indifferent and lonely back, hearing his words about no longer being on the same path, and felt an inexplicable pain in her heart, a sense of loss and bitterness surging up. She opened her mouth to say something, but found she couldn't utter a word. In the end, she just looked at Ye Qing deeply, gritted her teeth, and with a flash of her figure, like a frightened rabbit, she quickly disappeared into the shadows of the alley. Ye Qing heard the footsteps fading away behind him, slowly turned around, looking at the empty alleyway with a complex gaze. He shook his head, no longer thinking about Bai Ningbing's inexplicable behavior, and walked towards his rental apartment. Today's encounter made him more clearly realize the importance of strength. Without strength, even walking down the street could lead to being stalked and tested by others. He must become stronger, faster. In Donghai City, at the Huang family's villa, in an incredibly luxurious training room, Huang Miaoyi was sitting cross-legged in the center of a gathering spirit formation, surrounded by a faint pink glow, practicing the exclusive technique of heartfelt person. Suddenly a buzz, the true love contract, rune that was bound to Ye Qing's soul inside her body, began to tremble violently without warning. A sharp, unbearable pain, like needle stabbing, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of panic, restlessness, and extreme unease, suddenly erupted from the depths of her soul. Warning, warning. The contracted partner is having high intimacy contact with another gender. The contract energy is experiencing chaotic fluctuations. A cold, strongly warning message directly appeared in her mind. What? Huang Miaoyi abruptly opened her eyes, forcibly interrupted from her training state. Her face turned pale instantly, and her chest felt tight, nearly spitting out blood. High intimacy contact? She pressed her chest tightly, feeling the piercing pain and restlessness from the soul contract. Her stunning face twisted in anger. Ye Qing, you bastard. You dare to have intimate contact with another woman behind my back. A surge of unnamed anger instantly rushed to her head. Although she had signed a contract with Ye Qing purely for benefits and a bind to that golden thigh of Kazan, she had no feelings for Ye Qing at all. However, the domineering aspect of the true love contract is that once signed, both parties would produce a strong, almost instinctual possessiveness and exclusivity on a soul level. Especially for practitioners of heartfelt person, this influence is even more intense. They would instinctively regard their contracted partner as their private possession and would never allow others to touch them. Chapter 61. Mindset shift at this moment. Feeling that Ye Qing was being intimate with other women, Huang Miaoyi's anger surged far beyond her rationality. It was an uncontrollable fury stemming from professional instinct and a soul contract. How dare he pull and tug with other women today? Is he going to kiss them tomorrow? Is he going to bed with them the day after tomorrow? Huang Miaoyi trembled with rage, her nails digging deep into her palms. She, Huang Miaoyi, the legitimate daughter of the Huang family, an S-rated genius, heartthrob, had always been the center of attention. How could she ever endure such humiliation? Even if she didn't love Ye Qing, she absolutely would not allow this nominal husband of hers to mess around outside. This was simply a trampling of her dignity. Damn Ye Qing. Just you wait. Huang Miaoyi suddenly stood up, her eyes flashing with anger and coldness. I'm going back to Rome City right now. I want to see which shameless vixen dares to seduce my man. She immediately took out her communicator, connected to the family butler, and ordered, prepare the airship immediately. I want to return to Rome City right away. Miss, Rome City has just undergone an S-level invasion, and the situation may still be unstable. The butler attempted to dissuade her. Enough with the nonsense. Do as I say. Huang Miaoyi interrupted him roughly right now. Immediately, after hanging up the communication, Huang Miaoyi's chest rose and fell violently, the anxiety and restlessness stemming from the contract still strong, driving her to return to Ye Qing's side immediately. She had no awareness that her almost uncontrollable anger and intense possessiveness were largely influenced and distorted by the heartthrob profession and the true love contract. Under the power of the contract, she was gradually becoming intolerant of any other women around Ye Qing. Bai Ningbing fled back to the hotel where she was temporarily staying in Rome City like a frightened bird. Bang! She slammed the door shut, leaned against the cold door panel, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for breath. Her face was burning, not from running, but from the indescribable shame and humiliation she had just experienced. She ripped off the mask on her face, revealing her stunning features now filled with shock, anger, shame, and embarrassment. In her mind, the events that had just unfolded in the alley replayed uncontrollably. Ye Qing's ghostly sudden burst of speed, that pitch-black, lightning-fast knife, the power she prided herself on easily blocked, and then that irresistible force, instantly sending her flying. Finally, that humiliating position, being pinned to the ground by him, the painful sensation of her chest being pressed against the rough ground, and his cold, condescending gaze. Bai Ningbing let out a suppressed roar, her hands gripping her hair tightly, furious and almost ready to go mad. How could Bai Ningbing have ever suffered such an immense humiliation? And it was at the hands of Ye Qing, whom she had always looked down upon and considered a waste. Why? Why did this happen? She slumped weakly onto the carpet, her eyes vacant, filled with confusion and disbelief. He was clearly only level 10. His profession was only D level. Why did he possess such terrifying strength and speed? She carefully recalled every detail of their encounter. Although Ye Qing's initial strength and speed far exceeded the level 10 standard, it was still within her understanding, and she could suppress him steadily. But just as she was about to break through his shield, Ye Qing's aura suddenly underwent a dramatic change. It was as if he had transformed into a different person. His attributes skyrocketed. Strength, speed, reflexes, all overwhelming her. That feeling, it was like breaking through a major realm in an instant. Bai Ningbing was startled by her own speculation. But how could that be possible? A temporary breakthrough in battle? And such a significant increase? That completely defied common sense. She was at a loss. Could it really be related to Qingji? That mysterious genius. What exactly did he do to Ye Qing? Did he possess some kind of heaven-defying method to instantly elevate someone else's strength? Thinking of Qingji, a sense of helplessness and an indescribable sense of defeat surged within Bai Ningbing. She had originally thought that after completing the SS-level breakthrough task, with her level soaring to 30 and her strength skyrocketing, she would have closed the gap with Qingji and even qualified to challenge him. But today, just facing Ye Qing, who had been nurtured by Qingji, she had been completely defeated, so utterly and embarrassingly. What terrifying strength must Qingji himself possess? No wonder the mentors at the Imperial Capital University were fighting over Ye Qing today, completely unaware of Qingji's presence. Bai Ningbing murmured, a hint of realization and bitterness crossing her eyes. With the strength and potential he had displayed, he must have long been pre-selected or given a recommendation, right? Or perhaps he might not even look down on these top universities. This speculation struck a heavy blow to her pride as an S-rated genius. She recalled how, before awakening her profession, at Rome City's number 3 high school, Ye Qing was always the top student who overshadowed her. Although she had been unwilling to accept it, she had regarded him as a goal to surpass and a rival in some sense. She had thought that after awakening her S-rated profession, she would soar to new heights, leaving Ye Qing far behind, and they would no longer have any intersection. But reality had given her a resounding slap in the face. Ye Qing not only did not decline, but had instead advanced in a more astonishing and unfathomable way, stepping ahead of her and even trampling her beneath his feet. This intense contrast and sense of defeat left by Ningbing's emotions in turmoil. There was anger, resentment, shame, confusion. But faintly, there was also an extremely subtle feeling of being conquered that she was unwilling to admit, even to herself. Recalling how she had been pinned to the ground by Ye Qing, the overwhelming masculine aura that had rushed towards her, those strong, powerful arms. That absolute strength that left no room for resistance. Bai Ningbing's cheeks inexplicably flushed again, and her heart skipped a beat. She shook her head vigorously, trying to dispel these absurd thoughts. No, I can't just give up like this. She stood up abruptly, her eyes reigniting with fighting spirit and stubbornness. Ye Qing, just you wait. When I get to Imperial Capital University, I will definitely uncover the secret of your strength. I will surpass you. And Qingji, I will definitely challenge you too. She transformed today as humiliating defeat into an even more frenzied motivation for training. However, even she did not realize that in her obsession with Ye Qing, besides her unwillingness and desire to challenge him, there seemed to be some other, more complex feelings mixed in. Chapter 62. Physique Spirit 1010 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the rental room, Ye Qing slowly concluded his training. The overwhelming power of blood and energy and the refined mental fluctuations gradually subsiding. He opened his eyes, and a flash of brilliance seemed to flicker deep within his pupils. Physique, 1,000. Mental, 1,000. Strength, 980. Agility, 960, total of four-dimensional attributes, 3,940 points. After extreme refinement, his basic attributes finally reached an astonishing and unprecedented terrifying height at level 10. Huff! Ye Qing exhaled a long breath, feeling the seemingly endless power within him and an unprecedented sense of control. His eyes filled with excitement and satisfaction. Finally, he had reached the limit. He could clearly feel that no matter how intense Mr. Kazan's refinement was, or how much he pushed himself, his attributes could no longer increase, even by a bit. 1,000 points seemed to be the theoretical absolute limit that a level 10 professional could achieve. An insurmountable chasm. It was time to break through. Ye Qing clenched his fists, his eyes bursting with brilliant light. The foundation had been solidified to the extreme. Next, it was time to break out of the cocoon and soar into the sky. He did not disturb Mr. Kazan, who was drinking cola and watching soap operas on the sofa, and left the rental room alone. He was heading to the professional hall in Rome City to receive his breakthrough task. He believed that with his current extraordinary basic attributes, the breakthrough task should not be too difficult. At the Rome City Professional Hall, although it had suffered trauma from an S-level dungeon invasion, the city recovered quickly. The hall was bustling with people. Many professionals were exchanging tasks and resources, creating a lively atmosphere. Ye Qing's arrival did not attract much attention. He walked discreetly to the task reception window. "Hello, I would like to receive the level 10 breakthrough task," Ye Qing said to the staff behind the counter. The staff glanced up at him and asked as a routine, "Name, profession, level." Ye Qing, Spirit Caller D, level 10. The staff operated the instrument for a moment, retrieved Ye Qing's basic information, and nodded. Information confirmed. The difficulty of the breakthrough task can be selected from the lowest F level to the highest. Based on your profession rating, D-level professionals can receive a maximum of C-level difficulty breakthrough tasks. Which one do you choose? Hearing this, Ye Qing frowned slightly. C-level? Too low. With his current foundation, a C-level task would have no challenge at all and could not fully unleash his potential. He shook his head and said firmly, "No, I want to challenge the highest difficulty. Whatever the upper limit of my profession is, I will challenge that level." The staff was taken aback for a moment, looking at Ye Qing with some surprise. A D-level professional actively requesting to challenge the highest difficulty? This was rare. Typically, Such lower-rated professionals would choose the lowest or second lowest difficulty for safety. However, since the other party requested it, he would not stop him. The theoretical upper limit for D-level professions for breakthrough tasks is C-level, the staff explained. The risk is relatively high, but the rewards are also more substantial. Are you sure you want to choose this difficulty? C-level? Ye Qing still felt it was not enough. What he wanted was a true extreme challenge. He wanted the maximum gain after the breakthrough. Can it be higher? Ye Qing pressed. Is there any special channel or hidden difficulty? I want to challenge my limits. The staff was amused by Ye Qing's persistence and shook his head. Young man, having drive is a good thing, but you also need to know your limits. C-level is already an extreme challenge for D-level professionals, and the death rate is not low. Any higher, the system will not allow it. As he spoke, he followed the process, setting Ye Qing's permissions to the highest difficulty that a D-level professional could receive, then handed Ye Qing an ancient scroll that emitted a faint glow. Here, your breakthrough task scroll. You can view the task content after activation. Good luck. Ye Qing took the scroll, feeling somewhat disappointed. Just C-level? It seems that the profession rating indeed restricts many things. He thanked the staff and left the hall with the scroll. Finding an empty corner, Ye Qing activated the scroll with a mix of anticipation and dissatisfaction. Buzz! The scroll instantly lit up with dazzling light. Lines of text emanating terrifying pressure appeared on the scroll. Breakthrough task scroll, task level, SSS level. Task content. Go to the Spirit Realm dungeon, level 100 diamond tier, and in the core area of the dungeon spring of spirit, seize the spirit crystal that condenses once every 5 years. Task time limit. 30 days. Task reward. Breakthrough to level 11. Significant increase in all attributes and receive additional rewards based on task completion. Failure penalty. Level permanently locked at level 10. Warning. This task difficulty far exceeds the norm. Extremely dangerous. Death rate as high as 99. 9. Please choose cautiously. WH. What? SSS level. Ye Qing stared at the 3 glaring S's and the strange question mark on the scroll, his pupils constricting suddenly, and he stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. His mind went blank. An SSS level breakthrough task. What a joke. How could a D-level professional like him trigger an SSS level breakthrough task? This completely defies the common sense of the professional system. Didn't the staff say the highest was only C-level? Where did this SSS level come from? After the shock came unparalleled joy and excitement. SSS level. The legendary highest difficulty. The rewards would undoubtedly be unimaginably generous. Once completed, how terrifying would the attribute increase after the breakthrough be? But immediately, the joy was replaced by immense worry and pressure. An SSS level task. Death rate as high as 99. 9. Extremely dangerous. The task location is the Spirit Realm Dungeon. Ye Qing's expression instantly turned grave. The Spirit Realm Dungeon, one of the largest and most dangerous dungeons surrounding Rome City. Level 100. Quality is terrifyingly diamond tier. It is inhabited by countless powerful spirit monsters and elemental beings. There are even legends of lords surpassing level 100 existing within. And the task target, the spirit crystal he had heard of, it is the most core treasure of the Spirit Realm Dungeon. It takes 5 years to condense one. It is a necessary material for many high-level professionals to change classes and forge top-tier equipment. Incredibly precious. It must be heavily guarded. This task, it was practically asking him to go to his death. How could it be SSS level? Ye Qing puzzled. Could it be because my basic attributes are too high? The system determined that my potential far exceeds the scope of a D-level professional. So it automatically matched me with the highest difficulty task? This was the only reasonable explanation he could think of. His attributes had already broken the norm. Therefore, the difficulty of the breakthrough task also correspondingly exceeded the norm. What to do? Ye Qing tightly gripped the scroll, his palms sweating. Give up? Choose a lower difficulty? No, absolutely not. Although the SSS level task is dangerous, the opportunities are equally immense. This is the best chance for him to lay a supreme foundation. Moreover, with Mr. Kazan around. Thinking of Mr. Kazan, Ye Qing's worries dissipated significantly, replaced by intense confidence. With Mr. Kazan around, even an SSS-level task might not be impossible to complete. He took a deep breath, carefully tucked the scroll away, and turned to walk briskly back in the direction he had come from. Chapter 63. Spirit Realm. Ye Qing hurried back to his rental apartment, holding the SSS-level breakthrough task scroll. He pushed the door open and saw Kuzan still lazily sprawled on the sofa, sipping ice-cold cola while watching a boring variety show on TV. Kuzan. Ye Qing took a deep breath and handed over the scroll, his tone serious. My breakthrough task has come out. Alala. Finally to this step, Kazan yawned lazily, casually taking the scroll and glancing at it without much interest. When he saw the 3 glaring S's and the word Spirit Realm instancing crystal of spirituality on the scroll, his brows beneath his sunglasses seemed to lift slightly. Oh, SSS level? His tone remained flat, as if he were looking at an ordinary shopping list rather than a legendary death task. Alala. The difficulty is quite high. Ye Qing nervously looked at him. Kazan, can we complete this task? Kazan tossed the scroll back to Ye Qing, slowly standing up and stretching. Alala. It's just to grab a small stone. Let's go. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can come back and drink cola. His relaxed and casual attitude instantly made the heavy stone in Ye Qing's heart drop. Yes. Kazan. Ye Qing nodded excitedly. With Kazan around, what could an SSS-level task possibly mean? The two didn't hesitate and immediately set off towards the entrance of the Spirit Realm, instance located on the outskirts of Rong City. Not long after Ye Qing and Kazan left the rental apartment, a graceful figure dressed in a simple white hanfu quietly appeared at the street corner. It was Chen Yanshi, a mentor from the Imperial Capital University. She watched the backs of Ye Qing and the tall, lazy man in sunglasses leave, a hint of confusion and worry flashing in her cold eyes. Ye Qing, where's he going? Who is that man? Chen Yanshi wondered in her heart. This time she came to Rong City not only to recruit Ye Qing, but also to secretly observe and protect him, ensuring that this special talent, highly valued by the higher-ups of Imperial Capital University, wouldn't encounter any accidents before enrollment. After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately decided to follow them. She concealed her presence, trailing behind the two from a distance. With her S-level, cultivator, strength, tracking 2 low-level practitioners was naturally easy. However, when she saw the direction Ye Qing and the man in sunglasses were heading, her frown deepened. This direction is towards the suburban instance area? Which instance are they going to? Soon, the answer was revealed. Ye Qing and Kazan stopped in front of a massive, swirling light gate that emanated a strong aura of spiritual energy and danger. Above the gate, several large characters radiating a dignified light floated. Spirit Realm Instance, LV. 100 Diamond Tier what? Spirit Realm Instance. Chen Yanshi's pupils suddenly constricted, nearly crying out in shock. She could hardly believe her eyes. Ye Qing, a level 10 D tier practitioner, was actually about to enter a level 100 Diamond Tier instance. Has he gone mad? What difference is this from suicide? Even with that seemingly unfathomable man in sunglasses accompanying him, this was far too risky. A level 100 Diamond instance, where even a small monster could instantly kill him. What is Ye Qing thinking? Chen Yanshi's heart raced with anxiety and anger. Did he think that having a strong protector meant he could do whatever he wanted? The rules and unexpected situations within the instance were not something outsiders could fully control. She looked at the man standing beside Ye Qing, hands in his pockets, looking relaxed as if on a vacation, and felt even more speechless. Who is this man? Ye Qing's bodyguard, or an elder? Why is he so irresponsible, letting Ye Qing act recklessly like this? In her eyes, Ye Qing's behavior was simply reckless endangerment, and that man in sunglasses was extremely irresponsible. She wanted to step in immediately to stop them, but recalling her task was to observe from the shadows without revealing herself. She had no choice but to suppress her impulse, remaining hidden, her heart filled with anxiety. No, I have to follow them in. If Ye Qing encounters danger, I must step in to save him. Chen Yanshi made up her mind. Unbeknownst to Ye Qing, Chen Yanshi was following them in secret. He stood at the entrance of the Spirit Realm instance, feeling the overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy that made his heart race uncontrollably. A level 100 Diamond instance. This was a place he had never even dared to imagine before. Kazan, shall we go in? Ye Qing took a deep breath and looked at Kazan. Kazan lazily yawned and nodded. La. Let's go. Let's finish early. After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets, took long strides, and stepped into the terrifying instance gate as if going for a casual stroll. Seeing this, Ye Qing quickly followed. Their figures instantly disappeared into the light gate. Chun Yinshi saw the two enter the instance and no longer hesitated. With a flash, she silently approached the light gate. She confirmed the instance information once more, her face showing a hint of seriousness. A level 100 diamond instance. I hope we don't encounter too much trouble. Taking a deep breath, she slightly adjusted her aura, ready for battle at any moment, and then stepped into the light gate. Buzz! As they passed through the instance gate, Ye Qing felt the scenery in front of him twist and change, followed by an overwhelming wave of ancient and mysterious spiritual energy rushing toward him. When he focused his eyes, he found himself and Kazan in a completely different world. The sky was a strange light purple, with brilliant light bands floating like the aurora. The ground beneath their feet was soft and elastic, covered with glowing moss. All around them grew various bizarre and translucent plants, some resembling crystal corals, others like glowing mushrooms, and the air was filled with a faint, refreshing fragrance. This is the spirit realm instance? Ye Qing curiously looked around, finding the environment much more peaceful than he had imagined. However, his perception quickly informed him of the terrifying dangers hidden beneath this peace. Within his field of vision, various spirit beings and elemental creatures were wandering about. There were the erratic, shrieking LV, 85 vengeful ghosts, the massive LV, and 90 crystal giants made entirely of hard crystal, shaking the ground with every step, and the LV, 88 ice crystal butterfly, fluttering in the air and scattering cold phosphorescence. The levels of these monsters were generally above level 80. Their strength was incredibly formidable. Just one of them could cause quite a commotion in Rome City. However, Ye Qing soon noticed a strange phenomenon. Chapter 64. The cult. These powerful monsters, although numerous and terrifying in presence, seemed to be bound by some invisible rules. They wander within a fixed area, rarely clashing with one another, and when they glance at Ye Qing and Kazan, who have just entered the instance, they only cast indifferent or wary looks, not immediately attacking. It's as if they are merely the backdrop and guardians of this instance. As long as one does not actively step into their territory or violate some taboo, they won't easily attack outsiders. La. The monsters here are quite rule-abiding. Kazan, with his hands in his pockets, lazily surveyed the surroundings, speaking lightly, as if he were strolling in a park. It seems the administrator of this instance has quite the knack. Hearing this, Ye Qing felt a little more at ease. It seems this SSS-level task does not mean they must face an endless tide of monsters right from the start. But that also means the real danger is likely hidden deeper within the instance, especially near their target, the spring of spirituality. Mr. Kazan, which direction should we go? Ye Qing asked, pulling out the task scroll. An arrow appeared on the scroll, pointing towards the depths of the instance. La. Let us follow the arrow. Kazan yawned and started walking in the direction indicated, still looking leisurely as if on a casual walk. Ye Qing hurriedly followed, carefully avoiding the activity areas of those monsters. Meanwhile, at the other end of the spiritual realm instance, in a hidden valley surrounded by massive crystal clusters, several mysterious individuals dressed in matching deep blue robes adorned with mysterious cloud patterns were gathered, whispering among themselves. Their auras were restrained, yet profound, clearly strong. The leader, whose face was hidden in the shadow of a hood, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes like those of a hawk, was codenamed. He spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, this operation is of great importance. The crystal of spirituality appears once every 5 years and is the best offering for my god's birthday. It must be flawless. Beside him, a burly figure, codenamed Hong, responded in a deep voice, rest assured. We have been lurking here for months and know the situation inside the instance like the back of our hands. The crystal of spirituality will surely be ours. His tone was filled with confidence and fervor. However, a hint of barely noticeable worry flashed in Song. His eyes, as he lowered his voice, hung. Do not be careless. I have recently heard that a mysterious powerhouse has appeared in Rome City, codenamed Ice God, with unfathomable strength, suspected to be at the epic level. If he is interested in this item. Upon hearing this, Hong scoffed dismissively, cutting him off. Song, you are too cautious. What kind of person is that Ice God? Would he even care about this mere crystal of spirituality? Even if he did, how would he know we are here? Moreover, we are here on a divine mandate, acting openly and above board. Why should we fear others? He paused, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. Furthermore, even if that Ice God really comes, we can join forces. And with divine gifts in hand, we will not be without the strength to fight. For the glory of my God, why fear a battle? Song frowned slightly at Hong. His words, but did not argue further. He knew Hong was aggressive in nature, but his strength was indeed formidable, making him the main force in this operation. Although he still felt uneasy, there was no choice but to take it one step at a time. I hope I am just overthinking. Song silently sighed, looking towards the depths of the valley where the spring, radiating rich spiritual energy, was faintly visible. The spring of spirituality is just ahead. According to calculations, the crystal of spirituality will fully mature on the night of the full moon tonight. At that time, a fierce battle is sure to occur. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to conceal their presence, and continued to stealthily advance deeper into the valley. As night fell, the light within the spiritual realm instance became increasingly elusive. In the pale purple sky, the aurora-like light bands grew brighter and more active, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the entire instance like a dreamlike fairyland. Ye Qing and Kazan stopped on a relatively safe, crystal-clear patch of grass near a water source. Kazan produced a can of ice cola from seemingly nowhere and took a leisurely sip, then lazily leaned against a large, smooth crystal that radiated mild warmth, seemingly preparing to rest. Though Ye Qing felt somewhat anxious about the SS-level task, seeing Mr. Kazan so calm made him suppress his anxiety, find a spot to sit down, and close his eyes to rest and adjust his state. Not far away, hidden behind a massive amethyst, Chun Yinshi watched this scene, nearly infuriated to the point of fainting. They're actually resting here? Her cold face was filled with disbelief and urgency. This was a level 100 diamond instance. Danger lurked everywhere. How could they be so careless? In her view, Ye Qing and that sunglasses-wearing man's behavior was utterly foolish. They were completely joking with their lives. That sunglasses man, how reliable is he? Chun Yinshi's dissatisfaction with Kuzan reached its peak. Ye Qing was young and naive, but why was he following along in this reckless manner? She tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, ready to rush out and rescue them at any moment should danger arise. Time passed second by second. As the night deepened, the light bands in the sky danced more violently, as if brewing something. Suddenly, a deep and grand rumble resonated from the deepest part of the instance, without warning. Immediately afterward, the entire spiritual realm instance began to shake violently. The ground undulated like waves. The surrounding crystal clusters and glowing plants swayed wildly. The rich spiritual energy in the air instantly became violent and chaotic. What is happening? Ye Qing sprang up from the ground, his expression changing dramatically. Kazan also set down his cola can, his gaze from behind his sunglasses directed towards the source of the tremor, yawning lazily. Ahalala. It seems something is about to come out. Almost simultaneously. Roar, creak, tweet. The spirits and elemental monsters that had been wandering quietly in their respective areas suddenly became frenzied, as if stimulated by something intense. They emitted deafening roars and shrieks, their eyes shining with greed and madness, no longer bound by any rules, surging like a tide towards the core area of the instance, the spring of spirituality. The sky, the ground, even underground, countless monsters converged into a devastating flood. The scene was even more spectacular and terrifying than the previous S-level instance invasion. The crystal of spirituality. The crystal of spirituality is about to mature and emerge. Ye Qing instantly understood, his heart racing. The arrow on the task scroll also burst forth with dazzling light, pointing directly towards the direction of the monster tide. Mr. Kazan. Ye Qing looked at Kazan. Alala. Quite a commotion. Kazan slowly stood up, brushed off the grass from his pants, and said, "Let us go join the fun." His tone remained relaxed, as if the apocalyptic scene before him was merely a grand fireworks display. Chapter 65, I protected him. At this moment, Chen Yinshi, hidden in the shadows, also turned pale. The spirit crystal has emerged. This is bad. She looked at the monstrous wave as if the apocalypse had arrived, her heart filled with panic. This scale of riot. If Ye Qing and the others get caught up in it, they will undoubtedly die. She could no longer afford to hide. Her figure flashed as she rushed out to warn Ye Qing to escape quickly. However, just as she was about to reveal herself, she saw Ye Qing and the man in sunglasses not only not fleeing, but instead charging against the terrifying tide of monsters toward the core area. Ye Qing's blood surged, his speed incredibly fast. The man in sunglasses was even more leisurely as he passed by. The monsters that got close were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, clearing a path for him. The two of them, like swords cleaving through waves, bravely rushed toward the center of the storm. Chen Yinshi's movements instantly froze, staring blankly at the disappearing figures of the two, her mind blank. They have gone mad. They actually took the initiative to charge in. Meanwhile, in other directions of the instance, several powerful auras erupted, like arrows leaving the bowstring, rushing toward the spirit spring. Among them were those mysterious figures dressed in deep blue robes. The time has come. Seize the crystal. Song's voice was filled with determination and fervor. For the glory of my God, Hong roared with thunderous anger, leading the way. The core area where the spirit spring was located was a vast natural basin surrounded by countless colorful crystal clusters. At this moment, in the center of the basin, a spring exuding rich, almost tangible spiritual energy was gushing forth dazzling, colorful rays of light. A peculiar crystal about the size of a fist, completely transparent with what seemed like liquid flowing inside, was slowly forming in the radiant light. The spirit crystal was about to fully mature. Surrounding the basin, dozens of figures had gathered. Each figure exuded powerful energy fluctuations. The lowest level was above level 70. The majority were level 80 or 90 strong. There were even a few auras, as obscure as the abyss, clearly approaching or even surpassing level 100 terrifying existences. They came from different forces, including top guild experts from Rongqing, solitary masters from surrounding base cities, and even some mysterious outsiders with strange auras. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the central basin where the spirit crystal was about to form, their eyes filled with greed, desire, and an unshakable determination. The air was thick with a tense atmosphere, as if a great battle was about to erupt. Among this group of fierce and powerful experts, the arrival of Ye Qing and Kuzan seemed particularly abrupt and eye-catching, especially Ye Qing. His mere level 10 and D rank spirit caller profession stood out among the surrounding big shots, all starting from level 70. Like a husky that had wandered into a wolf pack. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Where did this little bug come from? A muscular man nearly 2.5 meters tall, with muscles bulging like steel and a sharp head, wearing a tight tank top, glanced over at Ye Qing. His brow furrowed, and his face revealed undisguised disdain and disgust. He was Arno, an A-rank fitness expert with a level as high as 85. How dare a mere level 10 waste come to meddle in the competition for the spirit crystal? Truly unaware of his own mortality, Arno snorted coldly, seemingly feeling that Ye Qing's presence tarnished this gathering of strong individuals. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he suddenly raised his enormous hand, like a giant fan, creating a gust of wind as he slapped directly at Ye Qing. Get the hell out of here. This is not a place for garbage like you. Although he did not use any skills for this slap, the sheer terror of his 85 level strength and A-rank profession was enough to flatten a tank. If it hit properly, even if Ye Qing had a physique of 1,000 points, he would definitely be dead or severely injured. Not good. Ye Qing's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect the other party to be so aggressive, attacking without warning. He instinctively prepared to unleash all his strength to evade. However, someone was faster than him. Just as Arno's giant hand was about to hit Ye Qing, A cold and clear shout rang out, like the shattering of ethereal ice. A dazzling white sword light, like a waterfall of stars, appeared first and precisely sliced through Arno's thick wrist. Clang! A massive sound like metal clashing echoed. Arno's heavy slap was actually blocked by this seemingly slender sword light. A sharp pain and numbness shot through his wrist. He grunted and staggered back half a step, his face showing a mix of shock and anger. Who dares to meddle in my business? Arno roared, his fierce gaze turning toward the source of the sword light. He saw a woman dressed in a simple white hanfu, her aura cold like an immortal with stunning beauty, had appeared in front of Ye Qing without him noticing. She held an ancient long sword that emitted a chilling aura, the sword tip angled toward the ground, surrounded by swirling sword energy, making her look like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. It was Chen Yinshi, who had been secretly following and could no longer hold back. He had protected him. Chen Yinshi looked coldly at Arno, her tone flat but carrying an undeniable authority. If you dare to make a move, don't blame my sword for being merciless. Her voice was not loud, but it resonated clearly throughout the entire basin. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to this sudden turn of events. Who is this woman? Such powerful sword energy. I've never seen her before. Not one of our Rongqing experts. She's so beautiful. That aura, absolutely stunning. Why is she protecting that level 10 kid? Does that kid have some background? This is getting interesting. Arno has kicked a hardboard. The surrounding experts began to discuss, their gazes toward Chen Yinshi filled with curiosity and scrutiny, while their looks toward Ye Qing contained a hint of exploration and amusement. Arno felt humiliated when publicly obstructed by Chen Yinshi and sensed the mocking gazes around him. Instantly filled with rage, he glared at Chen Yinshi, gritting his teeth. You filthy woman. You want to pose me for a mere level 10 ant? Chen Yinshi's gaze turned even colder, her long sword trembling slightly, producing a clear sword sound. I said I protected him. If you're unconvinced, feel free to try. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and standing behind Chen Yinshi, Ye Qing had a confused and awkward expression. He looked at Chen Yinshi's graceful and determined figure, filled with doubt. Mentor Chen? How did she end up here? And she is protecting me? He never expected that this enrollment mentor from the Imperial Capital University would suddenly appear in such a place, confronting an 85-level powerhouse for his sake. Kazan stood next to Ye Qing, hands in his pockets, his eyes behind sunglasses casually glancing at Chen Yinshi, then at the furious Arno, lazily yawning. Allah. It seems we have nothing to do with this. He seemed to have no intention of getting involved, purely watching the excitement. Ye Qing's mouth twitched, feeling speechless in his heart. Mr. Kazan, you are really calm. However, with Mentor Chen Yinshi stepping in to intervene, he was temporarily safe. Yet, being protected by a woman, that feeling made him a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 66. Injured damn woman. How dare you block me? Arno was completely enraged after being publicly stopped by Chen Yinshi and provoked by the surrounding gazes. He let out a furious roar, his muscles instantly bulging, veins popping, exuding an even more violent aura. Brothers, this woman is protecting that useless fool. Let's take her down first, Arno shouted to several burly men in the crowd, who also radiated a fierce aura. Those men were clearly his companions, and upon hearing him, they immediately grinned and surrounded Chen Yinshi. Each of them was a master above level 80. They had different professions, but all exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Not good. Chen Yinshi's expression changed slightly. Although she was exceptionally talented, an S-rank cultivator, her level was only 70. In a one-on-one situation, she could suppress Arno, who was level 85, with her professional advantage and exquisite swordsmanship. But facing several opponents above level 80, she immediately felt tremendous pressure. Sword formation, protect. Chen Yinshi shouted, her longsword dancing, conjuring countless sharp sword energies, forming an impenetrable sword net that shielded herself and Ye Qing behind her. Boom, boom, boom. Arno and the others' attacks fell upon the sword net like a torrential storm. The sound was deafening. The sword energy shook violently. Chen Yinshi's face turned pale, and she let out a muffled groan, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Clearly, After enduring the assault from several powerful opponents, she had sustained internal injuries. The defensive range of the sword net was forced to shrink, and its brilliance dimmed significantly. Ha ha ha! Can't hold on any longer, can you? Seeing this, Arno laughed maniacally, intensifying his assault. Brothers, put in more effort. Break her shell. Just as Chun Yinshi was about to collapse under the pressure. In a perilous situation, Mr. Kazan, Ye Qing, seeing the crisis, anxiously looked at Kazan, who was still standing with his hands in his pockets, as if watching a show, and pleaded for him to help mentor Chun. He couldn't bear to watch Chun Yinshi, who was getting injured for his sake, fall into danger. Alala! What a hassle. Kazan yawned lazily, seemingly just realizing the situation. All right. Just as Arno and the others were about to break through the sword formation, Kazan moved. He casually lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over Arno and his companions. Then he lightly and nonchalantly snapped his fingers. Snap! The sound was very soft, but at the moment the snap echoed, crackle, crackle. The air within a 10-meter radius centered around Arno and his companions instantly solidified. An extreme chill erupted out of nowhere. Arno's expression, which had been laughing wildly, froze instantly. He and his companions, maintaining their attacking postures, were completely encased in ice along with their weapons in the blink of an eye. They transformed into lifelike ice sculptures, complete with fierce expressions. The ice sculptures stood silently, exuding a chilling aura. The previously violent wave of attacks suddenly came to a halt. The entire world seemed to fall silent. The pressure surrounding Chun Yinshi vanished abruptly. Chun Yinshi was momentarily stunned, instinctively retracting her sword and cautiously looking around. When she saw the ice sculptures that had formed in an instant, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, completely frozen in place. Her clear eyes widened in extreme shock and disbelief. Her rosy lips slightly parted, enough to fit an egg. This is... Her voice trembled from the sheer shock. Instant kill. Several level 80 masters. Instantaneously frozen. What terrifying power is this? She turned her head sharply, her gaze fixed on the tall man in sunglasses who had just put his hands back in his pockets, looking as if he had done nothing at all. It was him. Just now. He made his move. Just a snap of the fingers. Chun Yinshi's mind went blank, her worldview shaken to the core. Ye Qing saw the crisis resolved and quickly stepped forward to support the swaying Chun Yinshi, who was weakened and injured, and asked with concern, Mentor Chun, are you all right? Chun Yinshi seemed not to hear Ye Qing's words. Her gaze remained fixed on Kazan, her voice trembling uncontrollably as she struggled to ask, Ye Qing, who is he? Your friend? Her body trembled slightly from fear and shock. She finally understood why Ye Qing dared to enter this den of tigers with a level 10 rank. Why he remained calm and composed in front of so many powerful opponents. It turned out he was accompanied by such a indescribably terrifying existence. A snap of the fingers, freezing several level 80 masters. This strength surely surpassed the starry rank. Even the king rank? Ye Qing looked at Chun Yinshi, who was stunned to the point of losing composure, and somewhat awkwardly scratched his head, explaining, Mentor Chun, this is Mr. Kazan. He is let's say my teacher and partner. Kazan lazily glanced at Chun Yinshi and yawned. Alala. It's resolved. So noisy. His relaxed and casual demeanor formed an extremely strong contrast with the terrifying ice sculptures standing before them. Chun Yinshi looked at Kazan, then at Ye Qing, who appeared accustomed to this, and recalled her earlier thoughts of wanting to protect Ye Qing. She suddenly felt that her previous actions seemed a bit foolish. An indescribable sense of absurdity and immense fear surged in her heart. She actually tried to protect someone in front of an existence that might be at the king rank. This is simply... Chun Yinshi's cheeks instantly flushed bright red, all the way to her ears. Shame, anger, shock, fear, a mix of emotions overwhelmed her, making her wish she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Meanwhile, the powerful beings who had been watching the commotion around them fell completely silent. They looked at the ice sculptures that had formed in an instant, then at the lazy man in sunglasses, their eyes filled with fear and reverence. No one dared to look at Ye Qing with contempt anymore. To have such a terrifying powerhouse as a companion, this level 10 boy had an utterly unfathomable background. In the center of the basin, the crystal of spirituality emitted increasingly dazzling rays of light. Maturation was imminent. Chapter 67. Wait. In an inconspicuous shadow of a crystal cluster at the edge of the basin, Song and several mysterious figures in deep blue robes, including Hong, were concealing their presence and observing the situation in the arena. When they saw Kuzan snap his fingers and instantly freeze several powerful beings above level 80, Song, his pupils suddenly constricted and his body stiffened. This freezing power, this combat style, Song's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, and memories of the rumors surrounding the ice god flashed through his mind. Could it be the ice god? If it really is him, then their mission this time is likely to be completely ruined. Even all of their lives could be in danger. A chill immediately shot up Song's spine. Calm down, Song. Ong, sensing Song's loss of composure, quickly whispered with a hint of disdain and certainty. Think about it carefully. It's impossible. Huh? Song was taken aback and looked at Hong. Hong pointed to the spiritual spring in the center of the basin and then at Kazan, sneering. Have you forgotten the level restrictions of this dungeon? Spirit Realm is a level 100 diamond dungeon. The entry level cap is 100, and any powerful beings above level 100 cannot enter through the dungeon entrance. That ice god, based on intelligence, is estimated to be at least level 200 of the epic tier. How could he possibly enter this dungeon? I think that guy in sunglasses is at most a level 100 ice mage. His strength might be decent, but he absolutely cannot be the ice god. What he just did was merely some powerful ice-type skill. At most, it's just at the starlight tier level, mimicking the ice god's combat style, just to show off. Hong's analysis was logical and well-founded, which instantly calmed Song down. Right, the dungeon level restriction. Song suddenly realized, and the fear in his heart dissipated significantly, replaced by a hint of anger at being fooled. I was too nervous. Hong, you're right. He can't possibly be the ice god, just a mere imitator. He looked at Kazan again, with less awe and more scrutiny and a hint of disdain. Pretending to be mysterious. If he dares to interfere when we fight for the spiritual crystal later, I'll make him pay. A fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Song nodded, completely reassured. However, they did not know that the dungeon's level restrictions were not an absolute barrier for Kazan, who could freeze space and distort rules to a certain extent. Kazan simply suppressed his power below level 100 and easily entered the dungeon, just as Song and Hong thought they had seen through the truth, a buzz. An unprecedented change suddenly occurred in the center of the basin. The spiritual spring erupted with dazzling brilliance like never before. Colorful rays shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire basin as if it were daytime. A pure and indescribable aura, seemingly containing the primordial power of life, surged outward like a tide. The spiritual crystal that had been suspended above the spring finally took shape. It was crystal clear, with 7 colored lights swirling slowly inside, emanating an incredibly alluring wave of laws. The spiritual crystal had matured. At this moment, all the powerful beings around the basin had their eyes turn red. The spiritual crystal is mine. Get lost. Who dares to compete with me? Attack. The long-suppressed greed and desire erupted completely at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of powerful auras erupted in an instant. Various dazzling skills lit up. Swords and blades. Elemental storms, mental shocks. Countless attacks rained down on the center of the basin like a violent storm. Everyone wanted to be the first to rush to the spiritual crystal. Everyone wanted to eliminate the competitors around them. The scene instantly fell into extreme chaos, a massive brawl. Cries of agony, roars of anger, and explosions echoed continuously. People were getting injured, pushed back, and even some fell on the spot to compete for this once-in-5 years treasure. These usually lofty, powerful beings had completely torn off their disguises and revealed their most savage sides. The time has come. Seize the crystal. Song's eyes sparkled, and he shouted softly, Hong could no longer hold back, letting out a roar as a blood-red violent aura erupted around him, charging into the fray like a wild bull. Wherever he went, chaos ensued. The other deep blue-robed figures also employed their techniques, working together to rush toward the spiritual spring. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed that Ye Qing, Kazan, and Chun Yinshi were still standing in place, not immediately joining the fight. Kazan had his hands in his pockets, lazily scanning the chaotic battlefield with his sunglasses, as if watching a farce. Chun Yinshi had a serious expression, tightly gripping her long sword, vigilantly protecting Ye Qing while digesting the immense shock from earlier. Ye Qing watched the chaotic and brutal battle for the crystal, his heart racing. But his gaze was exceptionally firm. His target was also the spiritual crystal, but he knew it wasn't the best time to act yet. Mr. Kazan, Ye Qing looked at Kazan. Alala. Let them fight for a while longer. Kazan yawned, speaking casually, and when they're almost done, we'll go get the stuff. His nonchalant attitude, as if the spiritual crystal was already in his pocket, made Chun Yinshi's heart race. The chaos in the center of the basin intensified. Blood stained the crystal-clear ground, and cries of agony and roars of anger rose and fell. To fight for the spiritual crystal, these usually high and mighty powerful beings had become bloodthirsty. However, just as the battle was at its fiercest, and everyone thought the victor would emerge from among them, Allah. It's about time to end. A lazy voice, not loud but clear, cut through all the noise and reached everyone's ears. Everyone, including Kong and Hong, who were in the thick of battle, involuntarily paused for a moment, instinctively looking toward the source of the voice. They saw the tall man in sunglasses, who had been standing at the edge of the battlefield with his hands in his pockets, finally moving. He slowly walked, step by step, toward the center of the basin. His pace was slow and casual, as if he were taking a stroll. But with each step he took, the aura emanating from him surged sharply. Cold, bone-chilling cold, an indescribable, terrifying pressure, seemingly from the depths of an extreme cold abyss, spread out like a sleeping ice age awakening after millions of years, radiating outward from him in all directions. Chapter 68. Gaining the upper hand. Crack. The air began to condense. The ground started to freeze. The surrounding clusters of glowing crystals were instantly covered with a thick layer of dark ice. Ugh, so cold. What kind of power is this? The powerful beings engaged in battle were the first to be affected. They felt as if they had instantly fallen into an ice cellar at absolute zero. Their blood was about to freeze. Their souls were to be encased in ice. Even their thoughts became sluggish. Some of the weaker ones couldn't even let out a scream before being turned into ice sculptures. Those with greater strength felt as if they were trapped in a swamp, their movements becoming incredibly slow and stiff, their faces filled with extreme fear and despair. Just the release of his breath had nearly frozen the entire battlefield. This is impossible. Sana's face turned pale, his teeth chattering. His eyes filled with unparalleled horror. This kind of power, this kind of pressure, is definitely the ice god. All of Sang's previous hopes were utterly shattered at this moment. To be able to freeze the entire area merely by releasing breath, causing dozens of level 80 and above strong individuals to lose their ability to resist. Who else could it be but that legendary ice god? How could he enter this dungeon? Sang's voice was filled with collapse and confusion. Beside him, Hong also had a grim expression, his body trembling slightly. But in his eyes, there was more of a madness driven to desperation and a hint of confidence derived from a divine gift. The ice god. It really is the ice god. Hong stared fiercely at Kazan, who was walking toward him, bloodshot eyes filled with rage. But so what? He suddenly took out a diamond crystal, emitting a strange bloody light from his bosom, a glint of determination and fervor flashing in his eyes. For the glory of my god, even if it's the ice god, I will fight. Divine blessing liberation. Hong let out a thunderous roar, shattering the blood-colored crystal in his hand. Buzz! A vast, violent, and ominous blood energy erupted from the shattered crystal, flooding into Hong's body like a tide. Hong's body began to expand at a visible rate. Muscles bulged, veins throbbed, strange blood-red patterns appeared on the surface of his skin. His aura skyrocketed as if he were on a rocket. Level 90, level 100, level 110, level 120. In just a few seconds, Hong's aura actually broke through to level 150, and it was still rising. A terrifying pressure, far exceeding level 100 and radiating an aura of destruction and chaos, erupted from Hong, subtly countering the chilling pressure emitted by Kazan. Roar! Hong let out a roar that was inhuman. His eyes completely turned blood red. He stared fixedly at Kazan, his voice hoarse and grim. Ice God. D. He suddenly stomped on the ground, transforming into a blood-colored meteor, charging toward Kazan with a violent momentum that could tear everything apart. Oh, no! Song's face changed dramatically at the sight, wanting to stop him. But it was already too late. He never expected that Hong would be so insane as to directly use the highly detrimental divine blessing to forcibly raise his strength to above level 150 to challenge the legendary Ice God. This was simply seeking death. Kazan looked at the aggressively charging Hong, and the brow behind his sunglasses seemed to furrow slightly. Alala. Another troublesome, explosive skill. His tone remained lazy, tinged with impatience. Truly, it's so noisy. He slowly raised his right hand, gently grasping toward the incoming Hong. Ice time. Buzz. An invisible but immensely powerful wave of cold ice instantly spread out. Wherever it passed, everything froze. Time seemed to come to a standstill. The violent blood meteor slowed immediately upon contact with a wave of cold ice. The boiling blood energy surrounding him quickly dimmed and solidified, like a flame being extinguished by cold water. Hong's frenzied expression froze in an instant. His eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Crack, crack. In a brief moment, this powerful being, who had forcibly raised himself to over level 150 using divine blessing, along with his surrounding violent blood energy, was completely encased in ice, transforming into a blood-colored ice sculpture, maintaining a forward-charging posture. Silence. A dead silence. Just moments ago, shocked by Hong's eruption, Song now stood frozen in place, as if under a spell, his mind blank. Seconds. Second kill. Level 150 Hong was killed in seconds? Kazan slowly lowered his hand, yawning, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Those still struggling against his pressure, upon meeting his gaze, instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice pit, completely losing the courage to resist. Alala. Now it's finally quiet, Kazan said lazily, then stepped forward, continuing toward the central basin where the alluringly glowing spiritual crystal was located. No one dared to stop him even a bit. Ye Qing looked at Mr. Kazan's invincible back, filled with endless admiration and excitement. Chen Yinshi covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with extreme shock. Kazan strolled to the center of the basin, in front of the spiritual crystal, radiating enticing seven-colored light. The surrounding frozen strong beings, along with the few remaining trembling experts who dared not move, could only watch him helplessly. Kazan extended 2 fingers, casually pinching the crystal, which was transparent and seemed to have flowing light within, as if picking up an ordinary stone. He turned around, walked back to Ye Qing, and handed over the spiritual crystal. Alala. Take it, your quest item. Ye Qing excitedly took the crystal with both hands, feeling its warmth. A pure and vast energy instantly surged into his body. Ding. Task item, spiritual crystal detected. Submit to complete breakthrough task? Yes. Ye Qing confirmed in his heart without hesitation. Buzz. The spiritual crystal in his hand instantly erupted with dazzling light, transforming into a torrent of 7 colors. Flooding into his body, Ye Qing felt as if his limbs, bones, and internal organs were thoroughly baptized and reshaped by a warm and powerful energy. Ding! Congratulations on completing the SSS level breakthrough task. Level increased to level 11. Ding! Due to completing the SSS level breakthrough with maximum attributes, you received a reward. All attributes doubled. Ding! Congratulations on comprehending a new skill. Bond. SSS level. A series of system prompts rang in Ye Qing's mind. He quickly checked his attribute panel. Chapter 69. Breakthrough name, Ye Qing. Level, 11-0. Occupation, spirit collared. Constitution, 2000. Original 1000. Mental strength, 2000. Original 1000. Strength, 1960. Original 980. Agility, 1920. Original 960. Total attributes, 7,880 points. Attributes doubled. The total of the 4 main attributes is close to 8,000 points. This already far exceeds the usual level 20 to 30 professionals. What surprised him even more was the new skill, Bond, SSS level passive skill, depending on the emotional connection and depth of relationship with partners. Different bond effects are automatically generated. The deeper the bond, the stronger the effect. Currently available bonds: Master-Disciple Bond with Kuzan, Contract Bond with Huang Yaoi, Guardian Bond with Chenyanchi. Bond skills, SSS level. Ye Qing was overjoyed. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. The value and potential of an SSS level skill are immeasurable. He felt that there seemed to be an invisible, closer connection with Mr. Kazan. A faint but persistent power was feedbacking from Mr. Kazan into his body. Is this the effect of the Master-Disciple Bond? La. A breakthrough? Kazan seemed to sense Ye Qing's change. Lazily yawning, let's go, it's time to head back. Ye Qing nodded excitedly. Yes. Mr. Kazan. Just then, Chenyanchi beside them seemed to snap back from the massive shock. Her gaze swept over the frozen strongmen in the arena. And when she saw the blood-colored eyes sculpture formed by Hong, as well as some blue cloth remnants on the nearby ground, radiating an eerie aura, her brows suddenly furrowed. Wait, that burly man's attire, and the patterns on these fabrics. Chenyanchi's expression suddenly became serious, as if it was someone from the cult. Cult? Ye Qing turned his head curiously. Instructor Chun, what cult? In this era, is there still religion? In Ye Qing's understanding, ever since the Great Calamity and dungeon invasions a century ago, the order and beliefs of the old world had already collapsed. Nowadays, human society is built around the professional system and national power. Religion seems to have become a term from history books. However, Chenyanchi's expression was very serious. She nodded and said solemnly, yes. Moreover, it's a very dangerous and extreme organization. She looked at Ye Qing and Kuzan, explaining, the cult, fully named Everything Returns to One Cult, is an extremely secretive underground organization. They worship a so-called god of unity, believing that all dungeons and monsters are gifts and tests from the god, with the ultimate goal of returning the entire world to the embrace of the god, which means destroying the current human civilization. This organization operates in secrecy, using cruel methods, often active in major dungeons and secret realms, robbing resources, disrupting order, and even conducting some terrifying sacrificial rituals. Governments and major forces around the world classify them as the highest danger level cult organization, and once discovered, they are to be killed without mercy. Chenyanchi's tone carried deep apprehension. The blood crystal that burly man used when he erupted, as well as the eerie energy fluctuations on them, are very similar to the unique divine gifts of the cult. If it really is the cult members appearing here, try to seize the spirit crystal. They must have sinister motives. Ye Qing was shocked. A cult organization? Intent on destroying human civilization? This sounded like a villain in a movie. He didn't expect that the guy who was just killed by Mr. Kazan was actually involved with such a dangerous force. Upon hearing this, Kazan's gaze behind his sunglasses seemed to flicker slightly, but soon returned to his lazy demeanor. La. A cult. He yawned, seemingly unconcerned. A troublesome organization. But it has nothing to do with us, right? Let's go. I'm Festi. Saying this, he put his hands in his pockets and turned to walk towards the exit of the dungeon. Ye Qing quickly followed. Although the cult sounded dangerous, it was more important to leave this dungeon for now. Chenyanchi watched the two leave, then looked at the battlefield in ruins and those ice sculptures. A trace of worry flashing in her beautiful eyes. The appearance of cult members around Rongqing's dungeon was not a good omen. She must report this news immediately to the Imperial Capital University and relevant departments. She took one last deep look at Kuzan's tall figure, filled with questions about the power and identity of this mysterious existence. Then, she also vanished, quietly leaving the dungeon. The Spirit Realm dungeon returned to silence once again. After leaving the Spirit Realm dungeon, Ye Qing and Kuzan did not directly return to Rongqing. Ah la la. Since I've broken through, let's level up a bit more. Kuzan, with hands in his pockets, lazily looked towards another dungeon entrance not far away. That dungeon seemed to offer decent experience. Ye Qing followed his gaze. It was a dungeon named Dark Cavern, with levels ranging from LV 20 to LV 40, a very suitable place for rapid leveling. Yes, Mr. Kuzan. Ye Qing immediately nodded, filled with anticipation. Having just completed a breakthrough, and with attributes surging, he needed a lot of practical combat to familiarize and consolidate his new power. The two did not delay and directly entered the Dark Cavern dungeon. For Kuzan, the monsters in such low-level dungeons were no different from weeds by the roadside. He didn't even bother to lift a hand, just casually releasing a faint cold aura wherever they passed, whether it was the LV 20 cavern spider or the LV 35 crystallized lizard man. As soon as they approached within 100 meters, they were instantly frozen into ice sculptures and then silently shattered into experience light points, flooding into Ye Qing's body. Ye Qing hardly needed to lift a finger. Just following behind Kuzan, his experience points soared like a rocket. Ding! Killed LV 25 cavern spider, gained experience. Ding! Killed LV 38 crystallized lizardman leader, gained experience. Ding! Level up to 12. Ding! Level up to 13. Chapter 70. Breakthrough Stone in just half a day. Ye Qing's level skyrocketed from level 11 to level 30. This terrifying speed of leveling up, if it were to spread, would surely leave any professional speechless. When his level reached 30, Ye Qing's attributes once again changed. Name, Ye Qing, level, 30, 0, occupation, spirit caller, D, constitution, 3000, mentality, 3000, strength, 2860, agility, 2820 total attributes, 11,480 points. Looking at his attribute panel, Ye Qing couldn't help but sigh slightly amidst his excitement. Level 30. With a total of only 11,480 points. This attribute, for a level 30 professional, is already considered outrageous. It is enough to crush the vast majority of professionals at the same level. However, Ye Qing was well aware that this was mainly due to his astonishingly high base attributes before the breakthrough. In fact, from level 11 to level 30, the attribute growth from these 19 levels only added a total of 3,600 points. The attribute growth for a D-class profession is really too low. Ye Qing shook his head helplessly. If he were an S-class profession, the attribute growth per level would be at least 2 to 3 times mine. By level 30, the total base attributes would probably exceed 4,000 points, or even higher. This is the gap of talent. It is the inherent limitations brought by the profession rating. Even though he possesses the SSS level skill bond and has a famous teacher like Mr. Kazan, the shortcoming of attribute growth in a D-class profession is still unable to be completely compensated. It seems I must find a way to improve my profession rating or break through the limitations of attribute growth as soon as possible, Ye Qing thought to himself. Just then, the system notification sounded again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 30. You have learned a new skill. Healing, D-class. Healing, D-class consumes a small amount of mental power to restore a small amount of health to the target. Ye Qing looked at the introduction of this new skill and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Healing, D-class. He felt a bit helpless. Well, better than nothing. This skill is indeed a bit useless for him right now. With his high constitution of 3,000 and strong recovery ability, this small amount of health recovery effect is almost negligible. In battle, it is of little use. As expected, the skill pool of D-class professions is also dismal. Ye Qing accepted the reality with resignation. Kazan seemed to notice Ye Qing's change in mood and lazily glanced at him. Ah la la. Skills are not important. Attributes are fundamental. Let's go. It's time to return. Yes, Mr. Kazan. Ye Qing tidied up his mood and nodded. The two left the Dark Cave dungeon. What Ye Qing didn't know was that at the same time he leveled up to 30, Huang Miaoi, far away in Donghai City, sensed his tremendous leap in strength again through the true love contract. Level 30. How is that possible? How could he level up so fast? Huang Miaoi was shocked beyond measure. And this attribute, how could a D-class profession have such? Huang Miaoi's beloved profession originally had low attributes. Although it was an S-class profession, it was far inferior to a normal S-class profession. Now that Ye Qing was at the same level as her, his attributes actually exceeded hers. A D-class profession? This is simply unbelievable. Ye Qing looked at the total of 11,480 points on his attribute panel, feeling both satisfied and a sense of urgency. Level 30. The next step is to break through from level 30 to level 31. Ye Qing calculated that every major level breakthrough is a great opportunity for doubling attributes. He knew very well that the attribute growth of his D-class profession is too low, and to make up for this shortcoming, he must seize every opportunity for breakthroughs and maximize the accumulation of attributes before breaking through. What is the attribute limit at level 30? Ye Qing's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. Constitution and mentality should still be able to improve. Strength and agility also have room for growth. He decided that before finding the breakthrough stone for the next breakthrough, he must continue to follow Mr. Kazan for extreme honing, raising his level 30 attributes to the theoretical maximum. However, the breakthrough stone is a problem. Ye Qing frowned slightly. Breakthrough stone is a rare material needed for professionals to make major level breakthroughs, stabilizing the energy during the breakthrough and increasing the success rate. The higher the quality of the breakthrough stone, the better the effect, and it can even provide additional attribute bonuses. Ordinary F-class and E-class breakthrough stones can still be bought with money on the market, but breakthrough stones of D-class and above are very rare, usually requiring entry into high-difficulty dungeons or completing specific tasks to obtain. Given Ye Qing's current situation, he definitely needs to pursue the highest quality breakthrough stone. Only then can he maximize the benefits of the breakthrough. It seems, I need to find a way to get a high-quality breakthrough stone. Ye Qing thought to himself, perhaps, I can ask Tutor Chen Yinshi. The Imperial Capital University should have plenty of resource channels. He was not in a hurry to level up immediately. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. The more solid the foundation is laid, the further the future path can be walked. Meanwhile, in the temporary residence arranged for Chen Yinshi at Imperial Capital University, she was sitting in front of the computer, carefully reviewing the materials and news reports about a series of recent events in Rongqing. When she saw the detailed reports and on-site video materials about the S-class dungeon invasion, the mysterious ice god intervening and freezing 100 miles to quell the calamity, an unprecedented shock appeared on her cold face. Chen Yinshi murmured to herself, her voice trembling slightly. Epic level. This is definitely the power of epic level. LV 200 and above. She finally understood what kind of terrifying existence that tall man wearing sunglasses and always appearing lazy truly was. Ice God, Kazan. Chen Yinshi took a deep breath, trying to calm the turbulent waves in her heart. Her gaze involuntarily fell on the figure of the young man occasionally mentioned in the reports, Ye Qing. So that's how it is. Chen Yinshi suddenly realized all her doubts were instantly resolved. No wonder the school leadership would value Ye Qing so highly. They even activated the legendary SSS level protocol. No wonder. Director Zheng would repeatedly urge me to recruit him with the utmost sincerity. Everything is because Ye Qing stands behind an epic-level peerless powerhouse. A partner or student of an epic-level powerhouse has potential value and influence that far exceeds any S-class or even SSS-class genius. This is no longer just a matter of talent and potential. It involves the highest level of strategic power and interpersonal relationships. Having understood this, Chen Yinshi's attitude towards Ye Qing underwent a fundamental change. Previously, she viewed Ye Qing more as a special talent who needed protection and observation. But now, she clearly realized that Ye Qing's identity is far more complex and important than she had imagined. Building a good relationship with him not only concerns the interests of Imperial Capital University, but may even relate to her personal future. She must quickly solidify her relationship with Ye Qing. Chen Yinshi made up her mind. Chapter 71. Naruto, as Ye Qing was pondering how to obtain high-quality breakthrough stones while returning with Kazan, a sudden buzz resonated deep within his soul. The core rune representing the fantasy anchoring talent trembled violently once again without warning. A more distinct and powerful sense of attraction emanated from the void. Ye Qing paused in his steps, his face slightly changing. What's wrong? Kazan lazily glanced at him. Mr. Kazan, my talent seems to be stirring again. Ye Qing's tone carried a hint of surprise and excitement. He immediately concentrated, immersing his consciousness into the fantasy anchoring talent. This time, the signal he felt was far stronger than when he connected to the world of One Piece. It was as if another brand new, vast world was actively approaching him, attempting to establish a connection. Guided by the talent, Ye Qing's consciousness seemed to traverse endless barriers of time and space, plunging into a chaotic void. Before his eyes, a blurry outline of a world radiating strange light was gradually becoming clearer. Was that a planet? No, more accurately, it was a miniature of a planet covered in enormous, lush green vegetation. The surface of the planet revealed mountains and rivers, teeming with vibrant life. At the center of that planet, the most prominent feature was a tree, an unimaginably gigantic tree. Its trunk pierced through heaven and earth, with branches and leaves so abundant they seemed to cover the entire planet. The canopy emitted a gentle and sacred glow. Ye Qing had never seen a tree like this, but the ancient, vast aura it exuded, rich with the essence of life and natural laws, evoked a strange sense of familiarity and a thrill within him. What world is this? Ye Qing was filled with shock and curiosity. As the link deepened, fragmented pieces of information surged into his mind like a tide. Ninja, chakra, Sharingan, tailed beast, Hokage. These words carried a unique Eastern fantasy charm, making Ye Qing feel both strange and novel. Ninja? Chakra? Hokage? Ye Qing murmured, frowning slightly. These names sounded like the style from the Sakura country. In his understanding, there were indeed many legends and artistic works about ninjas from the Sakura country in the old era. Could this new world be related to the culture of the Sakura country? He tried hard to discern more details, but the outline of the world remained somewhat blurry, and the transmission of information was intermittent. He could only vaguely perceive that this was a world with a special energy system called chakra. The people there practiced chakra to master various powerful ninja techniques, engaging in fierce battles and conflicts. The core of the world seemed closely related to that enormous tree that pierced heaven and earth, and a certain existence or title known as Hokage. Naruto. Ye Qing attempted to combine the keywords he captured to name this new world. Buzz. The moment he silently uttered this name in his heart, the core rune of the fantasy anchoring talent suddenly lit up. The link with that world instantly became much more stable and clear. Indeed, this name is correct. Ye Qing felt a surge of excitement. He sensed that he had successfully established a preliminary link to the world called Naruto. Although it was still not as clear and stable as the link to the One Piece world, and he couldn't directly capture the world's primal power, the channel had opened. This meant he had gained the ability to link to a second fantasy world. Another world. Ye Qing's consciousness withdrew from the talent space, filled with immense surprise and anticipation. Linking to the One Piece world had granted him a powerful partner and teacher like Mr. Kazan, resulting in a dramatic change in his strength. So, what could linking to this Naruto world bring him? Chakra? Ninja technique? Sharingan? Or some other powerful force or companions? Ye Qing's heart raced. He realized that his fantasy anchoring talent was far more powerful and mysterious than he had imagined. It seemed capable of linking multiple different fantasy worlds. This was simply a gateway to countless treasures. Alala, have you discovered something interesting again? Kazan lazily asked, observing the constantly changing excited expression on Ye Qing's face. Mr. Kazan. Ye Qing excitedly looked at Kazan. My talent seems to be able to link to a new world again. A world called Naruto. Naruto? Kazan's eyebrows seemed to raise slightly beneath his sunglasses, his tone still flat. Alala. I've never heard of that name. Sounds like a little trick with fire. Ye Qing. Mr. Kazan, do you have some obsession with ice? Regardless, This is definitely a good thing. Ye Qing clenched his fists excitedly. One more world means one more source of strength and possibility. He increasingly felt that his F-class, now D-class, summoner profession, combined with the bug-level talent of fantasy anchoring, had limitless potential. Low professional rating? Poor attribute growth? Garbage skills? No problem. As long as he could continuously link powerful fantasy worlds and acquire top-tier powers, skills, and even character companions from those worlds, all these shortcomings could be compensated. He was determined to deepen the link with this new world as soon as possible. Ye Qing felt he could already see a future where his left hand was surrounded by cold air, his right hand was ablaze with flames, embodying the powers of multiple fantasy worlds. And the key to all of this lay in his fantasy anchoring talent. This talent was truly his foundation. In a Naruto world, on the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the earth shattered, mountains toppled, the sky was shrouded in endless dust and violent energy. Uchiha Madara, clad in red layered armor, stood proudly atop the Outer Path statue, holding a fan of flames. His crimson eyes and Rinnegan emitted a cold light that disregarded everything, surrounded by a vast chakra and terrifying truth-seeking balls. Below, the wounded and exhausted ninja alliance struggled. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, and the fourth Raikage. All the top-tier powerhouses had exhausted their strength, yet they still could not budge Uchiha Madara in the slightest. A desperate atmosphere enveloped the entire battlefield. Chapter 72, Uchiha Madara's Shock. Boring struggle. Uchiha Madara looked down at the coalition forces below like ants, with a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. In the face of absolute power, all resistance is futile. He slowly raised his hand, preparing to launch the final blow to completely end this war. However, in that instant, buzz, an indescribable, seemingly otherworldly, extremely mysterious and vast aura suddenly descended without warning. It surged into Uchiha Madara's body like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens. Uchiha Madara's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt that his chakra, which was already immense like the sea at that moment, boiled and surged as if thrown into cold water after being heated red with a branding iron. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Not only the amount of chakra, his ocular power, his physical strength, his mental energy, all his power sources were skyrocketing at an astonishing speed. A terrifying power far beyond his peak, even exceeding his imagined limits, filled his limbs and bones. What is going on? For the first time, disbelief and shock appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. He looked down at his hands, feeling the supreme power within him that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens and controlling life and death, causing a tumult in his heart. My power is surging. Where does this sudden power come from? He tried to trace the source of this power, but found it elusive, as if it came from another dimension, another world. Impossible to investigate, but this power was so real, so overwhelming, so compatible with himself. It was as if this power belonged to him, just temporarily borrowed, and now returned with interest. Could it be a gift from the Sage of Six Paths? No, no way. The nature of this power is completely different. Uchiha Madara immediately denied this thought. He had stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world for decades, and his perception of power was incredibly sharp. This power was filled with a kind of otherworldly law that he could not understand, completely different from the chakra system, yet perfectly integrated with and strengthened his essence. Interesting. So interesting. After a brief shock, Uchiha Madara's face revealed an even more arrogant and excited smile. No matter where this power comes from, it now belongs to me, Uchiha Madara. He clenched his fist tightly, feeling the terrifying power that seemed capable of shattering the moon with a single punch, and let out a hearty laugh toward the sky. Ha ha ha, heaven helps me. This is true divine power. Below, everyone in the ninja coalition felt the terrifying aura erupting from Uchiha Madara, as if a primordial giant beast had awakened. What is happening? Madara's aura has suddenly become so terrifying. Naruto's expression changed dramatically, and even the Ninetales chakra mode became unstable. It's several times stronger than before. Sasuke's Rinnegan trembled violently, filled with horror. This sense of oppression was like facing a true deity. Tsunade's voice trembled, and the sealing mark on her forehead was buzzing. Despair, complete despair. The Uchiha Madara, who was already unbeatable, now had his powers surge several times again. How can we fight this? Uchiha Madara slowly lowered his head, his scarlet Rinnegan now resembling two burning suns, filled with the will to destroy and control everything. Ants. The game is over. His voice was calm, yet carried a majesty that made the heavens and earth lose color. Feel. True despair. He slowly raised his hand, not even needing to form hand seals. Just a thought. Boom! In the sky above, countless gigantic meteors with diameters exceeding a kilometer, burning with blazing flames, tore through the clouds and, like a judgment day, crashed down to the earth. Scale. Power. Far beyond before. This is the complete form of the heavenly obstruction star. It's over. In the hearts of all coalition strongmen, only this thought remained. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara was immersed in the thrill of his power surging, and at the same time, a sense of unprecedented curiosity and vigilance rose in his heart. Where does this power come from? What is that connection? Really? He faintly sensed that he seemed to have established a strange, one-way bond with some distant existence, and that existence on the other end seemed exceptionally weak. No matter who you are, thank you for this great gift. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. Once I complete the Eye of the Moon plan and unify the ninja world, perhaps I will take an interest in the world you belong to as well. 10 days passed peacefully and fulfillingly. Inside the rental house, Ye Qing had just finished a round of extreme tempering meticulously arranged by Mr. Kazan. Feeling the rush of blood and the slight increase in attributes within him. Physique, 3,500. Mental, 3,500. Although every point of attribute improvement was extremely difficult. The sense of progress that accumulated over time, like water dripping through stone, still made Ye Qing feel incredibly fulfilled and excited. As long as he persisted, the level 30 attribute limit would definitely reach a higher level. Ye Qing clenched his fist, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. At that moment, ding-dong, the doorbell rang. Ye Qing was somewhat surprised. Usually, very few people came to their remote rental house. He quickly wiped his sweat and ran to open the door. Kazan was still lazily sprawled on the sofa, holding a tablet computer in his arms, his fingers swiftly swiping across the screen, with sounds of first blood and double kill, along with dazzling skill effects emanating from the screen. He had recently become obsessed with a mobile game called Honor of Kings, particularly fond of the various freezing and slowing skills, claiming it was to study the diversity of ice magic from another world, adding some fun to his retirement life. Ye Qing opened the door and saw a woman dressed in a simple white hanfu, exuding a cold and ethereal aura, standing outside the door. It was Chun Yenshi. Teacher Chun? Ye Qing was a bit surprised. What brings you here? Please come in. Chun Yenshi nodded slightly and stepped into the room. Her gaze immediately turned cautiously toward Kazan on the sofa. When she saw the legendary ice god, who was now completely focused on playing a mobile game like an internet-addicted teenager, occasionally mumbling "alala." This Hoi runs really fast. Frozen arrow. Her cold expression instantly became incredibly interesting. This, an epic existence that could freeze 100 miles and kill level 150 strongmen, is actually like this in private. Chapter 73 Departure to the Capital. Chun Yenshi felt her worldview being violently shaken once again. She quickly lowered her head, forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves in her heart, afraid to look any longer, lest she upset the other party. Ahem. Chun Yenshi cleared her throat and tried to keep her voice calm as she said to Ye Qing, "Classmate Ye Qing, I'm here to inform you that the registration time for new students at Capital University is approaching. We will set off tomorrow." Her tone, compared to before, carried a hint of unnoticeable respect and caution. After all, there was an epic tier big shot listening nearby. Tomorrow? Ye Qing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Finally going to Capital University. He was filled with anticipation for this top university of the summer country. He immediately turned his head and shouted loudly towards the sofa direction. "Mr. Kazan, did you hear that? We're going to the capital tomorrow." Kazan didn't even look up. his fingers still dancing on the screen, lazily replying, "Ah la la. I know. Wait until I finish this game. TSK. This Daji's charm is really annoying." Chen Yanqi's heart raced as she listened. Ye Qing actually dared to speak to the ice god in such a tone, and the ice goddess' reaction was surprisingly calm, even somewhat dismissive. What kind of relationship did these two have? That was so intimate. Master and servant? Not quite. Teacher and student? It didn't seem entirely like that either. It felt more like a kind of equal and somewhat casual partnership. Chen Yanqi couldn't help but raise her evaluation of Ye Qing a few notches. To be treated like this by an epic-tier powerhouse. The secrets and value hidden within Ye Qing were likely greater than she had imagined. Professor Chun, Ye Qing turned back and smiled a bit sheepishly. Mr. Kazan, he is quite laid back. So when will we gather tomorrow? Where will we meet? Chen Yanqi quickly collected her thoughts and replied respectfully, yet politely. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. I will arrange a special car to pick you up. We will go directly to Rongqing Airport to take Capital University's private plane to the capital. After hesitating for a moment, she added, regarding Mr. Kazan's identity and situation, I have reported it to the highest level of the school. The school has stated that they will give Mr. Kazan the highest level of courtesy and absolute freedom. There will be no restrictions or disturbances. This was not only for Ye Qing's ears, but also for the seemingly gaming Kazan, who is actually unfathomable. Alala. A private plane. Kazan seemed to have heard, lazily interjecting, Are there any chill drinks? Chen Yanqi was taken aback and quickly replied, Yes, of course. We will prepare the most complete drinks and snacks. Oh, Kazan replied, and then fell silent, focusing back on his game. Chen Yanqi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After briefly explaining a few precautions, she politely took her leave. As she walked out of the rental apartment, she felt her back was slightly damp. Facing an epic-tier powerhouse was indeed too much pressure. Inside, Ye Qing closed the door and rubbed his hands excitedly. Capital University. Finally, he was going. He was filled with endless anticipation for his future university life. With Mr. Kazan accompanying him, a fantasy anchoring, talent linking to countless worlds, and a bond skill constantly improving. His future would surely be extraordinary. Mr. Kazan, we're setting off tomorrow. Aren't you going to pack something? Ye Qing looked at Kazan, who was still gaming, and asked, Alala, what is there to pack? Kazan yawned, just a few pieces of clothing will do. By the way, Kid Ye Qing, help me recharge some game diamonds. I want to buy that new Frost Mage skin. Ye Qing. All right, Mr. Kazan. He smiled helplessly. It seemed Mr. Kazan planned to fully embrace retirement and leisure. However, that was fine. With Mr. Kazan, this big god, around, he could feel more at ease about going to Capital University. At 9 a.m. the next day, a low-key yet extremely luxurious and comfortable black special car arrived punctually at the bottom of the rental apartment. Chen Yanqi was personally waiting by the car. Ye Qing carried a simple backpack, while Kazan, still in his casual getup, sunglasses, flip-flops, and holding a can of ice-cold cola, lazily followed behind. After both got in the car, the special vehicle smoothly drove towards Rongqing Airport. Throughout the journey, Chen Yanqi sat upright, not daring to breathe too loudly. Ye Qing, on the other hand, curiously looked out at the scenery, filled with anticipation for his upcoming new life. Kazan put on an eye mask after getting in the car and began to catch up on sleep. The special car smoothly traveled along the highway to Rongqing Airport. Ye Qing gazed at the rapidly passing scenery, his heart brimming with excitement and dreams for the future. He thought for a moment, took out his communicator, and dialed a familiar number. Beep, beep. Soon, the call connected, and a clear, pleasant, and slightly surprised female voice came through. Hello, little leaf? Why did you suddenly think of calling your sister? Do you miss me? It was Ye Qing's sister, Ye Xiling. Hearing his sister's familiar voice, Ye Qing broke into a warm smile. Sister, I have good news to tell you. I'm on my way to the capital now. What? On the other end of the communicator, Ye Xiling clearly paused, her voice rising by 8 degrees. You came to the capital? How so sudden? You didn't say you were coming to visit. Where did you get the money for the plane ticket? I'm not here for a visit, sister. Ye Qing's tone was filled with repressed excitement. I'm going to register at Capital University. I got accepted into Capital University. The communicator fell into brief silence. A few seconds later, Ye Qing's voice rang out again, filled with disbelief and joy. Really? Little Leaf, you got accepted into Capital University? Oh my God, that's amazing. Our little Leaf has achieved something. But soon, Ye Qing's voice took on a hint of confusion and concern. Wait, that's not right. Little Leaf, you didn't awaken an F-level profession, did you? How could you? And it's not even the time for the National Unified Admissions yet. How could you go for registration early? As a second-year student at Capital University, Ye Qing was very familiar with the school's admissions process. Capital University, as the top university in the summer country, had extremely strict admissions, especially regarding professional ratings and levels with hard requirements. An F-level profession normally wouldn't even qualify for registration, let alone that it was still summer vacation. And there was still some time before the new students officially started. Ye Qing had long anticipated his sister would ask this question. He smiled and explained, Sister, the situation is a bit complicated. I didn't get in through the normal college entrance examination and professional assessment. I was specially recruited. Specially recruited? Ye Qing's voice was even more surprised. An F-level profession. Specially recruited by Capital University? Little Leaf, you're not joking with your sister, are you? How is that possible? Chapter 74. Reward fulfillment. Ye Qing's first reaction was that her brother was joking with her. The special admission quota for the Imperial Capital University was incredibly precious. Behind every special admission student represented some extremely unique and rare talent or value. An F-grade profession being specially admitted? That was simply unheard of. It's true, sis. Ye Qing's tone became serious. I can't explain the specific reasons over the phone. I'll explain everything in detail when I get to the Imperial Capital. Is that okay? He didn't want to reveal too much about Mr. Kazan and the fantasy anchoring talent over the phone, as it involved too much and the communicator might not be secure. Ye Qing sensed the seriousness and a hint of gravity in her brother's tone. After a moment of silence, she chose to trust him. All right, when will you arrive in the Imperial Capital? Tell me your flight number, and I'll pick you up at the airport. Ye Qing's voice was filled with anticipation. We're taking the special plane from the Imperial Capital University. I'm not sure about the exact flight number. It was arranged by Mentor Chen, Ye Qing said. We should arrive at the Imperial Capital Airport around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. The special plane from the Imperial Capital University? Mentor Chen, Ye Qing was shocked again. A special plane to pick them up? And the mentor personally accompanying them. This treatment. Even an S-grade genius might not have this kind of privilege. What on earth had her brother done to receive such attention from the Imperial Capital University? Her curiosity and confusion had reached their peak. Okay, fine. I'll wait for you at the airport in the afternoon. I must interrogate this little guy face to face. How could you hide so much from me? Hee, sis, you'll definitely be surprised when you see me. Ye Qing teased, his tone playful. You little rascal. Still trying to keep me in suspense. Ye Qing laughed and scolded. All right, be safe on the way. I'll be waiting for you. See you soon, sis. After hanging up the communicator, Ye Qing felt even more cheerful. The thought of soon seeing his beloved sister and being able to give her a big surprise filled him with excitement. At the Imperial Capital International Airport, the special plane from the Imperial Capital University landed smoothly. As the cabin door opened, Ye Qing, Kazan, and Chen Yanshi walked down the boarding steps in order. Ye Qing took a deep breath of the air in the Imperial Capital, feeling the prosperity and weight of this super metropolis, his heart filled with excitement. Kazan still appeared lazy, wearing sunglasses and holding a newly opened can of ice-cold cola, as if he had just changed locations for a vacation. Chen Yanshi immediately resumed her competent mentor demeanor, leading the two through a dedicated passage and into a luxurious hover vehicle emblazoned with the Imperial Capital University emblem that had been waiting for them. The hover vehicle glided silently along the broad streets of the Imperial Capital, passing through the bustling city center, and finally entering a vast campus enveloped by a massive energy shield, beautifully adorned with a blend of classical and modern elements. The Imperial Capital University. This is the Imperial Capital University. Ye Qing gazed out the window at the grand teaching buildings, the towering Mage Tower, and the large training grounds in the distance, filled with surging energy fluctuations his eyes filled with shock and longing. The hover vehicle finally stopped in front of a building that had an ancient style but exuded a powerful energy fluctuation. "Classmate Ye Qing, Mr. Kazan, we've arrived," Chen Yinshi said respectfully. "This is the main building of the Battle Academy. Director Zheng Yongfeng is waiting for us inside." The three exited the vehicle and entered the main building. In a spacious and elegant office adorned with various powerful weapons and energy crystals, Ye Qing met the director of the Battle Academy, Zheng Yongfeng. Zheng Yongfeng was a middle-aged man with a stern face and a calm demeanor. Dressed in a crisp, dark uniform with complex insignia representing a very high status on his shoulder. When he saw the three enter, his gaze immediately fell on Kazan, and a hint of awe and seriousness flashed in his eyes. "Welcome to the Imperial Capital University, Mr. Kazan, classmate Ye Qing." Zheng Yongfeng stood up, a warm and solemn smile on his face as he personally welcomed them. His attitude was several times more respectful than that shown to any S-grade genius. "Director Zheng." Chen Yinshi slightly bowed in greeting. "Ah, hello." Kazan casually nodded, acknowledging the greeting, but his attention was drawn to a peculiar ice sculpture decoration exuding coldness in the corner of the office. Zheng Yongfeng was unfazed by this, and his smile became even warmer. "It is a great honor for our school to have Mr. Kazan visit. We have already prepared the highest standard accommodation and all the necessary facilities for you. If you have any needs, please feel free to mention them." Kazan lazily responded, his focus seemingly still on the ice sculpture. Zheng Yongfeng then turned his gaze to Ye Qing, his eyes filled with appreciation and a hint of inquiry. "Classmate Ye Qing, welcome to join the Battle Academy of the Imperial Capital University. From today onwards, you will be one of our most core students. We will fulfill all the promises made earlier." He walked to the desk, picked up a contract scroll that had been prepared in advance, shimmering with golden light, and solemnly handed it to Ye Qing. "This is your SSS grade Special Talent Introduction Agreement. Please review and confirm." Ye Qing took the scroll, unfolded it, and saw clearly listed terms that were astonishingly generous. 1. Full tuition waiver and an annual provision of $1 billion for special scholarships and resource subsidies. 2. Immediate core student treatment upon enrollment, with an independent villa, exclusive training ground, and private laboratory. 3. The school's S-grade resource library is open to Ye Qing without conditions. He can choose any suitable techniques, skills, or equipment. 4. The school will immediately provide Ye Qing with a set of custom-made, unrestricted use, star-level growth gear. Looking at these terms, even though Ye Qing had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This treatment was simply outrageous. An annual subsidy of $1 billion. Unconditional access to the S-grade resource library. Not to mention the star-level growth gear. This could not simply be described as attention. It was practically a full investment of resources for training. "Classmate Ye Qing, are these terms satisfactory?" Zheng Yongfeng asked with a smile. "If you have any other requests, feel free to bring them up." Ye Qing took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and nodded seriously. "I am very satisfied. Thank you, Director Zheng. Thank you, school." Without hesitation, he signed his name on the contract scroll. Buzz! The scroll transformed into a beam of golden light and entered Ye Qing's body, officially activating the agreement. "Very good." Zheng Yongfeng nodded in satisfaction. "Mentor Chun, please take classmate Ye Qing to complete the enrollment procedures and collect his exclusive resources." "Mr. Kazan's accommodation has been arranged next to classmate Ye Qing's villa for convenience." "Yes, Director," Chen Yinshi replied respectfully. "Ah, as long as there is a place to stay. It's fine." Kazan yawned. "By the way, is there a refrigerator in the villa? It needs to be a big one so I can store a lot of cola." Zheng Yongfeng. "Yes, absolutely. We will provide the largest model of refrigerator." "Oh, that is fine then." Kazan nodded. Ye Qing's mouth twitched slightly. Chapter 75. Choice under the guidance of Chen Yinshi, Ye Qing and Kazan left the director's office. Chen Yinshi first took Kazan to his independent villa located in the core area of the campus, which was extremely quiet and luxuriously equipped. Kazan was very satisfied with the villa, especially with the huge double-door refrigerator. He immediately stuffed several boxes of cola he had brought into it and then slumped onto the sofa, continuing to play games. After settling Kazan, Chen Yinshi took Ye Qing to complete the enrollment procedures and receive the student badge and identity card. Finally, they arrived at one of the most core restricted areas of Emperor Capital University, the S-level resource library. It was a huge tower-like building shrouded in a powerful energy barrier, guarded by strong guards at the entrance. Chen Yinshi displayed her authority and led Ye Qing inside. The interior of the resource library was vast and divided into several areas: the cultivation area, skill area, equipment area, material area. Each area was filled with countless treasures radiating powerful energy fluctuations. Ye Qing, according to the agreement, you can choose any 3 items here, Chen Yinshi introduced. Cultivation methods, skills, and equipment are all available. I suggest you select what is most suitable for your current development stage and future potential. Ye Qing's eyes lit up as he looked at the dazzling top-tier resources before him. Any one of these items taken out could cause a stir in the outside world. And now, he could choose any 3. Additionally, Chen Yinshi added, the Starry Growth set needs to be customized according to your physical data, occupational characteristics, and combat style. It will take about 3 days to complete. Once finished, it will be delivered directly to your villa. Ye Qing nodded excitedly. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chen. He took a deep breath and began to browse carefully through the resource library. Standing in the center of the S-level resource library, Ye Qing felt the overwhelming energy fluctuations emitted by the top treasures around him, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. 3 items. He had to make the best choice for his current and future development. He first walked towards the cultivation area. Cultivation methods are the foundation for practitioners, determining energy operation efficiency and limits. Although he mainly relied on Mr. Kazan's cold energy refinement and the power brought by the fantasy anchoring talent, a top-tier cultivation method would allow him to better control and utilize these powers. The numerous cultivation jade slips floated within a light shield, radiating various colors of light. Indestructible golden body, S-level, the supreme physical cultivation method of Buddhism. The flesh is indestructible. Requirements: extremely high physique, extremely high comprehension, starlight breathing technique. S-level draws upon the power of the stars to refine the body and soul, vast and boundless. Requirements: star affinity physique, sky burning technique. S-level, a top-tier fire cultivation method. Once cultivated to perfection, can burn mountains and boil seas. Requirements: fire affinity talent. Ye Qing's gaze quickly scanned the room. While these S-level cultivation methods were indeed powerful, they either had harsh requirements or did not completely align with his development direction. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a jade slip that emitted a soft white light and had a calm aura. Primordial unity technique. S-level, an ancient foundational cultivation method with no attribute requirements. Focuses on solidifying the foundation, harmonizing yin and yang, and integrating all methods. The cultivation speed is slow, but the foundation is incredibly stable, with strong compatibility, greatly benefiting future transitions or dual cultivation with other methods. No attribute requirements. Solidifying the foundation. Strong compatibility. Ye Qing's eyes brightened. This was simply tailor-made for him. His sources of power were complex, and he needed a method that could stabilize his foundation and harmonize all methods. Moreover, the strong compatibility was crucial for him to connect with more fantasy worlds in the future and absorb powers from different systems. He chose it. Ye Qing decisively reached out and penetrated the light shield to take down the jade slip of primordial unity technique. Next was the skill area. Skills are a direct manifestation of combat power. Ye Qing's current means of attack were relatively singular, mainly relying on extremely high attributes and the physical techniques taught by Kazan, such as shaving and finger strikes. He urgently needed a powerful active attack or defense skill that could leverage his high attribute advantages. The skill, orbs sparkled like stars. Meteor slash, S-level, gather all your strength to unleash a devastating blow that tears everything apart. Requirements: extremely high strength, heavy weapons, absolute zero, S-level ice-type skill that freezes all matter and energy within the domain. Requirements: extreme ice affinity talent, spatial flicker, S-level short distance, spatial movement skill. A life-saving technique. Requirements: spatial affinity talent. These skills were also powerful, but they had significant restrictions. Ye Qing continued to search with his gaze, and ultimately fixed on a dark golden skill, orb, mountain-shattering technique. S-level a special force application technique, not a fixed skill. Once learned, you can stack and vibrate your own strength, physical strength, energy, at a special frequency, instantly unleashing terrifying destructive power several times greater than your own. It ignores certain defenses and directly penetrates the inner organs. Cultivated to perfection, a single punch can shatter mountains. Requirements: extremely high physique and strength foundation. Extremely strong bodily control. A force application technique. Amplifying destructive power. Ignoring certain defenses. Ye Qing was overjoyed. This skill was perfect for him. He possessed nearly 3,000 points of terrifying physique and strength, and what he lacked was a technique that could fully unleash his attribute advantages. Moreover, this was a technique rather than a fixed skill, not restricted by occupation level, and had high growth potential. The second item is this. Ye Qing took down the skill orb of the mountain-shattering technique. Finally, it was the equipment material area. He had already confirmed that there would be a set of starry growth set, so he didn't need regular equipment for now. He needed some extraordinary items that could enhance potential or have special effects. The equipment area glimmered with treasures, and the material area was filled with countless rare items. Ye Qing searched carefully and ultimately discovered an unremarkable black stone in an inconspicuous corner that gave him a strange sense of attraction. Source Spirit Embryo, extraordinary item material. Special rating: a fragment of chaos left over from the opening of the heavens, containing a trace of primordial creation power. Its use is unknown and extremely rare. It can be integrated into equipment to enhance potential or absorbed by special practitioners, with a very small chance of stimulating potential and enhancing talent quality. Note, the success rate is extremely low and the risks are unknown. Most attempts have failed. Enhancing talent quality. Ye Qing's breath quickened as he read the last line of the introduction. His spirit caller profession was D-level, which was currently his biggest shortcoming. If this source spirit embryo had even the slightest possibility of enhancing talent quality, its value would be immeasurable. Even if the risks were high, it would be worth a shot. Moreover, he possessed the fantasy anchoring talent, which might be related to primordial rules, perhaps giving him a higher success rate than others. Fortune favors the bold. The third item is this. Ye Qing made up his mind and picked up the seemingly ordinary source spirit embryo. After completing his selections, Ye Qing handed the 3 items to Chen Yinshi for registration. Upon seeing Ye Qing's choices, Chen Yinshi's eyes flashed with surprise and appreciation. The primordial unity technique is famously a slow but steady method, but it has the most stable foundation. The mountain-shattering technique places extremely high requirements on a user's foundation, and most people cannot unleash its power. The source spirit embryo is widely recognized as a gamble, and this piece has been in the school's inventory for a long time, with no one daring to choose it. Ye Qing, your insight is unique and bold, Chen Yinshi said sincerely. If these 3 items are used well, they will have a profound impact on your future. Ye Qing smiled. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I believe in my choices. Chapter 76. Siblings meet. After completing the formalities at the resource library, Ye Qing returned to the independent villa assigned to him. The villa is located in the core area of the campus, surrounded by a tranquil environment and luxurious facilities, right next to Kazan's residence. Not long after Ye Qing settled in, the doorbell rang. He felt a stir in his heart and quickly walked to open the door. Outside stood a tall, beautiful young woman who resembled Ye Qing in some ways. She wore an excited and expectant smile. It was Ye Qing's sister, Ye Xiling. Sister. Ye Qing's face immediately broke into a radiant smile upon seeing her. Little Yezi. Ye Xiling's eyes turned slightly red as she took a step forward, opened her arms, and hugged Ye Qing tightly. All the words that needed to be said turned into this warm embrace. From childhood to adulthood, their parents were busy with work, and most of the time, it was Ye Xiling who took care of Ye Qing. The bond between the siblings was incredibly deep. You little brat, I miss you so much. Ye Xiling's voice was slightly choked as she patted Ye Qing's back. You came to the capital without telling me in advance. You made me worry for so long. Hee sister, I missed you too. Ye Qing felt the warmth of his sister's embrace, his heart filled with warmth. After hugging for a while, Ye Xiling finally let go of Ye Qing, looking him up and down with eyes full of surprise and a hint of disbelief. She reached out to pinch Ye Qing's arm and exclaimed, "Little Yezi, your build has become so strong. This muscle, this sense of power. Have you been training secretly?" Ye Qing's physique had reached 3,000 points, and his body had undergone a complete transformation through Kuzan's extreme refinement and the baptism of an SSS-level breakthrough. Although he still looked handsome on the outside, his muscle lines were smooth, containing explosive power, and his vitality far exceeded that of ordinary people. Ye Xiling, a student of the Capital University herself, had a keen eye and immediately noticed the drastic changes in Ye Qing. Ye Qing scratched his head and smiled. "Yeah, I've been training for a while." Ye Xiling carefully sensed Ye Qing's aura again, her brows furrowing slightly as she asked uncertainly, "In your job level? I feel like it's not F level anymore, right? The energy fluctuations are much stronger. Could it be D level?" She asked cautiously, afraid of startling her brother. After all, job ratings were a sore point for many professionals. Ye Qing nodded and replied calmly, "Sister, you didn't see it wrong. My job is indeed D level now." "Really?" Ye Xiling's eyes lit up with excitement. "That's great. How did you level up? Did you have some opportunities?" "Well, sort of," Ye Qing replied vaguely. "I encountered some opportunities, and my job level went up." Ye Xiling felt genuinely happy for her brother. An increase in job rating meant greater potential and a broader future. She couldn't help but ask, "What about your level? What level are you now? What are your attributes? The Capital University specifically recruited you. The requirements must be very high." Ye Qing thought for a moment and decided to reveal part of the truth to reassure his sister, but he couldn't tell her everything. He organized his words and said, "Sister, I'm now level 30. As for attributes, when I was level 10, my basic attributes reached 1,000 points, which is why I was specially recruited." Level 30? 1,000 points at level 10. Ye Xiling's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape as if struck by lightning, completely frozen. She doubted whether she had heard correctly. Level 30. She remembered her brother had only recently awakened. This leveling speed. It couldn't be faster than a rocket, right? Even more outrageous was 1,000 points at level 10. How is that possible? Ordinary D-level professionals could only reach a maximum of 100 points in basic attributes at level 10. 1,000 points? That was almost the theoretical limit. Even S-level geniuses rarely reached that value at level 10. What had her brother gone through? After the enormous shock came unparalleled joy and intense curiosity. Ye Xiling grabbed Ye Qing's arm and excitedly asked, "Little Yezi, quickly tell me, what's going on? How did you level up so fast? How can your attributes be so high? Did you have some kind of adventure?" Ye Qing looked at his sister's excited expression, feeling warm inside. But regarding Mr. Kazan and the fantasy anchoring talent, the implications were too great. And he couldn't tell his sister for now to avoid causing her unnecessary trouble and danger. He hesitated for a moment, then revealed a mysterious smile, placing a finger to his lips to signal her to be quiet. "Sister, this is a secret. I can't say for now." Ye Xiling was taken aback, looking at her brother's mischievous smile, and immediately understood his meaning. Although her curiosity was through the roof as an older sister, she understood the importance of respecting and protecting her brother. Since Ye Qing said it was a secret, he must have his reasons. "You little brat, you're keeping secrets from your sister now." Ye Xiling feigned anger and poked Ye Qing, but her face was filled with a doting and happy smile. "All right, a secret is a secret. I want to ask, as long as my little Yezi is safe and getting stronger, I'm happier than anything." She took Ye Qing's hand and walked into the villa, excitedly saying, "Hurry, show me your new home. It's my first time visiting the villa of a core student at Capital University, and tell me all about how you've been doing during this time." Seeing his sister's happy expression filled Ye Qing with happiness and motivation. He wanted to become stronger, strong enough to protect his sister, protect everyone he cared about, strong enough to share his secrets without hesitation. In an independent training ground at Capital University, Ye Fan was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by mysterious energy fluctuations. He had just finished a round of training for his SSS level talent, Master of All Realms, with beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his pupils. Ye Qing, this brat finally arrived. Ye Fan muttered to himself, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Scenes from the live broadcast flashed in his mind, showing the shocking moment when Kuzan froze 100 miles of land with ease. Wow, that's terrifying. As a transmigrator, he understood better than anyone what the name Qingji represented. That was a terrifying existence in the world of One Piece, a Navy admiral capable of freezing the sea. Ye Fan took out his communicator, his long fingers swiftly sliding across the screen until he found Yi Xiling's contact information. Cousin, has my little brother come to school? Let's meet. After sending the message, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Chapter 77. Distant cousin, that's right. Ye Fan and Ye Qing are actually cousins. This identity gave him a perfect opportunity to get close to Ye Qing. Although the two had not met often since childhood, their blood relation was real. Truly, heaven is helping me. Ye Fan stood up, stretched his muscles, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to see what this hanging wall that can summon characters from One Piece is really special for. An F-level profession? What a joke. Ye Fan sycophant. Being able to bind someone of Kazan's caliber is definitely no simple talent. He walked to the window, looking in the direction of Ye Qing's villa, a hint of anticipation and fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. Cousin, oh cousin, we will meet soon. When the time comes, let me see your trump cards. Ye Fan knew this would be an interesting meeting. One was a transmigrator with SS-level talent, and the other was a mysterious boy who could summon powerful beings from other worlds. What kind of sparks would fly when these two hanging walls encounter each other? He gently rubbed his chin, already calculating how to use this meeting to both strengthen their relationship and uncover Ye Qing's secrets. However, he had to be careful of Kazan. A trace of caution flashed in Ye Fan's eyes. That was a true monster-level existence. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shiver. Even with his current 50-level SS-level talent strength, in front of Kazan, he felt like an ant. Ye Qing and Ye Xiling were chatting in the villa when Ye Xiling's communicator suddenly rang. She glanced down and showed a hint of surprise before smiling and saying to Ye Qing, "Little Yezi, your cousin Ye Fan sent a message. He knows you've arrived at school and wants to meet you." Cousin? Ye Fan. Hearing this, Ye Qing looked confused. I have a cousin? How come I didn't know? In his memory, family relationships were quite simple. His parents rarely mentioned other relatives, and he had never heard of a cousin named Ye Fan. Ye Xiling explained with a smile. Actually, he isn't a particularly close cousin. He's the son of a distant cousin from your mother's side, a few months older than you. Since the two families live far apart, they don't interact much, so you don't have much impression of him. However, he is an extraordinary genius. Ye Xiling's tone carried a hint of admiration and envy. Ye Fan. Awaken the SS-level talent, master of all things. He is one of the top geniuses of this year's Imperial Capital University. He is already level 50 in his first year. His strength is unfathomable. Building a good relationship with him will definitely be beneficial. SS-level talent. Level 50. Ye Qing's heart shook upon hearing this. This was his first time coming into contact with an SS-level genius in reality, and it was his own cousin. All right. Ye Qing nodded, curiosity rising in his heart. He also wanted to see what an SS-level genius was like. Then let's go. He invited us to his villa. Ye Xiling took Ye Qing's hand. The two left Ye Qing's villa and walked towards another core area of the campus that was quieter and more serene. Those who could live here were all the top genius students of Imperial Capital University. Soon, they stopped in front of a luxurious villa that was much larger than Ye Qing's, complete with an independent training ground and garden. The villa's door was open, and a figure was standing at the entrance, seemingly waiting. Ye Qing looked up and saw a tall, handsome young man with an extraordinary demeanor. He was dressed in a well-tailored casual outfit, a subtle smile that seemed to understand everything playing at the corner of his mouth, with bright and deep eyes that were curiously observing Ye Qing. Is this Ye Fan, my cousin? Ye Qing thought to himself, subconsciously using the detection technique. Ye Fan, level 50, master of all things SS, constitution, 12,500, mentality, 12,800 strength, 9,800 agility, 10,200 hiss. Seeing this terrifying attribute panel, Ye Qing couldn't help but gasp. Level 50. The total of his 4 attributes exceeded 45,000 points. Both constitution and mentality broke the 10,000 mark. Is this the strength of an SS-level genius? So terrifying. His total attributes were only over 10,000 at level 30, which was simply worlds apart from the other party. This is the absolute gap of talent. Seiming sensing, Ye Qing's detection, Ye Fan simile deep in it. He not only did not appear displeased, but also winked at Ye Qing, revealing a meaningful smile that seemed to say, "Little cousin, are you scared of me?" Ye Qing's heart tightened, quickly retracting the detection technique, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Cousin, little cousin, you're here." Ye Fan greeted them with a smile, his tone natural and friendly, as if they were long-lost relatives. "Please come in." Kousing Ye Fan. Ye Vink politely greeted. Ye Ling also smiled, saying, "Ye Fan, this is my brother Ye Qing. Little Yezi, this is your cousin Ye Fan." The three walked into the living room of the villa and took their seats. Ye Fan's gaze remained fixed on Ye Qing, full of unabashed curiosity and exploration. "Little cousin, I've heard so much about you," Ye Fan said with a smile, his tone teasing. "You're the first to receive the SSS-level Special Talent Agreement at Imperial Capital University. Even I, an SS level, don't have this treatment." Ye Qing smiled shyly. "Cousin is overpraising me. I was just lucky." "Luck?" Ye Fan shook his head, speaking meaningfully. "Being personally protected by that ice god Kazan is not something luck can explain." He directly pointed out Kuzan's existence. Ye Qing's heart trembled slightly. It seemed his cousin knew quite a bit. Ye Ling, listening from aside, looked a bit confused. "Ice god? Mr. Kazan? Who is that?" Ye Fan glanced at Ye Ling and smiled. "Cousin, your brother is not simple. He is accompanied by someone, whose strength far exceeds our imagination. I won't say more to avoid scaring you." Upon hearing this, Ye Ling looked at Ye Qing with even more curiosity, but seeing that Ye Qing had no intention of explaining, she wisely chose not to ask further. Ye Fan shifted his gaze back to Ye Qing, his tone becoming more serious. "Little cousin, I invited you here this time, firstly to welcome you to Imperial Capital University as your cousin. Secondly, I also want to remind you, you're currently in the spotlight. You have no idea how many eyes are watching you. The special treatment and the person beside you have made you the focus. The school is not entirely peaceful. Some people may pose a threat to you. You need to be careful." Ye Qing could sense the goodwill in Ye Fan's words and nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, cousin. I will be careful." Ye Fan smiled, standing up. "All right. The formalities are done. As a welcome gift, I, as your cousin, can't be stingy." He walked to a nearby cabinet, took out an ancient wooden box, and handed it to Ye Qing. Chapter 78. Cultivation. Inside this box is a myriad phenomena spirit seed, the essence of my myriad phenomena ruler talent, which will help you stabilize your foundation and comprehend the essence of energy. It's a small token of affection from your cousin. Ye Qing took the wooden box and felt the pure and mysterious energy contained within it. He quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, cousin. You're welcome." Ye Fan patted Ye Qing's shoulder with a warm smile. "If you need any help at school in the future, feel free to come find me. After all, we're brothers." His words were sincere, and his clear gaze made Ye Qing feel a sense of goodwill. This meeting was more pleasant and smooth than Ye Qing had imagined. However, behind Ye Fan's seemingly gentle and kind smile, what thoughts were truly hidden, only he knew. Ye Qing was unaware that this suddenly appearing, exceptionally talented cousin was actually a time traveler, intensely interested in his secrets. Meanwhile, Ye Fan was quietly plotting his next steps. The first step, establishing a relationship, was successful. Next was to slowly uncover the secrets of this hanging wall cousin. Ye Fan watched Ye Qing's departing figure, a hint of profound light flashing in his eyes. After a few more casual exchanges, Ye Qing and Ye Ling stood up to bid farewell to Ye Fan. "Cousin Ye Fan, we will take our leave now," Ye Qing said politely. "All right, cousin, come by often." Ye Fan nodded with a gentle smile, personally escorting the two to the door. Leaving Ye Fan's villa, Ye Ling held Ye Qing's hand, her face beaming with a comforting smile. "Little leaf, seeing you get along so well with Ye Fan. I'm relieved. He has high talent and a wide network, and he is influential at school. With him looking after you, I can worry less. Ye Qing nodded. Yes. Cousin is really nice. His first impression of Ye Fan was indeed good. The other party was not only powerful, but also friendly, and he had given him a precious gift. At that moment, Ye Ziling's communicator suddenly rang urgently. She glanced down, her expression changing slightly, and with an apologetic look, she said to Ye Qing, "Little Leaf, I'm sorry. There's an urgent task at school, and the instructor wants me to assemble immediately." Ye Qing was taken aback for a moment, then understandingly said, "It's fine, sis, you go ahead. Work is important." Ye Ziling ruffled Ye Qing's hair, feeling somewhat reluctant. "I was hoping to spend more time with you and help you get familiar with the campus." Sigh. This stupid task came at the worst time. You go back to the villa to rest, or stroll around the school, and be careful. I'll come find you once I'm done. Don't worry, sis. I can take care of myself. Ye Qing reassured her with a smile. You should hurry. Don't keep the instructor waiting. All right, I'll be off then. Contact me anytime. Ye Ziling reminded once more before quickly turning and striding towards the task assembly point. Watching his sister leave in a hurry, Ye Qing sighed softly, a hint of helplessness appearing on his face. Everyone is busy. His sister has a task, Mr. Kazan is playing games, Instructor Chun is busy with school affairs, and Cousin Ye Fan is probably cultivating too. In this vast imperial capital university, on his first day, it seemed like he was left all alone. However, Ye Qing did not feel lost or lonely. He had long been accustomed to independence, and besides, he had more important things to do. Just right. A spark of excitement flashed in Ye Qing's eyes. Today he had obtained the primordial unity technique and the mountain-crushing fist skill from the resource library, as well as the myriad phenomena spirit seed from his cousin. It was perfect to take advantage of the current solitude to cultivate and digest these. Strength. What he desired most right now was to enhance his strength. Only by becoming powerful can he truly stand firm. Without further delay, he quickly returned to his villa. Back in the quiet and comfortable cultivation room, Ye Qing sat cross-legged and first took out the jade slip, recording the primordial unity technique. He pressed the jade slip against his forehead, concentrated his mind, and began to read the information within. Buzz. A torrent of information surged into his mind in an instant. Profound cultivation formulas, complex energy operation routes, and deep foundational refining methods, all unfolded before him. The primordial unity technique truly lives up to its reputation as an ancient foundational cultivation method. Although the cultivation speed is slow, the content is vast and profound, placing great emphasis on the honing of the foundation and the harmonization of all laws. Ye Qing immersed himself in it, carefully comprehending. Unknowingly, several hours passed. When he opened his eyes again, a glimmer of enlightenment shone in his eyes. So that's how it is, harmonizing yin and yang, merging all laws. This technique is indeed suitable for me. He could feel that the energy within him, which had leaned towards the ice attribute due to absorbing Kuzan's cold energy, began to become more balanced and harmonious under the operation of the primordial unity technique, and his foundation subtly became more stable and solid. Although his attributes did not immediately surge, this feeling of solidifying his foundation and enhancing his potential made him very satisfied. Next, let's try the mountain-crushing fist. Ye Qing stood up and walked to the strength-testing pillar in the cultivation room. He recalled the key points of the mountain-crushing fist power application, the stacking of force, the frequency of vibrations, and the instantaneous explosion. He took a deep breath, mobilizing all his strength, and according to the method of the mountain-crushing fist, he threw a punch. Boom! A dull, thunderous sound. The strength-testing pillar shook violently, and the numbers on it jumped wildly. Attack strength, 15,800. 15,008? Ye Qing looked at this value, his eyes bursting with surprise. The power of his previous ordinary punch was around 3,500 points. After using the mountain-crushing fist technique, the power had increased by nearly 5 times. So strong. Is this the power of the force application technique? Ye Qing was ecstatic. This was just a preliminary grasp. If he practiced it to perfection, the power could be even greater. Moreover, This technique was not limited by levels. As his foundational attributes improved, its power would grow stronger. Finally, it was the myriad phenomena spirit seed that his cousin gifted him. Ye Qing carefully opened the ancient wooden box. Inside lay a seed about the size of a pigeon egg, crystal clear, with what seemed like countless stars swirling inside, exuding a mysterious aura as it quietly rested in the box. Ye Qing could feel the vast and pure energy contained within it, as well as a unique law that seemed capable of evolving all things. The essence of an SS-level talent. I wonder what the effect will be. Following the casual method suggested by Ye Fan, Ye Qing held the myriad phenomena spirit seed in his palm, activated the primordial unity technique, and began to absorb the energy within. Buzz. The pure energy flowed into Ye Qing's limbs and bones like a gentle stream, nourishing his flesh and soul. Even more remarkably, as he absorbed the energy, Ye Qing felt his perception becoming sharper and his understanding of the essence of energy deepening slightly. Good stuff. Ye Qing praised in his heart. This gift from his cousin was indeed substantial. Time flew by quickly as he focused on his cultivation. Chapter 79, Countdown, when Ye Qing slowly awoke from his deep meditation. The sky outside was already filled with stars. He felt the surging, more refined energy within him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. After just a few hours of cultivation, he had made tremendous progress. Not only had he initially grasped the operation method of the primordial unity chi technique, solidifying his foundation, but he had also successfully entered the basics of the mountain-shattering fist technique, greatly increasing his attack power. What surprised him even more was that after absorbing and refining the pure energy of the myriad phenomena spirit seed, his basic attributes had actually experienced a significant increase again. He pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Ye Qing. Level, 30. Class, Spirit Caller D. Constitution, 3,605. Mentality, 3,600. Both Constitution and Mentality had broken through 3,600 points. This primordial unity chi technique was indeed powerful. After just a few hours of cultivation, his attributes had improved so much. Ye Qing felt a surge of joy in his heart, and it seemed that this technique could operate automatically, slowly enhancing his attributes. He carefully sensed and discovered that even if he wasn't consciously cultivating, as long as the primordial unity chi technique was operating within him, his body passively absorbed the weak energy around him, with attributes increasing at an extremely slow but continuous rate. Constitution 0, 0, 5, Mentality 0, 0, 3, Strength 0, 0, 1, Agility 0, 0, 1. Although the increments were minuscule, they were continuous. Accumulating over time, the results would be quite remarkable. Truly, it was an ancient foundational cultivation technique. The effect of automatic cultivation was incredibly practical. Ye Qing was overjoyed. This meant that even while sleeping, eating, or doing other things, his strength was steadily increasing. This was simply a dream capability for all practitioners. Gulyalu. At that moment, Ye Qing's stomach grumbled embarrassingly. After a high-intensity training session for most of the day, he was already starving. It is time to grab something to eat. Ye Qing stood up, stretched a bit, and prepared to head to the school cafeteria for dinner. He walked out of the villa in a cheerful mood, heading toward the living area. The night at the Imperial Capital University was brightly lit and full of vitality. Many students were still diligently cultivating or discussing their studies in small groups. Ye Qing admired the campus night scene while pondering what to eat later. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Capital International Airport, a luxurious private airship from Donghai City slowly landed on the designated helipad. The cabin door opened, and a girl dressed in a gorgeous custom dress, with stunning beauty and an air of pride mixed with a hint of anxiety and irritation, quickly stepped down. It was Huang Miaoi. She had originally rushed to Rongqing to confront Ye Qing, but upon arriving, she learned that Ye Qing had already gone to the Imperial Capital with a mentor from Imperial Capital University. She had no choice but to change direction immediately and hurriedly chased after him to the Imperial Capital. Dam Yiving, how could he run to the Imperial Capital, making me come all this way for nothing? Huang Miaoi gritted her silver teeth, feeling both angry and anxious. She glanced at the glaring countdown on her profession panel. True love contract final execution deadline. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 12 seconds. Only one day left on the countdown. If she could not complete cohabitation with Ye Qing and establish a true marital relationship within this last day, the true love contract would automatically dissolve. Once the contract was dissolved, the 3,000 points of massive attribute bonus she gained from the contract would disappear. This was a loss she absolutely could not accept. Thinking of Ye Qing's 3,000 points of attribute feedback, Huang Miaoi was determined to protect the contract at all costs. But cohabitation. A faint unnatural blush crept on Huang Miaoi's cheeks, filled with both shame and anger. She, Huang Miaoi, the legitimate daughter of the Huang family, an S-class genius, had never endured such humiliation. To actively seek out a man she didn't love, and even look down upon, to complete such a thing. All of this was forced by that damn contract. It's all Ye Qing's fault. That bastard. If it weren't for him, how could I? Huang Miaoi stomped her foot in frustration. What made her even angrier was that the system had previously hinted that Ye Qing had close contact with other women. Oof. Ye Qing, just wait for me. When I find you, see how I deal with you. A cold light flashed in Huang Miaoi's eyes. Huang Miaoi took a special car and sped all the way to the imposing main gate of Imperial Capital University. However, when she tried to enter the campus, she was stopped by a calm and steady security guard stationed at the entrance. Sorry, miss, it's night now. Non-students or registered visitors are not allowed to enter. The guard said politely but firmly. Huang Miaoi frowned, feeling even more anxious. She suppressed her irritation and said, I'm here to find someone. I'm a family member of one of your students. Family member? The guard was taken aback for a moment, carefully sizing up Huang Miaoi's expensive attire and outstanding temperament, and asked, which student are you looking for? What is their name? He muttered to himself. Nowadays, it's rare to see university students bringing family members to school, especially such a young and beautiful family member. Ye Qing, Huang Miaoi immediately said, he just registered today. You must have a record in your system. Check it. Ye Qing? The guard didn't have much impression of this name, but he still took out a tablet and began to search the new student list. At that moment, a tall girl in an ice blue battle suit, with a cold demeanor, was walking in from outside the school gate, preparing to return to campus. It was Bai Ningbing. She had merely glanced casually at the extraordinary Huang Miaoi being stopped at the gate, ready to be a quiet onlooker. However, when she heard Ye Qing's name from Huang Miaoi's mouth, Bai Ningbing's footsteps instantly froze. Her ears perked up immediately. Ye Qing, he actually has a wife. A hint of disbelief and intense curiosity flashed in Bai Ningbing's eyes. This guy who had humiliated her, an S-class genius at level 30, was being suppressed by her childhood friend at level 10. He actually has a wife now, and she came looking for him. Bai Ningbing immediately realized that there must be a story behind this. She subtly slowed down her pace, pretending to check her communicator, but was fully focused on eavesdropping. The guard searched the system and quickly found Ye Qing's information. There is indeed a new student named Ye Qing, who just completed registration today and lives in the core student villa area. Huang Miaoi's heart leaped with joy. Then I can go in, right? The guard shook his head, looking troubled. Sorry, miss. The system shows that Ye Qing's family relationship field is empty. There is no registered spouse information. According to regulations, I still cannot let you in. You need to contact Ye Qing himself to come out and receive you or have him apply for temporary visitor permissions for you through the campus system. What? Empty? Huang Miaoi instantly exploded with rage. That bastard Ye Qing. He didn't even register her as a family member? Although they were in a contractual relationship, they were still nominally husband and wife. Was he trying to deny it? I'm really his wife. We have a contract. Huang Miaoi was both angry and anxious, almost revealing the true love contract. The guard looked embarrassed but still insisted on the rules. Miss, I'm really sorry. Without registration information, I can't let you through. This is the school's regulation and is for the safety of all faculty and students. Seeing that the stalemate was unyielding and the countdown was ticking away, Huang Miaoi was so anxious that she was stomping her feet. At that moment, Bai Ningbing, passing by, had a glint of insight in her eyes, sensing an opportunity. Chapter 80. Questioning and crying, she showed a perfectly surprised expression on her face. Quickly walked up to Huang Miaoi and said, "Oh, miss, are you here to find Ye Qing?" Huang Miaoi looked at the suddenly interjecting, cool and beautiful girl with confusion. "Who are you?" Bai Ningbing smiled slightly, her smile warm and harmless. "I'm Ye Qing's classmate, Bai Ningbing. I think I just heard you say. You are Ye Qing's family?" Huang Miaoi hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Yes, I am his wife." Bai Ningbing secretly thought to herself, as expected, but her face revealed a warm smile. "So that's how it is. Security brother, this lady is indeed my friend. I know her. She is here to find Ye Qing, and I can vouch for her. Let her in." The security guard looked at Bai Ningbing's university badge from the Imperial Capital University, then at the outstanding Huang Miaoi, hesitating for a moment. "All right then." The security guard finally nodded, opened the security door, and asked her to register her visitor information. Huang Miaoi didn't expect this stranger to help her. Although she had some doubts in her heart, being able to get in was the most important thing right now. She quickly registered her information. "Thank you," Huang Miaoi said to Bai Ningbing, her tone carrying a hint of gratitude and caution. "You're welcome. Just a small favor." Bai Ningbing smiled brightly. "Ye Qing lives in Villa number 7 in Area C. Shall I take you there?" "No need, no need." Huang Miaoi hurriedly waved her hand. "Just tell me how to get there. I can go by myself." She didn't want a stranger to follow her, especially when she was going to find Ye Qing to handle serious business. Bai Ningbing didn't insist and enthusiastically pointed the way to Huang Miaoi. "Go straight from here. Turn left at the second intersection, and you'll see a villa area with a sign at the entrance. Villa number 7 in Area C is there." "Okay, thank you." After thanking her, Huang Miaoi immediately followed the directions, quickly walking towards the villa area. Watching Huang Miaoi's departing figure, Bai Ningbing's smile instantly faded, replaced by a hint of cold cunning. "Wife. Interesting," she muttered to herself. "Ye Qing, it seems you have more secrets than I imagined." Her figure flashed, silently hiding in the shadows, following Huang Miaoi from a distance. She wanted to see what this woman, who claimed to be Ye Qing's wife, was up to. This might be a perfect opportunity to uncover Ye Qing's secrets. Huang Miaoi focused on quickly finding Ye Qing to complete the contract. Didn't notice that there was a tail behind her. She followed the route Bai Ningbing pointed out and soon found a quiet villa area in Area C, spotting the door plate of Villa number 7. The lights were on in the villa, indicating someone was home. Huang Miaoi stood in front of the villa door, took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shame, anger, anxiety, and a hint of inexplicable tension in her heart, and reached out to ring the doorbell. Ding dong. The crisp doorbell rang particularly clearly in the quiet night. Inside, Ye Qing, who had just finished showering and was preparing to continue studying his techniques, heard the doorbell and was somewhat puzzled. Who would come to find me at this late hour? Is it my sister, or is it Instructor Chun? As he thought, he walked over to open the door. When he saw the beautiful girl standing outside, dressed in a gorgeous dress, her face stunning but with a frosty expression and anger suppressed in her eyes, Ye Qing instantly froze. His mind went blank. Huang Miaoi, what are you doing here?" Ye Qing was shocked. Huang Miaoi looked at Ye Qing's stunned expression, and the anger and grievance in her heart erupted instantly. She pushed past the still somewhat dazed Ye Qing, barging into the villa and slamming the door shut. Then, she stared fiercely at Ye Qing, gritting her silver teeth, and questioned him with a voice laced with tears and anger. "Ye Qing, you bastard, why didn't you register me as your family? And which woman were you in close contact with before? You better explain it to me." In the shadows, Bai Ningbing watched as Huang Miaoi burst into the villa and closed the door, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. The good show has begun. She quietly approached the villa, preparing to eavesdrop on the happenings inside. Ye Qing was pushed aside by Huang Miaoi, staggering before regaining his balance. Looking at the furious woman with reddened eyes in front of him, he was completely bewildered, filled with absurdity and speechlessness. "Huang Miaoi, what are you doing?" Ye Qing frowned, his tone filled with confusion and a hint of impatience. "Isn't our relationship just a contract? Is it necessary to be so angry and chase all the way to the imperial capital?" He really couldn't understand Huang Miaoi's reaction. When they signed the true love contract, it was purely a transactional arrangement. There was no emotional foundation between him and Huang Yaoi, and they had barely seen each other before that. In his mind, it was merely a mutually beneficial cooperation, nothing more. As for family registration and who he interacted with, these personal matters had nothing to do with the contract. Why did she have a right to question him? Contract. Huang Yaoi heard Ye Qing's nonchalant tone, as if it had nothing to do with him, and the anger in her heart ignited like it was doused in oil, burning even more fiercely. But at the same time, a stronger, indescribable feeling of grievance and sadness surged over her like a tide, instantly overwhelming her anger. Yes, just a contract. In his heart, was their relationship really just a cold contract? But why? Why did her heart hurt so much? Why was she so sad? Was it because that 3,000 points of attributes might disappear? It seemed not entirely. Was it because that contract, that link on a soul level, had unknowingly twisted her emotions and perceptions? Ugh. Huang Yaoi's tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. She bit her lip hard, trying not to cry out loud. But her voice was already heavy with tears and trembling. Ye Qing, how can you say that? A contract. Can you just disregard it? I am your wife. Legally too. How can you not even register me as family? And how can you be intimate with other women behind my back? The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became. The more she spoke, the sadder she became, her tears falling like pearls from a broken string. In that moment, there was not a trace of the S-class genius, the proud and reserved daughter of the Huang family. She was completely a little woman, heartbroken and devastated by her husband's neglect and betrayal. Ye Qing was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Huang Yaoi, who was crying pitifully, and his brain completely crashed. What is going on here? This reaction is too exaggerated, right? No. Huang Yaoi, you. Please don't cry. Ye Qing fumbled. We agreed on this, right? The contractual relationship, no interference. Ye Qing tried to reason. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Huang Yaoi shook her head vigorously, crying even harder. What about the contract? A contract is still a marriage. You have responsibilities. Obligation. Under the deep influence of the true love contract, Huang Yaoi's logic had completely been dominated by emotions. Subconsciously, she had regarded Ye Qing as her true, inviolable husband. Ye Qing looked at her, completely ignoring explanations and crying, feeling a headache, and a hint of inexplicable annoyance. He truly couldn't understand what this woman was thinking. Okay, it was my fault. Is that enough? Ye Qing sighed, trying to calm her emotions first. Please stop crying. Let us calm down and talk, okay? He reached out to grab a tissue to hand to Huang Yaoi. However, just as he was getting closer, Huang Yaoi suddenly pounced on him and hugged him tightly. Chapter 81, Dual Cultivation Bond, Ye Qing. I don't care. She buried her head in Ye Qing's chest, her voice choked with tears, speaking in an almost domineering tone. There's only one day left for the contract. Today you must complete the last step of the contract with me. Otherwise the contract will be nullified. Feeling the soft body in his arms and the faint fragrance, hearing her earth-shattering words, Ye Qing felt as if struck by lightning, completely petrified. Complete the last step of the contract? Share a room? Ye Qing's mind buzzed blank. In the shadows, Bai Ningbing, who was eavesdropping, heard this, and her eyes widened in shock, nearly gasping out loud. She quickly covered her mouth, her face filled with extreme shock and gossiping excitement. My goodness. A contract? The last step? Sharing a room? This information is too overwhelming. Bai Ningbing's heart raced wildly. Just as Ye Qing was stunned into a blank state by Huang Yaoi's shocking request, his body stiffening, not knowing what to do. Buzz. His bond, SSS rank, skill suddenly lit up with a soft and mysterious glow without warning. At the same time, a clear system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Emotional link meeting the conditions detected. Bond skill activated. Bond relationship with target Huang Yaoi, contract lover, deepened. Activating special bond effect. Dual cultivation bond. Dual cultivation bond? Ye Qing froze, subconsciously focusing to check this newly activated bond effect. Dual cultivation bond, special bond effect. Engaging in a dual cultivation act of body and mind with a bond target Huang Miaoi can trigger a soul resonance, significantly enhancing both parties' energy absorption efficiency, attribute growth rate, and potential limit. Specific effects depend on the depth of mutual feelings, soul compatibility, and level of investment. Note, this effect is a permanent enhancement. The more dual cultivation sessions, the deeper the bond, the stronger the enhancement effect. Dual cultivation, attribute growth, permanent enhancement. Ye Qing looked at the bond effect description, his eyes widening in shock, his face showing extreme astonishment and a hint of unbelievable ecstasy. He never expected that this SSS rank bond skill would have such an effect. By having a relationship with Huang Miaoi, he could permanently increase his attribute growth rate and potential limit, and the effect would increase with the number of times and depth of feelings. This is simply a tailor-made shortcut for him to become stronger. Just as Ye Qing was reeling from this shocking information, Huang Miaoi, who was nestled in his arms, sensed his body stiffening and his changing breath, as well as the complex expressions of shock, hesitation, and finally determination on his face. Huang Miaoi misunderstood. She thought Ye Qing was moved by her initiative, struggling internally, and finally surrendered. He was eager as well. This realization made Huang Miaoi, despite her embarrassment, feel a trace of inexplicable pride and anticipation under the deep influence of the true love contract. Her possessiveness and sense of belonging towards Ye Qing had twisted to the extreme. Seeing Ye Qing seemingly responding to her request, she became even more proactive. Ye Qing. She lifted her tear-filled face, her cheeks flushed, her gaze hazy with a hint of seduction, her arms tightening around Ye Qing's neck. Her soft body pressed closely against him, exhaling like orchids. The contract cannot be nullified. Her voice, hoarse from crying and imbued with an indescribable temptation, lightly brushed against Ye Qing's heart like a feather. Feeling the warm, fragrant touch in his arms, the unique scent of a young girl lingering at his nose, listening to those alluring words, then recalling the astonishing attribute enhancement effect of the dual cultivation bond, Ye Qing felt a rush of blood surge to his head. His body instantly became incredibly hot. He was a normal young man, facing such a stunning beauty's proactive embrace. To say he was not moved or impulsive would definitely be a lie. Before, it was only because he had no feelings for Huang Miaoi and thought this was too sudden and absurd that he had forcibly suppressed it. But now, with the dual cultivation bond as a grand reason to become stronger, his worries and struggles crumbled like a house of cards. Since it could make him stronger, Ye Qing's gaze finally became resolute, flashing with a determined light. He no longer hesitated, suddenly leaning down and fiercely kissing Huang Miaoi's luscious red lips. Huang Miaoi was caught off guard by this sudden attack, letting out a muffled sound, her eyes widening in surprise. But soon, under the power of the contract and her body's instinctive reaction, she softened, responding awkwardly yet passionately. Ye Qing wrapped his arms around her tightly, lifting Huang Miaoi effortlessly, striding toward the bedroom. Bang! The bedroom door slammed shut. Immediately after, sounds of rustling clothes, rapid breathing, and Huang Miaoi's cries, tinged with tears and a hint of pain, echoed from within. Soon even more blush-inducing sounds came out intermittently. Outside the villa, hidden in the shadows by Ningbing, pressed against the wall, eavesdropping, was completely frozen. First, she heard Huang Miaoi's shocking last request, stunned into silence. Then she heard Ye Qing seemingly hesitating and struggling, and finally, actually agreeing. Then, there were the heart-racing sounds of kissing, footsteps, and the door closing. Finally, came the unbelievably clear, evocative, rippling sounds. Bai Ningbing instinctively covered her burning cheeks, her heart racing like a deer, thumping wildly. Although she had a cold and proud personality, she was still an inexperienced young girl. How could she have heard such explicit things? An indescribable shyness, embarrassment, and a hint of curiosity she herself was reluctant to admit overwhelmed her instantly. Her cheeks turned as red as ripe apples, all the way to her ears and neck. They really. Bai Ningbing felt her breathing quicken, her mind in chaos. She had intended to uncover Ye Qing's secrets, but unexpectedly, she ended up hearing such mortifying things. Too shameless. Bai Ningbing was both embarrassed and angry, wishing to flee the scene immediately. But her feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. An inexplicable force compelled her to keep listening. She felt as if she was about to burst into flames. No, she couldn't listen any longer. Bai Ningbing suddenly bit her tongue, using the pain to snap herself back to reality. She forcibly suppressed her pounding heart and shyness, like a frightened rabbit, hurriedly tiptoeing away from the villa, running far away before stopping, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. But in her mind, the sound she had just heard and the images of Ye Qing and Huang Miaoyi kept echoing. Her heart was completely in disarray. Chapter 82 Break 4000. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the sound of wind and rain in the bedroom gradually subsided. Ye Qing lay on the bed, feeling an unceasing surge of energy within him, seemingly more refined and pure. He instinctively checked his attribute panel. Physique, 3,655, 50. Mentality, 3,650, 50. Strength, 3,510, 50. Agility, 3,570, 50. Actually, really improved. Ye Qing's eyes burst with joy. After a dual cultivation, his four-dimensional attributes each increased by 50 points, a total increase of 200 points. The effect was comparable to a high-intensity extreme refinement, and the process was so wonderful. More importantly, he clearly felt that his efficiency in absorbing external energy seemed to have improved slightly. This should be the permanent enhancement effect brought by the dual cultivation bond. So powerful. This bond, skill, is simply divine. Ye Qing was ecstatic in his heart. Meanwhile, Huang Miaoyi, lying beside Ye Qing, had also recovered from her initial shyness, nervousness, and slight discomfort. She too felt the changes within herself. She quickly checked her attribute panel. Physique, 3,655. Mentality, 3,650. My attributes improved? Huang Miaoyi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her face filled with astonishment. She suddenly turned her head to look at Ye Qing, her voice trembling with incredulity. Ye Qing? What? What's going on? My attributes. How do they suddenly increase so much? This is too bizarre. Just by doing that once, my attributes increased by 50 points out of thin air. This is unheard of. Seeing Huang Miaoyi's shocked expression, Ye Qing's heart stirred, and he decided to reveal a bit of information. He smiled and mysteriously said, "This is one of my innate abilities. Through, intimate contact, it can trigger a soul resonance, promoting the growth of both parties' attributes." He didn't specify that it was the bond skill, nor did he mention the permanent enhancement effect of the dual cultivation bond, just vaguely explaining it as a talent. Talent? Intimate contact can increase attributes. After hearing this, Huang Miaoyi was even more shocked. What a heaven-defying talent. It actually has such an effect. No wonder Ye Qing, a D-rank practitioner, has such terrifying attributes. Could it be that he relied on this before? As this thought arose, a strange sourness surged in Huang Miaoyi's heart, but it was quickly replaced by greater joy and an indescribable desire, attribute growth, and such a pleasant way to grow attributes. This is an irresistible temptation for any practitioner, especially for someone like her, an S-rank genius, where every single point of attribute enhancement is crucial. And this method feels like cheating. Looking again at Ye Qing's handsome profile and strong physique, Huang Miaoyi's cheeks flushed again. But this time it was no longer pure shyness, but mixed with excitement, anticipation, and a hint of greed. If we do it again, will the attributes grow even more? This thought grew wildly in her heart like weeds. Under the deep influence of the true love contract and the huge temptation of attribute growth, the little bit of restraint and shame in Huang Miaoyi's heart was instantly thrown to the clouds. She looked at Ye Qing with increasingly fiery eyes. Ye Qing. Her voice carried a hint of hoarseness and charm, her soft body like a water snake, pressed against Ye Qing again, her fingers gently tracing circles on his chest. Your talent is amazing, Can we? Can we do it again? Her meaning was self-evident. Ye Qing felt the fiery body of the beauty in his arms and her tempting gaze. The flames that had just subsided were instantly reignited. He originally wanted to verify whether the effect of the dual cultivation bond was sustainable, as well as how multiple dual cultivations would affect them. Now, that Huang Miaoyi took the initiative to propose it. It was exactly what he wanted. All right, Ye Qing growled, flipping over and pinning Huang Miaoyi beneath him again. This time, both of them had less awkwardness and probing and more tacit understanding and desire. Soon, the sounds of breathless gasps and moans echoed in the bedroom once more, even more fervent and prolonged than before. The effect of the dual cultivation bond deepened with each intertwining of souls and bodies, and their attributes quietly grew without them realizing it. A night without words, or rather a night filled with indescribable sounds of intimacy. When the first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, casting light on the messy bed, Ye Qing slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was clear and bright, not showing any signs of fatigue, but rather radiating with vibrant energy. He immediately checked his attribute panel. Name, Ye Qing. Level, 30, 0. Profession, Spirit Caller. Physique, 4055. Original 3605. Dual Cultivation Bonus 5010. Automatic Minor Cultivation. Mentality, 4050. Original 3600. Dual Cultivation Bonus 5010. Automatic Minor Cultivation. Both physique and mentality had broken through the 4,000-point barrier. Ye Qing looked at the numbers on the panel, his heart racing, filled with uncontrollable joy. In just one night, only one night, through 10 times, 10 times of deep yet gentle. His four-dimensional attributes totaled nearly a 1,200-point surge. The core attributes of physique and mentality had even surpassed 4,000 points. What does this mean? An ordinary Durang practitioner at level 30 would be considered excellent if their total attributes reached 3,000 points. Yet Ye Qing's total attributes were over 5 times that of others. The core attributes had reached an astonishing height. This far exceeded the theoretical limit of D-rank professions. It was even higher than many S-rank geniuses of the same level. The dual cultivation bond was too heaven-defying. Ye Qing was shaken to the core. Moreover, he could clearly feel that after a night of blending, the soul link between him and Huang Miaoyi seemed to have become even closer, and the permanent enhancement effect of the dual cultivation bond had become more apparent. Now, even without dual cultivation, the efficiency of his automatic operation of Hunyuan Ichiju to absorb energy was much faster than yesterday. And this was just the beginning. As the bond deepened, the effects would become stronger and stronger. This was simply a broad road to the peak. Ye Qing turned to look at Huang Miaoyi, who was still sound asleep beside him. At this moment, she was curled up like a lazy little cat, her stunning face still carrying a hint of fatigue and satisfaction, with a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, as if she were dreaming a beautiful dream. Chapter 83. I can too after a night of hard work. Huang Miaoyi's attributes had also seen a tremendous increase. Her total four-dimensional attributes surged by 2,000 points, reaching an astonishing height that far exceeded the normal level for her rank. One could say that this night was a transformative experience for both of them. As if sensing Ye Qing's gaze, Huang Miaoyi fluttered her long eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Ye Qing so close, she was momentarily stunned. And then the crazy and embarrassing memories from last night surged in like a tidal wave, instantly flushing her fair cheeks with a rosy hue. She instinctively pulled the blanket over her, covering half of her face, revealing only her big, watery eyes as she shyly looked at Ye Qing. Awake? Ye Qing smiled gently, his tone warm. Mm. Huang Miaoyi responded in a voice barely above a whisper, her gaze somewhat evasive, but deep down. There was an undeniable glimmer of joy and dependence. After this night, under the dual influence of the true love contract and dual cultivation bond, her feelings for Ye Qing had undergone a dramatic transformation. The connection that stemmed from the depths of her soul and the physical intimacy had given her a strong sense of belonging and possessiveness towards Ye Qing. How do you feel? Ye Qing asked, his tone implying more. Huang Miaoyi naturally understood what he was asking. She sensed the surging power within her, and her face lit up with a surprised smile. It's amazing. My attributes have improved so much. It's way faster than my own training. Her gaze towards Ye Qing was filled with admiration and a hint of fervor. The feeling of becoming stronger just by lying there was incredibly addictive. Ye Qing, your talent is truly remarkable. Huang Miao exclaimed sincerely. Ye Qing chucked it, not offering too much explanation. He glanced at the bright sky outside and said, It's dawn. We should get up. What are your plans for today? Huang Miao, hearing this, remembered the important matters at hand and hurriedly said, I need to go home first. Suddenly coming to the capital must have worried my family. Produce. I need to go back to handle some things. She was referring to how to explain her relationship with Ye Qing to her family and how to deal with the changes that might occur once the contract was completely solidified. All right. Ye Qing nodded. I'll see you out. The two got up, washed and dressed. As Huang Miao stepped out of the villa and breathed in the fresh morning air, she felt the entire world had changed. Not only had her strength surged, but her mood was also unprecedentedly joyful and fulfilled. Ye Qing escorted Huang Miao to the school gate. I'll come see you in a few days, Huang Miao said, looking at Ye Qing with reluctance in her eyes. You're always welcome. Ye Qing smiled. Huang Miao stood on her tiptoes and quickly pecked Ye Qing on the cheek, then blushing, turned around and ran away. Ye Qing touched the spot on his face where she had kissed him, watching her retreating figure with a myriad of emotions in his heart. In just one night, the relationship between him and this contract wife had undergone such a dramatic change. However, this seemed not to be a bad thing. Ye Qing turned around, preparing to return to the villa and continue his training. However, just a few steps away, a slightly teasing, cool voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Oh, Ye Qing, how was your rest last night? Ye Qing's body stiffened, and he slowly turned around. He saw Bai and Ningbing leaning against a nearby tree, arms crossed. Looking at him with a half smile, her eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of indescribable complexity. Ye Qing's heart sank. Oh no, did she hear the commotion from last night? Turning to face Bai Ningbing, although startled, Ye Qing quickly regained his composure. He looked at her calmly and said, Good morning, Bai. I rested well. No need to worry. Bai Ningbing, noticing Ye Qing's calmness, flashed a hint of surprise, but it was quickly replaced by a playful and barely concealed annoyance. She straightened up and walked slowly to Ye Qing, sizing him up with a sharp gaze as if trying to see through him. Rested well? Bai Ningbing's lips curled into a meaningful arc, her voice lowered with a touch of mockery and questioning. Are you sure it was just rest? The noise coming from your villa last night was quite significant. Her gaze deliberately swept toward the direction of the villa, behind Ye Qing, before returning to his face. Her eyes carrying a certainty that she had seen through him. And just now, that lady, Miss Huang? Bai Ningbing continued. When she went in, her aura was not weak, but it was just that. However, when she came out just now, TSK, her aura was significantly stronger. Such a dramatic surge in power overnight. Don't you think, Ye Qing, that this is worth investigating? The more Bai Ningbing spoke, the brighter her eyes became, filled with excitement, as if she had uncovered a shocking secret and a hint of threat. I guess. She leaned closer to Ye Qing, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. Your secret to becoming stronger is probably related to this special training method, right? Enhancing your strength through relationships with women? Truly, an unprecedented talent. She stared intently into Ye Qing's eyes, trying to find a trace of panic or flaw on his face. However, Ye Qing's reaction surprised her. After hearing her words, Ye Qing not only remained calm, but also chuckled lightly, looking at her with a tranquil gaze. Bai, you have quite the imagination. What are you threatening me? His tone carried a hint of disdain and indifference. Let's not even talk about whether your speculation is true. Even if it is, so what? Would you dare to speak it out loud? Ye Qing stepped forward. Although his level and attributes were temporarily inferior to Bai Ningbing's, his current aura was not weak at all and even bore an inexplicable sense of pressure. What benefit would you get from spreading such things? Ye Qing stared directly into Bai Ningbing's eyes, besides making people think you enjoy prying into others' privacy and spreading rumors. What else could it do? Who would believe such absurd speculation? Even if someone did, Do you think Capital University would believe a core student like me, who was specially recruited? Or would they believe an S-rank genius, who harbors resentment after being defeated by me? Ye Qing's words struck deeply. Bai Ningbing's expression suddenly turned somewhat ugly. Ye Qing was right. Without solid evidence, such claims could not hold up at all. Moreover, once it spread, the first one to suffer would be her reputation. An S-rank genius spreading rumors about someone else's romantic affairs? That would be self-destructive. Chapter 84, Refusal. More importantly, deep down, she didn't really want to destroy Ye Qing. She was just shocked by that unbelievable way of becoming stronger, driven by immense curiosity and unwillingness, wanting to explore the truth and even want to share a piece of the pie. Seeing Bai Ningbing's ever-changing expression, Ye Qing sneered inwardly. Knowing his words had an effect, he slowed his tone but still maintained a sense of distance. Classmate Bai, I advise you to focus your energy on your own cultivation. My matters are not for you to worry about. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. After saying this, Ye Qing turned to leave. Wait, Bai Ningbing suddenly called out to him. Ye Qing stopped but didn't turn back. Bai Ningbing looked at Ye Qing's tall and indifferent figure. Her emotions were complex to the extreme. There was anger, unwillingness, embarrassment, but more than that was a desire stirring within her that she herself was reluctant to admit. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and asked in as calm a tone as possible, Ye Qing, what if I could too? As soon as the words left her mouth, Bai Ningbing felt her cheeks flush, but she still held on, her gaze fixed tightly on Ye Qing's back. Ye Qing's body stiffened slightly, then he slowly turned around, looking at Bai Ningbing with some surprise. What do you mean? Bai Ningbing bit her lip and, as if throwing caution to the wind, stared directly into Ye Qing's eyes. Her voice trembling slightly but filled with determination. What I mean is, if Huang Miaoi can, then what about me? Your talent, does it work for everyone? If I'm willing, can I also gain the kind of enhancement? As she asked this, Bai Ningbing almost used up all her courage to ask a man such a question in a self-sacrificial manner. But the temptation of a rapid increase in strength was too great, especially since she had just suffered a crushing defeat at Ye Qing's hands. Her desire for power had reached its peak. If there really was such a shortcut, she was willing to pay the price. Ye Qing was completely stunned. He never expected Bai Ningbing would ask such a question. He looked at the beautiful girl before him, who had a cold demeanor but now had flushed cheeks and eyes filled with struggle and desire, and a storm surged in his heart. Bai Ningbing, she actually had such thoughts. Ye Qing's mind raced. The dual cultivation bond currently only worked for Huang Miaoi because it was based on the true love contract. Would it be effective for Bai Ningbing? He didn't know. For a moment, Ye Qing fell in a deep thought. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing anxiously awaited Ye Qing's response, her heart racing like a drum. Under the morning sun, the atmosphere between the two became subtle and tense. After a moment of silence, Ye Qing quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. First, whether the bond skill could be effective for Bai Ningbing was an unknown. His bond with Huang Miaoi was established under the special premise of the true love contract. An important point was, what about Huang Miaoi? The true love contract and the already established dual cultivation bond truly existed. If he rashly engaged with Bai Ningbing, would it impact or damage the existing bond? How would Huang Miaoi react upon learning of this? The relationships involved were too complex and dangerous. After careful consideration, Ye Qing took a deep breath, having made his decision. He raised his head, looking at Bai Ningbing, whose eyes were filled with tension and anticipation, and showed a calm, yet slightly apologetic smile. Classmate Bai. Ye Qing's tone was gentle but carried an undeniable distance. I appreciate your regard. However, I think you may have misunderstood. He chose his words carefully, trying to refuse as gently as possible. My talent is not as simple as you imagine. It requires a specific, deep emotional foundation and soul resonance, and cannot be triggered by casual physical contact. My situation with Huang Miaoi is special and cannot be replicated. Ye Qing did not directly deny that dual cultivation could lead to strength, but attributed the reason to the emotional foundation and soul resonance, such mysterious conditions. This preserved a sense of mystery, while giving Bai Ningbing a reason for refusal, that could not be forced. He continued, "So I'm sorry, but I cannot accept your proposal. It would be unfair to both you and me and could lead to unforeseen dangers. It's wiser for us to focus our energy on orthodox cultivation." After finishing, Ye Qing quietly watched Bai Ningbing, waiting for her reaction. After hearing Ye Qing's words, the color drained from Bai Ningbing's face, turning somewhat pale. A specific emotional foundation? Soul resonance? These words, when they reached her ears, automatically translated to, "You and I have no feelings. You are not worthy." A tremendous sense of humiliation and anger erupted in her heart, like a volcano. In her view, Ye Qing was clearly making excuses. He looked down on her. Bai Ningbing, why could Huang Miaoi do it? Was Bai Ningbing not capable? Was it because she had once lost to him? Or was it because her S-class talent made him feel unworthy? Or was he simply toying with her? Ye Qing. Bai Ningbing's voice trembled slightly due to extreme anger and grievance. Her eyes fixed on Ye Qing, her eyelids reddening. "Do you think I'm ridiculous? Do you think I'm shamelessly throwing myself at you, making you proud?" Her tone was filled with sharp sarcasm and hurt emotions. Ye Qing frowned slightly, not expecting Bai Ningbing's reaction to be so intense and paranoid. He tried to explain, "Classmate Bai, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that." "Enough." Bai Ningbing abruptly interrupted him, her voice cold and piercing. "No need to say more. Ye Qing, just pretend I never said anything today." She straightened her back, striving to maintain her final pride and dignity, but her slightly trembling fingers revealed her inner turmoil. "You will regret your choice. I, Bai Ningbing, do not need anyone's charity. I will become stronger in my own way, strong enough to make you look up to me." After saying this, she turned abruptly and hurried away without looking back, her figure appearing somewhat hurried and flustered, as if afraid that if she slowed down even a moment, she would reveal more uncontrolled emotions. Ye Qing watched Bai Ningbing's resolute departure, letting out a helpless sigh. Meanwhile, the quickly departing Bai Ningbing, after turning a corner, finally couldn't hold back and slammed her fist hard against the nearby wall. Bang! The hard wall was dented by her punch. "Ye Qing, just you wait." Bai Ningbing gritted her silver teeth, her eyes flashing with humiliation and a firm flame. "I will prove it to you. I, Bai Ningbing, will not rely on anyone. I will definitely surpass you. Absolutely." Chapter 85. Student Council Invitation. Ye Qing watched as Bai Ningbing's figure disappeared at the end of the road, shaking his head helplessly and temporarily putting aside the unpleasant encounter. He decided to go find Mr. Kazan and see if there were any suitable dungeons to grind and solidify his strength. Ye Qing thought to himself as he turned to head towards Kazan's villa. However, he had not walked far when he was blocked by several young men wearing the uniform of Imperial Capital University, who looked somewhat arrogant. The leader, a tall and slender individual with a proud demeanor, wore an exquisite badge on his chest that bore the words Student Council. He looked Ye Qing up and down, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked in a condescending tone, "Hey, classmate, are you a freshman living in this villa area?" Ye Qing stopped, frowning slightly. He did not know these individuals, but judging by their attitude and the badge on their chests, they should be members of the Student Council. "I'm a freshman living here. Is there something you need?" Ye Qing replied calmly. The leader, named Qiao Ming, was a staff member of the Student Council. Upon hearing Ye Qing's affirmative response, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by a look of realization and barely perceptible disdain. "Adhérent practitioner? You can live in a core student villa area? It seems either you've gotten lucky and were specially recruited, or you must be a relative or someone with connections brought in by some genius student." Xiao Ming speculated internally, instantly lowering his regard for Ye Qing to the minimum. "I'm looking for Ye Qing." Xiao Ming, unwilling to waste time talking to a D-rank connection, said directly, "I heard he lives in this area. Do you know which villa he is in?" Ye Qing felt a stir in his heart. "Looking for me? What does the Student Council want with me?" He thought to himself that since he just arrived at school, aside from his cousin Yi Fan and the recently fallen out Bai Ningbing, he shouldn't have drawn any attention. He maintained a calm facade and asked back, "What do you want with Ye Qing?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming displayed a hint of impatience on his face, saying, "That's not something you need to ask too much about. It's not your place to know." In his eyes, a D-rank practitioner had no right to inquire about student council matters. Ye Ye Qing felt displeased by his attitude, shrugged, and replied indifferently, "Oh, then I don't know." You. Xiaoming did not expect this Durang kid to dare to be so dismissive, and he immediately felt irritated. What kind of attitude is that? I'm asking you a question. As he spoke, he instinctively reached out, intending to grab Ye Qing's shoulder like he usually did with regular students to teach him a lesson and show him to be more respectful towards the student council. However, as his hand reached halfway, Ye Qing's gaze sharpened, and he reacted like lightning. His right hand shot out like a steel clamp, precisely grabbing Xiaoming's wrist. Xiaoming felt an immense force at his wrist, as if it were locked in a steel vise, and a sharp pain shot through him, instantly halting his forward momentum, leaving him frozen in place. "Why you let go?" Xiaoming exclaimed in shock and anger, trying to break free but realizing the other party's strength was astonishing. As a B-rank practitioner over level 40, he could not break free from the grip of a D-rank freshman. The few followers behind him were also stunned, not expecting this seemingly ordinary Durang kid to dare to lay hands on a student council officer. Moreover, his strength was so great. Ye Qing looked coldly at Xiaoming, applying slight pressure with his hand and warning him, "If you're asking questions, just ask. Don't get physical. I don't like being touched casually." Xiaoming, sweating from the pain, turned pale with humiliation, both from the pain and the embarrassment of being subdued by a D-rank freshman in public. He glared at Ye Qing, his eyes filled with anger and disbelief. Who is this D-rank kid? How can he be so strong? Seeing that Xiaoming did not dare to move again, Ye Qing snorted coldly and released his grip. Xiaoming quickly withdrew his hand, rubbing his reddened wrist, and looked at Ye Qing with a suspicious gaze, realizing that this D-rank freshman was likely not so simple. Who exactly are you?" Xiaoming asked, his voice laced with uncertainty. Ye Qing glanced at him indifferently without answering, simply stating, "You're looking for Ye Qing? That's me." "What?" Xiaoming and his followers exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in shock. This D-rank practitioner was the freshman that the president had specifically instructed them to find, suspected of having SSS-level potential. How could this be possible? Xiaoming looked at Ye Qing's calm face and recalled the terrifying strength he had just displayed, his mind becoming a whirlwind. Something felt off about the information, but it also seemed to make sense. A D-rank practitioner being specially recruited and allowed to live in the core villa area was already abnormal. If he really had some hidden SSS-level talent. Thinking of this, the arrogance and disdain on Xiaoming's face vanished instantly, replaced by a serious expression and a hint of unease. He might have just kicked a steel plate. Ye Qing observed the reactions of the group, a cold smile forming in his heart. It seemed that his identity as an SSS special recruit had indeed drawn some unnecessary attention. "Now, can you tell me what you want from me?" Ye Qing asked in a calm tone, yet with an undeniable aura. Xiaoming swallowed hard, his attitude making a complete turnaround as he forced a somewhat awkward and respectful smile. "Oh, so you're Ye Qing? I apologize for the disrespect. Our student council president heard about your exceptional talent and special recruitment. He would like to invite you to join our student council. What do you think?" Upon hearing Xiaoming's words, Ye Qing felt a slight stir in his heart. The student council? That could be a channel to understand the school and gain information and resources. However, he did not agree immediately, but instead asked nonchalantly, "Joining the student council? What are the benefits?" Seeing that Ye Qing seemed interested, Xiaoming felt a surge of joy and quickly straightened his posture, a proud smile returning to his face as he began to elaborate. "Benefits? There are many. First, joining the student council means you become part of one of the most core and elite student groups at Imperial Capital University. You will have access to the school's highest level connections and resources. Secondly, student council members enjoy priority usage of the school's top training facilities, secret library collections, special dungeon permissions, and other privileges. Every month, you can also receive generous credits and resource subsidies. More importantly," Xiaoming's voice rose, filled with a near-worshipful tone, "our student council president, Yuan Hao. He is a true SSS-level practitioner, the Lord of the Void. He is hailed as an unparalleled genius that the university has not seen in a century. Being able to receive guidance from President Yuan is a dream come true for many." As he spoke, he carefully observed Ye Qing's expression, hoping to see shock and admiration on the face of this special recruit. In his opinion, although Ye Qing was also a special recruit, his D-rank status suggested that he was likely admitted due to some special connections or a niche talent. How could someone with such connections compare to their president, who had earned his place through sheer strength and extraordinary talent? It should be a tremendous honor for Ye Qing to have the opportunity to join the student council led by President Yuan. However, Ye Qing's reaction disappointed Xiaoming. Chapter 86. Kazan's enjoyment after listening to his introduction. Ye Qing showed no signs of shock or longing on his face. Instead, he slightly furrowed his brows, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. An SSS-level profession, Master of the Void? It indeed sounded impressive. But, so what? The image of Mr. Kazan instantly appeared in Ye Qing's mind. With a teacher like Mr. Kazan by his side, an SSS-level student council president didn't seem so dazzling anymore. Moreover, joining the student council sounded like it came with many benefits, but it surely also involved corresponding obligations, being subject to management, and could even lead to unnecessary power struggles and troubles. What he needed most right now was quiet cultivation to enhance his strength, not working for others or being a lackey. With this in mind, Ye Qing had already made his decision. He shook his head and said in a calm, yet firm tone, "Thank you for the president's kind offer. However, I do not intend to join the student council for the time being." What? Xiaoming's smile instantly froze on his face, and he could hardly believe his ears. He declined. This D-level special recruit actually turned down an invitation personally extended by President Yuan Hao. Did he not hear it clearly? Did he not understand what SSS-level Master of the Void meant? Ye Qing. Xiaoming's tone carried a hint of urgency and confusion. You may not fully understand what it means to join the student council, especially to gain President Yuan Hao's favor. This is an opportunity that countless people would fight for. Ye Qing glanced at him lightly. I understand, but I have my own plans and arrangements, and I do not want to be distracted by student council affairs. Sorry. His attitude was very clear, leaving no room for negotiation. Xiaoming's expression turned somewhat ugly. He had thought this would be an easy task, but unexpectedly, it was rejected so straightforwardly. It made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Ye Qing, I hope you think carefully. Xiaoming's tone became somewhat forceful, offending the student council. Especially leaving a bad impression with President Yuan Hao would not be beneficial for your future development. This statement already carried a hint of threat. Upon hearing this, Ye Qing's gaze became slightly colder. He hated being threatened the most. My future is none of your concern. Ye Qing's tone also turned cold. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After saying that, he ignored the grim-faced Xiaoming and others, turning to walk straight towards Kazan's villa. Xiaoming, yachit Ye Qing's resolute de parture. Furious yet helpless. He had already experienced the other's power earlier. It was clear that being forceful wouldn't work. Unappreciative. Xiaoming stomped his foot in anger. A D-level connection. Does he really think he is somewhat important? Just wait. If President Yuan Hao finds out you dared to refuse, you'll regret it. He left in a huff, filled with anger and frustration. At the villa where Kazan resided. This villa was located in the most central and tranquil area of the campus, covering a significantly larger area than Ye Qing's, specially built by Imperial Capital University for the special guest, Kazan. As Ye Qing approached the villa's entrance, he heard a relaxing and leisurely melody coming from inside. He pushed open the slightly ajar courtyard door, and the scene before him instantly left him dumbfounded. The originally solemn and elegant villa courtyard had completely transformed. One corner of the yard had been converted into a small outdoor bicycle station, with several cool-looking mountain bikes parked there. Another corner had a delicate bar counter, filled with various brands of chilled beverages and alcohol, resembling a small tavern. In the center of the yard was a crystal-clear, temperature-controlled swimming pool with shimmering waves. Beside the pool were several large umbrellas, under which comfortable lounge chairs were placed. At this moment, Kazan was wearing extremely flamboyant Hawaiian-style beach shorts and sunglasses, lazily lying on a lounge chair. In one hand, he held a glass of chilled fruit juice with a tiny umbrella, and in the other hand, he cradled a tablet, seemingly engrossed in some intense gaming footage. Ah la la. This boss has a bit too high ice resistance, Kazan mumbled while sipping his juice his fingers swiftly swiping on the screen. The entire yard was filled with a leisurely vacation ambience, completely at odds with the serious, intense cultivation environment of Imperial Capital University. Ye Qing stood at the door, unable to suppress a twitch of his mouth. He knew Mr. Kazan enjoyed a leisurely lifestyle, but this was too exaggerated, right? It's only the first day at Imperial Capital University, and he's already turned the villa into a resort? Mr. Kazan, Ye Qing called out helplessly. Kazan heard the voice, lazily lifted his head, and adjusted his sunglasses to reveal half-closed eyes. Allah Allah. It's the kid Ye Qing. Can't find me so early. Is there something you need? He yawned, casually paused the game, and took another sip of his juice. Ye Qing walked over to him, looking at this luxurious retirement scene, and smiled wryly. Mr. Kazan, you really adapt quickly. Alala. It's okay, Kazan said nonchalantly. The school arranged it quite well. I just adjusted the environment a bit. So, do you need something? Ye Qing composed himself and said seriously, Mr. Kazan, I want to run some dungeons to improve my practical experience. Do you have time to accompany me? Upon hearing this, Kazan raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. Dungeons? Alala. What level? Preferably golden or diamond dungeons around level 30 to 40. Ye Qing said. Kazan set down his juice, stretched lazily, and his bones crackled lightly. All right. He stood up lazily, since he had nothing better to do. Alala. Just try to stretch my muscles and bones. But he pointed to the pool and bar, saying to Ye Qing, wait for me to finish this game, take a swim, and drink a cold cola. Alala. Probably in the afternoon. We'll go in the afternoon. Ye Qing. He looked at Mr. Kazan, who seemed to be enjoying life to the fullest, and could only helplessly nod. Okay, Mr. Kazan, I'll come find you in the afternoon. Kazan reclined back onto the chair, picked up the tablet, and resumed his gaming endeavors. Ye Qing watched Mr. Kazan immersed in the gaming world, feeling both amused and envious. Is this the ease of a strong person? No matter where he goes, he can live like it's a vacation. However, Ye Qing also understood that although Mr. Kazan appeared laid back, he would definitely fulfill any promises made. With him accompanying in the dungeons, safety and efficiency would be absolutely guaranteed. Then, Mr. Kazan, I'll head back to cultivate now. See you in the afternoon. Ye Qing said his goodbye and left. Chapter 87. The powerful master-disciple bond back at his villa. Ye Qing immersed himself in cultivation once again. Time flew by in focus. In the afternoon, Ye Qing arrived at Kazan's villa on time. Kazan was indeed ready. He had changed into relatively casual clothes that were easy to move in, still wearing sunglasses and holding a can of unfinished cola. Ala lo antai. Let's go. Kazan yawned and walked outside first. Ye Qing quickly followed. The two headed toward the dungeon teleportation area of the Imperial Capital University. What Ye Qing didn't know was that this scene of him going to the dungeon with Kazan had been noticed by a few observant individuals not far away. Xiaogu. Look, that Ye Qing. He's walking with that person. A student council member whispered to Xiaoming. Xiaoming watched the retreating figures of Ye Qing and Kazan, his eyes flickering. That person. Is he the VIP whom the school, as higher-up, specifically instructed to absolutely meet all requirements and whose identity is extremely confidential? Xiaoming was secretly shocked that Ye Qing could walk so closely with him. What was their relationship? He increasingly felt that Ye Qing was definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Let's go. Follow them. Xiaoming gritted his teeth and led a few followers to stealthily tail them. He wanted to see what abilities Ye Qing had. Ye Qing and Kazan strolled leisurely to the dungeon square in the central area of Imperial Capital University. It was bustling with noise, with huge teleportation gates standing tall, emitting energy fluctuations of varying intensities corresponding to different levels and difficulties of dungeons. Countless students were teaming up, trading, or preparing to enter the dungeons for training. When Ye Qing and Kazan appeared, they immediately attracted quite a few glances. Although Ye Qing was a freshman, the title of D-level special recruit had already spread among the student circles, and with him accompanied by a tall man with a unique aura, wearing sunglasses and lazily sipping cola, he was even more eye-catching. Kazan was indifferent to the gazes around him, yawned, and asked all Allah, Kid, have you decided which dungeon to tackle? Ye Qing's gaze swept across the shimmering teleportation gates in the square, finally stopping at a gate that emanated a deep and dark aura with extremely strong energy fluctuations. Void Land, LV 50 LV 70. Difficulty, Diamond level. Description, a dangerous place connected to unstable void rifts, filled with raging void energy and twisted void creatures. Extremely dangerous. A level 50 diamond dungeon. This was already a high difficulty dungeon aimed at top students in their sophomore and junior years. Ordinary freshmen didn't even have the qualifications to get close. A glimmer of determination and challenge flashed in Ye Qing's eyes. Although his level was only 30, his total attributes exceeded 15,000 points. Especially with both vitality and spirit surpassing for 100 points, he was already far beyond the average level 50 professionals. Coupled with the skills of mountain-crushing fist and the enhancement of mixed yuan one-chi technique, he felt he had the qualifications to challenge a higher difficulty dungeon. More importantly, he needed real life-and-death training to stimulate his potential and solidify his rapidly increasing strength. One cannot become a strong person in a greenhouse. Kazan, I want to try this dungeon, Ye Qing said, pointing to the Void Land teleportation gate, his tone firm. Kazan's gaze under his sunglasses glanced at the gate, and he lazily replied, Allah. A level 70 diamond dungeon? Kid, you have quite the appetite. Are you sure? I'm sure. Ye Qing no dit havidi. I want to enter alone. Alone? Kazan raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised, but then revealed a knowing expression. Allah. Want to try it on your own? That's fine. A fledgling must learn to fly by themselves. He did not stop him, but instead nodded. All right, you go ahead. I'll wait for you outside. The reason Kazan was so at ease was that he was clear about Ye Qing's trump card, Master-Disciple Bond. This SSS level bond had an extremely powerful effect, including a life-saving skill. When Ye Qing encountered life-threatening danger or actively activated it, he could instantly tear through space and teleport to Kazan's side. This was equivalent to an ultimate life-saving talisman that could be used infinitely and took effect instantly. With this trump card, Kazan was not worried that Ye Qing would really get into trouble. At most, he would just get a bit hurt and experience some hardship, which was precisely what was needed for training. Seeing Kazan agree, Ye Qing felt assured. The biggest confidence he had in challenging a dungeon far above his own level was indeed the teleportation effect of this bond. It was like carrying a personal, absolutely safe return scroll with him. It allowed him to challenge limits without any worries. Thank you, Mr. Kazan, Ye Qing said gratefully. Allah lo antai. Go ahead. Kazan waved his hand, found a shady bench to sit down, and continued drinking his cola as if he had just come to take a walk in the park. Ye Qing took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and stepped toward the teleportation gate of Voidland. His action immediately caused a stir in the dungeon square. Hey, look, that freshman. Is he going to Voidland? What a joke. Does he even have level 30? Does he dare to enter a level 50 diamond dungeon? Alone? Is he looking for death? The attacks from void creatures carried mental erosion and spatial tear effects. Could he withstand even one hit? Who is that guy wearing sunglasses next to him? Why isn't he stopping him? Probably some ignorant rookie who wants to be famous. Surrounding students were discussing, most with a tone of ridicule and curiosity. No one believed that a level 30 freshman could survive coming out of Voidland. Hidden among the crowd, Xiao Ming and others also witnessed this scene. Ye, that kid. Has he gone mad? He wants to go to Voidland, one follower exclaimed. Xiao Ming frowned, his expression uncertain. Let's follow him, Xiao Ming said in a deep voice. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd filled with ridicule, curiosity, and shock, Ye Qing maintained a calm expression and stepped into the teleportation gate that emanated a dark and profound aura. Buzz. With a flash of light, Ye Qing's figure disappeared into the gate. Kazan sat on the bench, lazily yawning, and his gaze seemed to glance at the direction Ye Qing disappeared, the corners of his mouth curving into a barely perceptible smile. Allah. Kid, don't keep me waiting too long. As Ye Qing entered, the news of a D-level freshman soloing a level 50 diamond dungeon spread like wildfire in certain circles of Imperial Capital University. Many were waiting to see how this ignorant freshman would emerge, perhaps in a very embarrassed state, or even as a corpse being forcibly teleported out of the dungeon. Chapter 88. Spectators after Ye Qing stepped into the teleportation portal of Voidland. The commotion in the instance square not only did not calm down, but instead intensified. The news of a D-rank freshman soloing a level 50 diamond dungeon spread rapidly like a virus, attracting more and more people to gather near the teleportation gate of Voidland. Is it true? Is there really a freshman this strong? Absolutely. I saw him go in with my own eyes. That D-rank special recruit, Ye Qing, who has been all the rage lately. My God, is he insane? Isn't this courting death? He must be desperate for fame. Just wait and see. It won't take a few seconds before he gets torn apart by void energy and is forcibly kicked out by the instance rules. I bet he won't last a minute. A minute? You're overestimating him. I bet 10 seconds. He'll be out within 10 seconds. The bets are on. How long can Ye Qing last inside? 10 to 1 odds. I bet 5 seconds. I bet 3 seconds. The crowd was buzzing with discussions, filled with sarcasm, doubt, and the excitement of onlookers. Almost no one believed Ye Qing could succeed. Everyone was guessing he would be eliminated in record time, possibly even seriously injured. Xiao Ming and a few members of the student council he brought along were also mixed in the crowd, watching coldly. Xiao Ming furrowed his brow. Although he believed Ye Qing was in grave danger, the power Ye Qing had previously displayed and his strange calmness made him feel a sense of unease. In contrast, the other person at the center of the event, Kazan, seemed to be an outsider. He lounged lazily on a bench, sunglasses obscuring most of his face, holding a can of ice-cold cola, occasionally taking a sip, completely oblivious to the surrounding noisy discussions, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. His relaxed, almost drowsy demeanor sharply contrasted with the tense and excited crowd. Hey, look at that guy. The one who came with Ye Qing. What's wrong with him? Isn't he worried at all? He probably gave up? Or doesn't care at all? What a weirdo. Kazan's calmness instead made some people start to murmur. Meanwhile, inside the Voidland instance, Ye Qing felt a blur before his eyes, and the surrounding scenery changed in an instant. He appeared on a massive, broken platform suspended in the endless dark void. Surrounding the platform were distorted, writhing void energies and intermittent spatial rifts, emitting terrifying fluctuations that made one's heart race. Ahead was a winding path paved with floating stone slabs, leading into the depths of darkness. On either side of the path, some twisted, hideous void creatures could be vaguely seen swimming around. Is this a challenge-type dungeon? Ye Qing frowned slightly, realizing he had been careless. He originally thought Voidland was an open dungeon where one could freely explore and farm monsters, but he didn't expect it to be this type that required clearing levels. Such dungeons are more difficult because the enemies and traps in each level are fixed, offering no shortcuts and testing raw strength and adaptability. Moreover, once failed, one could be directly eliminated. Should I exit now? The thought flashed through Ye Qing's mind. With the master-disciple bond, teleportation guarantee, he could leave safely at any time. But the thought was fleeting. Since I'm already here, a sharp light flickered in Ye Qing's eyes. This is just the opportunity to test my current strength. Let's see where my limits are. He took a deep breath, feeling the violent void energy pressing down on his body and mind. This pressure was intense. An ordinary level 30 class would probably struggle to even stand. But Ye Qing's high constitution and spirit of 4,100 points allowed him to withstand this environmental pressure. The first level. Let us begin. Ye Qing no longer hesitated, stepping forward onto the floating stone slab path. As soon as he stepped onto the slab, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of semi-transparent, distorted, and ethereal void floating monsters instantly coalesced from the void on either side of the road, emitting mental fluctuations and the aura of spatial tearing. They let out silent shrieks and surged toward Ye Qing like a tide. These void-floating monsters were all around level 55, with attacks that included mental erosion and spatial cutting effects, making them extremely troublesome. Here they come. Ye Qing's gaze sharpened as he charged forward. The Hunyuan Ichi-Ju in his body activated instantly, blood and energy surging. At the same time, the power technique of Crushing Mountain Fist coalesced at his fist. Crushing Mountain Fist. Shock. Ye Qing shouted, throwing a punch. There were no flashy skill lights. Only a pure explosion of power. The air in front of his fist seemed compressed and trembled, producing a muffled sound like an explosion. Boom! An invisible shockwave radiated from Ye Qing's fist, spreading out in a fan shape. The few void floating monsters charging at the front were directly hit by this violent shockwave, their bodies instantly twisting and disintegrating. They didn't even have time to scream before turning into pure experience points and a few void crystals. The power of a single punch is terrifying. It really works. Ye Qing felt a surge of joy in his heart. The combination of crushing mountain fist and his super high base strength was unexpectedly effective against these ethereal, defensively weak void creatures. He no longer held back, moving like lightning on the floating stone slabs, his fists raining down in a flurry. Bang, 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 bang. Each punch contained a shockwave power of crushing mountain fist, and wherever he passed, the void floating monsters shattered like harvested wheat. His speed was incredibly fast, movements fluid, like a human whirlwind rampaging through the monster horde. In just a few seconds, the first wave of dozens of void floating monsters was completely cleared by Ye Qing. The platform momentarily returned to calm. Ye Qing stood in place, slightly panting, feeling the energy within him slightly depleted, but his experience points surging, a satisfied smile on his face. It seems, my strength is even stronger than I imagined. He looked up toward the depths of darkness, where the winding path led, his eyes filled with even stronger fighting spirit. Continue. Ye Qing stepped forward, resolutely heading toward the second level. At that moment, in the instant square, those waiting to see the joke watched the still, silent teleportation gate, their expressions gradually shifting from mockery to surprise, then from surprise to disbelief. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. Ye Qing hasn't been kicked out yet? What's going on? It's already 3 minutes. Could it be? He is still inside? Impossible, right? The group of void, floating monsters in the first level would require even a level 50 team to be careful. How could a level 30 freshman possibly withstand it? Could it be he has some special life-saving method? Or is he hiding? Hiding? Hiding in the void land? What a joke. The void energy there is everywhere, and one would be eroded to death if they tried to hide for too long. The crowd began to stir, with various speculations emerging. Xiaoming's expression grew serious as well. 3 minutes had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Chapter 89. Call Me Daddy time passed second by second. The crowd gathered in the plaza did not disperse. Instead, it grew larger. Everyone was captivated by this unbelievable situation. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed. The teleportation portal to the Voidland remained completely still. What? It's been 20 minutes. Is he still inside? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even a level 50 elite team would take over 10 minutes to clear the first level. How could a level 30 newbie last this long? Could it be he really cleared the first level? What a joke. Even if he somehow got through the first level, how would he pass the second level with its void rifts and invisible traps? By luck? But he still hasn't come out. The discussions among the crowd shifted from mockery and skepticism to shock and disbelief. Various speculations and rumors began to fly. I heard that this Ye Qing, although a D-class profession, has ridiculously high attributes. How ridiculous can it get? A level 30 D-class profession with a total attribute of over 5,000 would be at its peak. The attributes of monsters in a level 50 dungeon are generally above 8,000. How can he fight? Does he have some extraordinary hidden talent or artifact? Xiaoming's expression shifted from serious to ashen. He stared intently at the unmoving teleportation portal, feeling a storm of emotions rise within him. 20 minutes. This was completely beyond his comprehension. Even he, a level 40 B-class professional, wouldn't he dare to say he could last 20 minutes in the Voidland. What kind of monster is this Ye Qing? He involuntarily glanced at Kuzan, who was still sitting leisurely not far away. Kuzan had pulled out a bag of chips from somewhere and was munching away, occasionally sipping on a cola, his relaxed demeanor starkly contrasting with the tense atmosphere around him. Is he not worried at all? Xiao Ming was filled with confusion and a hint of inexplicable chill. This mysterious man was becoming increasingly unfathomable to him. An hour passed. When the timer in the plaza showed that Ye Qing had been in the dungeon for a full 60 minutes, the entire plaza fell into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the dim portal. 1 hour, a full hour. A level 30 D-class newbie lasted an hour in a level 50 diamond difficulty dungeon. This could not be described as a miracle. It completely overturned everyone's understanding. Gulp. Someone struggled to swallow. An hour? He wouldn't he really be grinding the dungeon, would he? The thought seemed absurd even to him, yet he couldn't explain the fact before his eyes. Could it be? We've been wrong about him all along? He isn't relying on connections. He truly has terrifying strength? A D-class profession. How could anyone be this strong? Unless his D-class profession is fake? Or is there something we don't know? Various unbelievable speculations began to arise, and the crowd looked at the teleportation portal with awe and curiosity. Xiao Ming was utterly speechless. He felt his worldview had been profoundly shaken. He recalled how Ye Qing had easily subdued him, only now realizing that it was no coincidence. That Ye Qing possessed strength far beyond his level and profession rating, and all of this was likely related to the mysterious man beside him. Inside the dungeon, Ye Qing was unaware of the uproar he had caused outside. At this moment, he stood at the end of the 3rd level, breathing slightly heavily, with some signs of void energy corrosion on him, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. When the teleportation portal of Voidland flickered with an unusual, stable light indicating that the challenger was about to return, the entire dungeon plaza instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone widened their eyes, holding their breath, staring fixedly at the portal. Buzz! The light stabilized, and a figure stepped out from within. It was Ye Qing. At this moment, he bore some traces of battle, with his clothing stained by void energy corrosion, and his breath was somewhat hurried. However, his spirit was not diminished. Rather, he appeared like a sharpened sword, even more refined and sharp. More importantly, he had walked out on his own. He wasn't forcibly teleported out. Moreover, judging by his state, although he was somewhat exhausted, he had definitely not suffered severe injuries. What does this indicate? It indicates that he not only lasted an hour inside, but very likely, he completed the challenge on his own before coming out. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed through the plaza. Everyone was utterly shocked by the scene before them. He really came out. He walked out on his own. He wasn't kicked out. My God, what on earth did he do in there? An hour. A full hour. How could this be possible? The crowd erupted into chaos. Exclamations, doubts, and incredulous discussions intertwined, and the entire plaza felt like boiling water. Xiao Ming's pupils constricted, his body jolted, and his face was filled with extreme shock and a hint of fear he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. He looked at Ye Qing, who appeared slightly fatigued, yet imposing, his heart racing uncontrollably. This Ye Qing, he actually did it. He truly survived for an hour in a level 50 diamond dungeon and came out unscathed. This could not be explained by reason. This D-class newbie absolutely harbored an astonishing secret. At that moment, Ye Qing's gaze swept over the crowd and locked eyes with Xiao Ming, who was in shock. Ye Qing raised an eyebrow, having no good impression of this student council member with whom he had previously clashed. Xiao Ming felt a chill run down his spine under Ye Qing's calm, yet scrutinizing gaze, and a strong impulse surged within him. Driven by immense shock and an inexplicable pressure, Xiao Ming suddenly pushed through the crowd and strode up to Ye Qing, blocking his path. Ye Qing. Xiao Ming's voice was hoarse with excitement and tension. You really stayed in there for an hour? Ye Qing looked at the obstructing Xiao Ming and calmly replied, As you can see, is there something you need? Xiao Ming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within, and forced a somewhat stiff smile. Ye Qing, I didn't expect your strength to be so hidden. I was blind before. He shifted his tone, now carrying a hint of challenge. However, hearing is one thing. Seeing is another. I, Xiao Ming, as a member of the student council, would very much like to personally experience your skills. Ye Qing. He stared into Ye Qing's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. Let us have a spar. If you win, I, Xiao Ming, will gladly accept it, and will consider the previous matters resolved. Furthermore, I represent the Student Council, and I sincerely invite you to join again. I promise to give you the best treatment." Ye Qing raised the corners of his mouth into a smirk that was half a smile. "Oh, but what if you lose?" "Lose?" Xiao Ming felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. After all, he was a level 40 S-class professional. Even if Ye Qing's attributes were extraordinary, the gap in level and profession was there. He was absolutely confident in himself. "How could I possibly lose?" Xiao Ming replied proudly. But seeing Ye Qing's mocking gaze, he changed his words at the last moment, adding a hint of defiance. "If I lose, then I will call you daddy." As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar erupted around. Chapter 90 Defeated. Wow. Is this really happening? Is Xiao Ming going crazy from the pressure? But he is an S-rank professional, over level 40. No matter how powerful Ye Qing is, he is only a level 30 D rank, so the odds don't seem good, right? It's hard to say. Didn't you see Ye Qing just came out a level 50 dungeon? Ye Qing was also momentarily stunned by Xiao Ming's bet, then chuckled and shook his head. This guy is really going all out to force himself to act. Looking at Xiao Ming's confident demeanor, as if victory was assured, he found it somewhat amusing. "What's wrong? Ye Qing, are you scared?" Seeing Ye Qing silent, Xiao Ming provoked him. Ye Qing retracted his smile and looked at Xiao Ming calmly. "Are you sure you want to make this bet?" "Of course I am sure," Xiao Ming said decisively. "Good." Ye Qing nodded and responded straightforwardly. "Then as you wish." He wanted to test his combat abilities after training in the Voidland, and this over level 40 S-rank professional was the perfect test stone. Seeing Ye Qing agree, Xiao Ming was overjoyed, but also became more vigilant. The other party's quick agreement surely meant he had some confidence. "Let's go to the combat arena over there." Xiao Ming pointed to the arena area in the square designated for student sparring. "Fine." Ye Qing had no objections. Under the curious, excited, and expectant gazes of countless onlookers, the two walked toward the combat arena. Kazan was still sitting on a bench, crunching on potato chips. "Ah la. Are they going to fight again?" Young people really have energy. In the combat arena, Ye Qing and Xiao Ming stood facing each other. Below the stage, students surrounded them, and the crowd was buzzing. Xiao Ming took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening. He couldn't afford to be careless. The fact that Ye Qing had come out of the Voidland unscathed indicated his extraordinary nature. "Ye Qing, be careful," Xiao Ming shouted, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his body. The energy fluctuation of the S-rank profession, Storm Swordsman, swept out, accompanied by sharp wind pressure. He gripped two long swords formed from blue wind elements, and with a movement, he charged toward Ye Qing like a fierce wind. "So fast. He's really going all out right from the start." The crowd gasped in surprise. Facing Xiao Ming's swift attack, Ye Qing's eyes remained calm, and his feet shifted slightly. Shave. His figure instantly blurred, leaving an afterimage in place, while his real body sidestepped several meters at incredible speed, effortlessly dodging Xiao Ming's charge. "What?" Xiao Ming's sword missed, and he was shocked, so fast. Before he could change his attack, Ye Qing's counterattack was already upon him. Finger gun, mountain crushing force. Ye Qing's fingers formed like a sword, with a shock wave of mountain crushing force gathering at his fingertips, striking toward Xiao Ming's ribs like lightning. This finger, though seemingly plain, contained terrifying power capable of shattering mountains. Xiao Ming's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly blocked with the wind element long sword. Clang! A heavy sound echoed. The moment Ye Qing's finger collided with the wind element long sword, the shock wave of mountain-crushing force erupted violently. Crack! Xiao Ming's condensed wind element long sword shattered like glass. He was hit hard, letting out a muffled groan as he staggered backward several steps, barely stabilizing himself. His face filled with horror. How is this possible? My wind sword, shattered by a single finger? Xiao Ming's mind was in turmoil. How could the opponent's power be so terrifying? Is this really the strength a level 30 D rank professional should possess? The crowd below was also in an uproar. One move. He only used one move to push Xiao Ming back. My God, what kind of finger technique is that? The power is too terrifying. His speed is incredible too. What kind of footwork was that? I've never heard of it. Ye Qing didn't give Xiaoming a chance to catch his breath. His figure disappearing again. Moon step. He stepped on the air, producing explosive sounds, his figure tracing a bizarre arc in the air, instantly appearing above Xiaoming's head. Gale foot. Mountain crushing force. Ye Qing kicked from midair, unleashing a shockwave slash containing shock power that howled toward Xiaoming like a crescent moon. Xiaoming's pupils contracted. Sensing a deadly threat, he roared, channeling all his wind element energy into his arms, crossing them over his head. Wind barrier. Boom! The shockwave slash struck fiercely against the wind barrier. The shockwave of mountain-crushing force poured out violently. The standoff lasted less than a second. Crack! Boom! The wind barrier shattered in response. Xiaoming was blasted away by the immense force, crashing heavily against the protective shield at the edge of the arena. Then bouncing back to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, he struggled to get up, only to find Ye Qing had appeared before him like a ghost, a finger lightly tapping on his forehead. At the fingertip, that unsettling shock wave power was faintly visible. Xiaoming's body instantly stiffened, cold sweat soaking his back. He had no doubt that if Ye Qing wanted, that finger could easily pierce through his skull. You lost, Ye Qing said calmly. The entire arena was dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the scene on stage, their minds blank. He won. Ye Qing won. A level 30 D rank professional defeated a level 40 S rank professional Xiaoming cleanly in just 3 moves. This completely overturned their understanding. What? A monster? Someone muttered. Xiaoming slumped on the arena, his face as pale as paper, his eyes filled with humiliation, disbelief, and deep frustration. He lost badly, lost without any suspense. In the face of the absolute power gap, his little pride and confidence were completely crushed. Ye Qing retracted his finger, looking at him calmly. Remember the bet? Xiaoming shuddered, his face losing all color. He certainly remembered. That bet he thought he would never lose, calling him daddy. In front of everyone, to call him daddy? This was an absolute humiliation. But the bet was proposed by him, and in front of everyone, he had no way to back out. Xiaoming bit down hard, his lips bleeding, his mind in turmoil. Ultimately, the immense humiliation and fear of Ye Qing's unfathomable strength overwhelmed everything. He lowered his head and, with a voice only the two could hear, painfully squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. Dad. Dysprosium. Though the voice was small, in the silent arena, it sounded exceptionally clear. Boom! The crowd below erupted. He really called. My God. Xiaoming called Ye Qing daddy. This is simply the biggest news of the year at the Imperial Capital University. Ye Qing is too ruthless and too strong. Various exclamations, discussions, and even gloating laughter intertwined.